The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The challengers and legends stages take place in May in France. For the challenger stage, 16 teams compete in a Swiss format across 4 days. Initial matches are best of 1, and all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. 8 teams from the challengers advance to the legends stage. For the legends stage, the 8 teams from the challenger stage are joined by 8 teams that advance directly from the RMRs. These 16 teams compete in a Swiss format. Initial matches are best of 1, and all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. 8 teams from legends advance to champions. Champions is the final stage of the major. The 8 best teams of the competition play in a best-of-3 knockout bracket. The winner will have their name cemented in Counter-Strike history and will walk away with $500,000 US. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
The city of love and lights, fashion, food, and now frags. The trigger will plant it in 2 major titles, forging icons across generations, now concludes their legacy with the final ever CSGO major. Challengers hungry to become legends and make it all the way to the Champions Arena at the Blast TV Paris Major. My name is Forze, and it's my absolute honor to be joining you guys on the desk for this one. I've got Maui, Snake, and Pimp to be opening up this epic day of Counter-Strike. Gentlemen, I think it's an understatement to say we are so excited to be kicking this one off.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what we've all been waiting for. And with how the last major went, we only know that this one's going to be better. It can't be any worse than Rio, Pimp.
No, it can't be any worse. I'm really excited as well. I think a lot of the teams are excited as well. So many storylines, and I would argue from a competitive standpoint as well, one of the most open majors we're heading into as well. There's no clear favorite, no clear-cut team where you look towards and think they're going to win it, so it's going to be amazing.
And the fact that this is the final one in CSGO history, man, we're going to be taking a trip down memory lane, I'm sure, throughout the duration of this major, but the fact that this is going to be tying a bow on the game that we've loved throughout a decade.
We're going to say this over and over again, that it is the last CSGO major.
Just in case you guys didn't know.
Just to punctuate the moment, because we're already getting excited. I mean, CS2, they've released the beta. Handful of us are already playing it. We know that it's going to change the game completely. And so for so many of these players here, players with legacies that haven't yet captured that major trophy, they may recognize this as their last opportunity to do it in CSGO, because who knows what's going to happen when we switch games.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the teams that are going to be gracing the stage in the Challengers stage. That is obviously We have Challenge, Legends, and moving on into the Championship arena. 16 teams going to be gracing the booths here in Paris. And there's quite an eclectic mix of names, Pimp. Some we obviously expected, but some underdogs coming through.
Yeah, there's definitely some underdogs coming into this area. I feel like Monte is one of the teams you're going to have to look out for. Complexity, I'd call them an underdog as well. Don't really know what to expect from those, but the fact of the matter is that you have teams like G2, FaZe, and Liquid, teams that are supposed to go a long way in this major. Playoff-bound teams as well, and they have to survive this scare of the Challenger stage first, and that's not easy. We saw it last time in Rio. FaZe Clan couldn't make it out of the group stage, so it's not given any of these teams will make it to the next stage.
There's just drastically different tiers of some of the teams here, the expectations that they have for themselves. Some people are just happy to be here. Grayhound, the MongolZ, I'm sure that they're just, they're happy to be in Paris. They're looking pretty in the lights right now. But everybody else, FaZe, Liquid, the names you already said, Pimp, those guys have such high expectations for themselves that if they fall in this Challenger stage, you're going to say that this major was a failure.
Yeah, some of the teams that will be extra happy to be making it there will be the teams that made it to the Legend stage from the RMRs. Just 8 teams are going to be gracing the stage there. They're going to be welcoming 8 more teams that are going to be coming through from the Challenger stage. And I said the Challenger stage was an eclectic mix. Pimp, this is quite a motley crew. We have some of the heavy favorites coming into the major, but some teams that we did not expect to be making it straight through to Legends.
I mean, there's a couple of the logos standing out right there. One of them being obviously Bad News Eagles. We've seen them being the major killers, right? They have a bit of a history when it comes to the major, so fair play for that. Into the Breach, the fact that they are in here in the Legend stage, probably the biggest surprise out of all of them. 9, I think, is a bit of a surprise as well, but the Counter-Strike they're playing right now actually gives me hope that they can go a long way in this major as well.
Right. We look at Into the Breach, and it's like we already had enough British talent on the broadcast. Why do we have to watch them in the server on top of that?
I can't believe you didn't believe in the UK match.
And on top of that, Fnatic has a British IGL too in Mezzi. There's 2 British in-game leaders actually in the Legend stage.
Do you want a nice little fact? There's more UK players than there are French players actually at the Paris major.
Ooh, that hurts to hear.
Does it hurt? As a guy who lives in London?
You're right. Actually, you know what? Let's go.
Yeah,
Long
we
live
love
the
that.
king. Let's go, Freya. Come on.
That is my king. I'm talking about King Mezzi, obviously.
Took you 10 years to get there. No, calm down.
And now we go into a whole new game, so we're going to have to wait 10 more years to get some more UK Legends. But when we're talking about the Challenger stage, we obviously have to take a look at the format for this one. Pretty easy to understand. It's going to be a Swiss stage coming into things. Basically, Maui, 3 wins, you're through. 3 losses, you're out.
That's the easy way to look at it. It is going to be seeded by the Bukol system on top of that. So some of these teams, based off of their placements in the RMRs, are going to have supposedly easier routes due to their seeding. Monte, a team with great seeding. G2, a team with great seeding. And FaZe actually is a team with very bad seeding, given that they went through the last chance qualifier. So they're going to have the hardest road ahead of them, theoretically, to make it to the Legend stage.
We've also got to note that obviously the first 2 stages, until you hit those 2 wins, are best of 1s, and then we move on into the best of 3s, right, Jacob?
Yes, exactly. When we get into the stage of where you're either getting eliminated or you're progressing into the next stage, it will be a best of 3 game. And just for the viewers at home as well to understand, obviously you only play teams with the same score as yourself. So if you 1-1 in the tournament, you only play other teams who are 1-1 as well. So it is a constant developing system right here with a lot of stake all the time. These best of 1s that we're going to see in a couple of moments, they're very important to get off to a good start.
Yeah, we've got 8 of them gracing the stage today. Obviously, it's going to be a rolling start depending on when the match is finished. So let's take a look at exactly what we've got on the cards for the first best of 1s are going to be going down. Obviously, this is going to be a mixture of what we've got on the A and the B stream. Anything for your money, Maui, that is standing out?
Well, I think that there's 2 very close ones for me. I'm not sure how I'm going to read the last 2 games of the day, Mouz, NIP, or at least the beginning stage here. Mouz NIP, that's super even in my eyes. ENCE OG, also really even. And on top of that, Complexity GamerLegion, I would have liked Complexity a couple weeks ago, but after what they've done lately, I might actually favor GamerLegion, Pimp.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think Complexity are coming in super hot for this major, unfortunately. Neither are GamerLegion for that matter as well. So I think it's a 50-50 as well. But yeah, a lot of close matchups. And interestingly enough, we're going to get to see FaZe taking on Monte in the first game as well. And I think that's a bit of a potential favorite killer for Monte right there.
Well, yeah, when we're talking about the games that are going to be going down on the A stream, of course, NIP versus Mouz first of all. Then it's going to be Forze versus Grayhound. Not before G2 take on the MongolZ, but first it's FaZe taking on Monte. Considering there has been so much history, so much deep history going down in CSGO, we have almost over a decade of majors to be talking about. It's only fair that we recap some of that history that we've seen going down on our screens. We're throwing it back all the way to 2013, and we've kind of, narrowed it down to, I'd say, 4 distinct eras. And we've got to talk about the Swedes first of all, Maui. We're talking about Fnatic, we're talking about NIP, because they were dominant in the early era of CSGO.
On top of that, I mean, it was a lot of individual players that just had so much strength from that region. You look at that Swedish era right there, you have 3 3 Fnatic championships, you have 1 NIP championship, and across those, it was JW winning the first MVP, you had Freiburg from NIP also chiming in with one of his own, then you had Olaf and Fluxo, 4 different MVPs from Sweden, and I would say that this region, Pimp, has had a bit of a fall from grace where there were 2 powerhouse rosters, and now it'd be pretty tough to scrounge together one 5-man team that you think can compete on the world stage.
It's funny how that works, because I remember back in the days when I was growing up with Counter-Strike, when I was still competing, we were always looking towards the Swedes from Denmark and thinking, oh, we're jealous of the talent pool, we're jealous of the way they've accepted esports, we're jealous of the way they have all these big internet cafes where everyone is coming in and supporting their favorite teams. We didn't have that back then, but as you said, that era in the beginning of Counter-Strike, the Swedes, they were running all over the place. Individually speaking, they were just better than everyone else. Tactically speaking, it wasn't really defined yet, I would argue, back in the day, so it was down to the individuals, and you named some of them: Freiburg, Get Right, Olaf Meister, Fluxo for that matter as well. People that we today don't see play anymore, but back then they were the stars of the show.
I want to go back to that image that we just saw on screen of Get Right literally crying next to the first major trophy he ever hoisted, because it was kind of a case of NIP being always the bridesmaid, never the bride when it came to those finals against Fnatic.
Right. I mean, what's so interesting about this is that Get Right, oftentimes considered one of the best riflers in the history of CSGO. They had that huge 87-0 streak at the beginning, but that was before the majors happened. Once the majors started coming in, it was Fnatic that actually took the first one. It was VP that found the second one. It took until the 3rd major for NIP to actually find their major championship, so you could see in that moment how much it meant to Get Right to finally secure the biggest trophy in CSGO.
And then we move on to a completely different region, arguably, that really showed their dominance, getting 2 back-to-back majors, and that was kind of the SK LG era of the rise of the Brazilians, Jacob.
That was the first time we saw an international involvement sort of in Counter-Strike, right? It's been dominated by the Europeans, it was dominated by Sweden, dominated by Scandinavia, but all of a sudden this Brazilian flair came out, and it was the passion for the game that we saw, right? They were so passionate, they'd work harder than everyone else, they would practice harder than everyone else, and you got a feeling, at least back then playing against them, that they wanted it more than everyone else. So it was super cool to see Fallen succeed with this project. We saw in the beginning that he was coming out calling for financial help as well, trying to support the scene, and all of a sudden they raised to the occasion and became the best team in the world.
There's a reason that they call Fallen the godfather of Brazilian CS, because what he did with this LG SK core is so impressive. To not necessarily have the strongest scrim partners, but be coming out of a region that was more or less just depleted in terms of talent and still show that their style of Counter-Strike could compete at the highest level. Incredibly impressive. And on top of that, you can't forget the fact that coldzera, the guy that won back-to-back major MVPs, #1 in the world 2 years in a row.
Insane.
And seriously, just again, one of those riflers that is, you say his name in the same air that you do Get Right's, just legendary players.
It also, you know, does put it into context just a little bit. The fact that we talk about the lack of practice partners, the lack of development in the Brazilian scene back then. They were able to make it happen. They were able to overcome those situations, whereas today, we hear about it in NA. A lot of the teams complaining about the lack of quality practice, etc., and I agree with that. There's some truth to that. But let's look at that lineup, right? Let's look at SK, let's look at that era. It can definitely happen if you're willing to put in the hours, willing to put in the work, and they were back then. And that's for me at least, one of the most interesting eras of Counter-Strike.
Isn't it mad in that first image we saw? We saw Zeus right behind the team.
Just
now
right
he's just over there. He just came up to us and said, good luck, have fun. I mean, GLHF to them as well with Fluxo, because they're definitely underdogs in this one. Yeah, there he is, looking happy.
Yeah. I mean, Zeus, he's just bestowing so much knowledge, of course. Actually in contention with some of the best coaches that the game has ever seen. I actually think you would probably say his name right up there with people like Blade, with what he was able to do, not only with this LG core. I mean, he also made Liquid look so much better when he joined their roster on top of that, and I think that he has just so much wisdom, and every time we get him up here, I hope we do get him on the desk at some point, he is just willing to say every single thing that's going right, going wrong, talking about other teams. He has a great idea of what's happening in the whole landscape.
Well, speaking of legendary coaches, we've got to move on to talk about the big bad Danes of Astralis, because man, that era was one of the most, if not the most dominant that we've seen in entire CSGO history. 4 majors to their name, no less.
They redefined the way we think Counter-Strike, the way we play Counter-Strike, and the way we approach Counter-Strike. Not only in Denmark, of course, but overall, everyone was looking towards Astralis thinking, okay, they're going to bed early. They're eating greens for breakfast, you know. They're trying to be healthy. They're trying to establish this, you know, I would say, image of themselves as being just a little bit better, the marginal gains approach as well. They redefined the tactical approach to Counter-Strike. They made it more team play heavy. They made it very grenade heavy as well. We talked about the utility usage for many, many times. We've been standing on the desk here now talking about the ADR, talking about the flash assist coming in as well. So it was a new era, not only for Astralis to dominate Counter-Strike, but they kind of defined and redefined the way we approach Counter-Strike and think Counter-Strike up until the point today.
I love that you bring up the fact that they also started caring for themselves outside of the game. It actually is reminiscent of Fatality when he actually went on to be a dominant FPS player. People are kind of tuning in from other spaces right now that the guy that was the best arena shooter for some time, he was taking care of his fitness. He was taking care of his mental ability, making sure that he's eating well, not just staying up late, drinking energy drinks, you know, playing till 5 in the morning, whatever. No, Astralis took this seriously. They rose the game from a standard where, you know, it kind of did feel like anybody could come up and just win, but they said, no, you actually need to take care of yourself every single way. You need to make sure you are a compositely strong person who can win on top of just having the tactics too.
And that's why it's kind of crazy when we're looking at that Astralis core specifically, the split off that we've seen, obviously half of them going to Vitality, half of them staying with the star-studded org, and the fact that Astralis aren't even in contention to be lifting the trophy.
No, not even at the major anymore, right? Didn't qualify this time around, and it's been a very big downfall for the organization in that regard, but that's how it goes sometimes, right? We praised them for being good for such a long period. They won 4 majors, and one of the underrated aspects for me as well to that Astralis era is that they even won tournaments and majors without being at their top game. I remember the Berlin major as well coming into that. No one really believed in them. They didn't play the best of the best Counter-Strike and still ended up winning the major. So they were so much better than everyone else that they were able to win a major, able to win tournaments playing their C or B level, and that to me stood out as the Astralis era.
And that's really why people still want to hold Glaive as that GOAT in-game leader, because even though Kerrigan, who's right behind us actually, is making a true case for himself, Glaive got it done on the biggest stages. To win those majors in some of the comebacks that they did, the E-League Atlanta one, for example, versus Virtus Pro, the way that he called in that match in particular, just gutsy T-side calling on Train, one of the hardest maps to call on, and yet he still got it done, was a captain, was a leader, was a tactical genius. I mean, you have to pay your respects to him. It's a shame that he didn't make it, but a couple of his teammates did, obviously. Dupree, Magisk, they have another chance here in Paris to keep writing their name in the history books.
We also got to pay our respects to France, obviously, because 2 teams independently lifted that major trophy. Of course, it spanned over a couple of years, 2013, and then moving into the later stages of 2015. We saw LDLC and, of course, Envious lifting the trophy. Yeah,
this is kind of a nice little ode to where we are right now. The fact that France were able to win a couple of championships early on, led by Happy for LDLC. And on Envious, I mean, again, one of the greatest oppers of all time, Kenny S, taking the MVP there. Kind of an interesting time, Pimp, just the style that they played. I felt like it was kind of like this, like off meta, where the Swedes wanted to spread out everywhere. I felt like it was Happy and then his team on the other side of the map. Very different.
It was the Wolfpack mentality. You see it happen a lot in FaZe It today as well. It'll be 4 players going to one bomb site, then Happy to another, and they just come in as a Wolfpack and own you. You know, a little bit of a fun tidbit to that one as well. LDLC winning that major in 2014. They were actually eliminated from a game. We remember the Olaf Boost situation in the quarterfinal where they actually lost the game, you know, fair, unfair, say what you want, right? But they ended up getting re-entered into the tournament after Fnatic withdrew and ended up winning the entire thing. So I look at these 2 French teams, I look at Envious, I look at LDLC, and I think, yes, those were one-off. I don't consider that to be an era. I don't consider that to be a play style that was sustainable, but there was a period of Counter-Strike where I remember practicing against them. I remember playing against them. It was hella annoying because you felt like you couldn't do anything against it unless you were 100% on top of your individual level. So they played to their strengths, they played to their forces, but it didn't really define the way you play Counter-Strike.
Just very quickly as well, looking across these 6 faces on the screen, only one now standing coming into this Paris major. That's Apeks, who transitioned from that crazy aggressive entry fragger into an in-game leader for Vitality now.
The career pivot that Apeks had is incredibly admirable, and I still don't think people are giving Apeks enough credit from going to what many would have considered a brain-dead entry fragger to being one of the brightest in-game leaders. For me, he's a top 5 in-game leader right now, and I would have never said that. I never would have thought in 2014 if you said, yeah, Apeks is going to be one of the best in-game leaders, I'd be like, shut up. Just shut up. Just stuff it. But he is now. And so he has evolved as a player, and for him to be joining with some of that old Astralis core, it's very cool to see that they're uniting right now to try to have one last crack at winning a major.
Did you just call Apeks Brenda?
I said in 2014, that might have been what people said.
Like calling Tarek a peanut brain or something like that.
Also major MVP.
I knew there was a reason why we got both of you on the desk together. That totally makes sense. Similar insults going out. But yeah, we're going to head things to a quick break before we continue here at the Blast TV Paris Major. When we're back, we're going to discover exactly how all of the teams made it to this very stage. An arduous journey for many simply to make it to the French capital. Teams from every corner of the globe fought tooth and nail to pin a place in Paris. We're of course talking about the RMRs. They were the qualifiers coming in to the final CSGO major. And we're going to begin off the conversation by talking about the Asia's RMR, arguably, one of the smaller ones because only 2 teams would be netting a place here in Paris coming through from that. And when we're talking about the history of the Asia's teams that we've seen kind of rising, typically we'd be talking about Tyloo coming through. But unfortunately for them, it's been kind of a downwards decline coming into the later stages of CSGO.
Tyloo just haven't been able to recapture that magic that was able to find them some upset victories when it comes to international competition. And it's been a couple other teams that have really risen up. And even though that org produces some of the most valuable stickers in the game, we will obviously not be seeing them moving forward. We see their losses right here, losing to Grayhound and to Rare Atom, another team that I would consider has been better in the Asian Counter-Strike scene than Tyloo. And so I think for maybe viewers that are used to seeing the Red Dragon on their stickers, you just got to go back and buy some of those old ones, which I am amassing. I am holding a lot of Tyloo stickers, so I am trying to sell those right now.
Tyloo stonks on the rise.
They're huge.
Team decline. But let's talk about a team that has actually been really impressing us from the Asia's region. We've got to talk about how decisive Grayhound were in their victory to make it here to the final major.
Yeah, they picked up a bit of the slack from the Australian scene. We've had Renegades for many, many years. The Tyloo versus Renegades battle in those RMRs have always been distinct, but this time around it's Grayhound, and I think they're playing some some very solid Counter-Strike. It's a team that you can actually look towards and think, okay, there's some potential, there's some upset potential, maybe even a contender to move through right here. It's not necessarily a team that I would argue have a lot of star qualities in terms of star individuals, but they seem like a cohesive unit that can play Counter-Strike at a decent level, and for now at least keeping the hopes up for the Australians.
But Pimp, didn't you actually put this team as your 0-3?
Ooh.
I did, because I think they're going to lose all 3 games, but they can win games, like everyone else might.
Are you looking at them as just, expectations for Grayhound? Is this a case of, I mean, you've obviously said 0-3, that's what you're expecting. Do you think they could upset? Do you think they could potentially take down some teams?
I have slightly more faith than Pimp in Grayhound, but I'm not going to actually put them as a team that I'm saying is a favorite to make it through or anything like that. But I think that they could win a matchup here or there, especially if they play the MongolZ, if they end up playing a team like Fluxo, kind of that bottom rung. I'd say that they're the top team in the bottom tier for me, if that makes sense.
Yep.
But that's my issue, right? Because when I look at all the other teams, and that's not a dig at Grayhound, because I think they are playing better. It is getting a more consistent team as well to watch. I only see the MongolZ as the one team they should beat, maybe even Complexity given what happened in Melbourne. But that's about it. All the other European teams, all the other teams who qualified for the Challenger States are on paper better than Grayhound. So it's not a dig at them, it's just everyone else is good as well.
Which is kind of weird when we talk about MongolZ, because formerly known as IHC, obviously they made waves back at Katowice, but there has been changes since then, Maui.
Right. They dropped Score. They benched him. They've obviously changed from IHC to the MongolZ, and they have picked up Heiska. And Heiska hasn't actually been that strong of an individual for this team, so you're kind of relying on some of the other names on this roster who were good at the international events. People like Annihilation and Blitz and Techno. All of those guys have proven that they have the firepower that it takes in order to find those upsets and to find some pretty good consistency in their regional matchups on top of that.
It is an upset team. We saw them in Rio. They took maps off, good teams. They won a game down there. We saw them in Pro League as well do well. We saw them also, as you said, losing Score. I'm not necessarily sure that's a good thing. They were competitive in Melbourne as well. But overall, the MongolZ is a team that when you look at the players, you look at the tendencies, they have one way of playing Counter-Strike, and that's in-your-face, aggressive Counter-Strike, let's fight. And they miss Score in that department. They miss some more individual flair, and without that, it's going to be tough for them to beat the Europeans.
Let's move on to talk about the Americas region as well. Obviously, more teams hailing through from there. And we got to talk about Team Liquid as the first team. Obviously, expectations for them to be at least making it through to the Challenger stage, if not Legends. It would have been pretty close if they were not taken down by Furia, right?
Right. In the 2-0 matchup, it was Furia versus Liquid, winner actually having a chance to secure a Legend spot. And in that third map between Liquid and Furia just simply outclassed Liquid. It was actually not even close, and it took Liquid to actually beat Nouns, and they dropped a map to Nouns in that one. That was super surprising, and actually Liquid, they kind of had a wake-up call at the RMRs where it was like, what you guys are doing right now is actually not good enough to compete, even in the Americas region, at a level where they should just be cleaning everybody up. So Liquid are going to be actually having their work cut out for them in this Challenger stage in what should have probably been a cakewalk, and they probably should have just been in the Legend stage already.
Yeah.
That's the thing with Liquid. We don't really know what to put them. We don't know what version of Liquid is coming in. We know where their ceiling is. We know how good they can play, but we also know the floor is very, very low. So for Liquid, it's a bit of a toss-up.
But Jacob, we finally heard from Yakinda. They finally had a good boot camp in Europe. 10 months after
it took 12,
he joined the
12
squad.
months, to get a proper 2-week boot camp in Amsterdam. And that's my point. I believe in Liquid to be a good team. I actually think they're going to do well at this major, given the fact they've finally been prepared, because they have a situation right now where they can't really practice in NA. Yakinda stays in Europe as well, so there's a pinged issue. Overall, it's just been a very rocky start to the year for Team Liquid, but I think if they were to step it up right here, it's definitely a team that can go all the way to the playoff.
We've obviously got some Brazilian teams that are joining the fray from the Americas region, but maybe not some of the legendary Brazilians you would expect looking at majors gone by. Unfortunately for Imperial, they don't make it to the final CSGO major.
Right. Imperial with Fallen, and really, you look at this team and what they were able to accomplish in Rio, just qualifying for that in general, it felt like a fairy tale story for them, getting into that major, this Last Dance project that has continuously waltzed around town and actually taken some scalps here and there too, beating Cloud9 actually at the Antwerp major in a huge upset victory for Imperial side, but then they don't make it, and that is Fallen not competing in, dare I say, the final CSGO major. And that's a bit of a shame for a lot of the fans out there who are tuning in to see Fallen. They care almost more about Fallen's brand than they do the team itself.
It almost felt like the Last Dance should have, ended themselves after the Rio major in a sense, because that was a beautiful story. That was a beautiful tournament for them coming into it. We also saw them in Antwerp where they did good. They beat some good teams and really put up a good fight against a lot of them out there. But overall, I'm just left with a feeling that yes, this project was bound to go down. It also speaks to the quality of the NA qualifier. I think there's a lot of Brazilian teams. Yeah. There's more and more NA teams right now who are decent at Counter-Strike. So it's no longer an easy task for a team like Imperial and for a guy like Fallen to qualify for the major.
I guess we can talk about a similar story when it comes to 0-0 Nation as well, because coldzera, obviously a legend of the game. You brought up, twice major MVP, back-to-back #1 in the world. Unfortunately, not going to be here in Paris.
No, and they kind of went out with barely a whimper at that. I mean, just getting demolished by Team Liquid, 2-0'd by MIBR, and with coldzera and 0-0 Nation, I think Pimp, for the org's sake, you'd want to see this team do a little bit better, but it's just that coldzera, he's trying to in-game lead again. I mean, Taco was the in-game leader for that roster for a while. He had to step back for just a little bit, and so I've seen some bright signs for 0-0 Nation. They actually made it to the playoffs of Pro League, which was a huge surprise, but then they just haven't really done much else other than that.
I don't know what pills you're taking to see those bright signs, to be completely honest. I haven't seen them with 0-0 Nation.
Some of the individuals are okay. I think like Dumao and Lado have a future for themselves.
Sure.
I don't know if it's on this roster, though.
The team is not working out, and Taco, being left out of the last qualifier for the major is also just a dint into what has been a very disappointing venture for 0-0 Nation and coldzera for that matter as well.
Yeah, from lows to highs, we've got to talk about the European teams that did manage to qualify here in Paris. Of course, there's a whole load of them coming over from the Europe side. We split them into two RMRs, Europe RMR A and Europe RMR B. And we've got to talk about the UK Massive to start off with, Into the Breach, going all the way through to Legends Maui. Nobody saw it coming, but man, I'm happy.
It is legitimately hilarious that Into the Breach made it, because their in-game leader of Thomas was just kind of this entry fragger, high fragging player for the side of Endpoint. He was removed from that roster for kind of interpersonal issues, and then he comes out as an in-game leader, and look at this. He takes down Virtus Pro, he takes down B8 in the 2-1 matchup, went to overtime against Na'Vi. I mean, some of these results are legitimately impressive, and so Into the Breach, they have to be proud of themselves, and I think a lot of people are looking at Cypher as this player for this roster that you need to just keep your eye on this guy, because he might be able to blow everybody out of the water.
I 100% agree. I love that, history with the games at the RMR, because they were legit putting up good fights against some of the best teams in the world. Virtus Pro, the reigning champions, outsiders, not going to be here, basically because of Into the Breach. That's part of the reason. So yeah, they were beating good teams. They were playing solid Counter-Strike, and they seem like a unit as well. I'm not going to call them mini heroic, because they're not, but it does strike me as a team that doesn't have that big star player, but they have a lot of players on the team realm, for that matter as well, who can make the difference at any given moment.
Yeah, how do you kind of view Into the Breach's playstyle then? Because it sounds like you're saying it's more of a kind of team effort rather than relying on one sole individual to kind of carry them through the matches.
I would say that Into the Breach, after watching a few of their games, I like that Thomas actually calls for a lot of different tempo shifts. Like sometimes it's a slower default, one that grinds the opponents a little bit more, and then sometimes he'll just call a rush in the very next round. And I don't know if that's from a shallow playbook, or he just thinks it's the right call because it was working at the RMR. So who am I to judge if he's going to actually find results by playing just kind of a almost random calling style? Sometimes it feels very strat roulette-y, but their defaults actually look decent against top teams that they played.
Throwing it back to the MM days. We love to see that. I wouldn't expect any less from UK.
No P90
CS.
No,
yeah,
not quite that much.
That would be amazing. We've got to talk about VP, though, as you perfectly reiterated, Jacob, the fact that this is the first time we have not seen the defending major champion make it to the subsequent major.
What a disaster. What a disaster that was for VP, right? Outsiders who ended up winning, rebranding into VP coming into this tournament, starting off fine by beating Saw. You think everything is all good, losing to Bait. Into the Breach loss, that was a big one. I don't think anyone saw that coming. And then the biggest story for me was the change of player coming into the last game against Mouz. Chiron being left out, being put on the bench. You put in Norbert to play the final game, and to me that was just a sign of desperation for VP. They knew something was awfully wrong during the RMR, and of course they weren't able to beat Mouz, and they ended up not qualifying.
It's crazy that Thomas broke this team. UK's Thomas broke the defending major champions in a best of one. Yeah, the fact that they actually changed players, like you were saying, Pimp, I mean, I've never seen anything like that. No. Even like 6-man rosters have been toyed with. This was not an attempt at a 6-man roster. This was them just hitting the panic button. The big red button on the table said, we need Norbert back. And I think a lot of people were saying like Norbert was probably their worst player at the last event, but it has to be some kind of internal issue that it's impossible to explain until we get the vlogs from James.
No, and we literally literally didn't get it explained either. They were like, let's not talk about it. No, nothing happened. It's the same person, which was kind of nuts.
It's just an amateur party, to be completely honest. If you have so many internal struggles, if you're not believing in Kyron for whatever reason, it could be his attitude, could be the way he's playing, could be the way James is calling. I don't know what the reasons may be, but the fact that you don't solve that before the biggest event of the year for yourself to qualify for the very last CSGO major, it's just too amateuristic for me to be a part of. So I don't really mind them not being here. Of course, not being here for James is a bit of a disaster, not being here as the reigning champions, but that whole amateur party they were showing up with at the RMR, you know, even the rumors with the visas and all that kind of stuff, I just can't be bothered, to be honest.
It's going to speed our days up, which is one thing that's going to help, but I think that the one thing is that it's so weird is that James twice in a row, like when he was HLTV top 20 player, who is he looking at to be a next up-and-coming star? He picked Kyron 2 years in a row, and then he's like, nah, I don't need you anymore, actually. You're not the guy that I thought you were. It's like, that's just such a weird read for that player and not being able to deal with the adversity. And you would think that a captain like James, who has actually led out of Vanguard lineup to a major finals, who has won a major finals now, would have been able to deal with that. But, you know, sometimes it's just too much for him. Yeah,
definitely strange times for VP moving forward. But obviously, we've got to talk about Na'Vi as well. They were kind of, I guess, the clear-cut favorites, maybe alongside FaZe coming out of this European RMRA. And the fact that they made it through pretty decisively, that's good for Na'Vi.
That is good for Na'Vi. Of course, the first game was a little bit rocky, and you thought to yourself, uh-oh, is this going to be a tough one for Na'Vi? Then they beat Falcons convincingly. And then the biggest event for me during the RMR Group A was the fact that we saw Na'Vi beat FaZe relatively convincingly, but NPL having a monster of a series. That was the first time we saw him enabled within Na'Vi. And that was the first time I think the narrative changed around Na'Vi as well, that we get to talk about them as being a team that potentially can raise from the occasion and be one of the favorites to win the thing. If they can fully integrate NPL and if he can find a little bit more consistency in his performances, you know when he's backed up by Symbol and Electronic and Bit for that matter, there's a lot of skill within Na'Vi. So don't count them out yet. And the RMR right here, that was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, we did some of our predictions yesterday, just kind of like unofficial. Who do we think would win the major today? And I still actually would say, I believe in Simple, I believe in Na'Vi. The consistency issue is still there, though, Pimp. I do have to say, what we saw at IEM Rio from NPL wasn't the same NPL we got at the RMRs.
Yeah.
And so
it was a one-off, you know.
It feels like it's a day-to-day thing with him. And I think that this, I mean, the Legend stage, the Swiss system there is going to be very telling for, are we getting the NPL that Na'Vi needs if they want to be competitive and actually have a chance at helping themselves lift another trophy.
Do you think Na'Vi's going to win the major?
Right now, I'd say yes.
He predicted it.
But who do you think? Who do you think?
Jacob, who did you put on your bingo card?
Heroic's going to win the major, no doubt.
And who did you put as your MVP?
Stan.
Stan. Nice generic answer there.
What about you?
Simple,
what about you, Freya? Huh? What about you?
I don't know, Buzz, maybe there's some little bees
Vitality
flying around. I don't know, zero in the name, maybe one in the game after this. I'm not sure. Let's move on to talk about the European RMRB. Obviously, we've got a hell of a lot of teams coming through there as well. Some unexpected names from that one too, as we move on to talk about that. Obviously, 9, I think, are the ones that kind of blew us all out of the water, making it through to the Legend stage straight away.
One of the most exciting teams to follow right now in European Counter-Strike. The race and level they've had and the way they play Counter-Strike, the way they approach Counter-Strike. I'm a big fan of 9, I'm not going to lie. When I watch them play, you can see that there's a lot of thought process behind what they're doing. The mid-round calling seems to be good. The individuals are starting to shine. Not like they have a star player, but Hades, of course, coming back from ENCE into 9, has regained some of that confidence he was lacking. I think all the ENCE members even said that we believe in Hades. We know he's good enough. We've seen his peak, but he just wasn't performing consistently enough. He's found that consistency inside 9. He's found a home, and right now, one of the most interesting prospects in European Counter-Strike.
9 flat out plays some of the most interesting Counter-Strike I could name, bar none. Teams like Heroic that are just super active, it really feels like 9 took a page out of their book and just always want to be the team that's a little bit more proactive than their opponents. They're never going to just sit on their heels, wait for some play to be made, try to find a good reaction in the moment while they're panicked. No, they're going to be taking the fight to their opponents constantly, and these are huge wins for them. G2, Big, and Vitality. I don't think this is the most legit 3-0 that I've seen. I don't know how you could actually make it any harder for a team like 9.
Agree. You know, you look at those teams, you look at who he's beating as well. It's fantastic to see 9 play at that level. The G2 win again in the very first game on Nuke. You know, perhaps G2, the best nuke team in the world. That was a sign of class right there coming out of 9. So yeah, overall, very, very impressive way to the major Legend states. You talk about a team like Fnatic, who didn't beat a single team within top 30, I think, to make it to Legends. And then you look at 9's route towards it, right? You beat G2, you beat Big, and you beat Vitality. All 3 teams at a very high level.
And we're talking about what 9 have been doing since that RMR as well. They've been a hell of a lot of tournaments. Sure, they haven't really made it to the top of many of them, but the fact that they're getting that practice in, that's a good sign considering that they're waiting in that Legend stage.
For teams in 2023 in official maps played, they have the second most maps played. The only team with any more is Monte. And so for 9, I actually think that the quality of games that they're playing is higher than Monte's too.
Sure.
They're playing some of the bigger cups. They're actually qualifying, making it through some of those tournaments to play things like the Blast Showdown, to play IEM Rio. They're actually punching their tickets in to bigger events. And so even though Monte might have more in terms of quantity, it's quality where 9 actually wins in both categories.
Now, we did touch on it earlier. Obviously, the Danes, unfortunately, Astralis won't be making it here to the final CSGO major. Obviously, it's a disappointment when we're talking about the historical aspect of Counter-Strike, Jacob, but I don't think we could say, you know, it's a huge upset or necessarily unexpected. Sure, we would have hoped them to make it through, but it's a different Astralis that we're talking about in 2023.
It's a complete different Astralis, right? And you use the word unfortunate. I'm not quite sure that's the case for me anymore, because I do feel like they needed that wake-up call, and they've had that wake-up call many, many times, and the lack of reaction coming out from Astralis, whether that being the management, whether that being the players, whether that being the way they're scouting new talent into the team, there's been a lot of flaws happening the past couple of years, and this is the culmination of that. Astralis not being at the last CSGO major, for them as an organization, is an absolute disaster, especially when you consider the form coming into this qualifier. That was the first time they're actually starting to play good Counter-Strike. Device came back into the lineup, he's thriving, Glaive was starting to show promising signs, Boss was upping himself as way in level, and then you look at these results, they just weren't able to get it done. Losing to Vitality 16-14 on paper looks like a close game. They were down 14-5, wasn't really. Losing to Eternal Fire, simply not okay if you're a team contesting to going into the major. Spirit is nowhere to be found right now, and then losing to NIP, who's also been struggling massively in 23. These results right here is just the recipe of a disaster for a Danish organization, as you said, who's won the most majors of all time.
To have the quality of players on Astralis in just BlameF and Device, you would think that is actually just good enough, because a lot of the top teams right now have more or less 2 stars. You think of like Vitality right now, ZywOo and Spinx. If you actually compare them person to person, Device may be just a little bit worse than ZywOo, but like BlameF versus Spinx, that's actually that's a debate right there. And so if you have those kind of pieces, that left and right hook, I would think that an IGL that has achieve such all-time great status as Glaive would have been able to put it together. But I'm glad that at least Astralis took Xyp9x out of the roster after this disappointment. I mean, I felt like that was just way too little too late. They're trying out Altex right now from the talent team. And, you know, Astralis right now, they're on a completely different journey for themselves. But I hope that they're able to put it together, just because I want to see Device and BlameF compete. That's what I want from this team.
Well, that's my point, right?
Yeah.
No one should feel sorry for Astralis, because you said it right here. Putting Xyp9x out of the team, that's 1 year too late. I remember last year at Cologne where they went to, was it the semifinal or the quarterfinal?
Semi.
That bought them another 6 months with that lineup. They thought, okay, maybe we got something here, while in reality, it was a smokescreen. So I'm not feeling sorry for Astralis, and I don't think anyone out there should feel sorry for them. This is the wrongdoings of their own, and this is the reason they're not here.
Obviously, you mentioned Vitality. That was a team that did manage to take down Astralis. It's only apt that we speak about them coming onto home soil. Obviously, I'm going to ignore the 3 Danes that are on that side and just talk about them as French, basically.
Can you ignore your bias for Vitality as well?
No, I'm not going to do that. Maybe we should have got a Maniac up on here and spit some truths about Vitality. But yeah, we have to talk about their kind of road coming through the European RMR. In terms of what you expected of them, Maui, obviously expectations super high, because not only they want to be gracing the stage in Paris, but for dupreeh, he wants to make every single major in CSGO history.
And he has. He has achieved that feat. The only player to actually qualify for every single major. It feels like we have all these players, all these people that we just think of all-time greats, that they have so much longevity, but dupreeh has achieved something that none of them can attest to. And so for Vitality going into this event, it does feel like they're ramping up at the right time. Just coming off the back of winning IEM Rio, looking like a team from those results at the RMR that everybody can, Vitality can take down anybody. G2 doesn't matter. But the only person that took him down was 9. I have a lot of respect for Nine for doing that, but I think you just look at that and Vitality, they've achieved consistency, Pimp. That's what's impressive about them now.
That's the thing, consistency, right? They're showing up consistently game after game after game. I remember the three of us standing in Antwerp, and we talked about Spinks when he was playing in ENCE, saying he was one of the most upcoming riflers right there, potentially a top 10 rifler in the entire world at the time being. We haven't seen that Spinks in Vitality before now. We saw him at Rio play a fantastic tournament. We saw him in the qualifier here do well as well, and the fact that they unleash Spinks now, that's enough for Vitality to be competitive. You have Saivu, who currently is the best player in the world, and then you have the old Spinks, who's slowly but surely starting to ramp up, and that should be enough to get you excited for it.
And when we're talking about dupreeh as well, I've caught up with him at the recent Rio IEM, and when we were talking about, you know, do you feel the pressure to be qualifying for this next major? And he was like, I've literally attended 19 of them. No, I know the drill, right? And that's a testament to his experience, his mentality, and how kind of cool, calm, collected he can be as a player, right? And I'm sure you have a lot of experience with him, Jacob, being from Denmark.
Yeah, he's one of the best teammates I've ever had, to be completely honest. Never caused any issues, would never be a bad guy to be around, would always offer solutions, would be willing to sacrifice himself, a very selfless player in that regard as well. And I think that is his new role within Vitality as well. They've been very open about it, that he's being put in positions that, personally for dupreeh, not necessarily comfortable with them, not necessarily where you get the most productivity out of him as a player, but he's willing to do that because he's well aware that you got to facilitate Spinks, you got to facilitate Saivu, you got to facilitate Magix for that matter as well. So one of the best teammates I've ever had, out of doubt.
With dupreeh, what's really impressive on top of it, though, is that what he was able to accomplish at IEM Rio sheds a lot of the doubt from before, because in my eyes, dupreeh was probably the worst player for Vitality for the past 5 months before Rio. It was actually him that was hindering the team. But if he's able to actually do what he did to teams like Cloud9, just running at them on the T side of Vertigo, just pulling off the craziest of comebacks off of his back, on his shoulders, then that's why you have to actually consider Vitality now as one of the teams that has a great chance to win this entire event in Paris.
Of course, we have to talk about the last chance qualifier as well. It's new to the major system, and that is where we unfortunately saw the departure of Cloud9. This is just an absolute abomination when we're talking about this team. We even heard them say in Rio, they literally didn't speak about not qualifying for the major coming into that next tournament. They literally got on a flight, didn't talk to each other, did some practice, came into the server, and it didn't pay off for them in Rio either.
I don't know how to phrase it for Cloud9. It's just it's a mental breakdown of some sort, right? The team obviously have enough quality to be at the major. The team is a team that, had they been here, we'd talk about them as a playoff-prone team. We'd talk about them as a team that, with Shiro and Exile, have two of the most interesting players in the world to watch. Hobbit, for that matter, who's had a good 23 so far. But I don't know what it is, Maui, and maybe you're better at phrasing it than I am, but it just feels like a mental block that is coming in every time the pressure gets to them. Every time they have to deliver some sort of result, they just cannot get it out.
Just a lack of consistency. I put it on two different things. I think it is partially the mental aspect, but I'm still not a fan of what Cloud9's system is. They have the potential to beat the best teams in the world. We see them at Dallas last year, winning the entire event, taking down FaZe in the quarterfinals of that event, and then they lose to FaZe in a studio matchup where they choked a massive lead to them on Mirage. And then look at some of the other losses, losing to Monte, I mean, losing to ENCE, a team that's, you know, looking okay, but still on the come up. You would never consider them the favorites against Cloud9. And so Cloud9 right now, I'll say this. Look at what Astralis did as soon as they didn't qualify for the major. They immediately cut a player. They knew that those results weren't good enough. And Cloud9, they just want to keep on trucking with this same lineup. And it's been to mixed results at best, I would say.
Well, that's also my point with it. I said it a couple of times. The signing of Buster made no sense to me whatsoever. The man didn't play Counter-Strike for 7 or 8 months. And the last 7 or 8 months he did play Counter-Strike in VP, he was in his worst form ever. So the man was out of form for almost a year and a half. You bring him into Cloud9 and you expect him to make the difference. Fair enough. If you didn't have any other options and you'd had to go with Buster, I would buy it. But you have the CIS region right now filled with talents left, right, and center. I've never seen that many good players coming out of a region as of right now. So it's not like Cloud9 couldn't go anywhere else. And that, to me, is sort of part of the downfall and why I'm a little bit disappointed in the decision-making as well.
And we've got to talk about the emotions that go along with this, right? Because you said crumble, collapse, absolutely coming out of Cloud9 throughout so many matches. And we saw those emotions coming out of Shiro as well, who I feel, you know, we've been robbed of seeing him at the final major.
I mean, we've been robbed of seeing Shiro. We've been robbed of seeing Exile. The fact that we're not getting who was the best rifler of last year at this event. We're not getting one of the best oppers in the world at this event. I mean, it feels very similar to not seeing BlameF in Device. And for Shiro and the emotions, I mean, he was crying mid-match. I've never really even seen that, where you just know that everything is falling apart. That it's on his face that he knows that our chances are slipping right through our fingers right now, and that we have a great opportunity to get to the major, and we're letting it go right in front of us.
It happened in Rio. It happened in Rio as well. In the quarterfinal against Mouz, third deciding map on Ancient, I believe Cloud9 were up 5-0, 6-0. Everything was running, and then everything just fell apart, and you could see the players completely lose it in the game. I think the reason why Shiro was crying in that ENCE match, he could feel that happening again, right? He'd been there before, he'd felt the situation before, and now it was all unfolding in front of him once more. And for a young player like Shiro, perhaps just a bit too much to handle.
Inversely, when we're talking about the last chance qualifier, FaZe making it through by the skin of their teeth. We're talking about the Antwerp major champions having to go to that last chance qualifier. That is not a good sign for them.
We just have seen the floor of FaZe, more or less. After winning the Intel Grand Slam at ESL Pro League most recently, the fact that it took them this much effort to make it to the major itself, it shows that in some ways, it feels like FaZe, they just take some events off, they go on for certain ones, and Kerrigan's talked about it before, that he cares about a few events in the calendar more than anything else. He cares about Katowice, Cologne, and he cares about the majors, and that is why people are still excited about FaZe, that even though they barely squeaked into this event, you still can't count them out as being one of the 5-6 best teams at the entire event.
That's the thing, right? There's two coins to that one, because yes, they shouldn't be here, let's be honest. It's the first time in major history we had this last chance qualifier where all the teams got another shot, 6 teams battling it out for one spot. Cloud9 didn't make it, FaZe did, but they shouldn't be here. The guys behind me shouldn't be here. But now that they are here, as you said, they're one of the favorites to win the entire thing. They have the experience, they have the know-how, they definitely have the player material to get up there. So yeah, FaZe probably shouldn't be at this major, which in itself would have been a disaster, but I wouldn't be surprised if they stand in the final in a couple of weeks.
And it's kind of nuts, right? We heard from Kerrigan in a recent interview that he said, you know, we got complacent. After going 2-0 up, it was like, we literally have to win one more series. That's going to happen. Oh, wait, we've lost to Na'Vi, we've lost to BNE. Oh, we've lost to Mouz. Shit.
Jeez. I just think that FaZe are the biggest procrastinators in this space. It's like you're always working on that paper. Oh, you see the due date is at 10 a.m. You say, yeah, I'll start it at 11. I'll start it at 1 in the morning. Wait a second, I need an energy drink to get me going on this one. And now you're starting at 6 in the morning, and you're just running off of fumes. And that's how FaZe got into this event. Also, making a huge comeback against Cloud9 in a game that they had to win to even get to this. Also, in the last chance qualifier, it's like, when are they going to wake up? And I hope they woke up now. I hope they're awake for this matchup.
Well, FaZe certainly having an axe to grind after almost faltering before even making it to the capital. That's going to be in their first series versus Monte, and it's coming up after this. Paris raring to get underway, and FaZe versus Monte first up on the plate. The Blast TV Paris Major begins with the squads who ended the Antwerp Major as champions, but ever since what has been a practically flawless start to 2022, the rest has been quite bumpy for FaZe, Jacob.
Yeah, it hasn't been the high-level FaZe that we like to see. It hasn't been the team that we saw in the vast majority of 22. It hasn't been the team that won all the big tournaments in Cologne, Katowice, you name it. Won the Grand Slam for that matter as well. It's been a different outlook for FaZe Clan, and I think Kerrigan said it pretty well leading up to it, that they've been a little bit complacent with their situation. They don't need it to fight to prove to the rest of the world that they were the #1 team in the world. It almost does feel like it doesn't really matter whether you're ranked #1 on the HLTV rankings. You want to win the big tournaments, and I think that's where their focus is at right now. Obviously struggling, even making it here to the Major was not supposed to happen. It was not part of the plan for FaZe, but now that they're here, I am 100% convinced that they're in a different shape and in a different outlook than what we've seen so far in 23.
I'm gonna need them to prove it to me, Pimp.
Okay.
I'm not convinced just because they're here. I know that this FaZe has come in and out of tournaments. Sometimes it looks like they're the hottest thing on the planet, scorching heat, and then sometimes it's losing before they make it to the playoffs. And I'm thinking about Katowice, where they lost to Liquid before they even made it to the arena. How Kerrigan said himself in that post-game interview, he doesn't know if he's going to get many more chances like this in his career, just given his age, given the amount of time that he's been here. But I do think that there is still a great chance for FaZe, but I still need to believe, I need to see it to believe it, Pimp. I can't just look at the names anymore. I'm not, even though they just won the Grand Slam, what they've done after that, the last chance qualifier, like, come on, get it together already. I want to see a 3-0 here, then I'll start believing.
I think the world ranking was enough for me to confirm that even when they're at their lowest low, it's one-off tournaments, right? It's not like they play 3 tournaments in a row where they don't make the playoff. They will have the occasional Katowice where it's not looking good. Then they'll win the Pro League. Then they'll have a bad tournament. Then they'll win the next one. So yes, it's bound to happen here at the Major. I'm 100% convinced that FaZe will have a good one.
Okay.
Well, what were the worrying signs for you then, looking at the RMR, looking at the last chance qualifier? Was it just a case, as Jacob said, you know, seeing that they were getting complacent in the server, kind of taking it for granted that they would just make it through because they've got really star-studded lineup?
So I've tried talking to Kerrigan about this. At ESL Pro League, was able to catch his ear just talking about, what are you going to do to raise your floor? Because I guess that's my biggest concern with FaZe sometimes. What is it that they need to do? And he said that they were starting to add more structure, trying to have more layers to their playbook, make sure that there's always some kind of action that's taking place. But still, at the RMR, even after he said that, at the RMR, at the last chance qualifier, I saw a lot of passive play. Sometimes they're just kind of sitting back, waiting for the action. And I want to say the map that has been seared into my brain the most of all of these results, the Mouz loss on Inferno, where so frequently they just had Rain and Kerrigan backed up, turtling in that B bomb site, and every single Mouz hit that they went for just worked because they had full control, they had all the space, Mouz's that is, and Kerrigan and Rain, they were just like, they just looked panicked. They just were stuck in a bomb site for the entire time. I want to see FaZe take the fight to their opponents. I don't want to see them on their heels anymore.
I was just about to say, please don't put in more structure to this team. Please don't go back to that where you need to build up a floor, because we know FaZe are at their very best when the individuals are shining, when they're willing to take the duels, and when they're showing confidence on the server.
Well, let's check in with Kerrigan ahead of this series, courtesy of Banks.
Kerrigan, FaZe coming into this Major, you've been speaking a lot on other interviews about the energy needed, you know, the importance of that time off and getting ready for it. But obviously you've not played a game just yet. So coming into this event, what does it feel like within the team? Do you get a good sense?
Actually, I think we are pretty relaxed. I think it comes down to the mindset of us thinking about, in another universe, we wouldn't be here if there wouldn't be a last chance qualifier. So I think we're just going to step in and bring the hype and the energy. We have a lot to prove to ourselves, but also to other people, but not so much that we need to put a lot of big pressure on us. It's a long tournament if you want to win it, and that's the aim we have, but we have to step up on the first day, and yeah, just bring on the heat and bring on the way we play.
And what have you done specifically to be able to do that? Because normally, right, if we compare it to other events, maybe best of threes, you know, different formats, you don't obviously having to start from so far behind and you're seeding. What has changed for FaZe to make sure you're in the best position possible in order to do this incredible potential run to win it all?
I think one of the things we did after Rio, after having a team talk, was to take extra days off and then make sure that we have less practice days, but make them really efficient. So we have to step up in not just playing to play, but really work hard and really work effective and correct the mistakes we see in practice and stuff like that. So I think by taking some days off, we brought more energy than we normally would in practice, and then obviously having our first boot camp this year, 5 intensive days in boot camp, and I think we come well prepared. But that being said, you have to deliver on the day-to-day, and the first day of every group stage at a major is the most vital one.
Yeah. Definitely, there's a lot to be gained or lost when it comes to this. And when you're looking at what you can gain against a team like Monte, I know you spoke, it was on the HLTV interview, about they can be a dangerous team. It's a team you like to look at. You obviously practice against these guys, but how do you avoid being upset? How do you plan into that? I don't believe just this whole playing your own game is a thing you can get away with anymore.
I think yes and no. I think Monte is playing so many officials that they don't have many new executes coming into the major, but they have the basics in check, they have the aim in check, they have everything in check, where the Taiwan teams probably have a lot more new stuff, but also a little more shaky maybe in the duels and the basics of the game. So yeah, playing the basics and just shooting hard. I mean, these guys shoot really hard, so we have to be really on point individually today and make sure we don't do mistakes when we rotate and have good communication. So in some say, you always want to play your own game. I think there's a lot of information about these guys, but also looking into them, they are playing the basics good, so you never know really what they're going to do. They have some tells we can use, but overall we just have to be really on point today, and that's how we need to start the major.
And is there something in particular that you've looked at that you can rattle them using your experience and probably the pressure they're feeling?
Yeah, obviously we had time to prepare and we kind of feel comfortable and confident in the veto. But that being said, I mean, it's always different when you see something in a demo and you have some ideas how you want this game to be played out. Try to vision it, but it's not always doing that. But sometimes it does, and I think we have done good to prepare the team, not over-prepare anything, but really be aware of what we need to look at and what we need to abuse in case it shows up in the server. So yeah, the default stuff, but really more intense and getting ready. And like I said, we need the guys to be fired up from day one, and I'll try to bring the energy and hype up the guys and try to live this last major as is our last life.
Yeah, interesting to get a bit more insight about the boot camping for FaZe coming into things, because we heard, you know, after Rio, they actually took 4 days off where they did not touch Counter-Strike at all before coming into that 5-day boot camp, Maui.
I actually think that's okay.
Yeah.
I actually think that's a wise way to go. You don't want to burn yourself out too much. You want to make sure that you peak at the right time. And having a boot camp right before shows that they're taking this seriously and taking a few days off. Sometimes you just step away from the game. I'm sure you felt this, Pimp. You take a step away, day or two. You come back, you're like, why am I so good at the game all of a sudden?
Yeah, it does feel good sometimes when you're allowing yourself to take a break. I remember Twist saying on Twitter as well that they were struggling mentally as well. It's been a very rough beginning to the year, very busy beginning to the year, constantly traveling back and forth. And you see it right here in quotation as well. For Twist and FaZe to feel that pressure and to feel burned out early in the season, it was probably a good idea to take the 4 days off. My point here, though, is that a lot of the other teams turning up for this major are not as tired as FaZe, haven't played as many tournaments, haven't experienced as much as these guys. Rain, for the matter as well, just became a dad as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on within these players' life, right? And right now you're looking towards FaZe Clan as a team that we know the ceiling, we know what they can produce, we know how good they can be, but are they ready for it? Have they played enough compared to teams like Pain, compared to Monte, all these teams who've been boot camping for 14 days leading up to this tournament?
I think that's the thing, right? Because we were looking at FaZe and the pressure was on for them to get the Intel Grand Slam before the time ran out. So they were going to be putting, you know, head and shoulders above effort compared to a lot of the other teams when we were coming into those tournaments that would qualify them for the Intel Grand Slam.
I would think that actually winning it at ESL Pro League took a lot of weight off their shoulders.
Definitely.
They would have been looking at Rio. They would have thought that they had to play that in some totally different way. They would have been looking at the next event after the major too and thought, oh man, we still have this Grand Slam that's just kind of weighing on us so much. But now that they've freed themselves of that burden, now that they've collected those gold bars, they know and they can believe in themselves coming into this event. We're talking about how Vitality has ramped up coming into this event. FaZe have actually done something very similar. It's just that it's had a little bit more space between it. Winning ESL Pro League, showing that they still got what it takes for a long, grueling season. Like, we know that they know how to put in the effort, but I think this game itself is just going to be a huge test and a big check in terms of what sort of mindset are FaZe in, because it does seem like if they're coming in within the right headspace, they can take it all. But if they drop the ball here to Monte, then I'm going to count them out pretty early in this tournament.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Okay. Bold prediction there. I guess particularly when we're talking about Monte's playstyle, I guess that could be pretty interesting coming into things for FaZe. I do want to bring some attention to Brokey, though, because obviously in the beginning of 2022, he was looking on incredible consistent form when they were, you know, collecting up so many trophies. Where would you compare him now, Pimp? Do you feel like we're still seeing that kind of same consistent level of Brokey?
No, I don't think we are, and that's a bit of an issue for Brokey. He's not necessarily the most consistent player out there. He has a lot of X factor to him, though. I like watching Brokey play Counter-Strike. He's the type of player that out of nowhere nowhere can change the tide of a game, out of nowhere can make sure that you go from a bad position to a better position. I always like to phrase it as he's a player that also plays on his intuition. He's not I wouldn't call him a non-smart player, but he plays a lot on his intuition, right? He's not the classic Robs or Twist for that matter, or Kerrigan, who's very calculated in the decision making, calculated in how to find entries. Robs is just doing, Broky is just doing whatever he feels comfortable with, and when he is having confidence, he's playing well, and when not, he's struggling sometimes to find that impact and to be the X factor that he needs to be within FaZe.
I just find that Broky's style itself lends itself to just putting a lot of pressure on him, like so frequently, as opposed to, say, a couple other operas in the space, like say, Simple or Monte, that are at the very top of the world right now. They're putting themselves into fights all the time, but Broky just doesn't take quite as many opening duels as a lot of these other guys. Even Zywoo will take more from time to time, but it's usually some of these other guys like Rain and Kerrigan that are the spearhead to these defenses from FaZe. So for Broky, sometimes getting involved just means locking down whatever site you find yourself in the last 15 seconds of the round, and we know that's just the most pressure you can feel as any player in the server.
Let's pivot to talk about their opponents that could potentially be receiving a baptism by fire here in Paris. That's, of course, Monte. And Maui, you brought up an incredibly apt point about what they've been doing throughout the duration of 2023. They have been attending so many tournaments, grinding out so hard.
Yes, since SDY joined the lineup a few months back, they've played 168 maps in officials, and they're winning well over half of those. They're winning roughly 2/3 of those, and I think that the addition of SDY, because they were playing with Fessor before, it elevated this team immensely. It felt like he brought some of that veteran savvy, and sure, he's not necessarily popping off the page in terms of statistics, but being a solid 1.09 player, one that is reliably fragging for Monte and bringing whatever those experiences were back to Monte from Na'Vi. You know that they've upgraded their playbook, but it's not actually SCY that I think has caught Pimp and my attention for this team, Pimp. It's been Boros.
He's been lights out. He's been absolutely lights out. He's been playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. The way he performed during the RMR was way above what anyone could have expected coming out of Boros. I was looking up his stats as well and making sure to look at his development as well from 2020 and up until 2023. Every single year he's gotten better and better and better. And now we finally see potentially the peak right here. Young is flanking him pretty well. You see the difference in his stats as well from coming from Na'Vi, where he didn't get a lot of space, didn't get a lot of responsibilities, were put in sort of like a placeholder position. He's now feeling he has to make the difference here together with Boros. Another player you can put under the loop as well would be Roro2K. Online, in those periods, in all those maps, he's performing very, very well. But in the RMR at LAN so far, he's been very underwhelming. And he used to be a star player. He used to be the guy who could make the difference on the server. So two sides of going right here. Either we haven't seen the best of Monte, because if you can activate both Young, Boros, and Roro, you have a trio of players who can really make a lot of damage. Or you're looking towards Roro as a player who just can't perform at the highest level. And that could be an issue for Monte.
Well, speaking of Roro2K, let's go ahead and check in with him ahead of his first game in Paris.
And the fact that you guys are in a situation where the team's looking really good, but you're now without a coach coming into it. What does that change for you guys?
Maybe it's a bit moral change, but overall we already play without coach, and we prepare for this. Before our when coach went to Ukraine, we was understanding most likely he will not come, and we was preparing for this. Yes.
Well, that's good that you're prepared and you know what's going to happen. I've been looking at your recent results as well online. Things have been looking great for your team, but you haven't played any of like the elite, right? The tier 1 teams. Do you think that matters coming into this event?
I think we can do the same like online and play another game, and we will show our the best Counter-Strike here.
And you guys were on boot camp as well for quite a lot of time, but now obviously there's more demos, there's more things that the other teams can look at it when it comes to seeing what Monte have. What do you feel was the biggest benefit of your boot camp? How much have you been able to change specifically for the major?
I think we add a lot of stuff on boot camp. Overall, like yeah, we wanna go to home, but we stay on boot camp, and we was full preparing for this tournament. That's it.
And with having a boot camp that's so long, tell me about the energy and the motivation with the team. Do you feel like you still have high energy? Because it must be quite tiring.
Our motivation is so good because it's our first major, and we want to show our best. It's, I can say it starts for us, for everyone like player, except Vitya, and yeah. We want to show the best. Motivation is very, very good.
I like it. That's very positive to hear. And you're coming into this as a higher seed than FaZe, but do you still consider yourselves the underdogs in the matchup?
No, I don't think we are underdogs. We played versus them Prague before. We know how they play, and I think we Overall, I think we can beat everyone here.
Confident words from Woro2K, and that's exactly what we like to hear. Let's pivot the conversation back to Boros, though, because during the RMR, obviously, he just blew us all out of the water, particularly when it came to that opening ability and rounds. And you had quite an interesting point about him, Maui. You know, he's not just this kind of, pea-brain entry fragger that we would call it. It's very calculated as well, right?
Yes, and even though he had about a 30% attempt rate on opening duels, it wasn't that he was just flying at his opponents all the time. Sometimes he's actually playing back, and based off of the system that Monte have created, he's just the first person that's going to make contact, and it's not necessarily just throwing him. Like, don't think of Yakindar when you think of Boros. They're two completely different styles of entry fraggers. Yes, Boros will approach his opponents sometimes, but it's sometimes a little bit more calculated, and it's just more that Monte are almost trying to funnel their opponents to him. Like on Connector on Mirage, for example, they're going to just run at him, and the thing is that Monte are comfortable letting Boros be that first point of contact.
He seems very flexible in that regard as well. I remember the interview Sumda Young did during the RMR when they said Nafany is playing Connector, Boros, go at him, Yeah. It's sort of like a dog you can just release sometimes, and you just go and bite the opponent. And he has that ability to be hyper-aggressive, to look for the fights. But as you said, there's some calculated stuff coming in from Boros as well. Seems very flexible, feels very calculated. Seems like a player that right now is taking that step to the next level. I said it coming into it as well. Sure, Monte is a very interesting team. They could go through right here. They could end up in the Legend stage. But right now, Boros is also auditioning to the rest of the world. There must be tier 1 teams right now that has Boros on their radar, thinking if he can perform at the major, that's a player we need to secure for Counter-Strike 2 coming after.
As Wario alluded to as well, unfortunately, a little dent in Monte's armor. Their coach won't be standing behind them, and that's tough for any team to be facing, right?
That's really tough. I mean, LMBT unable to come to the major due to world circumstances is extra tough because Woro isn't really a bred IGL. Like, he's an Opper first star player at that, and he has been calling for them from time to time, but you would have thought that LMBT was probably giving him a huge hand, because it's not that Woro2K came up in this space and was this brilliant caller that just decided to start opping. It was more like he was an Opper first, caller later, and when you have that kind of just rise, then you are always going to be depending on that guy behind you. Those timeouts, they're so vital to actually putting together some kind of plan, and that to me is almost going to say maybe someone like SDY needs to chime in a little bit more. The players with a little bit more experience need to help Woro2K out when his head is hitting the wall.
I think that's the case, yeah. I think Sumda Young is getting more responsibility within this squad. I think that's been the case as well ever since he was joining. Obviously, having played with Blade, I think you can learn a lot from being part of that Na'Vi stint. So a lot of the good stuff coming from Na'Vi is probably being brought into Monte, and that's also what Kerrigan gave them credit for. Yes. They do the basics very, very well. It's not just a team of 5 players running around playing FaZe or playing FPL. There's some brains behind the madness as well, and they are looking very, very solid.
Let's bring up the veto for this one. Obviously, for the duration of the first and second day of the Challenger stage, we will be seeing mostly best of ones going down. That's going to be the first round of matchups. Any map that you're hoping this one goes to, Maui?
I really would have hoped that this would have gone to Mirage. I just feel like it's a map that Monte showed so much on throughout the RMR, and so they're going to let it through. Other map would probably be Ancient, and okay, FaZe actually banning Mirage here to go to Ancient. That's a bit of a surprise, because just think back to that last major where they were eliminated by Bad News Eagles. The reason they were eliminated is because they wanted to ban Ancient so that they would play Vertigo. And so FaZe starting this major with, in a way, letting the map go through that they actually didn't want to play last major. Like, it's a big shift for FaZe, and I think that that means to me, actually, Pimp, that they probably game plan for this in particular, knowing it'd be let through.
That's a sign of respect right there, because FaZe, they don't mind playing Mirage, they just don't want to play Mirage against Monte.
Yeah.
It's one of the best maps. It is a map we saw Boros go absolutely nuclear on during the RMR, and a map they've been very consistent on. So yes, I think you're right in your analysis right here, that you're looking towards FaZe and the way they approach this veto. Sure, they could have gone for Mirage, but they're respecting Monte. They're preparing for Monte, and they have a game plan specifically for Ancient.
Man, they're showing anger coming into the first game of Paris. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the stats from Monte on this particular map. 22 times played in the last 3 months compared to 7 for FaZe. It's really true that they've been grinding a lot of these tournaments.
Yes, and they're on a 6-game win streak right now, Monte. They've taken down a couple of strong teams on it. They took down ENCE. I wouldn't say 9 is too strong on this map, but they took down Apeks, actually. I think really the ENCE victory for me is where actually you have to think that Monte know what they're doing on this map, though. And for FaZe, they've played it a couple times lately. They're on a 2-map win streak on it right now, but I still don't know if FaZe love this map. I don't think that they've actually completely changed from where they saw it last time around. They're almost just saying, we just like Vertigo less. Like to me, it's usually like the 5th best map for FaZe, maybe their 6th best map, Pimp.
there's two sides to the coin of having played Ancient 22 times in 3 months. One thing is you're very hot on the map, you're very comfortable with the map, you feel the map, you have a lot of know-how, a lot of learnings, but there's also a lot of information put out there for FaZe Clan. And if you're Monte, right, had it been FaZe Clan who had played 22 times in 3 months, it would never happen given the stature of the team, but they would be able to change the way they play. They have experience, they have the know-how, they've been together for a long time. If you're Monte, you only have a game plan A, maybe a game plan B, but you don't have enough time together, you don't have enough experience to change up the way you're playing that frequently. So I think FaZe is having a bit of an upper hand in terms of preparation coming into Ancient.
And that's exactly what Carrigan alluded to in the interview, right? He said there's a hell of a lot of tape to go off for Monte. But Maui, you talked about, what you were desiring to see from FaZe during the RMRs and the last chance qualifier, talking about how they maybe weren't as proactive as you would like. Do you think they're going to have to really be pulling that out of the bag, particularly going up against Boris, that we know is going to be a really aggressive force?
Yeah, I definitely do. I do think that with this one, just the fact that it even went to Ancient, to me, says that they're going to be coming in with that plan to probably be aggressive, to know where they want to actually start every single fight. Because in some ways, I don't think Monte thought this was even going to Ancient. I thought that when they left those 2 maps in, they probably thought for sure FaZe is going to be banning out Ancient. We're going to be playing Mirage. And so FaZe, I think Pimp and I have already just talked about the fact that the prep is there for them, that they are the ones that have dictated where this battlefield is taking place. And that's why I actually just am going to favor FaZe in this one pretty convincingly.
So you're thinking that Warrior 2K is wrong, and they actually are a dark underhorse, if not definitely not favorite.
There's a lot of dark underhorse in this tournament.
Any hope for them? Is there anything that you think they could pull out of the bag to potentially, upset a former major champion?
Yes, I do think FaZe have shown weaknesses on Ancient, inconsistencies, and I think that's the general theme, but I also do expect FaZe to show up at this tournament much better prepared, that is. So, no, not really. One player I want to put under the spotlight, one player that usually steps up to the occasion is Rain. He doesn't get enough credit for how well he's playing at the biggest of the biggest tournaments. We saw him in Antwerp, obviously, playing lights out, being one of the biggest difference makers for FaZe Clan in that regard. Rain, I'm going to say it out loud right here. As I said, he just became a dad. He's been around for forever. He has different priorities in life potentially as well. This could be the last time we see Rain play at a major. Potentially could be the last time we see Rain play in FaZe Clan unless they're going to attend a couple of more tournaments. So I think Rain is very, very motivated to potentially end off his Counter-Strike career winning a major. So I expect a lot from him at this tournament.
Right. With Rain, I mean, on top of that, position-wise, I think he was one of the first people we called the caveman on this map. Just always being able to wallbang those players. And I think that Cave has changed a lot since then. I think that Rain has actually done pretty well to keep up his form on this map. But one thing that I think Monte has to actually really consider is that Rops and Twist really lock down that A site. And that's where a lot of teams like to go on Ancient nowadays. Just over and over again, trying to attack that other side of the map, the less favored side generally. And so I just think that for me, Rain, I want to see him perform well, but I think Twist is also going to be a huge point of contention. Fighting mid early on, fighting in Donut early on. I think that's something that Monte is going to try to test with. And Twist, I think his form has been kind of up and down for me, Pimp. I haven't actually always loved what I've been getting from Twist tournament to tournament.
Considering how good he is, considering how strong of an aimer he is, he has been a little bit inconsistent as of recently. I expect a lot from Twist because I think he has one of the best raw aims in the game of Counter-Strike. So I'd agree with you. It has been slightly disappointing in that regard, but I look at Twist and I feel like he's a player that is stepping up for the big occasions. When he's needed, he will be there one way or another. So I'm not necessarily worried, and I'm trying to buy into your argument that I should be a little bit worried about FaZe Clan, but I'm having a hard time convincing myself that the guys behind me right here, with all that experience, with all that skill, is not going to be able to stand the test of Monte.
Well, we are ready to be getting this show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ancient that is going to be gracing the stage for the first map of the Blast TV Paris Major. Harry and Hugo, let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, thank you very much, Freya. Oh, this is it's gonna be sick, man. On one side, you've got FaZe. This is a team, obviously, that are kind of competing for a bit of a legacy, almost, right? It's been said that they've kind of won all there is to win in Counter-Strike, and they're looking for one big final dub heading into the major. They had to grind through that last chance qualifier. They nearly didn't make it, for crying out loud. And then on the other side of things, you've got Monte, this team that have been grinding. To put a set of numbers to that, Monte in the last 3 months played 141 maps. That is more maps than Na'Vi, FaZe, G2, and Heroic combined across the last 3. They've played 136 as that collection of teams, where Monte is still above them at 141. So they're really grinding right now.
Those are some terrifying numbers, Harry. Terrifying numbers indeed for FaZe, but I want to hold faith in this team. I think it's a matchup they must win, a matchup they must come in confident and prove themselves. Launders told me this yesterday, and it kind of blew my mind, even though it is a bit obvious. The last time FaZe won a match at a major was that grand final at Antwerp over Na'Vi RV, right? They got nothing done in Rio, so both times really. So now FaZe, pressure really is on for these boys to take down, you know, an underdog, sure, but definitely the hottest underdog we have right now, maybe with the exception of 9. And I'm glad FaZe got rid of Mirage just to end it there as well. Don't fuel Boros in the connector. We go to Ancient in a BO1 opener here for the Blast TV Paris Major. And it's a map that Monte have a streak on, right? 6 in a row, 9 out of the last 10. They've beaten ENCE here. They've beaten 9 who haven't. But for FaZe, yeah, while this has been a mainstay of their map pool across, you know, the entire time Ancient has been in active duty, it's still not going to be easy. There's plenty of data for Monte. You know they've come in prepped, and I can't wait to see what FaZe are going to bring to the table here, if they're going to play with any amount of respect against these very hungry young players willing to prove themselves on a big stage.
Yeah, you know, when we heard from Carrigan earlier on, he kind of spoke about how he doesn't really feel that Monte have had the time to change much, right? He says that they have the fundamentals down, but I think that maybe gives someone like Carrigan a big degree of confidence, knowing that he's coming into today with a good bit of research under his belt. I like this. I like this view.
Yeah, great shot.
That's sick. Okay.
And I think we're getting in here as well soon, Harry. So waiting in spawn for the first map of the major right now. It's an exciting time. Some have even said it's the last CSGO major. So we're going to have to find out who's going to be taking trophies here as we await map 1 on Ancient. BO1s across the day, folks. We've got them coming to you on both streams over on Blast TV as well. So check it out as we get into our first match of the day. It's FaZe Clan. It's Monte. The Blast TV Paris major has officially begun.
The beginning of the end is now upon us. And here we go. It's Monte with a CT side start. Already out into middle. Twist is here trying to take him down. He does like a bit of a mid fight, does Twist. He's very comfortable here. Both sides of the map even. Ooh. One way smoke spotted out over in top mid, and 2 players playing over the top of it. Twist is keen to get involved. He doesn't want to overplay his hand here. He's kept them at bay in middle while his teammates have secured this B site. Rain is the man to open, and Carrigan alongside him going to make quick work of Monte before they even really get set up to retake this round.
Love that from FaZe. It's a statement, and no better duel, I think, to go on than, you know, the MVP of FaZe's major win in Rain, taking down the star of the show in Boros, right? Straight up long and straight in with a pistol round come FaZe. I like how Maui's discussion lent towards Rain as well on the desk, talking about the cave position, about how we've called him the caveman in this spot, and Rain's going to go on and slaughter everyone in this pistol round. But this guy, yeah, he's kept it going, and obviously cave, a position that's changed a lot considering we had affected spawns for CT sides getting there later. That first room of Jaguar, we call it, isn't necessarily a guarantee anymore for CTs to take control, and so we'll have to see how much pressure is put on the lane side coming into some of these gun rounds for FaZe, whether Rain can do it on T and CT alike. Pistol rounds taken, Monte come in with a force buy, and FaZe have plenty of rifles to deal. Molly immediately. Carrigan's got some control. It does fall a little bit short, but he recognizes that. Monte realize they lose the cave. They want to go fight ramp instead. 3 players moving through. Silent for now, but Rain is here with a rifle.
Yeah, he's going to have his work cut out for him and run down by the first man. Kraz now finds him. And so now Carrigan, wanting to try and keep them at bay, lock them in with that smoke over at lane, gives him a little more freedom to move in with the rest of the team. Monte call the bluff, they come through. Boros out on an island.
Uh-oh.
Brokey tries to move back up to deal with it, but this smoke is nice. You see, like FaZe, they just tried to get this mid control, and they've been locked out at every single turn, right? Denied presence over towards Donut, smoked off over on the lane. So suddenly all their efforts are in vain in this round, and it grinds to a bit of a jarring halt here. These are the rounds where, you know, when this sort of happens, it starts to get out of hand very, very quickly. Everything you've tried has been disrupted. The util's been in your way now to kind of take the pace out of the round. Slowing it down here isn't the end of the world. It gives them a time to regroup and try to play this 3v5, but you know, in amidst all of this, Monte have repositioned as well, and they're now replenishing some of this utility over towards B. So FaZe have really got their work cut out for them. This is going to be like a final 10-second push into the site, and so the entries have got to come cleanly.
If Boris gets one kill, he might have done his job from this position, anchored in with seconds to spare. FaZe move up the ramp. There's a flash, but Boris is unperturbed, undisturbed until Brokey jumps the corner. The bomb's loose. It's unwinnable for Rops. He can get all the kills. He cannot plant. Monte will win that force buy. FaZe cannot sit pretty. They cannot relax. Immediately put under the hammer, and Monte get all the kills and save an AK to boot. That could not have gone better for the underdogs, stealing it away in the second. And I love the way they play that. It's so active. They realize they lose Cave. They take a lot of space. They funnel FaZe into the double setup in Donut. FaZe lose fights on both sides of the map, and they have to just desperate panic back into B. Great round from Monte. And that's the worst case scenario, right? You never want to lose second round after winning pistol. Look at what FaZe have, man. It's even less than Monte brought to the table. A couple of smokes. They want to run an exec, and DemQQ is already ahead of it.
Oh, only the one and done. Waro 2K here was meant to get these trades, but instead ends up feeding Rain. Sumdai Young tries to make a play quickly, wants to try and deny this control out through main. Sumdai Young is served up on a silver platter, and now they spot the man at default as well. Rain's having one hell of a game right here.
Yeah, he has started rip-roaring, ready to go. Even that kill in main with the Deagle should never have been his. Monte with a double aggressive push. And well, suddenly they'll get a taste of their own medicine, won't they? Arming their opponents and leaving just this young star on the flank. He can't go for it.
Gotta say, it's very, very promising having Rain looking this good out of the gate, right? We often say he's kind of a big game player, right? Yes. When the pressure's on, Rain will come alive. And I think with, you know, all majors, there's extra pressure because, you know, it feels that much more tied to the game. This is like the crowning jewel achievement in Counter-Strike. But, you know, the fact that it is the last one in Global Offensive, I think adds a kind of unique pressure to the table. And it wouldn't surprise me if that kind of makes Rain a bit of a diamond here throughout the play-in stages. I would love to see him, you know, start strong in the challenger stage and then still keep that up, moving all the way through to the playoffs if FaZe can get there.
Yeah, I love the way you frame that in big game player, because like on paper, sure, this isn't a big game. It's an opener matchup. You can lose a couple of BO1s, you can still recover. But for FaZe, on the flip side, it is a big game because if they're a team that, while we could see winning the whole thing, they're also a team we could see underwhelm and drop out in the challenger stage. We've already seen it before. So I think for FaZe, every game is a big game right now, and so good to have Rain on your side. Gets that molly in immediately, and Jag is under their control. The back and forth affairs have begun early, and more Deagles for Monte. FaZe will take mid. They've got a lot of room here. Can never be assured that Donut is clear, and so FaZe will be willing to use a lot of utility, and it helps that no one's there. This is all a bit of a ruse right now, as FaZe can climb back up B if they want. Rops and Brokey outside of the A site. We see Rops with a myriad of executes available, plenty of smoke lineups, but not available in this round. Most of the util's been thrown out. FaZe will recommit to Donut later and go for an A hit. Monte are all here.
The scout makes contact, but they don't know the true numbers inside of this site. Even though they've dealt with that first man, the boost now plays into it. But FaZe is swift with the reply. Out comes Krasnal with the Deagle, and it's a lot of damage, but denied at the end by Rain. That's just the kind of safety net on that round.
He's multi-killed every round FaZe have won, right? 3K on the pistol, sure they lose second. 3Ks in the third round, 2Ks there. He's saved FaZe in this beginner, no doubt about it. God, what a terrifying round right now. But the fact that FaZe can keep that in their pocket when the scout gets 2 tags off and the first kill goes to Monte up in A main, that's impressive. It doesn't get too out of control. Nades in mid, pretty expected, pretty standard, and so no one makes a mistake. Rops lobs his in, but they delay it instead. That's fantastic. Now it's going to have to just be this B hit. FaZe will get up and ahead of it. They recognize the threat and they avoid it completely. I love those very delayed nades. They realized that FaZe weren't going to be going insta out mid on an anti-eco. Late T-side mid takes are far more common nowadays. Just to get after that CT utility, the molly and nade combos. And so FaZe can feast now and get rid of these pistols. But from what was a worrying start with FaZe losing round 2, more than made up for now. There's no reason to chase this, but the bomb radius is massive. Brokey goes this way, he'll die. Yeah, he has to
Brokey
commit.
now realizes, like, oh dear.
He's in trouble. He's dead. Yeah, okay. Well, do they get the AK? No, probably not. Ooh, yes, last second. Moro finds it, but FaZe still find 4-1. This was nice. Don't see that every day. But it's only a Mac 10.
Still, you know, I think now the Monte have got all the little bells and whistles. They've done some great work in rounds where they've had even limited util at making FaZe's life miserable. So this is where you're hoping they can kind of get right back on the board.
Delayed BXX, they wait the molly, they smoke it last second, and they go.
Oh, they can't. Whoa, Boris nearly caught with util out inside of the site. He will just make it back in a cave. Trade places, but Monte are here knocking down the door on the backstab. They've got full lane control. FaZe are in a bit of a weird spot here. They've had to try and push up and pressure, take long away. Bomb is planted for them at least. They go swinging down at the ramp. It's an awkward fight for Twists & Co. And Carrigan should be a dead man here. He's going to get run down. Yeah, that one gets very confusing, right? Once they lose lane, they go to try and take long, but then it feels like they kind of decided against it, knowing that there were a lot of players coming up through ramp. They saw at least, you know, 2 over towards lane, and they knew there was at least 1 player in cave.
Yeah, it seemed like they changed their mind last second and wanted to either move back towards cave or site, but they did it as the cave smoke faded. So they're just swinging ramp for fights or to reposition, and then the cave players also crossfiring. So FaZe get a little caught out in the madness there. It was a very uncomfortable round to begin with in a 3-on-5. But CT control was really their only way in. Big round from Monte on the defense, and Warriors even got his AWP as well into this rifle round. They blanket mid, and Sundar Young will climb up as well. They're just so active. Look at this control.
Oh, and over in mid, Demq might be blind, but he's still going to line them up. Rain reclaims 1 on his lurk over towards lane, but he's tagged up. He can't really commit to this any further. The bomb's going to move back around and join him. However, Monte have got the util to just keep, you know, keep denying this presence through the doorway. They've dropped in another piece of utility, and now they've set up this crossfire. Sundar Young is challenging down into mid, but he's also able to turn around and help out when FaZe try to come through this door.
It's a good sell, because if anything, it might make FaZe check the wrong 50-50 angle here, and Krasnal's just a little bit wider, so he can guarantee to cover his teammates back. FaZe need to flash this angle. They only have 1, though. Rops leads, or Rain rather. He dies immediately, and now Rops must use his flashbang to get Brokey in position. But they know it's a crossfire. Molly's good. Krasnal backs up, and they line up for him. 1 more kill. He is causing problems here for FaZe, and Rops, at what cost, takes that trade. 1v3, running away, and Monte will not let him save in this round.
Yeah, they know they've got him boxed in. You can just weight this down long enough where if he got the kills, there's no world he can win it anymore. And they can look to remove this gun. You know exactly where he is.
Yeah.
And so at least 1 player should eventually make this move to go hunting.
They don't have to, right? There's an argument to build up your own money. You know Rops is pretty crispy, but yeah, 2 players together feels like a guaranteed trade at this point. They know they've done a lot of damage, so they'll have a little look-see at the end, and they will get that trade that they were vying for. Fantastic round for Monte again. The proactive nature of the CT side, man. They kill him after time. This is crazy. That should never happen, right? DemQQ just lines up a double in mid-blind, but even that lane take off the back of it, allowed by DemQQ, let Sundar Young climb up, assist towards B. They push down ramp again. Monte have not been waiting for FaZe to make moves. They are happy to initiate.
You know, and in 2 of the 3 rounds that Monte have won now, there's been these deaths after time for FaZe. So this is like on its way to causing the money problems early on. They're having to just take an eco now. Play the round out with Deagles. Now, last time, they were able to find some success in their low buy. But this one doesn't inspire the same confidence. Boros, he is going to check for it. And so he opens the round, takes it one step further as Carrigan thrust into the crosshair as well. And I mean, now with lane taken, this has been a bit of a staple of the Monte CT side so far, right? Really wanting to take this control away and look at the triple layered setup here. Like, you're not getting through these doors.
He's anti as well.
FaZe ain't walking through this door.
Well, they're going to have to try eventually. Don't want to save Glocks. The Krasnal will remind them why it's not the move. Sees a shadow and takes an easy kill. They just sweep the board clean. Monte level the playing field at 4-4. Competitive early. They get momentum sucked out of them early as they win a force buy, but then FaZe go on to do it right back. But as soon as we give Monte guns, they remind us who they are. Still no T-side AWP for Brokey, and part of that is the money issue you were talking about with these deaths after time, these denied saves for FaZe. So Monte right now are the ones in control. This is an audacious position for an AUG, but the benefit of this is the one-shot headshot that the M4 doesn't possess. Sure, it's kind of, you know, a juxtaposition between the fact that the AUG is better at range, but also more damage up close. We'll see how he makes it work. If they walk around this corner, he will obliterate them, but he hears them leaving. DemQQ can flank, Warrior hits the mid shot, and FaZe getting cut apart.
Oh, now they know. Hang on. DemQQ locked in this fight. Oh, and he is going to win it. That's the bomb away from FaZe Clan. The remaining two are churned up on the ramp push. Rain is a dead man. And so Monte with a very, very clean 5th round. That is a huge way to win it. Like, FaZe never even really had like that moment where you go, okay, this round's getting out of hand. Let's slow it down. Like, the round was done in a matter of seconds. The moment they try to get out mid, you know, they're triple killed by a guy from top red, Donut, AWP, and then when they go back with the bomb, that's when they run into DemQ, who's pushed all the way through main. So it's like, as far as, you know, FaZe felt in that round, it was like instantly the round was over. As soon as they tried their opening move, that was it. Round done.
There was a gap in the red smoke as well, a pretty sizable gap.
Yeah, Young played through it. It almost looked intentional for him, but
I don't know if he blocked it or dropped his own. FaZe was throwing util, so I think it was theirs.
No, and if it is theirs, that's worrying.
It was a big hole. I want to say he blocked it, but I have no evidence to back up my claim. Just like, I'm giving FaZe
Don't become a lawyer, man.
I'm giving FaZe the benefit of the doubt that they don't do that. Like, that's horrendous, that smoke. So maybe I'm wrong.
I'll keep my eyes on it.
Yeah.
See if he's doing anything weird.
All right, FaZe can try and bludgeon B now. They've got nothing to lose with Tech 9s. Get that volley in. Krasnal tries to play ahead of it, and that right there is the difficulty of Cave with those spawns. Rain's now armed, and you said he's been the big game player, Harry. Well, they need him more than ever. Spammed out, almost dead. It's up to the B hold. Brokey hits one, but Boris swinging with flashbangs and very well set up by his squad. Puts him right there for the round. It's up to Rain again.
Oh, and that nade tickles him down low with the AWP to finish off. A convincing hold for Monte. Yeah, they take a fair few casualties, but I really like the way they play in these moments, man. Like, they heard the footsteps over towards B. They could tell that was an up-tempo pace being played by FaZe. They pull everyone around, right? And at every kind of turn in this round, they were flashing for each other. They were trying to go for these aggro peaks. A lot of teams like to turtle in, you know, kind of try to play the crossfires. But for Monte, it was setting up player after player, just throwing fight after fight down range towards FaZe. It's a stylish way to win the round.
Oh, they don't smoke mid for the first time on this CT side. Warrior wants to fight it instead. He doesn't fire on the flash. He really wants to get something out of this, but they've seen his position. He has to smoke a Molotov. FaZe are trying to keep the pressure on. Great assisting utility again from Monte, but Warrior is still committed to this fight.
There's a lovely double mid setup here, right? Right above Warrior, you actually had a second man, right? Just leaning in some Young, playing over the top of that one-way at red. So even if they tried to punish the AWP there, it feels like it would have at least been traded.
Rain knows there's no way that he's anywhere but this corner. And he hits the shot. consistent as ever, 14-6. The one hero right now for FaZe, the one player you feel like you can rely on, and FaZe will have to in this round. They go all back to B off of that opening kill, and now Monte must make concessions, must make a gamble. Boros is even leading out of the bomb site, but Sundar Young's come to reinforce it. They have no util. It's all up to gunfights in this round for Monte. On paper, this should be a FaZe round. Can Monte do anything to change the tide?
There's this one flash on Boros that could be used to set up his ramp man, but wrecked by the first flash, and so the line crumbles quickly for Monte. This defense torn through. FaZe Clan find a way in.
Still believing.
Waro 2K, it's ballsy. He's trapped out behind this smoke.
Nice.
And he will die as it fades. So there we go. FaZe back on the board. They break that 5-round streak that Monte were on.
Karrigan making a heroic play. He realized he had to. He jumps through that ramp smoke to set Twist up for 2 trade kills in that round. And yeah, Twist does what he needs to close it out. Important shots. And that AWP, sure, there was plenty of money. That's why Waro's going for it. FaZe, focus FaZe, making noise, coming in with another gun round after a bit of an absence, because it was 5 in a row for Monte. Once they hit their rifles, FaZe going to go back to what works.
Brokey is the AWP, so they throw him up on the boost. But here's this lane take from Monte. They play over the top of these smokes, they push down the ramp, and they lock FaZe out of the lane.
This is some incredible lane control in the CT side. FaZe have not, when Monte wants it, Monte get it. There's no question. The double jump through the smoke and a ramp player walking down. And there's more.
Yeah, the thing I love as well is like they're pretty fluid with it. Like once they actually have lane, they're down to go and explore other avenues here. Like Rops, this could be a lineup, but it's just the one and done. Boros with the trade, and now it's all left to Karrigan. They know that he was one of the players that pushed down the ramp side, so Karrigan feels safe to go running in with this bomb, and that's going to give him a route in the clutch. Karrigan normally good in these clutches, but not today, as Boros is quick on the rotate back through cave. Puts a stop to him.
Yeah.
You breathe a little sigh of relief there if you're Monte. You really didn't want Karrigan to find a way to bring that into the 1v1 with the bomb planted, and it never gets that far.
I just love that move to double jump through that smoke on the cave side. It's just so unexpected. I've never seen anything like it. And Monte, the freedom of being the underdog here is that you're never scared. You have no reason to be scared. You're expected to lose this game, sure, with all the upset potential in the world, with all the, eyes on you. You don't have to let FaZe play their game. You can be obnoxious. You can be obtuse. You can do what you did in the RMR that got you here. And so they continue to keep an up-tempo on this CT side. We might have an AWP head-to-head. Robs is lining up that flurry of util into this A site, but Waro is in the right place at the right time.
Oh, he's caught by that flash more than he would have liked, and it kind of forced him off the angle. Playing through the smokes is Sundar Young. There's a whole wall down in the site, and he's catching mollies left and right. Sundar Young manages to get out of there and stay alive. That keeps the 4-on-4 open. You can see how scary it is. FaZe don't really want to plant this bomb. And luckily enough, they won't. MQQ relieves them of that duty. Waro 2K takes out Brokey in amidst all the chaos. And now that util, that smoke screen has faded, it's to the advantage of Monte. The wallbang comes in, a barrel spotted, and Rob's knocked out of the round. It's all onto Rain. He's grabbed the bomb and he's going to run away.
Psych.
Make the footsteps, come back in. First man in Donut has fallen for this, and they've not seen him crossing back out of main. He's got the drop on Waro here. This has got the makings of something for Rain. First kill found, and he knows about the Donut player. 20 seconds left on the clock. He's going to get the bomb planted. Rain in with a chance. This was a 1v2 when it begins, and now there's just one man left to beat.
No kit, no smoke, and an open plant for Rain to await. The MQQ has to make the first move. This sneak is nothing. He needs to tap. Rain is ready. hears that, knows exactly where his opponent lies, and Rain are ready to force the fight, ready to win the first clutch out for FaZe. Another tap, he's got him right where he wants him, but he can't win the fight. It's going to be close, but I think DemQQ has got it in the 1v1. Oh, I don't... Oh, maybe not.
Oh, no!
Oh, it's FaZe with a 1v2 from Rain.
4 short on the defuse.
Peaks just late enough. A sigh of relief, I think, for FaZe after that one. There was no guarantee.
Beautiful from Rain there. Wonderfully done. And, you know, it's in those little moments, right? Like, I think a lot of players, if you were going to try and fake the footsteps like that, might have waited longer to recommit. But Rain is so decisive in that move. And, you know, he kind of plays up to the experience and the idea that maybe Monte in that 2v1, a team that are very mobile, that like to roam the map, are going to fall for the footsteps and try to play ahead of it. So he kind of calls their bluff there and works out beautifully. Deagle opens up this round, and there's still the AWP in play on Waro. He nails his side of the deal, and Boros keeps offering up kills in defense of this B site. Bomb now getting planted for FaZe, sure, but it's a 2v5 that they've got to hold on to. Bit of damage done to Open. Twister's going to try and take space, and he will do exactly that. Now it's just the cave hold left to deal with.
You just can't relax. Not for a moment. Krasner, oh, they just end it in an instant. FaZe pull back a 2-on-5, and then Monte saved the day with a double. Just coming straight through cave. There was no question whether those last two players were inside of there for FaZe, and they still can't convert it. Nice try from Twist, but Monte win the half at a bare minimum on the CT side. There's something to be said for that as well. This map has definitely gotten more T-sided, and when you consider FaZe's favorites as well, as you definitely should, Monte right now are as competitive as we wanted them to be in this matchup, as we expected after their performance on the RMR. And Boros, who had a few quiet maps to begin, or a few quiet rounds rather to begin, has really stepped up massively. Meanwhile, on the B stream, Pain 11-1. Not much going on there for Fluxo.
Krasnal to Open. Raid, as he does best, gets a trade over towards Cave. FaZe looking to split the difference in round 15 and offer up one more here. They've kept it even for themselves now. They're going to try and take middle. It's smoked down, and oftentimes Sumdayoung's been playing over the top of that. So if your FaZe even seeing it in mid maybe gives you a moment of pause here. Wara's scoped in. Creeping underneath him is Boros. They're playing this double cave setup. Now, FaZe have often smoked the entrance to cave from the site side, right? So there is a world where this AWP rifle could get locked out. But it looks like FaZe want to try and come in through cave. And this is not to their benefit. Not with this hold that Monte are running here.
Unscope on that Molotov. It leaves Boros alone. He's got to do everything. Wara re-peeks through it after smoking it and still gets that follow-up kill. A second too slow for Twist. Would have found that trade onto the AWP. But now FaZe again are in another 2-on-4, and Boros even goes a step further. This probably won't be cleared, right? It's so late to play this position. He goes for both. Runs out of ammo. Twist turns around, and the clutch has begun. Can they shut it out before it starts? Yes, they can. Monte win the half, and solid at that. 9 rounds on the CT side. The major has started, and it's already looking scary for FaZe.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Well, here with Shui from GamerLegion ahead of their opening game here at the Paris Major. First of all, welcome to Paris here at the Major. First question I have is, what have you guys been up to in terms of preparation?
Monte lead the charge, 9-6 up after a convincing CT side. 9-6 as well makes it sound like this was a pretty close affair, but it opened up 4-1 in favor of FaZe, right? And then Monte only allowed them 2 more rounds past that point. They went on a 5-round streak to begin their CT side. So it was actually a very, very convincing first half from Monte. FaZe getting challenged a hell of a lot. They never really had lane control. Whenever Monte wanted it, it was theirs. There was a lot of proactive moves being taken by Monte on that defensive half.
Yeah.
So now the onus falls to FaZe Clan, and they kind of want to hit the ground running here, right? A big bulk of how they looked good out of the gate was finding success in the pistol, and then with their force after they lost that second round to the force buy of Monte.
Well, we've got nice early info for FaZe. Rops has elected to make an aggressive play, and that's going to reinforce the B site. Karrigan can move over quicker as well. Smokes come down, flash over the top, but it's Rain with, again, first blood in these pistol rounds. It's going to put us in a 5v4. Control taken on long, and a flashback in. It's a second too early. Boros still gets away with a kill, but Karrigan makes this round phases for now. 2-on-2. The retake is on. They've got a kit, but they're being cut apart. Twist has to go back for it in a 1v1 against Krasnal.
And he's just playing it right behind default here. Twist is going to have to push up and clear this angle. Krasnal realizes he's not around from the long side, and now Twist is making steps. That gives him an easy route in the 1v1. The info goes his way. Beautifully played.
Dan, that's a round that comes down to, you know, the minutiae, the milliseconds, right? Like the timing of Boros swinging long versus Karrigan flashing Rain back in. If Boros swings earlier, if Karrigan flashes later, that FaZe have him blind, they have him right where they want him, but instead he gets away with one more kill, and it makes all the difference when it comes down to a 1v1 like that. Some nice shots for Karrigan, and FaZe need the force buy. They have to force buy in this round. They must upset it, otherwise Monte are going to be 12-6 up before FaZe have guns on CT side. It's not enough room. FaZe know this round now is almost a necessity. We're seeing both teams play ahead of this red smoke right now, using it as a one-way. But Monte know what's coming. They won't swing out mid. They go back to A main. That's an awful smoke for Brokey. But I think he's realized it as well. Backing up. And DemQQ doesn't want to jump the gun either. Awaiting his whole team. Krasnal still rotating through spawn.
Yeah, dude,
FaZe are at least here with 3.
They're here with 3, but the thing that's so awkward about that smoke is it's given Monte like so much confidence coming out of main. They've already cleared the boost, right? And that's like a big responsibility dealt with. They've cleared Temple. So already they've really cut down the number of angles where this D can be. They're all looking at default. They're all looking at Donut. They're getting taken down by Brokey, though. His Deagle stands and delivers. And now Karrigan rotates in with the MP9. Spam damage is good for Karrigan as he brings FaZe back into the fold, and Brokey makes up for the missed smoke with the double kill from the Deagle.
No doubt. And that's, as we said, just had to come through for FaZe if they wanted to remain competitive in this game. This would have been so lopsided without that force buy win. Seeing, a return to force buy percentages. I think at one point a couple of years ago, especially during the online era, it was like 55% for some of the top teams on second round buys, especially on CT sides. Game was a lot more CT sider back then though than it is right now. So huge round for FaZe. But Monte were just fine in repeating traditions back on their CT side, where we had 4 rounds in a row of full buying, or 3 rounds rather. FaZe still won that out. Can they do it again?
It's a very bare bones force as far as they go.
Ooh.
Oh.
Not ideal. How does that bounce backwards? Rain will take it though, it doesn't get extinguished. An instant cave smoke gives Monte the control.
Oh, they hear the reload from Rain, and they've come through this smoke.
Love that.
It's ballsy, you know. There always could be a second man there. It could have been a bait trying to bring you in. But they're now, you know, kind of throwing the timer of FaZe through a bit of a loop. And as Rain moves back in, he does well to adjust to that close player. One kill out of Demq before all is said and done. And now Carrigan takes up position over on long. This is a very committed angle. And the moment he fires, he's got to reposition here. I feel like so often if you play that corner over towards long, you just see him get pre-fired, but they've just seen the man rotate up ledge, so now they know this is the B play, and you can see that reflected in these rotates. There's 3 players over here for FaZe right now. 3 players in the right place.
Yeah, Monte know, FaZe know, they know they're running into a stack, but they don't really have a choice. With this deep position on cave, they're going to have to make it work. 20 seconds, no nades left for Monte to make moves. That one flash will push them in. Carrigan swings blind as well, and it's up to Brokey once more with another double. Twist can try and stop a bomb plant. He takes 2 more clean shots to close. Twist has activated in the CT side, starting to come back into his own and put FaZe up to 8. That's more uncomfortable than that round has any right to be, given the weaponry, the positions, and the info FaZe have. But at the end of the day, Harry, a win is a win, a round is a round, and FaZe will take at least 8. Full eco now for Monte, and this gap can close. Great to see Boros perform, right? I think there's so much pressure on you know, knowing that you are the star of the show for a team like Monte, even though we've talked about how the pressure is definitely more on FaZe in winning this game. For Boros, as a very young player, very inexperienced LAN player, you know, you need him to play well if they were ever going to upset this game or make a run at the major as well. And this is a guy that's, you know, only played like 3 LANs across his career. HLTV did a great article about him and his history, obviously coming through an endpoint and you know, making the move to Monte after a downtime of not playing any pro CS, and just how many eyes he captured back at the RMR with some unbelievable maps from this young Jordanian player. Second player we've had out of Jordan in any relevant sphere since ENCE, of course. Great to see more representation from the region. Right now, he's the top of the team.
Oh, the boost in mid is nice. Morrow put up there as FaZe try to take this lane control. Theirs is, you know, less convincing than when Monte did this all first half long. They're a man down, and sure, like, they have the control of lane, but it's not in like a super comfortable manner, right? The only guy actually kind of flexing the control is Carrigan. Rain can try and swing down the ramp and get involved a little bit later, but these are all fights that are a little more 50-50, right? Are ones where Monte can win them. Rain gets out with that kill there onto Boros, and he just kind of counts that as a lucky break, finds himself the 4v4, the equalizing kill, and so now plays it a little more passive back inside of the site. No longer committed to fighting for this lane control. That gives Monte the room, though, to lob out this exec in towards B.
Samdayung is lurking middle at the same time. They're going to flash lane. But as I said, no control still. Rain on a nice off angle to catch a kill and try and get back behind default. If a player comes up unsuspecting, they need a flash for this one. Rain tries to block the smoke. It's locked him out of the bomb site. It's only Carrigan here who can contain, can compete, and he falls after 1. The mid lurk even cuts down Rops on rotation. Rain with that block smoke has a gap to fight through, but they take short space instead, and Warrow waits in the fade. Rain should be dead as Samdayung flanks as well. Very active. He knew exactly what Rops' pathing was going to be there coming through on Donut. We've already seen it in a couple of these rounds to try and flank the B play. And even though it's not necessarily needed to kill Rops, they got all the entries in B. That certainly relieves the pressure if FaZe wanted to go for a retake.
And that one feels a little rough for FaZe because it feels like, you know, the fashion in which you lost that round, it's like you were hard counted every step of the way. They were ready for all the angles that were being held inside of the site. They were ready for the path to rotate out through middle. They had Young even flank Rain in at the very end as he hides out on an island over towards long. And they had the boost to open to shut down Twist's favorite mid move, which is to jump over at the ledge and try to fight early for that lane control.
Full AX sec, they're going quick. It's only Rops here. He's going to avoid flashes. He might be able to multi-kill from this position. They've not mollied it for a change. Oh, it looks awkward, but Rops makes it work. And attention getting drawn sets him up for more. 2 kills from Rops is more than you could ask. And Twist falls immediately. It's up to Brokey, looking like he wants to go through this smoke. Very Brokey-esque in a position named after the man himself, but he won't do it. Warrior gets aggressive, maybe too far as Karrigan holds, and Brokey will close with his AWP as well.
Dude, that's a little awkward at the end there. I felt like maybe there could have been a slight lapse in the communication because it was Karrigan who got the kill from CT, and then the guy that they kill as he moves up is not Finn, right? So would have liked to have, you know, because then Warro just ends up walking into an angle that's being held by Karrigan. No! And that was info that Monte were privy to.
Yeah.
And, you know, that is an important round to win if you were ever going to do it. Like, if Monte won that and they go 12-9 up and there's no money for FaZe at that point, you know, they're running towards the finish line. Suddenly, you've kind of made this game a lot more grindy. You've kept the door open for FaZe.
And Monte called out their first timeout as well. You'll notice, you know, they felt comfortable this entire game, but another note of that is the fact that their coach, LMBT, formerly of Hellraisers, and even a very successful Mouz lineup with Rops in the team, for crying out loud, you know, is unable to attend this major. So Monte are doing it without the assistance of a very experienced coach, which is a shame. So just chatting through. Young, centerpiece. Of course, the most experienced player, having been in that Na'Vi roster for some time, but it's Warro at the helm. FaZe fight through the mid-smoke again with a one-way. And let's see what Monte have decided for their breaking round, right? You lose this, you're back to pistols. The caveman is here, club in his hand, but he's going to get flashed back.
Taking like a second before the flash goes off, wrecks Young. They want to try and come through cave.
Nice.
They were teeing themselves up for that, and it's Young's flash that destroys Rain. He never had a chance. Makes it way too easy for Boros.
It's a good angle, though.
Yeah, great one to just get out with a kill, get out with that equalizer, right? You don't have to hang around, you don't have to get caught fighting, you just have to nail that shot, and Brokey will do exactly that.
If FaZe make this move now, they are going to uproot the entire round. There's a spam, that's random, out of nowhere. Krasnal kills Karrigan, and Twist doesn't want to commit, but that ramp push could have given them all the info in the world. It's now an A play, and Rops may be unsuspected. Krasnal, he can die with nothing, but he's trying to sell this play before they commit. He will fall, and now it's all on Rops. Swinging early, they line up, but it's only 1 in damage.
Plant now in Monte. They've got a few seconds here to try and find this post plant. Young nails Brokey on the cross at spawn, and for Twist, this is going to be a very late retake as he sneaks up through main. Might have the drop on the first player, but it's the fact that, you know, they're kind of worlds apart right now, Monte, and that's going to work to their benefit here. They're even teed up, holding the temple, so they're not open to the extremities of this main flank. You know, even if Twist goes around this corner and finds Young, he won't be able to win the round. He won't be in a position to do so, and so he's just got to write this one off. Monte see it through to the very end with that A play.
And Krasnal dies with nothing, right? But what does that do? That forces, at least makes Rops feel like it's the B play. I'm going to swing. You know, I'm on the extremity. I'm so far away that I should get ready to rotate for this B hit. But no, he swings and they're all there. Krasnal dying sells Rops' position and he only gets 1 kill. That's a spot where if Rops doesn't move off this position, he probably multi-kills and FaZe win the round. But Krasnal dies for a greater cause. And Monte find that buy when their money was on the edge.
And now you're kind of celebrating if you're Monte, right? Because we said, you know, in the round prior to last, where there was like that That 2v2 that ends up getting away from them. There's the push from Waro into the spawn, into Karrigan. And that like tips the scales to FaZe. We were saying, well, that round hurts. And they even supplemented it with a little tack pause coming into that previous round. But now you've kind of got that gratification of breaking your opponent's money this late in the game. That tees you up for a win. That tees you up for a victory. If you can knock down this cobbled together buy out of FaZe, you are right where you want to be, and there's one rifle round between you and winning this opening BO1 at the Blast TV Paris Major.
Well, if there was one man, he's on your screen, AK in the donut, and Monte are coming his way. Known for his headshots, needs more than one here. Especially out on an island like this position. They're going to come through with a flash. Twist, that's a clean shot. He takes 2. You've got to be happy with that if you're FaZe. But is it enough is the question.
Oh, jumping the gun a bit is Brokey on that backstab. Whoa,
They saw him.
Rain! They run him down. He gets caught overextended by just like an inch over in mid. And it makes all the difference. Now there's a route to the B plant open. When you've seen backstabs like that, you know that FaZe are trying to rotate, trying to get ahead of this play. One man still in the B site, but he'll get checked. They know about Karrigan. And so the round is Monte's. They keep it in check in spite of Twist's best efforts. Those were 2 clean kills to open. A 5v3 for FaZe Clan for a moment. But it ends up going the way of Monte.
I do love the way that Monte clear 50-50 angles at times. Like they're such a band of boys. Like one of them was always jumping around a corner, and you see how difficult that makes Karrigan's 1D. Like if a player swings in there, he has a very good chance of hitting a 1D and setting up for a double kill, winning the round. But no, the first player jumps, offsets his crosshair, and sets his teammate up for that kill. That's a really nice way of desperately running into B in the last second. And now FaZe full eco. Got to accept the inevitable 14 rounds. Any resistance they can put up is fantastic. But Monte right now are doing what many said could but shouldn't happen. But it was all in the back of our minds, Harry. This is no G2 versus the Mongols. This is prophesized by many.
Yeah, I mean, as mentioned, they're now just 1 rifle round away from the win here. If all goes according to plan, that is.
I mean, this round's looking, done.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, I'm never including this round in that conversation.
Worry,
You're good, man.
And sure, FaZe, yeah, they have a 1-4 buy. They won't have an AWP on Brokey. That's the downside. But they'll have everything else, essentially. But am I just coping?
Yeah, I just think, we needed a little more out of... I want to see more out of Brokey on the AWP.
Yeah.
Because he's been pretty quiet. And first half, there was like money problems, so he didn't really have it all too much, right? Haven't seen him with a glowing amount here in the second. But even when he does have the AWP, he's just been struggling to really find that impact. And, you're already getting a good game out of Rain and Twists. So you really just need that kind of one extra player to lend a bit of a helping hand here.
They're hunting, they're closing, and well, a couple of kills on the way out for Rops. But unless he's going to glass, we won't see this AWP for FaZe. It's 14 rounds to Monte, and you said it comes down to a gun round. This is that gun round.
Yeah.
This is that moment for FaZe. If you had any faith left in this BO1.
Dude, it's kind of wild as well because, like, someone else that you could easily say, could be that hero figure is someone like Robs, but Monte haven't been going all too much. Normally, whenever they do, they make life just super miserable for him as, like, the anchor player over towards this side of the map, right? I feel like he's kind of been getting bullied by Util, flushed out of position. It's real hard to exist in that A site when you're up against a team that have a nice exec.
They went A twice, or 3 times. Once they mollied him, once he got a double kill from Big Box, and once he swung early and went 1 for 1. So
yeah.
It has been a rough
And it's like, normally he's kind of playing within the confines of, they've already taken fights and won fights elsewhere. So he's kind of in a position where he has to try and get info, where he has to be a little more active, and then that throws him into the crosshairs more. So that's why, you know, I'm not bringing him up as the man that could save this whole thing. I think if you're looking for a third player to get switched on, it kind of has to be Brokey at this point in time.
Here we go. Game on this round right now, but Warrow's got the AWP as well. He's going to get mollied. Rain, maybe he sees something here. He's trying to play ahead of a flash, but Resmoke comes through, and even Rain is prepared for an abundance of util. He'll give it up, and rightly so. Brokey rotates back towards A. Info is really all on Donut right now as Rops jiggles to set twists up. Rain has been proactive in a good way.
He's going to get flashed in a ramp.
Oh, the nades are out. They seen him, I think. No, it doesn't look like it. They are screwed right now. Rain gets flashed, and there's a double. That's what we needed.
Yeah, lovely little interplay between him and Carrigan. You could see that one coming together, right? You saw Carrigan peeling back on the long side, getting ready with the flashbangs. Rain playing up close to the ramp. And when he sees them jumping around like that, when he sees util pulled, his players trying to boost, he's rubbing his hands together. That's the kind of the difference-making double that tees up this round for FaZe Clan. Now they've got to do good on what Rain started. Carrigan falls first in defense of the B side, but Rain just keeps winning. Finds himself another from the cave, even spam damage. Rain knocked out, still in with a chance here. Monte, it's just Boros left standing, and he is pincered in. They are all around him, coming up ramp, fighting him from cave. FaZe keep him in a box. So they will secure an 11th round, living to fight another day.
That's something that FaZe do a lot on different maps. Right before Rain goes down, they throw this smoke on ramp, and that just like confirms to Monte, like, oh yeah, we're safe. You know, they just smoked ramp, we can go for the boost, knives are out, you know, nades are being pulled as well, and that's when Rain, you know, makes his move. We see that on ramp, sometimes on Mirage. FaZe will molly it right after we get a push, and you know, just the audio cue sets you off a little bit. It makes you think you have more room than you do. It's a nice move from Rain. 3 kills in the round. And now FaZe can try and build this late game comeback. Quick flash, and Boros does it again, winning that cave fight. Not again. Boros can win a round single-handedly, and right now he's trying to end this map in that fashion. 2 kills. He's finally snuffed out, but Monte has A.
In A. Yeah. This bomb's going to get retrieved, and the opportunity to deny the rotate of the bomb is now out the window.
Nothing is safe. And Rops can cut this off.
Oh, yeah, this is weird. So Krasnal has the bomb, but he knows that they could have taken mid. They could have spawn even right now. And so he kind of feels boxed in.
They're ending B.
Yeah, they're going to have to play around the world, try to join back up with this bomb. It's found itself out on no man's land here. And so this whole round comes down to Demke, really, getting away with something on this push through the B site. Now, he shouldn't be expected, but the angle that's being held by Brokey, oh, he's just turned away. This is a whole timing that decides the outcome of the round, and the smoke in his way. Brokey denied access, denied this angle, and that allows the bomb to rotate in for free. FaZe, it's a 2v2 retake to try and keep themselves in the game.
The clock is ticking as well. DemQQ in a one and done position. He catches Brokey, but he's still going to go down, and Krasnal falls to Rops. It's a quick couple of kills for FaZe as Monte try and bring the fight to them, and they fall. 12 rounds. You can never say it's impossible. At 14-10, FaZe try and pull it back bit by bit. They're having to work for these rounds, but that's 2 in a row now, especially with this opener from Boros, where he finds a double up in that fashion. That's a very scary round for FaZe, and you wanted more from Brokey, Harry. That is it. That is the round you were praying for. Massive impact. Closed by Rops. And a wasted opportunity by Monte, but I love the way, just the way that they, you know, made that 2v2 interesting.
Yeah, you know, like I think within the confines of what was available to them, they played it perfectly, right? Rooting all the way through spawn into the B play. Now they're going to go back towards this A site. Rops close that last round out in the. Oh, flashing through. He's right with them.
Wow.
A wolf in sheep's clothing here as he's running with the pack over in main. He's locked them out. And over in Donut, Brokey wins a separate fight, a 4v2 for FaZe Clan. And they're now getting mobile.
They got some oomph in them now, Harry. We're starting to see a couple of multi-kills, a couple of key players find confidence-boosting rounds right at the end. And Monte have realized they have not cut the head off the beast yet. It is still roaring. This round is dead in the water. Especially if Karrigan can contain towards B. He's got a 1v1. Oh,
don't. Oh, I love this timing. Oh, he's caught. Waro 2K gonna get rid of Karrigan, and now the alarm bells sound for FaZe. They're paranoid that this could be the B play. And I think Monte might just elect to save here. They've looked into it. They've crunched the numbers on this one, and they don't like what they see on the horizon.
I mean, yeah, this is not a bad call. It's a pretty unlikely 2v4 attempt as well with low health and util. So I don't mind this save for Monte, but it's also a sign of the times. They can see it just as well as we can that the late activation may be a factor for FaZe. And hey, better late than never, as they say. Great play for Robs, a completely new position. He's tried anchoring from passive angles, but plays ahead of the smoke, dodges the flashes. Even though Monte right-click a flash in the smoke, he still just dodges it. Heads up play for Robs. And so while it was rain in the first half, twists coming in at the start of the second, now we've had that multi-kill round for Robs. Brokey's performed and saved the day. FaZe have no reason to quit now. And Monte throw almost everything into this. They kind of need the bomb plant, even though they've got loss bonus up to 3. Bomb plant would go a long way in this round. Let's see what their strat is for it. They're definitely aware.
Ooh, this is a lot of space being taken, but walking the smoke like that. Thought we might have seen, a little bit of util come out to help. Waro had a flash over towards the ledge, but electing to save that till later in the round. Wanting to try and play with timings was Boros. Ends up giving away that first kill for free, but a bit ugly on that cave fight. Rain does damage through the spam, but only brings Krasnal down to half.
Brokey plays so scary positions, pushes in with the cave orb, tries to get a quick 1-for-1 as they feed him, and he will take it from a safer line instead. Smoking it off. Sundayoung was going for the gun. And Robs with a 1v1. It's a huge consequence. He closes his as well. 4-on-2 again for Monte. Bomb plant out of the window, and off the ledge goes Waro. Another round Monte will forget. Unless Krasnal's got something up his sleeve, but no bomb. And FaZe have surrounded him. 14 apiece. Just when you thought this game was done. 14-10 for Monte. And FaZe with a late activation may have saved their lucky stars.
Yeah, at this point in time, it's either going to be a sick case of like Monte overcoming a FaZe Clan that have switched on, that are trying to bring this back, trying to go the distance. And that would be huge, because you often say that as the game, goes the full 30 rounds, as it gets close and down to the wire, the more experienced team tends to fare better there, right? On top of that, for FaZe, this could be a very reassuring result. The idea that, yeah, they might not have had everyone starting off strong, but they successfully built back in over the course of the BO1. No matter how we try and slice it. Going to be gold, and Monte go back to taking this lane control. They've also got players over in mid. So spread out across the map here, trying to exert a bit of control, and they've got middle in the bag. The one man fighting for this is that AWP over towards Donut. With red smoked off, they don't have to worry about twists in this position.
These are just the hardest moments to call in for Waro in this position, right? Even as Cadian said, everyone wants to make a call at 14-7. What about now? What about now? You want to make the call? Not an easy position to be in when the Barbarians are at the gate. Double setup is lovely for FaZe as well, and Brokey doesn't have to stay on cave because Rain still has the angle, but any peeks he makes, any info he gets is only going to set Rain up for another multi-kill, and he's been full of them. It's going to be a B execute here, 40 seconds.
Sundayoung's about to try and lurk through middle, and in doing so, he's probably going to give away this kill to Brokey on the AWP.
It's Robs.
Oh yeah, Rob's rather.
Oh, Twist just dropped the gun, and
Twist
Rob's
goes
only hits a
running out.
leg. They're hitting B.
Now they're coming in, and now Brokey's got to hold the line. Hang on, that kill over in mid has opened up a path to rotate. Monte moving through. This AWP on Rops has got to deliver. There's not a lot of time here. And as they move in, one kill in the right place could decide the whole round.
Done it.
Rops has done it. They keep running at him, and Rops finds everyone. Carrigan to close, and it's FaZe to reach 15 first.
Oh,
Rops,
dear.
that shining light has carried them through. And now map point now resides with FaZe Clan.
It was too late, and it was certainly too little. It felt like Twist's death had baited Monte in as well, and Rops' leg shot wasn't enough, but they didn't have the clock for that play. They didn't have the room. They couldn't trade Rops. And that is a desperate call for Monte, feeling the pressure under the hammer. And 15-14 now. FaZe can feel it. 6 rounds in a row to close this BO1, to do what they should have done a long time ago. And now it's just desperate. Wheels are off. Dry up B. FaZe will deny it. They see the AWP, and they don't like it. 2 flashes, 2 smokes, and a 4-on-5. Odds are dropping by the second.
Yeah, there was even damage through the spam in mid. Rain spammed down another man over towards Cave, and Rops tries to keep fighting, tries to keep forcing the issue. Will end up giving away 1 kill. Barros finds him, but he was the man dinked crossing mid through the red smoke. So he's a little more tame in this round.
They thought the AWP was B, that's where they last saw it, but it has gone back to cover the CT spawn. FaZe just know it's a B hit right now. Even Brokey is leaning. They are ready to close.
Oh, good damage on the spam. I'm going to try and boost up over the top of this. Doesn't really give you an angle. Carrigan's cleared out inside of the side, and now Boros! They might have tagged him up to start the round, but that's still not been enough to slow this guy's roll. He's even got another. Boros is on for the ace. He started this round with 30 HP, and he's tried to be the hero to keep Monte in this. Twist pushing around, goes looking for him, and he will steal it away. You thought Boros had done enough, but Twist arrives and denies the ace, finds the 1v2, and secures the opening win for FaZe Clan.
Boros is still the talent we know and we love, but FaZe get ahead of their demons. They come back from 14-10, and they close the map with so many star moments, so many clutches coming through. Exactly what you would want from FaZe Clan. They will win their opening BO1 in Paris, and the road is looking good so far.
The clock truly strikes the 11th hour, but FaZe make it through by the skin of their teeth. Mario, you aptly called them the procrastination kings. And man, they get that essay submitted just in time. But Monte, they made that one so damn painful.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just to build off of that narrative, I mean, FaZe, they're down in this one, 14-10, and they bring it all the way back. I mean, I think that Monte feel like this game was all theirs, and those little mistakes, the clutches that some of the FaZe players were able to win, the close 2-on-2 type situations that FaZe just barely squeaked out, they just get it done. And I think that Monte right now, they're probably going to be feeling pretty sour about this because they had such a real opportunity. But I mean, I think Pimp and I did a great job of hyping up the man of this one for Monte in Boros. He almost delivering the ace in the final round there, almost getting his team to overtime, but it felt like so frequently that that T side was either Boros or it's nothing.
That was the issue for Monte, right? Because the CT side, well polished, super strong, all the players were chiming in, but it felt like it had to come for the man on the screen right here when it came over to the T side. Without him getting the double entries, without him almost acing in the very last round, it didn't feel like they had enough of a playbook, enough of an idea of how to approach that T side once FaZe got started. And I think that is the story of this game for me, that they were slow starters once more. We had that conversation so many times where they put themselves in an unfortunate situation where they have to fight all the way back, and this time time it succeeded. It was, well, you know, Twist had to 1v2 clutch in the very last round, but it was a very, very thin line they were walking on right here, FaZe. And yes, a win is a win, but they got to be careful with this, because against other and potentially better opponents, they will be punished.
They had to get 6 rounds in a row to close this one out, 16-14. This is literally as close as it can get. Obviously, we have to give some props to Rain as well. We were hyping him up as a big game, big event player. He really showed up even from the very beginning, right? Even when FaZe were down and out of this one.
Rain was one of the main reasons that FaZe were in it early on in the game. If Rain had, say, just 5% worse performance, Monte just win this game, actually, hands down, pretty easily, in fact. So for him to do well at Cave, I think that was a big talking point there. I think that we obviously saw Twist chiming in at some points too. I mean, I actually had little moments from everybody from FaZe. If I'm being honest, like I actually could kind of go down the whole list. Maybe not Kerrigan, but really everybody that's supposed to frag. I actually saw them have their moments. Rops there in Donut with the op as they were trying to mid-round. Monte through Donut late round. I mean, he had a huge multi-frag too. So we got the star power from FaZe.
Yes.
But it just took a while. And that was kind of a worrying sign. I kind of opened this series up by saying that I might count FaZe out pretty early in this major if they weren't able to deliver here, but they got the job done, and again, I'm beginning to believe.
Well, you mentioned the name Twist, so let's make him appear. He's down on the sidelines with Banks after a victory.
After a victory, but certainly a close one, Freya. And Twist, that's what I want to start with here. This was very touch and go. There's certainly no easy game, but you were telling me, well, you guys are the underdogs in this one.
I mean, we're 16 seed, so technically every team we beat here is going to be an upset, and yeah, I mean, it was a fun game, and I think both teams knew it was going to be Ancient and a BO1. So, and yeah, they have strong hitters, and you know they rely on contact plays, and I'm happy that we were able to close out the game.
And it was certainly close, but it was certainly a good fight from you guys. And how much energy and how loud you guys sounded from start to finish. Obviously, Kerrigan mentioned in other interviews as well that this is what he wants to see from you guys to be fully ready. You yourself was very vocal, though, about how tired you were, how you were feeling from previous events. How are you feeling now coming into the major?
I feel better. I mean, we left Rio fast, which I said in the interview might be for the best, to have more time to rest. And we had a week-long boot camp, and it felt really great, and it's just nice to, you know, chill and play CS together in a non-stressful environment. And yeah, now we're here, we're feeling good, and we want to just show what we've been working on.
And how important is it for you guys to go through in like a 3-0 or a 3-1 scenario, or is it just about going through? Do you want to still have some energy? Because you would have to make this incredibly long journey to potentially lift the trophy again.
I think we just want to go through, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you have to beat every team to win the tournament, so it doesn't matter if we play 3 more BO1s, 3 more BO3s. I think it's fine, and I think we're ready to endure the tournament.
And how does this phase feel to you right now, just after that first game?
I mean, it was fun. I mean, we're laughing and, you know, some stressful moments, but I think even when it was close, I think like 10-11 or something, we were brushing off the stress or whatever, and, you know, we just played our game, and it started to feel like more like scrims.
That's great to hear. Twist, thank you very much, man. We'll see you later on. Freya, back to you.
Maybe a bit of a surprising attitude coming out there from Twist, considering, you know, this one was incredibly close. It went to the full 30 rounds, but apparently Russell says, nah, smiles, giggles, laughter, going down in the camp.
Not too bad for FaZe, you know, to win a game like this in that fashion and to be able to cope with it that well mentally. It's a good win for FaZe Clan, and respect to Monte. They really pushed them all the way to the limit.
I think that it was funny when he said that they want to make it feel more like scrims.
Yeah?
I think
not a good thing, is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
What do you, I don't know.
This is a major.
Pimp, I think that's a little weird. Like, you want it to feel like scrims. I guess it just means casual, you know? You want it to feel like you're relaxed and everything like that, but the teams are going to push you more than they were going to push you in scrims.
And the opposition is undoubtedly going to be getting hard, but man, props to Monte because they did make that one incredibly close indeed. So we're going to throw it on over to the Mahone zone and see exactly how Monte did that.
Yes, that's correct. So Monte, they had a solid CT side, and it was because of their lane control. So I want to break down a couple of rounds that really illustrates how they're able to navigate some of these situations towards lane. So Harry and Hugo highlighted in the cast, they're able to take lane, but I want to kind of highlight what they were able to do with it. So first example here, I have the round 6. What we're going to see initially is lane control. What we're going to see here is 2 people. They're going to push up here from mid, a peek from Ruins, and then Burrows alone here towards B. But what we'll see from FaZe is that they're pushing in towards B straight. So what we'll see is as they come in, as this push comes in, Dem QQ, he finds the first one to Rain. But the key detail here is that Boros, he leaves the B site. He goes into Ruins, letting FaZe take B. And when this happens, what it does is that lane control that they took earlier actually gives them so much space here to pinch FaZe in the site. They're locked into this retake. They can't take runes. They can't go back towards that banana side. They can't push towards CT. It locks FaZe in there. And as a result, when the retake comes through, the kill comes in initially. Boros is able to pounce from Cave, and then Kerrigan, he's left in a 1v4. Now here's another example. Same thing. This time we're going to see the push once again. The main difference here is that FaZe, they decide to throw a smoke here to try to stop this push. But what Monte do here is that they decide to actually push through the smoke. Kresno, he comes up on top. He finds the first one. SDY, he also follows up as well. He's not afraid to get in. He gets that kill. And then Boros, instead of playing passive this time, he actually gets aggressive, and he pushes in from the side to catch Twist off guard. So this lane control was actually quite difficult for FaZe. They were able to pull it off this time, but Monte, I have to say, they looked very impressive here. Hopefully they'll come up with the win next time.
Thank you very much for that one, Danny. Plenty more Counter-Strike going to be coming up on the cards. Up next, undoubtedly the favorites of the Challenger stage, the Blast TV Paris Major. It's going to be G2 taking on the Mongols after this. Nico's last chance to claim a major trophy, and that road begins here. G2 up next on the cards, and their run will begin versus the Mongols. Maui, many people expect this to be a sprint coming out of the side of G2 as the Mongols, a common 0-3 pick when we're looking at people's pick'ems.
I put him as my 0-3, Freya. I'm not ashamed to say it. I looked at that first round matchup and I said, you know what? I don't think the Mongols have it in them. and there is good reason for that. I am backing up my claim with evidence. They have looked like a worse team since they have removed Score. They've brought in Heiska. He's kind of still finding his legs in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and you can see his rating right there, 0.95 for the past few months. And to me, Pimp, that's just not good enough to make the Mongols a competitor in this matchup.
No, I would agree, especially considering the guy he's replacing in Score was one of the difference makers within this lineup. So yes, I think they've gone down in terms of pure firepower, and I think that's where one of the strengths, you know, when you're watching them play against the European teams, able to take off maps of Heroic, given they were playing with Exist as a stand-in, but able to make up good competitive matchups. Without Score, I have a little less faith in the Mongols as well. So yeah, I'm on your train right here. I don't have them as an 0-3, but they very well could be there.
Well, let's go on ahead and check in with one of the individuals of the squad. It's Techno on taking on the Goliaths of G2.
Techno, I wanted to start by looking at the fact the Mongols have been at more events around the world, more international experience. How do you feel this has helped you guys grow as a team and improve?
Right now? Yeah, we're feeling so good, and we also changed the one roster before, and it's got to Azteca. Then Azteca is really fitting to us. Yeah, that's good.
That's what we want to hear for sure. Now, when it comes to preparing for the major, I know before you guys would even play from Mongolia and play on European servers, right, and have a high ping. But did you manage to come to Europe and boot camp before the major?
Not so. We also talked about it then, but it didn't go well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you practice for the major? What did you do?
Watch tier 1 demos and Asian teams scrim with and European teams scrim with 100 ping.
And in terms of having G2, this is your first game, it's a best of one. They're obviously one of the favorites for this whole tournament. How do you think you can surprise them?
We can win. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Inferno coming on through as the destination in this best-of-1 series, but the expectations for G2 as opposed to their opponents, diametrically opposite, I would say. We're expecting them to get into the playoffs and potentially lifting that trophy.
One of the favorites coming into the major, without a doubt. The way they won Katowice, the way they ended last year in Abu Dhabi at the Blast World Finals as well, gave us the sense that they were the best team in the world, and I still think they're up there. You look at the players, you look at the names, you look at the quality on the server they can possess in Monte, Nico, Hunter, JKS for that matter, and then of course Giga Chat all the way over there to the left.
Had to do it.
Hooksy, you had to do it. G2 to me is one of the heavy favorites, so yes, a win against the Mongols should be a given here, but it's a best of one, and we have seen G2 start off tournaments a little bit strugglesome.
Yeah, and it's happened with the Mongols that they've actually won Inferno against some of the top teams. They beat Cloud9 at Katowice when they were IHC. And so this isn't a game that G2 can relax on, but I would still peg them as the heavy favorites going into it.
When we're talking about G2 and their kind of road path after the RMR, they chose not to be attending Rio. They went to a very prolonged boot camp instead. Do you feel like that was the right choice, or is that yet to be kind of displayed for them coming into the Challenger stage?
It's a results-oriented thinking here that you need to take into account. I mean, really, it's just that if they win, yes, it was the right decision. If they lose, you shouldn't have done that, because I think it comes team to team. If some teams, they actually want to just keep grinding out those events, I'd say a team like 9 and Monte, they probably wanted to just play everything they could have, just get all those reps in. But a team like G2, because they have such a great foundation already, that it really does help you to just practice, get into the server, add a couple new things to your playbook, and feel that you're just rested for an event like this.
I like the laser focus. I like the laser focus from G2. They want to win this major, and it didn't matter to them whether or not they were in Rio. It basically didn't matter for them.
Yeah, all eyes on the prize for G2 going forward. So let's go on ahead and check in with Hooksy ahead of their first series.
Hooksy, I want to start by looking at the fact that you guys on G2 have had nearly a month of no officials. So I know you had the boot camp, but how exactly did you spend the past few weeks? Was it all on boot camp? Did you have some time away from the computers? What was the G2 way?
Mostly just online practice and boot camp for, I would say, around 10 days. Not my way of doing things to not have officials. I come from, tier 2 scene where it's like 130 maps in 3 months. But yeah, we'll see if it was the right decision to skip Rio or not.
Oh, so you don't seem too sure on it, but we'll have to wait until we get into these results. One thing I want to also look at is the fact that even when I've seen you at boot camp, I looked at Monte's stream, for example, you guys just look so happy. And if I'm your opponents right now, I'd be very scared because you seem to be in a good position. What is the mood like?
Oh, there's really nothing to be unhappy about. So, like we play well, we fix a lot of stuff at the bootcamp, and Monte opened a Huxi gold sticker, so of course we we have to be a bit happy about that as well. So, yeah, all good.
Are you worried about any potential rust?
Worried. Like there's always first game jitters, no matter what tournament it is, and I think especially at the major it will happen. But it's the same for both teams. I think they will experience the exact same, and for them as well, they haven't played too much, so I think we're kind of in the same boat. And who gets out of the starting holes fastest? So yeah.
And how important is it to get this victory? Because for me, it's the best of ones, right? Anything can certainly happen, but we're looking at you guys, and especially even at the challenger stage, this should be quite an easy run for G2.
There's no easy run for any team in the major, no matter where you are in the tournament or who you're playing. I don't know, it's best of ones, as you say. It can be, I will not call it random because it's not the best team who's winning, but definitely fewer things have to go wrong for you to lose. And we just have to play the best CS we can.
And if there's something specifically you've been able to focus on to ensure you don't get upset, you don't lose one of these games where you are the clear favourites?
No, not really. Like we just mostly focus on ourselves and our own game and try to fix all the mistakes that we can. And obviously, best of ones is better for the teams who has a smaller map pool. So if you have 4 really good maps, then you will always make sure to play a really good map for you. But it doesn't matter if you can't play the last 3. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to prepare both for best of ones and best of 3s, but we have a 10-day boot camp before this, and I think we did what was necessary.
Yeah, sounds like good vibes from the G2 camp all around coming out, particularly Monte. I mean, opening a gold Huxi sticker, that's your dream, right, Jacob?
Must be nice, yeah. Just being Monte must be nice. That must be the dream. Having Monte as a teammate for Huxi is a great tool in that toolbox he has to work with. Obviously, we talk a lot about Nico, his ability to be an entry fragger, maybe the best rifler to ever touch Counter-Strike. At least there's an argument for that. But Monte coming in with the AWP, this is when he has to shine now. We speak about him being a player that can step up to the occasion. He's been good on LAN, he's been good at Katowice, he's been good in Cologne, but he hasn't played that many majors, right? They didn't make it to the Rio major, so that was a big disappointment. And the one before that in Antwerp, that was still early on in his career. So now he has a chance as well of stepping up on the biggest of the biggest stage and prove to us that he can be a difference maker at the majors.
Yeah, of course, an inaugural opportunity as they enter Paris for the first time. Inferno going to be the first map up on the cards in this best of one series. Harry and Hugo, let's get the show underway.
Yes, indeed, Freya. It's very bright. We're very excited.
It is very bright.
That's I think dim the lights, Harry. Get some mood lighting in this room.
All right.
As we get ready for what should be a good mood, a good vibe in G2 versus the Mongols. Unicorn odds looking very solid for G2 as they should be, and with FaZe already defeating Demons and taking their opening BO1 against, unarguably a more proven upset team than the Mongols. I think we all expect G2 to come through with a statement here. This is their major to win. This is Nico's trophy to take. Everyone's been saying, and I would struggle to disagree at this point. What are your odds for the Mongols actually doing something, putting up a fight here, getting a double-digit game? It's Inferno at least.
Well, putting up a fight and winning are 2 different things. I've no doubt they'll put up a bit of a fight, but I think you'd be a fool to look at this where G2 are not. If you wanted to put numbers on it, I would say 95 to 5, genuinely.
It's pretty nice.
Very, very kind of one-sided in my book.
I'm surprised they got Inferno through. I guess on the flip side, G2 are going to be comfortable no matter what, right? And there's plenty of data for the Mongols on this map, but this is a map they've been picking into for the whole time they've been in Europe and playing these events back at Pro League. This was their go-to, and sure, the results aren't exactly screaming success, but it is at least their most comfortable map, and one that's done them very well. So it goes both ways. I'm sure G2 had a little look at the Mongols coming into this one today, but at the same time, G2 should be able to go by the old trope and play their own game and still win.
G2 made a very cool content piece coming into this major where they kind of alluded to the idea of they pretty much said we're going to win this major.
Yeah, well,
that was the mindset coming in. One of the
the legendary runs all the way back at Krakow. If you remember, that was Doja and the boys.
Where are you going with
and Adren and all that. They made like a music video on the run up to that major, and then they won the whole thing.
Sure. So say you're going to win it, and you will win it. That's the rule. And let's see if G2 can do right by their earlier claim. This should be a walk in the park. This should be the first bridge to cross in many to come for G2 as the Mongols look to do something some may call unthinkable, unforeseeable, and it's all an inferno where G2 will take them on.
Let's get into it then. Mongols starting things off over on the T side. G2, they've employed the quad mid setup from the get-go. Nothing pacey to open up the pistol. You might hit this point when you don't get contact in top mid. After a while, you're going to start to see them creeping down towards the mid choke point, and then they're going to look to try and take it a little bit later. Wouldn't surprise me if that's the end goal on the back of hearing and seeing nothing here over in top middle. Contact is about to be made over on this B site.
Yeah, Nico looking for a quick tap, and he can even smoke it if he gets a warning. Does he want to use it early or save it for later? Will be the latter. As Mongols creep all the way in, they are going very far indeed. The flash will set Nico off. He knows what's to come. They're flanking him as well through the ruins. Nico's boxed in. Can he take anyone with him? No. Bartek jumps around that corner and hits a smooth opener as G2 are left to retake down Banana.
Tekka holding the line. His Glock delivers a double. MongolZ now moving in, leading the charge. HooXi right up behind him. HooXi taps out one. Oh, MongolZ adds another. This is a 2v5 that could get out of hand. It's just MongolZ left. Oh, and they swing him together. Nice. Annihilation with the close as Blitz draws the attention away from Spawn.
Yes, is that ring rust here for G2? These early rounds will answer our questions. Some great movement for Bartek there, but it has Tekka, I think, under a lot of pressure, under a lot of criticism. I guess criticism is the wrong word, but with big boots to fill in the departure of Score, who to me was the best player, if not top two on the Mongols.
I think scrutiny is the word.
Scrutiny,
we're going to be keeping an eye on him extra so.
I mean,
because
he hasn't proven to be anywhere near as good as Score in the few events he's played. Sure, less experience on these big stages, younger player, but I think we need a lot from him if they were to ever make a run here. They are right now, I haven't looked at the numbers, but I would argue probably the most 0-3 team alongside Fluxo. Grayhound slightly dodging that, proving themselves over this very team back at the Asian RMR in Mongolia as well. Mongols, without a doubt, the most proven Asian team, defeated Rare Atom twice in that tournament in BO1 and BO3. Right now we've got a force up for G2. Nico ready to receive. Not for long.
Flash in, but it's ugly for MongolZ.
They spam him, they will go.
I think they might just go anyway, right? This smoke is on a timer. And HooXi knows that he's going to wait for these mollies to fade and then get back into the safe embrace of oranges. Tucked in here, flashed by his teammate back in the spawn. That offers up another kill to Blitz. And so the Mongols have got the round here. There isn't really a lot that G2 can expect to accomplish in this 2-on-5.
The phrasing that we use for the Mongols, especially seeing them at Pro League where we got a lot of maps for them against EU teams, was they play more European-centric. They play pretty solid CS. They don't fall into the traps that Tyloo of old have when we've had the limited Asian representation playing at Tier 1 in Europe. And I do enjoy watching them on Inferno because we get kind of the epitome of that. There's a lot of groups of wolf packs, balls of death, working Banana together, going for nice trades, playing very tight, and less kind of crazy individuals. And they're just showing it already.
You said something heading into this round. You said that you think Mongols are one of the, by your guess, one of the more 0-3 pick teams.
Yeah,
I think
maybe I haven't looked at the numbers.
I think it's
his second.
I think it's I don't know. For my money, I think Mongols are going to win a game here at some point.
Yeah,
it's going to happen.
Yeah, I didn't.
Who are your 0-3?
I did Fluxo.
Okay, there you go.
And they got 16-2, so I think I'm doing okay. I didn't pick Grayhound because they have looked improved, vastly improved in the last 3 months since Katowice. Almost made it out of groups at Pro League as well. Won domestically. looked solid at the RMR. Mongols are right behind them. Right now, they're up in the lead, though. 2-0. G2 stacking B.
Oh, pulling util is scary because we know what's around this corner. They're going to boost up. Oh! Tekka looks down and will find himself a double. Up in the air as JKS deletes a man with the MAC-10.
Easy close.
But now they know they got Hooksy. There we go. Oh,
six.
Oh, he's just still alive. Oh, another nade. He's still going.
I thought I saw blood there.
Look at Chad mentality. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey,
Sticks to his guns, but they run him down. They deal with him. And so the Mongols, they find the pistol. They get the conversions on the back of it. And now we have this first buy round for G2.
Yeah, it's all on G2, isn't it? It's all on G2. I want to see a banana take out the gate. You know, G2 fine at playing these car setups and doing reflashes and doing double, triple setups at car. That's very common. They're not always taking banana, but 3B is an expectation in the first gun round after 3 rounds in a row at banana for Mongols. So G2 will answer the call. I want to see if Mongols metagame it and go up quick mid. There is a lot of util coming down, but from both sides, Smoke and Molly traded more so for G2 to ensure the Mongols are not close. They've not gotten through the util. Mongols expected this, but they didn't jump the gun with an A play. G2 take full reign. Hooksy in the stirrups, down by logs. Mongols have apps. We've gone back to AAA. Monte unknown about on his AWP for now.
I think it's only a matter of time till they learn about this AWP. Ollie over towards short, and Monte tries to play away from it. Turn from any flashes as well. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Bartak on the receiving end of a Monte flick. Never a nice feeling. Dead in the boiler, and now they've learned about that AWP. That might decide, you know, where you look to end up. Gonna try and have your AWP make contact over towards Banana. Annihilation, cognizant of this boost, jump spotting. Oh, a flick of his own, all right. Okay. 2 AWP flicks to open this up. Annihilation is one of these AWPers as well who can find impact on the T side. Monte getting stuck in again over at short, and that's the bomb now spotted. A lot of info on the back of that kill, and with very little time left, that could make all the difference. Rotate starting to come through. Azteca's blind. I think that's a team flash, but he still holds on.
9 seconds.
Down in the pit. JKS could win the round, but he lets them in. Can't deny it. Azteca finds more, and it's Mongols with one hell of a round, playing it to the final few seconds, down to the buzzer, and they steal it away from G2.
Score who? Dude, Azteca is the real deal. That's unbelievable. He gets 4 blinded on the kill. Knife pull, thinks he's got it, goes over the top, finishes the job, covers the plant. Also, that was a beautiful round for the Mongols. They should never win that. And JKS whiffs the spray that wins the round.
Oh, yeah. JKF'd up, man, down in the pit.
Yeah.
Like, that one's going to hurt.
Respect.
You know, that was the round right there.
Oh, my goodness. That was sickening from the Mongols. That's not even, yeah, sure. G2 could have won that round. They had ample opportunity. They had a couple of fights. They should have won, but Mongols capitalized on every miss.
You picked MongolZ 03. You asked for this.
In the wise words of Alistair, F your pick'ems.
I don't think that's the quote. Here we go. Out through the apartments. Into the JKS 5-7, but it's only good for one. Monte in the sight with the Deagle. One to the dome. He's so low on health, but he still gets out with a kill. Not for long, as the nades will find him. That's giving you a route into the A play now. Bomb can look to get planted here.
Oh, the flank.
They might catch this timing on Blitz, and Hooksy has. Let him turn.
What did he want?
But he does deal with him. Gun now retrieved. Hooksy is armed and dangerous over on short, and one man's crept all the way up to the hay bales. The Mongols have no idea that he's here. Annihilation runs the risk of just getting backstabbed as he tries to play out on short. Doesn't check the close angle, and so that's a freebie from Hunter's CZ. Now it's just Azteca, and he's run at. They double peek him from the short side.
Oh, it looked like...
So G2 finally break in with the Force.
Looked like they were going to clear Hunter there for a second, didn't it? But HooXi's jiggle completely sets them up. And yeah, I don't think he was going for the knife. I want to believe he wasn't, but that would be crazy. Important double setup for Hunter and HooXi, and HooXi plays that very well to get G2 on the board with a flank and a close. And focus faces for G2 as they win that round and get on better late than never. I like the pace change for the Mongols, right? Just going for a quick apps pop, even though it doesn't work out, get some very powerful positions. If Blitz doesn't get flanked and, you know, even pushes further or kills one of those mid-rotators, that's suddenly a Mongols round, no doubt. But G2 are here to play. Insane to hear how the Mongols have been playing Prac for the major on 100 ping against EU teams from home. And I say 100, it's closer to 150.
Yeah, we've
played against these guys.
We've played with them. Yeah. Oh, boost up. Lovely way to get Monte Zorp involved and nades, bully, and whittle down this double peek at top banana. NiKo is stuck fighting, but Monte every step of the way is offering up resistance. Has he got any more? They're trying to bait him out with the AWP, giving him a jiggle, giving him a wiggle, and now the flash wrecks him through the molly. He's going to burn to death. That won't entice them through. That won't bring them into the action just yet. HooXi is the only line of defense here, but he's got teammates moving around. Gonna re-smoke, replenish that top banana util, and that keeps the Mongols out for now. Jiggling from the coffins. They just walk right on through, and HooXi, that's exactly what he wanted. He takes charge, even retrieves that AWP, and he's now posted with his teammate in the spawn with Hunter there. There shouldn't be a way back in for Annihilation. HooXi wants to go for it all, fires off very preemptively, we'll say. But that doesn't really give Annihilation an edge here. He's going to get double swung from spawn. Then HooXi can look to get involved. There's no way to win this 1v3, and he knows it.
Good save. I'm surprised he's as committed as he was there in that 1v3, but really wanted to see what was on the table, see what was on offer. And we've already seen some very crisp shots for the Mongols, so individually coming in hot, and you'd need to. But man, HooXi's won G2 both their rounds right now. Individually, it's a good sign. And, you know, we kind of had that in that FaZe game a moment ago where it was just Rain, you know, on paper the 4th best player on the team, right? Although not always in practice. And, of course, on a superstar team, you can really rely on anyone. But there's still time for NiKo to get on the board and Hunter to rise up above the rest. These are the players you would expect on a map like this, especially with the positions. NiKo starts A. HooXi and Monte taking a bit of space towards B. Monte orbs the angle, and G2 put pressure on alt mid as well. They can insta-flank. Hunter's going for it. Now Monte backs up. They know a B play is inevitable. And even if these B players fall, there will be fast flanks.
Out they come. Lovely shot from Monte. He's showing up in great form. NiKo finds one blind. And they're closing the gap on Monte, but HooXi's got his back. As they try to scale up and over on the oranges, it's certain death that awaits them inside of this B site. HooXi and Monte just playing back to back with one another. Annihilation, beautiful shot to deal with HooXi. But similar to last round, locked in a 1v3 that's just too far past the post, and there's no going back to save this time. The flank is in. Nice. Hunter's got the better of him. And so G2 are starting to close this gap.
Solid round, decisive for G2, playing as they should as the favorite. Confident push immediately into alt mid as NiKo puts pressure on mid with util. And right now, G2 have flipped it on its head entirely, despite that 4-0 lead for the Mongolian side. They're not playing scared. That much is apparent. As they shouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, this is an interesting investment here from the
hero.
Mongols. It's more than just the hero AK. They've put everything on the line here. Could have elected to just play the eco outright, and then they would have had kind of everything they need in the next round.
Well, they've got an idea, definitely. We see a couple of... Oh, my God, Monte's going for wallbangs you don't see every day.
How nice is that AWP as well? Monte's AWP.
Which one is it?
Dragon Lore with the iBuy power stickers.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
I think Annihilation had a Desert Hydra, I want to say. Pretty tasty. Azteca's at 150 ADR coming into round 8. Had some very impactful rounds, so funnily enough, not the guy I would have said coming into this game I want on the AK, but right now, with what he's given us, go on, lad, show it. Oh, okay.
Oh,
way to begin.
He's blind. He's boxed in, and they will overwhelm him. Suddenly a route to the B players open. They're desperately scrambling bodies around. Monte going to be the only line of defense. Trying to get in position with the AWP, but the smokes are already in. Oh, he's just praying that something connects through this smoke, and it will for Hunter. They lose Monte in the meantime. He's spammed out over at Coffin. The G2 are suddenly in with a chance on this retake. The force buy for the Mongols sees them put in a 2v2 post plant. Both players back at the site. And so the timing on these peaks has got to be perfect for G2. If they get separated in these fights, if they give over 2 1v2 attempts, Mongols are going to love that.
Ready to swing.
So out they come from the spawn side. Blitz is fed to them, but back at the site is Bartak, and he's going to hold on. Nice. They're running at him, and even though they get the kill, there's no time. Surely it's going to be close. No. And it dawns on Hunter now, but too little, too late. He's dead to the bomb, and the Mongols do it with a force buy.
That's sick. Bartak buys just enough time, positions very well behind the new boxes, covers for just another second, and even though Hunter hits that running shot, these opening pistol kills were everything. We know what 2 entry kills can do on a map like Inferno. An unbelievable 1 for Annihilation on that boost. And man, for Nico right now, I feel him. It's been hard. He's been getting cleared up at sandbags. He's been getting nades stacked. Then he gets hit by that 1D on a jump, just trying to set Hooksy up. He's getting robbed right now of these rounds. Mongol's very competitive out of the gate. 5-3. Back to Banana, but you know that was already a force buy, and they lose all players. So 4 Galils, not a pretty picture for the Mongols. Whereas G2 far more well endowed in this round. Monte up in apartments. This guy starts where he wants and stays mobile. Banana control allowed by G2. Oof. The nade timing is fantastic as they set up a boost. Monte just had to eat it. And G2 starting to make a mid-round move back into Banana, retaking it as this mid-play comes through.
Oh, they move out, but into this boost, up on top of short. JKS and Hunter make quick work of it. Trying to get out down into the pit is Bartak, but in doing so, he's left in the prying eyes of Monte. And going back up Banana, not the safety net you'd hope for, as there's 2 players still sat here for G2. Looking like a pretty convincing return to form from the G2 squad. They're even pushing down Banana, so Annihilation was on one hell of a timing there. G2, a clean way to find their 4th. 5 alive at the end of it. That's a nice way to build back in, right? We remember the Mongols coming into that round. We're already kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of what they could bring out. Came into it with 4 Galils, for crying out loud. And G2, a 5 alive round. Just puts, you know, 1 round of difference between them and getting eco'd. So
yeah.
And now a chance to build up even more money, right? As the Mongols only have a Deagle that they're going to have to juggle around.
Yeah, still for a team that's shown good utility usage. Okay. What? He got 3.
They just all lined up for him.
Okay, well, it's a clean sweep here for G2. Finish him, Hunter. Through the smoke, why not? But for a team that has shown good utility usage, I mean, that was that mid take in the previous round was pretty lackluster. Did not flash JKS off, did not, you know, push anyone out of position. So gonna need to see better XX for the Mongols. That third play was in the pits, right? Yeah. You take that. And here we go, 5-5. A good beginning from the Mongols, but will G2 start to steamroll out of control now?
Well, it's 2 flawless rounds in a row for G2. And now they're going to start taking some liberties here, right? This is the freedom that comes with what they banked up. They flash Hunter into the bottom mid fight, and he gets out with so much. Softens up Annihilation for Nico's nade. He will fall at the hands of Azteca, but JKS was teed up to get that trade. There's a route to the B play open. Azteca's low on health as he moves in to attempt the 1v2. Deep spawn smoke, but they could look to come through that. They arrive a little late after the bomb's planted, so now you might just have to wait out this smoke. Full belt of util on both players, so they really get to nullify a lot of these angles here as they move in for the retake. Azteca goes swinging, and he might be low on health, but he brought us down in the 1v1. Monte out of the picture now. JKS has got to do it. Has got to be that man. He knows where Azteca is. The flashes keep him off that bomb. This is masterfully done right now. He's called the bluff. Peeks out on the tap. And JKS will secure that round. Battered and bruised RG2 as the 1v1 goes their way.
That hurts for Azteca, man, but he did all he could, right? 2 flashes, doesn't swing off of it, and then the final tap, you've got to check it eventually, and JKS goes just wide enough that he can catch him on that lip. That corner is wood back at Ruin, so it's perfect. He can spam him through. Azteca, what a sick round, though. Again, pulls up with an AK and puts bodies in bags. He's definitely looking like a, you know, the missing piece for the Mongols individually if he can keep this going in this map. G2 rise above it all and still win their 3rd round in a row. I like how Swanee's using these pauses early as well, because this game is still on the edge. It's still teetering with the money. Mongols get one more buy. This one has no util, so, you know, 2 smokes, a molly, 2 flashes, a nade. How do they make that work, T-side Inferno?
Oh, there's a triple B lean for G2 out of the gate in this round. Monte's there supporting with the AWP. And they're starting to take... Yeah, I was wondering, I'm like... Where?
It's A. They know it's A. Hoogsy's got full banana. The issue is the flash is in apartments, so it's going to be a chimney flash if they throw it. That probably won't do too much.
JKS doesn't have a gun. I think that's what they were looking for. He only has a USP here. Oh, this is weird now. A lot weirder than it needed to be. His teammate is nearly dead, but you also don't want to get caught lowing the gun across. JKS and Hunter are both spammed out, and this gets real awkward now. This is a couple of unforced errors in this round that have come back to really hurt G2. And now you're in a position where you have to save. You know, you might be here, like right on the edge of being able to retake, but if nothing's offered to you, you're just saving. And so that one's going to hurt. Go check spawn, Hugo. Is there a gun? So he just forgot to buy. Fully just forgot.
But then why was Hunter running? Did he drop his weapon? I missed that completely. Like, that just doesn't happen at this level. No weapon? I mean, he got spammed out ultimately, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, but you know, it affects everything. It affects like the angles he's trying to play. I doubt JKS would have ended up on top of the cold box if he didn't realize midway through the round, like, wait, I don't have a primary.
Yeah, if there was a gun, J-Raz would have found it. So there almost certainly wasn't in the round. That is super awkward for G2. And hey, the Mongols go for an apps pop. This one looks
so wild because like think about like what that did.
He just had nothing, right?
across the entire round was like, they had the info it wasn't Banana. G2 triple took Banana, but they didn't have bodies in place over towards A because Hunter was just moving out at that point in time. I'm guessing to go check over towards spawn and see if there was a gun there, drop his M4 over, and then it's like it dawned on them, you know, as the rest of G2 are saying, like, guys, it's A, it's A. Like, you're the one guy with the rifle. You have to come back. And so they both kind of get caught in weird positions in the site.
Hunter's got the rifle. He's 10 health. I mean, that's a, you know what that is? Well, I think that's a tilt round. G2 need to keep their head screwed on right now because that's one you just have to brush off quickly and go next because that is a huge mistake. 6-6.
Yeah, you know, I think it'll be one of these things where you can laugh it off if you go on to find success now, but if this becomes like how you let the Mongols back in, I think that's where it starts to weigh on you a little bit more. Right? If you immediately find success here, suddenly you're laughing and you're going, oh, well, you know, when I actually buy a gun, the game's a lot easier, ha ha ha, and everyone's having a good time.
Util has been incredible in this T side. We've seen some really big nades for the Mongols. Gets dunked up top mid for G2. Nico, or top B rather, Nico again, limited by utility. Going to be fast up long, nothing to do, you can't stop this. Hunter's being wrapped, he has to turn. Last second he does, but the flash is good, only allows for one and done. JKS needs this multi now, he's the last line of defense, and Azteca cuts out rotations. JKS cannot convert, and that is the sight. Do you risk it all on a 2-on-3? Many teams would say no. And G2 are many teams. It's sadly the right call, they've not got the money. You'd think they'd have more money, right? They saved all that money by not buying an M4?
Yeah. Oh, dude, no, this is, you know, this is kind of teetering on the edge of worst case scenario because that previous round happens with like the weird buy situation. You come into this one and you're like, don't worry, it's all good. Like, you know, we'll bounce back. And now you've lost this round. Your money is right on the edge. The Mongols are starting to run away with the T side. Suddenly, you know, them winning out the half is more than realistic. If they win this next rifle round, the Mongols are looking down at a 9-6 scoreline fairly comfortably. So, you know, that one weird round has kind of spiraled now, and it's become a far bigger problem, a far greater problem for G2. They can still come together, they can still get ahead of it and beat this problem, but if the Mongols go on to win out the half, you know, I think that's where your mental hurts a lot more, right? Knowing how different it could have been.
Yeah, this is a scary BO1 right now. I think Inferno was already scary because while G2 should beat, you know, this team on Inferno without a doubt, it's, you know, you're still willingly playing into your opponent's favorite map, even if it's not necessarily the best map. But it's the most tested map against EU teams. Oh, look at this play. Nico not ready, not for a moment. Azteca goes right through that smoke. There is a kill to keep things in a 4-on-4. That bomb needs to be retrieved. Mongols can't commit just yet. If they do, they'll be lacking the package. But they put on so much pressure on this B site. And Azteca's going to keep going. Hoopsie through the smoke, tries to be the hero, but it's only one and done. Techno flashing his way through, dodges the spam, and Mongols own B for now.
Yeah, Hunter rests here on the other side of the smoke, and as it fades, he can stop this bomb plant, but he spams low, and the plant's up on the ledge, so they get out with their lives intact in the 3-on-3.
This is the kill.
Next kill decides a lot, and it's Techno to win it out. JKS now dead. The man advantage lies with the Mongols. They spot the AWP back in spawn, and Monacy's picked up. Hunter's now knowing about him, whittled down by Techno up on top of the boxes. That's a defensive smoke. That's the smoke of a man that's trying to save, and Blitz will not let off the pressure. The Mongols, they've won out the half at bare minimum, and they've broken G2's money heading into round 15. They're looking for 4 in a row to close this out 9-6.
It's just unbelievable. Sure, there was a... No, not yet,
No,
There's more. There's more show to show. There's one more round, and we're going to keep it going. Fantastic T-side out of the Mongols. But the show is not over yet. And this is a desperate force for G2. 2 MP9s, 2 pistols at FaMAS. And Nico, he's had a horrendous start to this game. Somewhat of it, at times not even mistakes being made, right? Like just getting nade stacked. Again, he's 50 health. He started every round 50 health. Or getting, you know, caught on jumping 1Ds. But yeah, that last round, again, the walk through the smoke. Azteka's making plays, man. He's making me a fan. And MongolZ have the pace in this T side. They are running amok.
Hunter's flashed in for a long fight. Clean with the CZ. That's nearly a triple. Azteka was tagged right in the back line, brought down low, and now could get finished off by Nico. Yeah. Nico's going to respect this smoke. That's given Azteka a little more room to move in. Keep the pressure on from long in the sight. JKS falls first, and there's the backstab. Nico arriving just a couple of seconds too late here, and a 2v3 for G2. Wounded on Nico, tagged up by the nades earlier on. And he's had a very, very rough game here. Is he in the mindset to turn around like this back in G2's favor? He opens up with one. Hooxie's creeping up short, and Nico sets him up with a flash, but one hell of a turn from Annihilation. Nico's got to do it alone. They're both in the sight, and he can't find them. The MongolZ close it out at 9-6 in this first half. They go into the second, sporting a 3-round lead.
Run that track, baby. With a 9-round T side for the MongolZ, the question remains, did G2 bite off more than they can G-chew? And Inferno clearly looking to be a problem piece right now. The one map the MongolZ love, the one map the MongolZ have proven themselves on is Inferno. And sure, well, that's given data for G2 to analyze. You can't analyze a game like this from Azteka. Monstrous T-half from the latest addition for the MongolZ here at his first major, performing lights out. He is really putting on a show right now at 120 ADR after the first half. Nico's silent. G2 with a required pistol round ahead of us.
Yeah, G2 are going to need Nico to come alive here, right? That would make everything so much easier for this G2 squad. You know, he's still been involved in other ways. Nico's good at that, like finding ways to still have impact. He's got the most flashes on his team, the highest UD. So he's still been carrying a bit of impact here. But you want frags out of Nico. That's why he's in the squad. He's not a support, man. He's not setting you up. He's meant to be the one going for the glory. And so expect to see something from him over towards Banana. I know he didn't fare well here in the first half, but this is usually where he looks to do his best work.
Yeah. If he gets his kill, he'll draw his team back. They can go for a B hit, but he's been smoked out. Oh my God, Blitz, does he think this is B? He's on a big flank right now. Hunter's holding on. Blitz forces that kill.
Is weird.
They're still ahead of it, but Bartek's got the spot, and there's a man in the sight.
Yeah, you know you've kind of forced them for the A play when they come out the apartments like that. Oh, mopped up. Annihilation is clean with the USP. And so now it is just Nico in the clutch. 1v3, all eyes on him. And the Mongols peeking from the graveyard, giving him a chance at this fight. Nico might be a little lost in the sauce here, doesn't know the whereabouts of this three-man stack. Ooh. He's got the info now. Nico! And it's run down by Techno's Doolies.
If he had
so
his gun
close to the 1v3.
That was his.
But just stolen away. And the Mongols now with a pistol under their belts, moving into double digits. I thought for a moment that Nico was back.
Yeah. Limited by what's in his hands, literally. Could have landed it, should have landed it, crosshair in the right place, but bomb in his fingers. And Mongols will steal that pistol round away, stopping the clutch. Something to be said for that right now. Everything is coming up Mongols. Despite G2's best efforts. Got a couple of rifles here, but G2 are limited. Tech 9s are plenty. Up middle, Nico's Deeg may be the world's best. And he might get a fight in mid. That smoke comes down, but they want to fight it. Flash is a problem, though. Bartek spraying through the smoke gets one. Annihilation on the long side is gifted an M4 over, and G2 trying to make the most of this chance.
Hell yeah, take the gun out. And look to play it as a 2-on-3. Just fully reset the round. I like this.
Wonder if that reload is going to send them back to B. Yeah, it should. They hear it in middle, but they know he took it long, so that's big info for the Mongols. And they're going to get
quick to reclaim this as well, actually. I do really, you know,
it's so early.
They've been very heads up, though, in how they played this CT side, right? Like, the moment there's quiet anywhere, they've been keen to re-aggress and try to go searching for the info. It's super proactive, and it's given them a real edge here in the 3v2.
Sick round.
This backstab is going to be immediate. It might arrive before the sight hit even takes place, with G2 really squeaking this one for time. Oh, Techno fires off just a second too soon. Mart's trying to come in. Oh, it's ugly. It's ugly. They're trying to regain control, and they stumble back to their feet. Nico at 1 HP is finished off through the smoke. And so the Mongols will get a leash back on G2 when all is said and done.
Yeah, I think that reload is the killing blow for G2, because Hunter, he had no ammo on the M4 when he picked it up, so he tries to get as far away as he can, but he's still within earshot of Bartek on short, or yeah, I think it was Bartek or Hasteka. And so he gets the reload off. They realize, yeah, that's the M4 from long. It's now middle, and we've got 3A. Sure, that rotate was going to come through inevitably, but what it does allow is the re-aggro in middle for Mongols, which gives them a quick flank, which wins them the round. So that's a curious mistake for G2. We've had a couple of them in this game. 11-6. And a buy-in for G2, despite losing their previous force. They made it close, they get a plant. It's not awful, but these are the kind of buys that you roll your eyes at if you lose the game. It will catch Mongols off guard, no doubt about it. But Util thrown up top B. Mongols know there's something in the tank. And Monte is up ahead of every expectation. Big opening kill, but he can't convert more.
Still, that's an invitation enough if you're G2, right? That one kill in towards the B site. does get them interested, and they want a full send here with a coffin smoke down and CT locked out. It was meant to be free passage, but Annihilation finds a way to return the advantage to the Mongols. More spam, but it's returned from the players at Banana. Backstab coming in from the Mongols in the meantime, and the utils coming through to deny a bomb plant for now. That gives that much more timing to this flank that's coming through silently very late in the round here. And you can see Hunter,
he needs him,
trying to keep his wits about him, but doesn't want to just dedicate towards this flank angle yet. Goes back in, doesn't know about the second player. And so we're right back on 2v2. Smoke in at the coffins, going to try and lock Nico out of the round. He's now got to wait behind that, tries to play through it, tries to play ahead of it. He will cut down Bartak, saves JKS's life, who goes on to get that final kill. And G2 on their force buy, break back in with their first T-side round.
Yeah, finally a round. It feels like Nico can say, I did something, I had impact, I've won something for my team. He gets the plant in, gets 2 kills in the post, makes a very risky play through a smoke to give JKS room. And now G2 trying to hype themselves back up and get into this map, because this has been a very quiet beginning for arguably the world's best. That Rust. And I mean, that was interesting to even hear HooXi. Well, we'll hold this off, because G2 are up B very quickly. There's not a lot to play with for the Mongols, right? The back-to-back force buys came at a cost. And G2 got exactly what they wanted from it. 4 Mongols were able to build up a buffer. Now they're stuck on 2 M4s and 3 pistols.
Double app setup as well, just playing back to back. Now, this is going to work beautifully if they win the fight onto JKS. That's where this really gets profitable, but it's a big if, and it doesn't look good out of the gate. Second man is now meant to be here to win this, and he will. Blitz's Deagle rings out. Oh, they're already down long, and that comes as a surprise to Annihilation, who's caught on a bit of an island there. They're ready for the apps re-swing, and so Blitz only gets one and done in the apartments. That's the save secured now for the Mongols, and G2 starting to pick up a bit of steam.
What I was going to say is interesting to hearing HooXi seemingly talk down on the idea that G2 had to skip Rio, which from my perspective, I think from many others, looked like a good idea for G2 to, go back. Everyone's talking about the schedule, about being overworked and playing all these events, and a lot of travel as well. Some teams flew to Rio and exited within 24 hours, and FaZe got grouped as well. It seemed like a good idea, but obviously as someone self-proclaimed a grinder who has been in ex-Copenhagen Flames and played all these intense schedules, especially online, it seemed like he wasn't for the idea. But yeah, the question of Rust was presented by Banks, and there's definitely been some in this map. There's no doubt about it. But G2 looking to shake it off, scrape it off, and try and pull a late game comeback on the T side. And this has been something that has been more of an issue for Asian teams in the past when they come to Europe is, even despite a good start, maintaining it on the CT side up against some of the world's best teams who get to dictate the flow. That has been where teams like Tyloo have struggled, and the Mongols in more recent times. I mean, even if you look at the numbers on Inferno, their T to CT is 57% T on this map. And sure, it is a map that's definitely got more T-sided, but it doesn't scream faith. What it does scream is the potential for G2 to come back into this game.
Oh, they hold the shot on the boost, but as they reassemble it, it's into Nico's crosshair. Now, he isn't able to find the man under the boost, and he's still walking into like a layered setup here. That is a USP doming Nico.
Yoink.
They barrel through the smoke, and now they get the info that B's clear. The footsteps heard by Azteca over in top mid. If he could have knocked one player out of the round before falling, I think you would have seen the Mongols try to give this round a go. The fact that he dies immediately might make them just taper off. Look to save these guns that they've worked for. That nade damage really makes it so, right? Like any idea that they were going to try and contest this round is out the window when Blitz gets brought down to 30. And so G2 now 2 rounds away from tying this game up. They've kind of gone through the easier couple of rounds here. The real challenge is coming up next. Yeah, no,
Hey,
fair play.
That's how you should do it. Get your info out and then mold. That's how you should do it.
We saw the fight from Artek's POV. It was kind of wild. So, yeah, fair play that one gets under your skin a bit.
Nico still with his head strapped on, though. Ooh. Oh, no. Oh,
dear.
That's unlucky. We'll call it. Big kill for Hooksy on the exit. Gets rid of one of the 2 saved guns. It's still a buy for the MongolZ, though. And Annihilation can...
Yeah, he can get the AWP, but it would have been nicer, you know, if he survives at the end, he drops a gun over someone else, then it's like a real full belty util with the kit and everything, and like him being on the AWP with only a smoke isn't as big of a deal. Now, like, you are a lot more restricted here, right? You've only got, what, 2-3 players with full util. I know that's still a good bit, but like this is such a util-dominated map, right? So, yeah, it hurts a little more, and I think notably, you're going to be weighing up like util versus kit on some of these guys as well. So it looks like Blitz is going to be the only player with a defuse kit here for the MongolZ. Just ends up being that tiny bit more expensive right at the end. Monte's also donning his AWP on the other side.
Yeah, the one reassurance I think for this game has been similar to kind of like Rain in that FaZe map. Hunter's been solid the whole way through. He's been the rock for G2 across both halves. He's 5-0 in opening duels.
Yeah, Blitz wants to fight here. Ooh. He's taking a peek down through middle.
Aware.
At the same time that Annihilation was throwing up on that boost, but ends up on the receiving end of the Monte AWP. Blitz very clearly wants to be active and fighting in this round. He didn't actually purchase up extra util, so kind of an oddity considering it was a pretty like cash-strapped round for the MongolZ anyway, and he's the one guy with extra cash. Didn't get a kit either. So all this stuff is, you know, could very easily come back to hurt the MongolZ, especially considering they've started a man down now. Lacking the util to take the momentum out of a site play. And then if you end up in the retake, well, not only are you a man down, but you're working with the 10-second defuse. So G2, this is like a perfect chance for them to really get back into this game.
Smoke to give them room to move between. That molly still spreads a little bit. He's got to play in the open. Has Tekka on the pillar right now, and his teammate at the back of the bomb site. This is so uncomfortable. Nico with a clear. It's not perfect. Tekka swings with a flash, but he can't finish the job. Last bullet onto Hooksy. That bomb is very deep. G2 must go searching. They must go hunting, and Monte snipes him down from afar. He gets legged. This is uncomfortable right now with no smokes down. JKS is so far away. 20 seconds waiting for this flank, and even when they get it, it might not be enough. Bartek is still a problem piece. Up with the AWP. 13 seconds. He knows where that bomb is. They're coming his way, and Monte hits the 1D. Beautiful round from the kid. Finds every kill he needs to, and puts G2 back on the board.
Finds every kill. That's an ace from Monte. Crazy round. Crazy round from the G2 AWP prodigy, man. That is wild. To go and close it with the Deagle as well. Woo! I like what we're getting out of this guy.
Yeah. High impact as ever. And even that clear on backside was so difficult. And that's broken the money, broken the momentum that the MongolZ once had with 6 rounds in a row. G2, oh, that rifle full blind. No way, they get 2 kills up top B. Monte, of course, keeps things interesting, and that molly will put Tekka in problem. Nate does it instead. And so MongolZ, well, they wanted the guns, they try to retrieve them, they get punished. Can't sit pretty for long.
Well, Techno, a P250 and a dream in the 1v3 site hold. His teammates very, very far away. And so you're kind of hoping that Techno can do the impossible here to even cook up a scenario where you look interested in this round. 1 kill would be enough to do that for the MongolZ. Oh, but he's getting pressured. He's boxed in, and they will run him down. Even though the MongolZ are all here, the AK grab is nice for Bartek.
Surely not.
Won't fire off the flash. So we still don't know he's deep up through Banana. But they're positioned to deal with exactly this. Dark player going to go swinging, and there's Hunter with the close. 5 in a row for G2 as they tie this game up. Came into this second half with quite the lead for the Mongols. They were up 11-7. Things were looking golden, 11-6 rather.
Yeah.
And now we're at a tie game. G2 are roaring back to life, and it's been Monte and Hunter really to kind of make that happen.
As much fun as upsets are, you know, I think a lot of people are wanting, obviously, a strong playoff run from the top 5, and we want teams like G2 and FaZe there. And I think we're almost getting the best of both worlds in these opening 2 games where the underdogs prove that they can tangle with the beast and they can put up a really strong map. But if the favorites still win, we kind of get the road to the you know, tournament we want, while still having good signs from Mongols, from Monte. Let's see if they can put a foot in the door right now. Jumping out of apartments, some crucial trades from G2 needed here. JKS will provide. It's all up to Blitz.
I can't believe he's gotten so deep back within the site, but just falling shy of that kill. And the outcome of the round's been decided. Mongols are already left to save. This one only lasts a few seconds. It feels like a very, very fast round from G2, a real change of pace on the immediate apps pop. And the Mongols were not ready for it. A little awkward there. You know, I think Blitz was left with so much responsibility after Azteca and Bartak both, you know, kind of fumble their attempts of containing that push through the apartments.
Saw some similar rounds in the T side for Mongols, right? Off the back of winning a slow B round. They just go for a quick apps pop, and G2 were often caught off guard and out of position. We saw a couple of missed rounds with JKS. Same thing happens for Mongols. They are, you know, moving between positions when G2 jump out of apps. And so there was just no way they were going to be able to either get a multi-kill or buy enough time in their positions. Nice call from Huxi. G2, what a streak on this T side after an ugly game.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, it's even like the kind of staying power that they have in this series is what's scary here, right? They had 3 players at nearly 16K coming into this round, you know, like that's terrifying. That's not the G2 you want to be up against. It means that for Mongols, this is going to be a real grind of a game if they wanted to try and, you know, find a way back into it. You're not going to get those freebie rounds. Every round, you're going to be up against this Monte Orb. You're going to be up against the full util harassing you at Banana. They're going to have rifles out.
Only one at B as well, and doesn't fill you with hope. It's an AWP that will be inevitably smoked off. A big gap there for Nico to look at. Lots of options here for G2 with full Banana. Hunter lurking in alt mid, making noise, keeping Mongols strong. That's exactly what G2 want. Annihilation. He can play ahead of the smoke. He can get one kill and get out, but how much more? At least his team have left him util. It's a second smoke throw, and he's got a Molotov now, but this execute will decide it.
Yeah, he kind of needs to play ahead of this smoke.
I don't think he can. It's a perfect smoke. He can go over the top, but he'll die.
So he has to just let them in, hope that the smoke spam finds something, which it won't for the Mongols. G2 with a plant in the 5v5.
You don't want to save here, but it's unfortunately the best option.
Oh,
that's what you
suddenly,
need. Yeah.
Suddenly they've been given a reason to give this round a go. 3 players on the backstab. Boost up over in spawn. Hunter goes looking for this kill, and he nearly finds them both. Monte's looking down Banana. The flash gets him off the angle. Right here are the Mongols, but Monte repels the first man in. More where that came from. Hunter holds it down from the pool, and then JKS goes on to close. G2 will not let them in.
I felt like they weren't even positioned for that, right? Like, sure, they have this double hold on Banana, but there are 3 players, and player after player is not expecting more. Monte didn't look ready for more than 1 player, but they flashed up top B. They set each other up, and it's Hunter who just sprays and prays, and both players swing into his crosshair.
You're so sick, Niva. Holy shit. Let's go.
Big round for G2 again in a 5-on-5 post plant on B. Despite that opener for Annihilation with the orb, it does not save MongolZ Bacon. And maybe that inevitable result that we expected is upon us. 7 straight rounds for G2 on this T half. Ever since they had their first rifle, they have not dropped the ball once.
They're a little more active over towards Banana this time, right? Lobbing in that deeper util, but they don't hang around to fight for it. They don't hang around to contain this. And I think, you know, this has been a bit of a problem for the Mongols, right? G2 have often had a serious foothold at top Banana, almost for free. And if you're going to give a team like G2 this much room to kind of make their plays, to stake their claim over on this side of the map, they'll take it. You know, time and time again, they'll take this space. Feels like a gift to be getting it for so little util, so little, you know, damage even exchanged on the early nades. The Mongols are having to play very reactive Counter-Strike, right? They don't know what's happening till the exec is coming their way, and that's a scary way to play the game, especially when they're not really employing these gambles a hell of a lot, right? It's pretty standard 3-2 split. So now they learn it's the B play. So much is weighted on these first few fights, and at least Aztec is going to start it off nicely for the Mongols up on this boost. Tries to take it one step further. Nico moves in and will get taken out. JKS and Hunter trade it back into the 3-on-3, and they look to punish this AWP on the swing. Hunter is channeled in right now, laser focused on completing this comeback, on turning the game around. And they now stand about to find 14, breaking the Mongols' money as we get into the final few rounds of this game, unless this retake can come through.
Missed Molly as well. It's perfect, but it's not on JKS, who could have been burnt out. 20 health, and the flank is coming through for Monte. Lines that shot up, sets JKS up for one more, and he's buying just enough time to win this round for G2. 14 now, and it is in the palm of their hand. They just have to close their clasp. G2 with a phenomenal T half. Azteca, what a cheeky boy. He gets a kill off the boost. He pulls back so that G2 won't see him. They expect him to drop off. He somehow gets a double, and then he doesn't drop. That's an unbelievable play to try and make. And G2 punish him for it. He has still been the hero of this map for the Mongols. That cannot be forgotten about. 24 and 19 on the latest edition. But still G2 with a statement right now. Monte swings mid, he finds Blitz. And it's starting to unravel here in round 26.
Oh, that hurts. Yeah. That hurts so much if you're Bartek. You could see how dedicated he was to chasing that kill down.
He had to.
It was like mentally in his head. He's like, no, this one is not getting away, but it does. They feed the beast, and Nico taps out one of these B players, and so the B defense now falls just onto Techno. Annihilation could even get caught, you know, walking the line over in mid. Wherever G2 go, they're the favorites to win this round, and they're going to move into B. The red carpet rolled out by Nico. And so just Annihilation left. And he should be a dead man with this boiler lurk so late in the round, with players still in mid trying to hunt him. G2 really want to try and deny anything being saved from the Mongols. And so they're all hunting this. They've got 3 players moving in towards him, and they deal with him cleanly. This is very reassuring from G2, right? In spite of Nico having a pretty bad game as far as it goes, having a pretty rough go at it, you know, still having ways, like we were saying, of, you know, finding some impact with good util, but not giving the numbers that you associate with this guy. It's very, very reassuring to see that Hunter and Monte can, you know, bridge that gap.
Yeah, it's more like the way it happened as well in the first half, with just how destroyed he was getting by nades, and some unlucky rounds as well. And then, yeah, towards the end, it's started to unfold for him, and he, you know, read a few rounds wrong, but this T side, he's just been confident, and he's been back to his usual tricks. How is he alive? I couldn't tell you, but he's punished Azteca. He's got his revenge from what happened in the last round of the first half. Nico throws it right back in his face. And really, that's all that matters. That's the good part about a game like this. Even if Nico goes a little quiet, it's still a monstrous T-side for Hunter. Monte with an ace. JKS returning to form. And so reassuring is the word you use. There is no better one, as G2 are ready to close this game.
Oh, and that's how it's going to unravel with Bartak dead down in the pit. This one is a done deal now. G2, they're being very methodical at clearing all these angles, but they've already owned the site. They've already won this round with the backstab coming in up through mid. It will be accounted for by G2. They've gone out, they've explored the extremities of this A site. They've not seen anything. And so Monte, it's like that first half all over again, right? He's just AWPing down into the choke point and middle. That's a real sign of the times play. Just barreling through the Molotov to certain death. And Blitz 1v3, not long for this world. He's living on borrowed time here, and he knows it. G2 swing him together, and they pull this one over the line. It is a lovely looking G2 win as they turn it around from 11-6 down. They don't let them get a single round past that point and close it 16-11.
10 T rifle rounds in a row for G2, and that is fantastic look after how well the Mongols started. Definitely a team to avoid in the 0-3 picks right now. This looks like a squad who can compete against some more European opposition with double digits against the world's best. So for the Mongols, I have my eyes on them for the rest of the Challenger stage. But for the desk, I ask, are you not reassured?
Well, after the Mongols started on fire, G2 finally found the keys to that fire truck and absolutely doused the flames of their opposition. We're talking about 9 rounds in a row to be closing this one out. We're talking about a comeback from 11-6 deficit. That's what we wanted to see from G2. So I would say to Hugo, yeah, I'm reassured with what we saw in the second half. But again, we're talking about there's kind of slow starts from G2, which we were worried about, but they did close it out in the end.
G2 took a while to get off the starting block there. I don't think Nico ever got off the starting block, Pimp. That was a bit concerning for the guy who we are painting this picture right now. There's this narrative that he's the one guy that hasn't gotten his yet. He hasn't won a major yet. You would love to see if he's able to actually contribute a little bit more. I'm sure he will, but it was nice to see from G2 that some of the younger stars could actually deliver. The fact that Monte did well, JKS on top of that, and I'd say that Hooksy called a great game to be closing it out in such fashion. We see the streak of rounds right here that G2 were able to accomplish to close it out, and I mean, really, after they won a few of those, I just felt like this is just all over.
It was all over.
In reality, right, G2 can't be too satisfied with the CT side. Only scoring 6 rounds, having Nico, getting owned on banana time and time again. There was a couple of mistakes and a couple of misplays being made by G2. Also got to give the credit to the Mongols for playing a good T side in the first half. But it did feel like when we got over to the T side, G2 could have played 100 rounds and would have won the vast majority of those rounds. They were miles ahead of the Mongols, had a clear idea of what they wanted to do and how they wanted to proceed on the map. And then I think Hugo said something very smart, surprisingly enough, in the cast. The fact that they were able to win without Nico having any impact whatsoever. I knew aware, because of Hugo as well, that he was throwing a couple of flashes in the first half, but for a player that is normally running around with the rifle and dictating the game, we saw nothing from Nico, and yet it still felt like a walk in the park for G2. So a lot of positives, and yes, I'm reassured.
Yeah, before we do continue our dissection, let's head on over to the booth where Banks has a catch-up with Hunter.
Thank you, Freya. I've got Hunter with me here, and I want to start by looking at this Inferno. Okay, second half was great from you guys, but you wanted to give Mongols a chance, give them their best map. We know the damage they've been able to do on the past, mate.
Yeah, I mean, we know that they play really good Inferno and Mirage, and they showed it in the past, as you said, but this is our comfortable map, and we are confident on Inferno, so we didn't want to take a risk and play some other map because it's best of fun. We want to play on our strengths as well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's it. We didn't start well on City side. T side, we did really good, and we all trust Hooksy, and it's easier to play first game especially, and against the teams like where you are big favorite. It's easier to play T side a lot than playing City side because they can surprise you a couple of rounds, and that's what happened. And yeah, we did a lot of mistakes, I would say, but yeah, on T side we stay calm and we did good.
And when you say about staying calm, I could definitely see that. We were still seeing smiles, we were still seeing you guys, okay, you're losing some rounds you don't want to lose, but it didn't seem like you were ever stressed. Did it feel that way in the game?
Yeah, like we made some mistakes for the RMR and even the RMR when we didn't qualify for the major, and we learned from it. And then, yeah, of course, we cannot go under the pressure again. As I said, we learned something from it, and we are experienced more now together as a team. And yeah, we just need to focus on what is in front of us, like just about next round and not what was in the past. And yeah, we were all calm. We all trusted Cooksey. He called really good. He had a really good plan against them, and it worked, and I'm happy because of that.
And do you feel like now you got this first best one out of the way, you feel like that kind of rust has gone? Because obviously you hadn't played an official in quite some time.
Yeah, it's really good and it's really important. Like, we didn't play official for a long time, and we played maybe 10 maps last 2 months or something like that. So yeah, it's not easy to play the first game. But yeah, now like step by step, second game is today as well. We need to just reset, refocus, prepare for the next opponent. We don't know who we play against yet. And yeah, that's it.
And I've got to ask one thing as well. There was a moment where JKS was sat there inside, didn't have a gun in his hands at one point when they were rolling in. What went on with that situation? What was going on?
Yeah, we were laughing about that when we finished the game. Yeah. Round before, he flashed for me. I killed 3 guys really good. Yeah. Then next round, we had a plan that I flashed for him Apeks because we thought that they will explode Apeks. Yeah. And that's what they did, but he didn't have a rifle. And then I wanted to flash for him, and then he recognized I don't have a rifle. Oh my God, he had USP only. And yeah, they exploded Apeks just 5 seconds after, of course, yeah. That's a big mistake, but yeah, it happens, and yeah, we were just laughing about that. We didn't tilt, we need to stay focused for the next rounds, and that's it.
I love it. Laugh it off and move on forward. Hunter, congratulations on the win to start off with. Thank you very much. Freya, well, that's the answer. We'll see how they get on further on in the tournament.
I love that we got that insight there, because we were literally going to bring up that round as a bit of a head scratcher in that first half, and I think it kind of painted the narrative of 2 sides for G2 in this one.
Yeah, and the thing is that this half finished 6-9. MongolZ ended up winning the half, and it was because on this round that Hunter just described, he wanted to flash for JKS, they wanted to make some kind of play, and then they realized that JKS is in the bomb site with nothing but a USP. I don't know if this is something that Jame maybe had brought to the forefront, telling Sanji, hey, you should be doing this for me, but I think G2, just stick to your game plan. Don't do what outsiders do. Don't do what Jame did. I think they should just put a gun on every single person.
I think that's a fair analogy.
Yeah, that's a fair analogy. Sometimes mistakes happen. It's just the timing as well. They do an Apeks execute with 1 minute and 15 seconds left in the round. That's so abnormal as well. So it's just a bit of a sticky situation for G2.
Kind of no mistakes really coming through from Hunter, though, in that one. You were obviously harping upon Monte, JKS having some great moments, but Hunter looked consistent basically from beginning to end in that map.
I would say that Hunter in the first half was exceptional. In the second half, just still really good, you know? And I think that the second half for me was a lot of Monte, actually. He was closing a lot of the rounds out, but basically every single attack towards A that the Mongols wanted to throw at G2, Hunter was cleaning up 2 players minimum every single time. So yeah, CT side, really, if they didn't have Hunter in that first half, I mean, Mongols would have had a much more competitive game, and they already had won the first half.
Yeah, G2 keeping their heads above water after a sticky situation coming out of that first half, but plenty more Counter-Strike coming at you thick and fast. It's Forze taking on Grayhounds after this.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright? I just have to go for Monte here, I think.
But Monte is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Grayhound chewing up the competition in Asia. Now it is time for them to tee up against the big dogs in Paris. Forze rising as their first competition here. And we were just chatting about it, Jacob. It's almost a bit tricky to place Forze at the moment. Sure, we saw some really good stuff from them at EPL, but as they're not a partner team in most competitive circuits, I'm not quite sure where to place them coming into this.
Yeah, it is a tough team to quantify. It's a tough team to figure out where's their ceiling, what's the potential, and what can we expect from them coming into a tournament. I will say what we saw at Pro League was very reassuring. It was very impressive. The way they're playing Counter-Strike, the way they were able to overachieve to some extent. I think they could have gone further in EPL as well. They were a little bit unlucky in some of the games they did lose out there. So you look at the lineup, you look at the players, a lot of potential. You know, you have Jerry being the experienced in-game leader. Sorte with the AWP has done a great job. Shalfie normally also doing a good job. So a lot of potential within the CIS squad. So my message to the people out there would be, don't underestimate Forze. I think it's a team that all the teams right now in this stage of the major respect.
Forze are a fringe team to qualify to the next stage. That's how I would describe them. I would put them in that 7th to 10th best range right now of teams in the challenger stage, and a lot of it's off the back of Zorte. This guy has been an exceptional opper for the team, and I think that with Jerry, he's kind of just taking on project after project, and he's actually proving that he continuously can rise up or bring up the level of some of these youngsters that are on his team. He knows how to get them battle ready for Tier 1 CS, and I think that right now with Jerry, it's like this guy has never really found much success at majors, and I think that he definitely wants to try to just keep lifting these players up. And with him, I look at him as one of the best leaders actually in that whole Eastern European region. Yeah. And it's just that he hasn't had the tools necessarily to show that his leading abilities can match that, just because you just sometimes don't have the personnel to match it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, totally.
Thank you.
Well, speaking of the tenured in-game leader, we do have a few words courtesy of Jerry with Banks.
Now, Jerry, I want to start by looking at Forze right now as a team. You have an incredibly young team, but I know you, as the IGL, demand a lot of the team. You know what you expect from them, how you guys use boot camps. So what's it feeling like for you guys coming into the major right now? Where do you feel you're at as a team?
I think as a team we're feeling really good, but we are still know that there is a lot of big work for us, because our boot camps, they were not so long. We had like 6 or 10 days. It might give you like advantage on 2 maps, but in map pool there is a 6 map, you know, there's 7, you ban 1, and there is so much to do for us, and we're feeling great that we're here. Incredible feeling, because this is probably, or no, not probably, this is for sure the last major on this current version of CSGO, and we're grateful that we are here.
Now going into Grayhound though, this is a team that has a lot of up and downs. They haven't had much time to change things. Do you think this is a not easy on paper game for you, but like a game where you should win?
There is no such game as I can call it. We should win, I think, because everyone, when it comes to the major, they're on the highest level. No problem. They're on the highest level. Like everyone wants this. Everyone are ready to spill the blood here. So yeah, I think we had some preparation. We had some deathmatch. We had some proxy yesterday, and I think we're ready for this game. And it's going to be exciting. Like we had FaZe versus Monte, 16-14, best of 1. This is everyone wants that win, and we're on the same. We want that win.
I mean, Jerry's right. Anything can happen in a best of 1. Mirage, though, were you surprised to see this coming through? Or was it kind of expected?
I'm just glad that Forze being the favorites in this matchup banned Inferno. That's like what we just saw from the Mongols G2 letting the one map that Mongols could play at a strong level through with Inferno. The one map that I think Grayhound can play at a high level is Inferno, and Forze, they did their homework and they didn't let that go through.
Let's touch upon Grayhound, because we were prefacing earlier that they were decisive throughout the RMR. They were kind of head and shoulders above the competition. What was the reason for that? Why were they standing out particularly to you?
I think the teamwork of this squad is getting better and better. In general, a team that is trending upwards. Again, not a partner team, not a team we see at the biggest of the biggest tournaments. So whenever we do get to see them in Melbourne or some of the smaller online participations they sometimes explore, then we learn stuff from this team. Again, you're playing in Australia. The work conditions down there, the practice conditions are not that well. So I'm glad they've spent some time in Europe. I'm glad some of the European teams spent some time in Melbourne as well, so they could get that quality practice in. But I will say, apart from ENCE, I don't look at this team and seeing any player that can make the difference at this level. And I think that's my need, that's my concern right here for Grayhound. They only have one player I think stands out. The rest is good, but not better than good.
I kind of have high hopes for some of the individuals in terms of potential. Vexite has caught my eye at Melbourne. He had this really sick ace clutch against Complexity on Vertigo, just deleting every single person procedurally. And so, but the thing is that it feels like it's a ways away for Grayhound for me. Like, I can see them getting up to that level that they need to be at to contest international competition. But in this matchup and a lot of this stage, they are just going to go in as the underdogs, bar none.
Yeah, you were talking about them being a team that are just here for pick'em spoilers, Jacob. It's kind of been the story at a lot of majors, right?
I mean, they could pull off another if your pick'em's fair. We don't know.
Yeah, we have no idea. I didn't put them as 0-3 because I believe in the Aussie nation, but I don't know about our casters. Harry and Hugo, how are you feeling this matchup's going to go down?
0-3 Grayhound, are you paying attention? Are you watching the recent games? They're looking good. They're looking better. And even Pimp admitted to it, even if he, risks it all. I don't think it'll be this game, though, Harry. I certainly have Forze's favorite, so do Unicorn with the odds as well, 1.3. And Jerry's third major as well. And in my opinion, and even what he agreed as well when I asked him back at the RMR, his best squad yet. Are these his best chances?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been waiting a while for Jerry-led teams to make a splash at majors, right? Like, the way that I kind of look at this squad, and actually pretty much all of the Jerry-led squads throughout history, is like, they'll show up, they'll be on the radar in a really big way for a period of, like, 2 months, and then, like, have some good outings at events where maybe, they make, like, a deep run happen, they get to playoffs, but in terms of making it to these big stages, it's not something that we see often, right? And the success for Jerry at majors has often eluded him. So I would like to believe that this is the time. They're up against Grayhound on the other side, who down under out in Melbourne made it all the way to the semi-finals where they lost out to Bad News Eagles there. And a part of that was actually a 16-1 dealt to them on this very map. So, they have some fresh wounds here on Mirage to try and heal.
Lick, as they say, if that helps. It certainly feels better. I mean, we even had this head-to-head back at Antwerp in the opening matchup of Challenger. It was the first major for players like Shalfei and Zorti under this Jerry-led team. And Grayhound, of course, were under the Renegades at the time. Forze won it, and it was back on Nuke. So, yeah, it's been the opener before. It will be again. We'll have to see if Grayhound could do better than the 9 rounds they fielded 2 major cycles ago. Obviously, it was a very different situation back at Rio, one where Forze were unable to make it. And of course, the legendary pick'em destroying win for Grayhound, where they took a map over Cloud9. RIP. Forze, though, back on the A site with 2 players committed, and Grayhound, after holding a default early, are going to group up and go for this execute. ENCE lurking lower. 40 seconds to get it going.
Oh, Zorti's opened up. ENCE dead on this attempt to lurk out through lower for an A split. And so now it's just 3 guys barreling out through Palace. Oh, looking the wrong way was Jerry, but he'll still stand and deliver, and then his teammates do the rest. That is a very, very dominant pistol round out of Forze. There is not even a point of damage done to them. So that is free armor for everyone on the Forze squad, and a real feeling of accomplishment here at the end of that round.
Yeah, look at that for Zorti, and it's such a big kill as well because it just confirms what Grayhound are doing right after a slow default. You kill that under guy, you're not suddenly expecting a B hit. You know it's an A split, and they're very ready to stop the exec. Forze with a lovely pistol round. And as you said, free armor just means everyone has an M4, and we have some nades. No kit. Oh, that's almost awkward, but Glocks do not put up much resistance. And they shouldn't in this round, really. With 5 M4s v 5 Glocks, you want 5 alive for Forze. Result with new hair.
Seeing as this is just a little Glock round.
Go on.
You said coming into this about the Grayhound 03, like stance. You've kind of been very vocal on the pick'ems so far.
Yeah, go on.
Why do you feel like that's such a when you were saying MongolZ 03, likely, but now Grayhound you're saying, oh well, have you not watched them? Like,
No.
what's the reason?
Okay, well, yeah. Okay, if I was gonna flip flop at all,
well, hang on now.
If I was gonna flip flop after that Mongols game, I'd actually say I have more faith in the Mongols than I ever have had.
Ever?
Not ever, but I have more faith now than I did coming in. Azteca played very well. They had some really cool T-side rounds. I don't think Grayhound are going to win this game on the paper, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of coping a little bit right now But I think they have looked. This is the best Grayhound have looked since they were Renegades. There we go. That's my take. And so if there were a major that they didn't go 0-3, other than Rio, it would, I'd like to say, be this one. But Harry, the issue you have 2 0-3 teams. Now, one of them in my head is Fluxo. That's a safe one. They got 2 rounds in the opener. That's a safe. 0-3.
Okay.
The other should be Grayhound or MongolZ. And if I were to actually make an argument right now for one of them, it would be Grayhound. So,
okay, so we've kind of unraveled the point, and actually,
this therapy session was really good for me.
You know, we just talked it through a little bit. That's what you got to do sometimes.
But I don't want to do it. I want to say Grayhound. I've liked what I've seen from this team, and I have more faith than I ever have. So I guess for that logic, I should stick with my guns and say Grayhound 1-3.
Let us know. You know, who do you have as your 0-3? Everyone out there.
Sorry, Australia. Don't tweet me again. They don't like me over there after I cursed Rooster.
Yeah, no, good reason. Plus, you kind of sound like that other guy, that other, what's his name, Henry. You and him kind of sound alike, and he's not liked over there, so...
Don't they call him a wanker?
That is what they call him, yes.
Oh, yeah.
So, right, look, we had a little tech pause there, but you didn't even notice, because Grayhound ended up having Alistair drop out, but that's all been dealt with. He's back in the server, and now we have the buy round for Grayhound. It's got all the little bells and whistles and pieces. Everything.
Bits and bobs.
It's all in there, all inside this Happy Meal. So, Grayhound, they don't have the AWP. That's the one thing they're lacking.
So not all the bits.
Well, not all the bits and bobs, but most of them. It's nearly all there.
It's not a Happy Meal. It's a mediocre meal for Grayhound, but
it's more than enough.
Let's see if it has the sustenance to get this A execute, because they will have the site, Harry. Jerry's back in spawn. That means once Grayhound get their smokes in, they should have a plant. It's past that point that's under question. And even then, it depends what plant they go for, right? Because with standard smokes, there are often gaps to spam. But, you know, smoking behind or planting behind default, we know that spam is very common right now. How do Forze want to deal with this? Jerry wants to fight for it.
He's got a little gap to play around here with this smoke that he's dropped in. And even though Grayhound have got themselves a good deal of space here, it is hinging on winning some of these fights. Jerry tries to make a play. His teammates are pushing and prodding, getting involved over the top of the stairs. And this one grinds to a very awkward halt for Grayhound. Damage done onto the man, moving up Tetris. And it's from the spawn that Result takes matters into his own hands, decides, I'm not going to give them all this room. I'm not going to give them all this kind of quiet to make a bit of a move. He goes swinging and locks Grayhound out of the round. It's a pretty weird one, the way I see it, right? They had a lot of room in the site there. I know the smoke at spawn put the fear in them a bit, but they were kind of waiting around for fights that they were given in the end, and then still didn't look ready for.
Yeah, Forze forced 2 really quick 5-on-3s, or 2 kills to give them a 5-on-3. Like, Zorti should not win that kill window. They knew he was in the corner, and then Jerry making a play, and so Grayhound kind of had to stop. They had to let those smokes expire, expecting more pressure. That's a really nice response from Forze, who look like they're playing retake A, but then do anything but. So pistols out now for Grayhound. And they creep their way through the dark tunnels below into top mid. Ooh, Molly could be nice. A bit late though. They're already up by Khan. Pressure put on as they run through it. Will make their way to the A site, but Jerry's there strenuously tapping out that last player. And a wallbang, one more bullet would do it, Sicko. Can he find that shot? Jerry is dodging death right now, and they're going to run him down. There's no way he's going to win this. 4-0 to Forze. We've got that big buy coming in for Grayhound that hopefully has the plastic toy inside of the meal.
It will do, but we have a little pause called on in. Technical nature again, this time for Forze, so just going to get that all dealt with. But yeah, we will have that AWP coming out. That can look to move on through for Grayhound. Alistair can try get involved. Right now, he's the only man to have found kills for the Grayhound. So at least giving him the weapon of choice maybe brings him into the picture a little bit more.
Yeah, one issue that obviously doesn't apply in this tech timeout, but it will in tacticals, is we don't actually have a coach for Grayhound at all, full stop. It's not an issue. It's they removed Kingfisher. They haven't found a replacement. So that's something that's going to be largely lacking, especially on these T sides, to be able to help collect themselves. Sometimes having that extra perspective goes a long way. And so Alistair's come extra prepared with notes instead. And you know, that is something I feel like Australia lacks, and that whole region. I was wondering, you know, when is Chad Sponge Birchill going to get behind the ball?
I was going to say, you know, maybe they need like an experienced ex-IGL, someone who can put points across very clearly and concisely, and who still has a burning passion for the game. And it's
true.
I can think of one person out there who fits that bill accurately.
Top Gun.
yeah, that is actually who I was talking about. Get him in.
But yeah, there definitely are a lot of more experienced, you know, older Aussie pros that I think could bring a lot of perspective. I don't think as a, you know, of perspective is looking to hang up the mouse yet, but after his very early departure from Sprout, maybe that could be an option. I don't know what his goals are. Still wants to compete perhaps, but you know, things of that nature. Maybe one day. Don't leave us yet though, Chad. But I mean, he's been talking about it for a few years now. I don't think he's going to do it.
Do leave. Do it.
He loves it too much. Because then he's all the way back in Australia, Harry.
Yeah, no, gaming would be less fun.
Yeah. Right now, Forze just remaining stoic.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the things that's going to be a little bit problematic here is Grayhound, to me, are like a slightly looser team, we'll say, right? I don't think they like excel in terms of being super structured. And I think that's where Forze have got them beat. And I think in these moments of chaos, like what we had in that A-take round, Forze are going to thrive in that environment. And I think for Grayhound, it's going to come down to individuals a lot of the time. I want to see some impact for Liaz. I'm hitting that point where I want like him or Vexite to kind of explode into this game and really make their presence known. There's that AWP in Alistair's hands. He's still the only man to have put up numbers thus far for Grayhound. He adds a third to the tally as he finds an early 5v4 to open this one up.
More orging. We saw it in the Monte game from DemQ. Jerry will field his very powerful gun on this close headshot angle due to the damage at close range, being one shot like the AK. But also versatile. Can play it back from CT spawn, scope up. Meanwhile, Grayhound going to leave that A site, go back for a group. ENCE is holding the B push. Force a very heavy setup in apartments though. Curiosity might kill the cat. Resol is pushing all the way through. Talk of cat, it might be that B split from short, and ENCE's patience looks good right now. Nice shot as Resol walks right in. They can go for this B split. It's laid out in front of them.
Oh, Zorti, the timing on that is awkward, and they're real close now. Suddenly, Shalfie's got to hold the line alone. Up for the task, he's done one in, and a bit of damage downrange onto ENCE. Jerry, the captain trying to move through, is cut down by the player in the apartments, and so ENCE puts on a bit of a show there with 3 big kills on his push through the apps.
Not sure if that's some miscom, right? Like, Zorti just turns around. Yeah. The Apps player is not deep at all, and you've got to expect some cat control there. They've just been smoked out in window. Force have all the info. They know where it's going, and Zorti turns around. Sure, he gets a kill, but it doesn't matter because he kills the 3rd player in. If he stays on the angle, he gets that first shot, and then, you know, maybe there's a multi-kill. Maybe you can even turn around, kill the Apps man, set Shalfie up, but no, he kills a 3rd guy, so it's a free trade for Grayhound, and now they've got some pep in their step.
Yeah, that's really awkward for Jerry over in mid. He was blind the whole time, just staring into that wall. And so another early man advantage for Grayhound here. These are the moments they've really got to capitalize on, especially, you know, the last round, it was like a nice boost to set them up for the opener. That one is just some good flashes and Jerry trying to make an aggro play, and it's handed them a 5v4. Now they've got their ownership of mid that they were looking for. They're waiting for a reaction here out of Forze, but they're not going to get given one with how Forze is set up here. And so the onus is on Grayhound to start making a play, doing something with this room they've taken in mid. All the makings of the A split here.
Yeah, Smoke's
consider their options first.
Smoke's a bit of a fake out. Look what it's done. It drew Crad out of the bomb site. They thought they were going to use it for a cat split. He's recommitted, but it's given so much room to Grayhound in this position. They've got ENCE behind them. Crad still trying to buy time. Xiaofi is set up to win the round right now. He needs a multi-kill at bare minimum. 30 seconds, Grayhound are flooding in. Krad has a nice position. He's been smoked out. Xiaofi shows his hand, and the cover from Krad is massive right now. They need to get that bomb back. 30 seconds, both players find a kill. They are slaughtering Grayhound right now. That util, that smoke out CT gives so much room for Krad, and even though he may die, the round looks so solid for Forze right now. Nothing can go wrong with 15 seconds, and Grayhound are combat saving. Danger around every corner. Forze find 5.
And it's not just about having, an immediate reply cooked up for the one round that Grayhound find. It's how they do it. It's the context, right? It's the fact that they start this with that awkward mid-fight on Jerry, going 4v5 down, and past that point, they don't lose a player, right? This is the only kill that Grayhound find, and everything else is Forze. It is a very, very good look to turn that around on its head so cleanly, so concisely.
Forze is just such a threatening team on LAN, a team that's got so much experience in the past year of this roster. Oh, good grenades onto Xiaofin window. But yeah, this is, of all the squads, on the cusp, right? Saw him. The the Apexes, the GamerLegions, the Forze. I think this is without a doubt the scariest one. An extremely experienced in-game leader. Some of the upcoming young stars, ex-academy player in Result. A solid, capable rifler in Krad that's proven himself across many CIS teams. It's all the recipe for disaster for Grayhound. This round is so important. There'll be eco without it. They're going to go XAK.
Oh, the molly is so awkward. It throws the timing off. Like, the ramp player is now out all alone with no one supporting from Palace. They learn about the man over in Sandwich, but that molly is quickly smoked, and so
he's still alive.
That's allowed to hang around here, allowed to just be a nuisance, waste time. He's even going to duck out through the smokes. Jerry adds another to the tally, and I mean, this is, a take that just goes nowhere for Grayhound. Considering that molly threw the timings off, I would have liked to have seen Vexite just kind of slow it down, not commit to his routing up into the site with the original timing they looked to move in on. It left him so alone, no one was there to trade or help him. And so this one is just, it is gone. It's lost to the wind. It's already over.
He probably would have stopped in Sandwich. That's the worst part as well. He was just trying to get some position in the site with the util, but it's the one position he doesn't clear. Oh, that's awkward, which is Sandwich, because he's looking on default triple. He has swings for an exit, but it's just a save, and that orb gets denied right at the end. So Alistair won't have that. And Forze have shown us a variety of A-holds as well. Never the same, keeping Grayhound guessing. This is a really strong start for the Jerry-led squad. What have Grayhound got in this round? Not a lot, just that AK. Sprinkles around it, and Forze go for a heavy B.
Yeah, they're making a bit of a play here. The AWP scoped up down the line, but they've got an M4 creeping in deeper, even flashed all the way through. So this is like info gathering 101 at the start of the round, right? Forze, they dedicate a lot of resources over towards B. They go and clear all this real estate. And now that frees them up in the kind of long con of this game to rotate more players around towards this A site. They have a very good picture as to where Grayhound could be right now. Nades down in lower, very well timed. I mean, look at that. Liaz nearly dead, and he's not even seen anyone yet. This is the hero AK, bullied down to sub 20 HP. He will still get the opening. Krad's asleep at the wheel over in window, and that's given a kill over. Boosting Vexite to try get the gun is nice. There's no one here to actually secure the trade.
Gonna group and leave this late window lurk. Timing is everything for Vexite as Jerry still meanders around this position. Zorti cares the big flank, and he's gonna get an early shot off, and he can jump out the window after this kill as well. Just needs to hit that first one. They'll be flooding him. There's the shot. 20 seconds, he knows they're coming.
Oh, the molly. The molly's done it. Like, you can't go through if you're Grayhound. You've got to respect it. You've got to wait. That's given time for Forze to get set up. They've got so many players here, and so they will never survive the crossing. Grayhound dead at the starting gun, and Forze 7-1. This is a lights out CT half, and Grayhound, this is, you know, kind of ugly right now. Lacking any sort of star, any sort of player to really rally behind. There's no one to look at right now and be like, okay, they're giving me faith, they're giving me hope that Grayhound have got something here.
It can be Alistair.
You know, even the kind of pacing of these rounds has been very, very slow, and Forze are more than willing to play that sort of counter-strike. Like, look at this aggro move. You've not had anything like that yet from this T side. A crazy way to get involved.
Yeah, the Warp is back on ramp. Alistair at Pro League, he was the big ticket player. He was the big guy for Grayhound, even in games where they would go quiet. Oh, how does ENCE hit that shot? He's still going to lose the bomb in middle. And Jerry might get caught by this jungle lurk. He's going to catch one on ramp. Molly is a problem. Jerry must move, staying mobile, and Alistair uncrouches into the kill, putting the young gun of Result in a 1v2 with the bomb in middle. Grayhound have got to play this carefully. This is not a free, 2v1. They must play for the trade. Patience first, seeing if Result makes a move. And he'll get curious, trying to isolate. Reposition the top mid, 50 seconds, all the time in the world for Grayhound to do it. But easier said than done.
He might fully reposition here, right? He waits long enough for them to have kind of wasted a lot of time. He's gone and cleared the spawn, and now peeks down into middle. Not quite seen yet, and he will knock Alistair out of the round. Goes back in for more. The bomb's been retrieved, but he won't let them have it. Result merciless in the 1v2, and he steals that way from Grayhound. That one is going to hurt, man. That was all the makings of their round. But perfectly played. I love it. They go so slow, right? We hit like that minute mark and they're 2v1 and they wait to see if he overcooks it, if he plays into them. They try to give enough time that he's worried about players completely repositioning all the way through the spawn. But Result got ahead of that by clearing out the T-spawn wrap early.
I just don't think there's a worse 2v1 to be in, right? That bomb is so open. He could be anywhere. There's so many positions. Grayhound, desperate dive into the A site, but Jerry's going to rock back in spawn. He'll take one with him. There's guns to grab for Grayhound to make a post-pod interesting, but they still need that stick. In it goes. And weapons picked up, robbed. Sicko takes one more. Gonna try and chase spawn. The nades are still out. Result was not ready, but the nade will set Zorti up for a clutch. And you're definitely going for this after Result's just energized you with that one. 1v2 for the Star Orpa, swaps off it. 9 bullets, gonna reload. Grayhound have a crossfire. This is a 2v1 they will win. So Zorti gives it up, and Grayhound get on the board with a very fast A play. Finally something to be reassuring on this T side.
It's a step in the right direction for sure, and I hope that kind of influences how they look to play across the next few rounds, because I think, when you're going pretty slow versus Forze, it gives them a lot of room to make plays all across the map, right? Like, we've seen these sort of aggro moves taken, like apartments getting taken away, or pop flashing the short player for a mid-fight. There's been a lot of options to Forze because Grayhound have been moving across the map pretty slowly, so they go into that, like, partial buy round. Sometimes we say, like, these ones are actually scary to go up against because you're opponents playing like they have nothing to lose. And so Grayhound kind of lean into the speed, to the pace of that one. And Forze were not ready for it, right? Up until this point, a lot of the rounds have been far slower, where you are just kind of slowly working your way around the map, taking some control, waiting outside of a bomb site for 20-30 seconds for the util, and then lobbing an exec. And there was none of that in that round. So that was enough to catch Forze off guard once. It's not something I think you'd be able to hinge upon. But it's certainly a nice way to bring you back into the game. Now they've got to start chaining some rounds together, though. Last time, it was a one and done, and then Forze went on another 4-round streak. That's how this entire game's gone so far. It's like a 4-to-1 ratio for Forze.
So Grayhound needs to start finding some success on the back of that one.
Quick boost into ladder. It's going to be an up-tempo B pick for Alistair. But they've heard the scope. He's eaten a nade. It's coming at a cost. Nice shot for Zorti. Nade. Oh, he drops the ball. And Vexite capitalizes very well, saving ENCE's life. Jump up is dangerous, but Alistair stops peeking at the worst of times. And that molly, ooh, very scary. Has to smoke it and fight for survival. Gets out, yeah. Just take the 5-on-4 here. Two very low players on Grayhound. Let's see if Forze make a move. That's what Grayhound are hoping for. A mistake, a misplaced push. Or maybe one at just the right time. Shalfie getting curious again. And no one, I mean, if he swung that bench play, that's a kill. No one was covering. ENCE was behind boxes. But the window of opportunity closes and more damage is done. These nades have shattered Grayhound. Nothing comes for free. Grouping for a B hit now. Vexite on a lurk. And Crad in the hot seat for a change.
Vexite's starting to get activated up through the connector. Right as the B split's coming in. Crad didn't spot them on that little gap. Falling off, playing towards the back of the bench. They drop in through the window. He might be screwed here. Gets away with one, but he can't find anything else. They've at least dealt with Vexite on his lurk through the connector. So that opens up the door to the 3v3. All that earlier nade damage could get capitalized on now. With Liaz dead and a 2v2 given a Forze. It's both the players who are low from earlier in the round left standing for Grayhound.
Nice jumping window as well for Shalfie. He needs to speed up to catch up with Jerry. He does hit the harder one though. Forze now fast up catwalk. Jerry's AWPing it as well. He's not going to get given a chance. A reflash in the market, that's so big for Grayhound. They've got all the info now. They know exactly where Forze are coming from, and they don't need to move. Forze given nothing but a save as Grayhound hold off. The two low players from the start of the round live, and boy is it worth it. It finds Grayhound a third. Back to back on the T side. There is hope still for the Aussies.
Yeah, this is their first time finding consecutive rounds so far. So, you know, this could be your turning point in the game. This is where, you know, from what felt like an unsalvageable scoreline, you can find a way back in. And that's what you've got to remind yourselves here if you're Grayhound. You know, they are just one round away from breaking the money of Forze. And so suddenly you're staring down the barrel of a very salvageable / respectable T side. Shalfie trying to make a bit of a play. Nice info gain from the lower tunnel push, but it's the fast AWP down catwalk that they're not ready for. He's playing ahead of the smoke, looking over the top of it. They've missed one another. Oh, Alistair scoped up, finds one in the sight, and Crad might trade him, but ENCE was hanging around, able to spam him out through the connector smoke. Beautifully done from Alistair. It feels like, you know, a bit of a switch has flipped in his brain and he's just trying to go for some of these audacious peaks, trying to be the guy to get the rounds going. And he finds his impact here. He's teed up Grayhound for the A play. Damage done onto the man back at spawn. There is this wrap round happening from Shalfie. He's all the way in Palace. So if these players in spawn can keep the attention on them, Shalfie has a lot of room for impact here. In with the backstab, arriving at the perfect moment. Shalfie cuts down two, and down and dark. Sicko is dead. It's just ENCE. 1v2 on his plate.
Oh, that was the chance. They're going to re-swing. That's another. ENCE will grab it with both hands, and 3 kills in the pocket already. Time for the clutch. Zorti's crossed all the way around, though. This is going to be unsuspected. Did ENCE hear him run there? He's making a lot of noise. Over the top, ENCE has the right idea, but it's Zorti to close the round and find 9 for Forze. Grayhound celebrations come to a rest early. That was a nice try, but the big flank for Shalfie, seeing those players go through T-spawn, making that aggressive move under pass. Forze have been pretty passive, you've said it yourself. They've been pretty respectful in playing these slow rounds, but they finally come in with all the moves and all the glory. Big round for Shalfie. And to think he held that shot as well. He went for all of it. I love that play. So many reasons to be enamored by this Forze team. Grayhound don't have much love for them right now. Attack pause is over, and Grayhound are back in with a buy.
Yeah, they want to go back to taking this mid control. And they're going to have a good deal of success here, right? The options are kind of limited for Forze in this round. They didn't want to hang around and fight mid. Instead, they assembled the fast boost over at B, trying to take the info by pushing through the apartments. They've managed to get that info that Apeks is clear. And Alistair, who's clearly feeling the burn of having to be that playmaker to open up, is thrown into an awkward fight. Vexite on this boost. It's a good timing for the backstab. Now they learn about him, but dealing with him is tricky for Forze. Oh, Result. He was the man set up to push through the apartments. He's got one on the plate right here. There's another man on the catwalk, though, that will trade this out. And so every single time Forze think they find that kill to tip them into the advantage point, it's quickly returned by Grayhound.
This is scary, this cross past the window room. Vexite waiting, and there we go. Zorti catches the bomb. He's seen everything. Now they can rotate because Vexite started to make noise in the A bomb site. 40 seconds for this play, but there's no bomb. Jerry doesn't need to hunt this kill. They know they have it right where they want it. The pressure is on Grayhound, and Forze just hold off in spawn. They don't move a muscle. I don't know how you recover this round. They can go get the bomb and take it to A, but the paths are cut off. Zorti hears every step. He knows exactly where the bomb is coming right now. And unless Vexite gets another kill quickly, this bomb is going to be cut down in middle. Nice reposition for Zorti. And now Vexite chases. There is not time for this round. 10 seconds. He is a dead man walking. And there it is. Double digits for Forze right at the end. Just how you like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dead man walking.
Dead man spinning in circles,
Yeah,
Harry.
no, but dude, that was a lovely kind of reaction from Forze to collapse down upon the bomb, right? They drop it over in the apartments, and as you say, like, Zorti hears everything. They make it very easy for him there due to the confines of the time. They have to run the whole way. And so he safeguards that round. This is a dominant first half now for Forze. That glimmer of hope that Grayhound could have embarked on a streak to salvage this T side is kind of out the window now. You're just clutching at straws, trying to get whatever you can to put up a tiny bit of resistance right at the end of the half.
Dear, oh dear.
You know, once again, it wouldn't surprise me if Grayhound are a little more deadly in this round. I think when you give them the Tech 9s and they play like madmen, that's when they do their best work.
That's how they got on the board with that really quick A play, right? It was a nice call, but yeah, a lot of slower rounds out of the gate. They've got mid control, but Krad's got a smoke. Oh, he stepped. They should know, but that's a really nice smoke. They can see nothing but death. Zorti's picked one as well, and jumping into an MP9 results exactly how you would expect. 11 rounds on a half, and more to find for Forze. Grayhound have been diced into tiny little cubes, Harry. This might be Jerry's major after all. Third time's the charm, they say. Seen him in the challenger stage twice, in what was previously the major qualifier, all that time ago. And never really made a run, never really made a mark, a dent in the major cycle. This could be the squad. Madmen, though. Fast out middle is what you wanted.
Yeah, Ram's been taken by Forze, and out of all the positions to have played aggressive, they haven't actually lent towards Ramp very often. So it's going to be interesting to see if Grayhound are ready for this. They certainly should check it, but it's not something they've really encountered yet. The A-holds have been the more respectful of the two. It's more been B and mid that Forze have looked to exert pressure on. After not seeing anything for a while, Jerry looks to make some moves here and actually go aggressive. That's the bomb on its own. Up at the front, Liaz falls, and on the back of that kill, it's not just finding the 4-on-4, it's all the info that comes with it. You've not seen or heard anything, but now you know where the bomb was, you know what the intention was in this round. Jerry is just going mad right now. He's taking fight after fight, but his teammates are faltering. Vexite's opened up a path into the B play, and he's done well to realize this.
But it goes both ways. Forze have jumped the gun as well. The second it goes quiet off of Vexite's lurk down under, killing the cat player, has rolled the red carpet out, and Forze are here to try and put it back in the van. 2-on-3, scared of the flank, but they have to look onwards into this site. That smoke allows the cross, the AWP sending it in. Vexite almost 4, but Zorti is now throwing this entire round under question as Forze will play for the retake.
It's a little awkward. Jerry waiting in the market window. Smoke comes through, denies the plant, 10 seconds, and it's just Alistair. He needs to win this through the fights. There's no way to get that bomb planted, and they're not giving him the engagements. Forze rescue that round, and they win out this first half dominantly. Grayhound left on the back foot in a big way. Forze lights out at the end of that first half. 12-3 in their favor. Grayhound, the best they were able to do was 2 rounds consecutively there in the middle. Other than that, it was a very dismal T-side from the Aussie squad. You know, have a bit of a troublesome history at majors, do the Grayhound boys.
Just internationally in general.
And, you know, we were hoping after some decent looking results back at Melbourne. That maybe that would have given them some faith here heading into the major, but this opening match has not spurred on a lot of faith.
Yeah, to me, it wasn't even just Melbourne. It was looking back at their Pro League run, right? One of the best international outings they've had in some time, even though Katowice have always been weak for this team. They went to Pro League. They got a win over NIP. They got a map off of Pain. They should have won their qualifying series against 0-0 Nation to go to the playoffs. They did botch that, but it was a very, very tight series. And yeah, it's just... I also feel like this is one of the hardest teams in the Challenger stage to play that's not, you know, a proven FaZe or a G2, a proven Tier 1. Forze are right there on the cusp, and they are showing that right now. The CIS squad is destroying Grayhound, and a pistol round would only cement this series. A stalemate in middle between Liaz and Jerry. That'll soon to be spotted. Jerry makes that jump, and Liaz saw something. Gotta care the cat. Sorty's coming through. Meanwhile, B-hit might draw Liaz's aim back, but not before he strikes onto Zorti. Jerry gonna have to break the window. They know he's flanking now, but it's still down to this B-hit that is getting sucked out of all the momentum. Vexai alone, trapped at this pillar. So many targets, and they will take him down. Nice and slow for Forze. Calculated to a T, puts a 3-on-5 back to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, the fast apps flank is nice, especially as the real estate and market is denied. Suddenly, Krad is boxed into this tiny area at the back of the site. Oh, out through the apartments. He's blindsided by Alistair. And so Grayhound with the team ace, everyone pulling their weight in the pistol. They do get themselves off to a good start here to open up the second half.
Yeah, huge save after Forze used that flank very well. Jerry gets somehow to mark it, having to break that window, and they know he's coming, right, and they still can't stop him. Takes two very slow kills back onto Vexai. I think a lot of players would have rushed that cat fight, but Jerry, you know, he commands support. He commands patience, and still Grayhound win a 3-on-3 when Forze have taken the bomb site. Gonna have a force up, no doubt, after a half like that. And look at what it's met. 3 Galils and an AK. Zorty saves. No, he goes back for a 4th Galil. And so Forze, they can do whatever they want. Just gotta look for fights, and they're coming their way. Double setup in mid. 2 M4s here. Now make it 1, because ENCE is going to be stuck.
Oh, he's throwing util over in mid. Nearly found, but that utility sets ENCE up to go on a tear. Even more damage done onto Shalfie. He got a dink in his dying breaths up through the connector. They deal with Resalt as he attempts to make a play, and even though Krad responds, the advantage still lies with Grayhound here. 3v2. Bomb picked up in mid. The Apps push gives a bit more room to this second player in B to try and play ahead on rotation. Alistair is getting aggressive down through ramp. This could leave him on the receiving end of Krad, but he's going to nail it. And that's the bomb away from Forze. This round looking good for Grayhound. They're just 1 kill, 15 damage away from finding a 5th and stopping this Force buy in its tracks. That's unfortunate. Alistair takes a step, looking the wrong way. And so Shalfie will find him. Gets his hand on the bomb as well, but as he goes back into the spawn, that's where Liaz waits with the MP9.
Yeah, I feel like we never, you know, part of the problem, it goes deeper than this, but we never have all of, you know, the stars of the show for Grayhound performing at the same time. It's very hard to do so, right, because certain maps, certain positions, and, you know, certain focuses from your opponent, but you know, another game where Liaz is very quiet right now. Vexai's had some big lurks on T sites. He won them a couple of rounds off of positions. Alistair, he hit some AWP shots early, stopped affording them. You know, ENCE is up there on kills at least. But I feel like we never have, you know, a triple threat where it's Vexai, Liaz, and Alistair all firing off. It can be very hard to be consistent when you have players that can go quiet like this. Can Grayhound bound off the back of this first couple of rounds on this CT side? Forze going to drag this one out, put the Deagles to work.
well, quickly dealing with the pistols over in mid. Not even worried a Grayhound here. This is a nice, clean round from them. Ooh, like that, for ENCE. Do it again. Do it again.
Yeah.
Clean. All right, there we go. It's a 5 alive round. That's just what the doctor ordered on this one. ENCE has crept up towards top of the board, now supporting the likes of Alistair and Vexite. So we're starting to get, a kind of like firepower trio emerging for Grayhound.
Let's not overplay anti-ecos. I think they've looked good for Grayhound, but this is where the test begins, Harry. This is where the game actually starts on their CT half. You've got an AWP, you've got all the util, and you've got Jerry cooking up something in the kitchen right now. Coming through with the oven mitts on, ready to handle something hot from Grayhound. Oh, that's a response. Double drop under. It was spotted. They might not know about how deep Liaz has gotten. Vexite getting his kill, and Jerry sold down the river. No one with him. Zorti only had the AWP, so he didn't want to swing. They'll go back to an A hit, but supplemented by a man advantage, Grayhound can move back into the site.
Forze teeing up for the exec, hoping that this gives them a way in. The AWP on Zorti looks to peek out from ramp, but that's awkward. Resol, he's just saved Alistair's life.
It's unbelievable. Not ideal, is it? But sometimes you got to take the shot, They're right in your crosshair, Harry. They're right there. That is very awkward.
I don't believe that. That was a perfect lineup.
Yeah, he hit it.
And now Alistair gets to live and gets to provide something in the 5v3. He's the bait to the switch inside of the site, right? He's trying to draw them in.
Oh, no.
The molly does kind of ruin this game plan.
Good nade.
They've been able to cross out. They get Alistair down under Palace. He waits here with the backstab. Krad now dead, and Alistair, the one that got away. It's going to be a weird sequence that lives in the minds of Forze rent-free. And now it forces the save out of them. Grayhound with a 7th. As they are building back into this game. And Hugo, I'm just going to say, you told me not to get hyped up on the anti-ecos. I wasn't. No. I think all games have a bit of a turning point, and for me, I feel like Grayhound have hit that now, right? Like, they didn't have anyone they could rely on. They have some reliable players. They have some dependable players. And for my money, I think the one guy in this team, I think all teams need someone who's able to deal with the emotional side of the game. Grayhound, for the most part, from talking to these guys, you got folks like Liaz here. He's pretty neutral at all times, like in the face of wins or losses. He's kind of the same man. But I think all teams need someone who can act as like the emotional spirit level to kind of gauge where the team's at. And within Grayhound, Alistair very much is that guy. Yes. So if he's having a good game, I think that's going to spread across to the rest of the team, right? Sure. He's a very loud and kind of influential voice within the squad.
And I think when you survive a round like that and there's a team kill there for Forze, that's just going to get Grayhound cackling. That's going to get them back in it mentally. You're laughing that you've been given such an opportunity in the first gun round.
On top of this, Forze are a team that are not immune to struggling to close out games. In fact, that's actually been like one of the kind of the stories, one of the Jerry curses that have followed him across multiple iterations of rosters.
Seen that for years, haven't we? Strong first halves and Forze still dropping the ball. I want to give them a little more time, but it's not the best look to begin their T side after 12-3. You don't need to win that first gun round, but just the way it's gone, right? Dominated on their force buy into a team kill in the first gun round in a 4-on-5. Now a saved AWP round pistols. This is not the bread and butter for Forze. Let's see if they can make a meal out of this anyway. Sicko in a powerful position. Bottom performer of the server, but a round where he can certainly have high impact off of this spot. What a pre-fire. They just spam him out with a running Tech 9. Zorti's got 2 kills, and suddenly the Forze effect flows over you. Everyone dead in an instant. The stars align, and Grayhound are suffocated and saving. Yeah, that's why Forze are excited.
Yeah, great impact from the Zorti AWP, right? Just posted with it over towards ramp. Nails every opportunity he's given.
It's a classic case, you know, that round, everyone else with just the pistols kind of feels the bravery coursing through them to try and be a playmaker. And so the Tech-9s, they just steamrolled. The rest of the gang left once the AWP has had its first pickings of the kind of selection inside of that A side.
Or Sicko as well. I feel like we saw it from his perspective. I feel like he didn't even get a chance to react to that first Tech-9 ding. Like, it came through while he's still running. And he just gets no chance in that round. The 1A anchor pulled out of the ocean. And Forze sail the seas while Grayhound are left with just 7. That rebuy. Fast out middle for Forze now. They've got numbers here to boot. Krad's going to run it down Con. They command respect in middle.
This is a nice move from Alistair to go creeping through the apartments like this. Now knows that this side of the map is clear, and that's going to free up his B site player, who you can already see leaving. Liaz moving around. They come through this smoke, and a perfect turn from ENCE. Doesn't leave him blind to these flashes. Sicko down under. Out with a swing, tries to take the fight, and oh dear, hang on, Alistair, who was committed to the push through B, gives away a kill to the Zorti AWP.
Gotta chase
That's a misstep that might haunt you here. They try to chase down the ramp fight, and they will get it. Shalfie knocked out of the round, so Zorti's got to do this one alone. Bomb is a long way away. He's got 45 seconds left to play with and a B routing, so he is far removed from this round. If he does want to attempt the 1v2, it's going to be coming down to the final, 20 seconds or so as he even gets to a point of taking a fight here. And so time is against him, as are the 2 players that are against him. Zorti, oh, he's just seen the reposition in the Palace. But lobbing out a nade, lobbing out Util, that gives up his position. Now they both know where to look, and they swing him together. Grayhound are on to an 8th as they deny that fast con split attempt from Forze.
Yeah, closing out the 2v1s both times against Zorti, right? Previous one in the first half he saved. Now they can just not peek, right? They can just hide. But knowing that if we swing together, he has an AWP, we physically cannot lose. Worst case, one of us whiffs and we just hide and he can't cross. But they guarantee that they remove that AWP at the end of the round, and that's so worth it for Grayhound. Good 2v2. Sure, the 2-on-4 gets a bit dicey, but they realize they have Shalfie trapped on Tetris with the bomb, so they hunt him before his teammate can come in and support in middle. Grayhound finding one more on the CT side. Forze are having trouble at closing, but there is still time, I tell myself. Zorti 20 and 8. Phenomenal game from this guy.
They tried to run it fast mid again, but flashes from Grayhound kind of denied that early. Window was left open as well, so it felt like they wanted to look to fight that. In the opening stages of the round, crossing out behind the boxes, it all got a bit cooked. You get the real estate in mid now, and Result is just barreled through the apartments. He is in the site with them. Comes as a bit of a surprise to Grayhound, and now they're in a weird spot. Jerry dead on this lurk through window. And Vexite with some lovely repositioning here. Just keeping himself out of the line of danger, never offering himself up to 2 fights at once. He's picked and choose his battles here.
Wow.
And he's once more taken a step to success. Wonderfully rooted, man. This is beautiful from Vexite. Of course, had great movement all round and then fails the jump up to go find Zorti. But it's fine. He's done his part in the round.
Yeah, this guy, I mean, he's known for his mechanics. Very young player, extremely explosive mechanically, but that was a great heads-up play from him to just remain hard to find. There's no way he should have really gotten more than 1-for-1 on the bench after they spotted him. But that smoke and the reposition to backside, last thing Forze are ready for, and locks down B alone. Right now, we've got a game on our hands. Although the 12-3 half wouldn't have you believing it, Grayhound just don't want to let go yet.
Yeah, so even though this AWP is saved out, you know, it's weird looking at the future for Forze. They can buy here. Then they would have 4 rifles. Well, 3 with the AWP in play, but, you know, they're going to be lacking in terms of util. Now, Jerry can buy up the full belt. He's the one guy that won't have a rifle. So, you know, there's ways to make this work. But we're starting to hit this point where Grayhound really are building into this CT side in a very real way, in a way that's palpable to Forze. They can tell that this game is no longer going to be a walk in the park for them. Even though you've got this buy, it's got its fair share of limitations. But getting an equipment around the AWP is what they wanted. Not going to have one going forwards. This is their chance to play with Zorti.
Oh.
Having impact in the round. They've taken middle away. Krad is very active here.
Got great timing up Cat. Liaz in the fade, Resalt. Oh, careful, turning away. If he just fires, it's a free kill, but Resalt repositions. They're coming through with no flash. Easy kill for Liaz. Still traded, but back in the middle of the site for Vexite. Sitting inside of the smoke. If they come through, he might have a kill here as well. He's going to go hunting for them. They line up, and he takes both. Beautiful shot. Oh! Zorti jumping no scope, and there's still a chance in the 2-on-2. Trapped alone at the back of the site is ENCE, but he is taking the perfect path to drop this bomb once again. It's a 1v1 versus the captain of Jerry, and ENCE hiding behind the pillar, looking for that one headshot. Wrong aim. Can he flick? Just in time. Grayhound survive.
He should not be winning that one, man. He was looking fully the wrong way. Has to flick back to Jerry. Jerry's staring right at him. And Jerry's had great impact across the round as well. He lurked all the way up through Con, all the way through window, into the market for the backstab. But it's stolen away by ENCE, by Vexite. The two of them take that round over the line for Grayhound. And we finally have these hero figures to get behind for the Aussies. Someone to root for, and it's given them a fighting chance here.
What a play for Vexite as well to drop that smoke on default and go through it to fight 2 more. Krad even shoots his teammate.
Bro, what was that shotgun?
I love it.
Yeah. Got to get behind him a little bit, right? They're good lads. 13-10, and Grayhound are doing it right now, right? Keep in mind, let's take stock. This is a 12-3 half. Forze found 1 T-site round. 7 out of 8 for Grayhound. You would have thought this game was done, and maybe rightly so. But Grayhound have been locking down this B-bomb site. We need more depth from Jerry. Oh dear. Well, 6 feet deep. How's that count?
Woo! Lovely flick from Alistair. Piece by piece.
Oh no.
The big Forze puzzle becomes unraveled here.
It's just pieces now, Harry.
It's just pieces.
No picture, no sense of any cohesion. Nice check.
swing.
Did he know? How did he know? It's crazy. But it's still nothing in the grand scheme as Grayhound are just 2 rounds behind Forze. Don't go to bed yet, Oceania.
Yeah, they've now perfectly replicated how Forze's first half went. And this is where we're going to hit the point now where Grayhound can do one better, right? Because what Forze did in the first half was win 4, Grayhound then got there first, then Forze won 4 more. And then that was kind of how the trend kept up in that first half. 4-round streaks are plenty for Forze. They had 3 of them in that first half. Grayhound are now looking to take 5 straight. A feat that Forze could never accomplish in that first half, in spite of how strong it was.
Yeah, that's just a sign of the times, and you can see they're believing more as well. Getting louder. Players getting more multi-kills. Starting to win clutches as well. A changing of the tide. Forze slow it down and do a mid-take with numbers as well. 4-1 on an A split. But the deep ramp position, if Alistair commits and takes it, so powerful. Burnt in the molly, that gets heard. ENCE has a lot to do in this round on the jungle. And he doesn't have the util for it. That makes his position very difficult. And if he goes any wider, he'll get caught from Shalfi and Palace. His teammates aren't covering that enough for him to be safe. So he's got to be careful on an island right now.
Plays ahead of the smoke. There's the Palace peak that he's open to. And now Sicko's got to make up for it. One and done is not enough here. They won't know about Alistair, who's also tucked in over towards ramp. He's got this AWP and the backstab. No one's looking. Could have denied the bomb plant. Oh, and he will. Crowd's out of the round now. And Alistair keeps them boxed in from ramp. This second man that was not known about starts to come his way. Shalfi caught from spawn, tagged up. The re-swing from Zorti's AWP will find one. It's another clutch attempt for Zorti. This one has got to come through. Forze had this round in the palm of their hand, walking out from the spawn. He's got him trapped behind triple, but there's not time for Zorti. He's left saving the AWP, and Grayhound have recovered this round. They even go hunting for him right at the end, and everything's missing. Zorti, a dead man, as they run him down. Alistair with one hell of a round. The hero figure of Grayhound has been located, and it's this man on our screens right there. My goodness, what a hold from that AWP.
When it felt like Forze had the perfect counter, Harry. That smoke forced ENCE wide into Shalfi. ENCE, it's awkward because, yeah, he's completely open, but he almost has to make that play because his team is so open with their close ramp setup. They're so open to that con split, and Forze still can't convert it. The worst part about that is maybe if they stuck the plant, they would have died to the AWP, but they would have been in a 2v3 post plant. They try and escape. Alistair does not forgive or forget. And Vexite has a powerful position for what is a desperate B rush. Another opener. Vexite mauls 2. And Grayhound once again locked down the B site.
Yeah, this one's going to get weird. Shalfi's been given free passage up through short.
Okay.
ENCE in at the back of the site. They don't know about a player already in B.
Doesn't jump.
They tap on the bomb. They're trying to get ENCE to peak, and he will give them the fight they were looking for, but not in the fashion they wanted. Shalfi was the man who opened this round up with his short flank. He's now the one planting in this desperate 2v2. There is a semblance of a crossfire here, right? They can kind of trade contact as players get deep out through the market. You don't have to fight early, but Shalfi will. Takes Sicko out of the round, and so Alistair, the hero of that previous round, has got to step up and deliver in this 1v2 attempt. Tag onto the bench player, but not the killing blow. And so it's with that 85 damage AWP shot that it all comes crashing down around Grayhound. This comeback that was epic in proportions. After going 9-1 on this CT side, they are left broke, having to throw money into this round while Forze sit on 14.
That would be a heartbreak, wouldn't it, for Grayhound? The massive comeback, the clutches coming out of everywhere, every player a rock when they need to be, and then to have the money take the game away from you. Hey, it's reassuring to see Forze be able to close if that's what we get, but at what cost? Shalfi's had so much impact in these last 2 rounds on T sides. These lurks have won them rounds, or at that round at least, and almost in the previous. This, it's just devastating. Zorti, no armor, and that all takes him down to 85. Or to 15 rather, 85 damage, still not enough, that hurts. And so Forze, they may have kept that money just low enough to close it at the final hurdle. 14 to 12, couple of pistols, couple of rifles, and Alistair on the big green. If he crosses in here, Zorti is patient. Oh, don't kill your teammate again! And this time it will just be both AWPs hitting the shot. Oh, that could have been more for either which way. But the stalemate accepted. And really, both players immediately reposition. They don't want to be caught by a nade. So Zorti's back at T-spawn throwing utility. Alistair's reinforcing the B-bomb site. And anyone's guess where round 27 is going.
B split by the looks of things. Vexite, good position on top of the cinder blocks. Needs to hold on to short now. And they will likely look to come through this smoke. Tries to play through it. And that feeds the beast. Alistair might be low, but this AWP offers up the first. Anything else for Alistair would be a big win in Grayhound's book. He has to extinguish. He tries to get away. And ENCE saves his life. He keeps this AWP still in the picture for Grayhound. A 4v2. But an awkward one with damage done onto Zorti. Shalfi is bearing a lot of the pressure here. They don't have a lot of ground. They're boxed in at the site. He will locate that AWP. That's something. Shalfi battling into the market, looking for a route to win the round, and he's going to find another. Here's the backstab arriving, and one more man is short. Both players are low. Two shots could end this round, and they get the bomb away from Forze. Shalfi can't do it in this 1v2. It's too far gone, and Grayhound, a team ace, to keep this comeback dream alive on a low buy round. They had the AWP, they had one rifle, and they managed to find success.
What more can Shalfi do in this T side? I cannot find an answer. He is doing everything he can right now. And Sicko, the bottom of the server, having a horrendous map, wins that crucial kill right there that wins the round in the 2-on-2.
Empty kill.
Absolutely terrifying. This is open for anyone right now. The money decided by this round. And it has more resounding consequences for Grayhound than Forze, who at least have a round buffer, a round advantage. But my God, if Grayhound had to work to pull this game back, is it in vain? Another early A split. Mid not even in contention in this game, it's felt like, especially in the second half. They've allowed it every step of the way. Lurk up ramp, but if Shalfi goes early, he's dead to the AWP. And ENCE again is in the power position to stop this split. Oh, Sicko.
Shalfi, he's seen him, he's seen him. But Sicko's gonna win that fight.
How?
Down bottom of the board, and he's just knocked out one of the most influential players that Forze have on this T half. Grad's gonna get boosted. The guy who likes to be involved first. Trying to make a play here. Zorti is that first point of contact, and with that kill into the window, that might change the game plan in this round. They up and leave the short side, trying to move through the connector. Two players leaning over towards A for Grayhound. One man makes it into the site, but that's commed across, and so Sicko is ready for it. Alistair's got them trapped as they try to come out the connector. This AWP has just got freebies lined up. Alistair sends them packing.
Why'd you cut the audio there? I can't imagine. That's incredible for Alistair. And Sicko, talk about a late game activation, dude. Last two rounds, he's winning them right now for Grayhound, stopping that A split, stopping the bomb both times, winning a fight he had no business to on ramp. And even Zorti feeling desperate, jumping across the window. Alistair ain't gonna miss that. 14 apiece. And Forze, they know they've thrown away this opportunity. They have force bought in round 29. Not even Zorti believes he's saving for 30. This is a sign of the times for Forze. This is a bomb plant required, or Grayhound will be pulling a monstrous reverse sweep.
Oh, this push is a little scary.
Oh, they heard that. He knows they heard that. Surely they heard.
I mean, you can imagine there's a lot of talking going on in this round, right, for how you want to play it. So could have got lost under that. It was one bullet that hit him.
Yeah, maybe not then.
And no one's hanging around to punish, so they will just up and leave. Moving back over towards A, but three strong here. Double Palace setup for Grayhound. Two players waiting under. It's a gnarly little bait and switch. One of them is going to be very active in taking these fights, while the other can just sit back, get teed up, play for trades a little bit later.
Who's dying for who? Looks like ENCE is the hero right now. Sicko sets his squad up in this position. Alistair's got to be careful from Palace swing. There's no mid-split right now. That's never happened. It's always been someone coming from under. Forze have everyone together. Ramp and Palace united, ready to rumble.
Oh, but the molly's forced them out into the open. It's a little awkward now for ENCE. It will take one to the grave with him, but that's not enough out of the sight hold. A 3v3, Alistair, aim's got to be true here, and he will answer the call. First found. Tries flicking in for even more, and it's Alistair and Vexite. They combine to find match point for Grayhound. They were 12-3 down on the half, and they're the team to reach 15 first.
This would be devastating for Forze, a team that we've talked about for years, for multiple iterations of Jerry-led squads that have had issues closing maps and series, and this could be the worst one yet in the opening in the Challenger stage here in Paris. A 12-3, a pistol that didn't feel like it mattered. But remember that team kill in the first gun round that got Grayhound back in? And look at the consequence. It has absolutely shaken Forze to their very core. And at least a bomb plant will allow for everything in round 30. But they've had ample opportunity, and it's not been enough. Do or die for Forze. Grayhound await victory.
And a win like this to open up their run at the Major, if Grayhound do pull this off and, you know, complete the comeback from 12-3 down, this will inspire so much confidence, you know. You kind of tell yourself in a half like that, like, oh, we can still win this, but deep down, you know it's not likely.
Alistair's been a monster in this map. He's been taking so many fights in so many crucial positions, getting multi-kills when he never should. 4-1 in openers and make it 5. Yeah, look who he found.
He's kind of, you know, for my money, he's been that guy. He, you know, might not have been top of the board throughout this game. It's kind of between him and ENCE, but Alistair was the first man to get activated. He kept Grayhound in this. And he might have kept them in it long enough to win it out in the full 30 rounds. A 5v4 that Alistair has provided.
Power position.
As Forze group for this B split, they need a big individual round. Jerry tries to get it done, but Crad TKs. Now this was how it all became unraveled for Forze. An unfortunate TK threw a round away from them. It can't happen now in round 30, not after Jerry leads the charge up through short to try and make this play happen in the first place. If this is how it all falls apart, it's gonna really hurt. And it looks like the worst is happening. Your worst nightmares are being realized. It's another clutch attempt for Zorti. He's fallen down in many of these, and this 1v2 is for the game. In come Grayhound, first contact is free. Zorti nails it. One man still to beat. It's Alistair, and he won't land the flick. Alistair, the hero from down under, carries it through for Grayhound. They come back from 12-3 down across a full 30-round game to take the win in their opening match at the Major.
It's a heroic story. Your pick'ems are absolutely none of their concern. They are here for blood, and that is a statement win from the Aussie mix to pull back their opening game. Forze heads in hands, and opportunity wasted. They've got to pick up.
The Aussies go from barely stringing back-to-back rounds in that first half to completely turning the tides in the second, and I am simply dumbfounded. Forze collapse after what was a 12-3 first half, and somehow, someway, Jacob, Grayhound say, F your pick'ems.
Yeah, and they did it in style, let's be honest, right? That second half, that was absolutely fantastic. Alistair in particular with that AWP, assertive all over the map, constantly finding openings, constantly closing down the rounds, constantly being in the right position, and we gotta give it to Grayhound. They played a good game of Counter-Strike in the second half, because you're right when you said it. 12-3 in the first one, you felt it was already over. Forze should have won that game, but they crumbled, absolutely. And Grayhound, well, they took that chance and went with it.
I hated some of the utility from Forze late in that game. Just crossing big spaces with no smoke, no flash to get Alistair off the angles. Alistair was feasting because Forze just did not actually have the utility in place that they needed to slow him down. He was delivering Vexite on that B site, just maneuvering around the smokes from Forze. Grayhound played incredible incredible CS in that second half. And I was ready to praise Forze after that first one because they put up a great defense too, but Forze did one-up them.
And you can see it on the round distribution that's just been taken off the screen, but it was incredibly dominant from Forze coming into that second half as well. 12-3, no less. Grayhound literally getting 1 round randomly, 2 rounds in a row later on. But it's the fact that they crumble after what was such a confident start for them. I just wasn't expecting that coming into that second half.
No, and I think that when we look at this game, I think that Jerry has to shoulder some of the responsibility because I think that going to Mirage wasn't necessarily a bad pick. I actually think that that was okay that they did the veto well. But in terms of game planning here, so many times they're just defaulting out, just kind of hoping that Grayhound give them a kill. And when they had to actually start taking space away, once they had to try to convert onto a bomb site, it just felt like it lacked that extra punch. Like there wasn't always those procedures outlined. And if they didn't find that opening pick to help them out at the beginning of the round, they had no chance in just the 5-on-5 kind of just exec into bomb site type engagements.
I didn't like the simplicity coming out of that calling from Jerry, to be completely honest. We saw a lot of A goes, a lot of B goes. Even one of the rounds they were able to win on that T side was a B go forced by. So there was a lack of complexity in the way they were trying to approach the rounds. I would have liked more mid control. I would have liked them to slow down a little bit. But then again, you got to give it up to Grayhound, because every single time they did slow down, Alistair was in the right position. He was sitting in CT spawn, picking off people. He was standing in jungle, picking off people. And you talked about the utility. If you look through Alistair's point of view in that second half, the amount of kills he got uncontested by flashes, uncontested by smokes, it was almost a walk in the park for him.
Well, there is certainly one man's name on everybody's lips after that series. That man's name is Alistair, and that man is down in the boots with Banks.
You actually dominated very well on your CT side, but I'm going to start on your T sides there, because at that point you're down 12-3 against the Forze that a lot of people were favouring in this matchup versus you guys. And what was just said at the half? What was your mentality like?
It was a little bit quiet. We knew what was going wrong. It felt like we were just sort of losing to ourselves in these moments. It felt like we had first pick a few times on T side. And then, we just kind of went quiet, or we started talking too much in the wrong time. So just a lot of panic. And then as soon as I got CT side, we were just more comfortable, I think.
They made it very comfortable for you guys, though, because they were playing so slow. They were playing into you so many times, right? It wasn't seeming like it was too hard for you to predict what was going on. Did it feel that way?
It felt like it was similar against how we played T-side. Like there was some moments where there was panic and they weren't really checking everything, or they were just sort of, I don't know, giving me opportunities to kind of shoot them, I think. But yeah, no, we played good and we were rotating well and knew like how to play off the information, I think, which was good. So yeah.
And picking up this win early on, getting yourself the 1-0, how important is this for you guys, especially the mentality where you guys have just come from back on an event, you've been playing non-stop recently?
Yeah, it's huge. Obviously, we just played DreamHack Melbourne before, and we felt like we could have gone that extra step to go further. So coming here and then playing this, you know, starting off 1-0 is our dream start, especially the way it went down, 12-3 coming back. Like, yeah, just keen for more.
Keen for more, and I think right now it seems like you guys would have this extra motivation, right? What do you do going into this? Because you're going to have like a small break and then get yourself ready. How do you feel you're going to get into the prep?
We just have to reset, take it easy, and try not to cook ourselves. I think that's the main thing. I think waiting around and watching too much CS, you just cook your brain and then you're not ready for the next game.
All right, no cooking. I like it. Thanks very much, mate. See you later. Back to you, Freya.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yeah, super valuable insight coming out of Alistair there, particularly, you know, that question about what did they think coming off of that first half. And Alistair's being very honest and saying, you know, it was quiet. We felt deflated. That gives me, you know, extra props to them being able to manage to get back into this one.
Some of the rounds actually on Greyhound's T side, if we do want to put the lens onto them, is that they were actually poorly constructed also, but they were able to scrounge together just enough of what they needed to show that the player quality is there. When they're presented opportunities, if Forze are the ones that are fumbling the bag on that offense, if they mess up their nades, then Grayhound can pack a punch too. And I actually think that it's just super impressive that across all regions in CS right now, that you're never really, if you mess up your tactics, then the other players opposing you, they're going to have the firepower necessary to punish whatever mistakes it is that you are making. So Jerry, after that one, definitely going to be scratching his head, wondering how do we clean things up, because that was not the T side I expected from Forza, and I'm sure it's not the T side that most people did.
It was disappointing, let's be honest, right? You have a 12-3 half. If you're Force, you're supposed to win that game. Grayhound, as you said, that first half, they were very lackluster as well. It was the comeback in the second half that obviously is the story for us now, but Force played some good Counter-Strike in that first half. Had they won the pistol round, had they converted, had it been a 16-3, 16-4, I know, what if, would have, could have. it's one of those situations where you feel Forze were in control from start to finish, but that wasn't the case. And now we're standing talking about them feeling flat, them having a wrong T side, and overall, it must be very disappointing to be Jerry right now because they had that game in the hand.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so disappointing, particularly, you know, if you're the side of Forze, because it was such a good CT side, and we expected them to be able to close this one out cleanly. So we're going to throw it back on over to them at home zone to take a look at that first half.
Yeah, so that first half for us, they cemented a 12-3 lead, and I want to kind of break down why they had such strong A-holds, and it's really because of their smoke usage. So let's take a look at a couple rounds here, rather. So first thing I want you to do is pay attention to Krad, who's here over here towards the bottom of ticket booth. Now, an A hit's going to come through from 3 different choke points, one from Liaz, one from Seiko from Palace, and over here towards Connector. And all Krad does here is he simply throws the smoke. And by throwing the smoke, it actually creates space because now when these Ts kind of hit in towards the site, they have no idea whether or not a CT could actually be pushing behind it. So as this hit progresses, for Vexite, who's coming in towards the site, he doesn't actually see Krad cross in towards that left side. This creates a lot of uncertainty for Grayhound, and when Forze use this smoke, when Krad gets into this position, he can use this nice little off angle here onto Seiko, where he's not really expecting him here. It's a very powerful smoke to go around. He can't quite see him, because if you look at this from Seiko's point of view at Palace, when he comes in, he just sees the smoke. He doesn't really know whether he's playing behind it, whether he's playing on ticket, whether he's trying to hide here towards triple, and it's because he plays on the edge of it, he gets caught off guard. Let's take a look at another example right here. Same kind of idea. Grayhound, they're aiming to hit the A site. The smokes are going to come in. Person to pay attention to is Jerry over here towards jungle. And what he's going to do is he's also going to drop a smoke once again. Drops the smoke just in front of Sandwich. This gives him space. It allows him to cross behind the smoke here as the A hit is coming through. From Alistair's point of view, he can't see him cross behind, and that's really the power behind using these smokes for these A-holds. And this allows him to reposition towards the other side of the site, and this makes it difficult because when ENCE comes in towards the site, he doesn't know where to check. He has no idea where on this left side Jerry could be. He has to kind of account for all the different type of positions that he could take, and because Jerry peeks from there, he takes him down. So it's really these smokes that Forze were using towards the A site that resulted in such strong A-holds is because of the ability to be able to reposition and be able to keep keep their opponents on their toes and just make it not that easy to hit the site. So although Forze lost the game, there's still a ton of positives to take away from their CT side.
Yeah, and that's going to make that result for Forze an even more bitter pill to swallow because they had such a good CT side to be starting this one off. But one more opening round matchup coming your way, and that is going to be Mouz taking on NIP after this short break. The final Challenger stage debut as NIP and Mouz are ready to be locking horns. Now, gentlemen, I think we need to limber up a little bit up here on the desk. I think it's time to get physical. I think it's time to make some graphs, visualize some graphs with our arms as to the kind of trajectories that both these teams are on. So if we've got Mouz up first, how are we doing it? Kind of like this? How steep of an incline are we? Like a 20-degree?
That's a little steep, don't you think?
Steep?
Yeah, it's a little steep, yeah.
Okay. Like a slight dip.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying for this year.
Yeah.
NIP, is it a plateau or is it a
Go
real up?
Going a little up.
Yeah,
This is how I do the treadmill, you know, just a little bit up, burning calories, just walking, you know.
Kind of some mean calves.
Yeah,
exactly. That's the goals?
Always, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Mouz first. Why are we saying that there is a little bit of a decline? I guess since Rio last year is kind of what we're saying, right? Because I think they punched through a ceiling that we didn't really know they had.
So Mouz big events this year, the ones that I was looking at, Katowice losing to Complexity, Rio losing to 9. I mean, those are some weird ways to be sent home when last time around you were sent home by Heroic in the major, semifinals. So for a team like Mouz, they're very young, but they actually have a lot of experience getting to the playoffs of Cologne last year also, getting to the major playoffs. It feels like this team should have stayed on that trajectory, that course, and been a team that is consistently contending to make it deep on these playoff runs, but that's not been the case. They've actually taken a step back. Progress isn't always linear.
And I think that's your issue, and that's Mouz's issue as well. I think they are a victim of their own success. What we saw at Rio was not supposed to happen. Them going into the semifinal, them beating Cloud9 in that quarterfinal, it was not supposed to happen. Take nothing away from Mouz. They showed that potential. They showed the highest of highest peak, but I think a lot of us were well aware that that was not going to be the case moving forward. We didn't believe Mouz would be a top 4 or top 5 or top 6 team for that matter. So they kind of set the bar very, very high for themselves. So where they're at right now, not necessarily a disaster for Mouz. We're thinking in terms of how much budget have they put into this lineup. It's 3 academy players. It's Dexter coming in from Australia as well, integrating himself into European Counter-Strike. So overall, when I look at this project and when I look at the money used for Mouz, I think they're doing well.
I'm glad we didn't try and make the actual line graph shape with our arms there, because we'd have had to, break it slightly like that. Like, no, don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself. Jacob, you're rubbing your hands together though, because you had a particular bet about Mouz, didn't you? Maybe something about being top 8, and they're just outside that right now. So in terms of what your expectations are for the major, what they should be achieving, do you see them making it out of the Challenger stage?
I do. I think they're a good enough team to prove they're top 16 in the world, without a doubt. I also think they're better. I think if they go to the Legend stage, it's one of those teams you don't want to face. It's one of those teams you respect. It's one of the teams that we have seen before. They have the ability to perform at the highest level. So take nothing away from Mouz. As you said, a semi-finalist at the Rio Major. They're very good, but to me, they're not a top 8 team. To me, they're not a playoff-bound team, but they definitely can if they have a good tournament.
With Mouz, you really want in the Legend stage for the top 16 teams in the world, and I would still have Mouz there. Even though they're trending downwards, you would still say that they're in the better half of the teams that are here in the Challenger stage. And looking at the results here, they actually have some weird losses. The loss to Bait, the loss to Falcons, but then they have some huge victories, beating Virtus Pro at the EU RMRA and beating FaZe. That's where they made FaZe look foolish on map number 3. In a tight game where FaZe usually come out on top, it was Inferno, and Mouz actually, they held their nerve better. They had the better site hits, they had the better site holds, individuals were popping off. That's where I began to believe in them a little bit, and then Rio happened, and I stopped believing again. I don't know. It's weird.
Fair enough, I think particularly when we're looking at the RMR, there's 2 names that I want to put under the spotlight. First of all, Exertion. He was looking absolutely incredible, particularly in his opening ability, and I think he's been one of the most exciting prospects for Mouz. Obviously, they rechanged their roster a lot last year, but he kind of hit the ground running, and he's been looking really solid.
He is very solid. He's a star for the future as well. Still very young. You and I had the pleasure of watching him, Maui, in the We Play Academy League, and we could instantly see the potential he had. He was a guy who could dictate games with the rifle, and that's a phrase I like to use about very few people. There's not a lot of riflers who are able to dictate a game with the rifle. It's much easier to do with an AWP or as an in-game leader for that matter. The guy on your screen right here can do it. Backed up by Frozen, I think one of the most underrated player in the world of Counter-Strike right now. I think he's legit one of the 10 best players in the entire world. He's up there to be one of the best riflers out there.
And he's having a nap.
He's
having a nap as well from time to time.
He's getting in the zone.
Very, very chill, getting into the zone. But the man sleeping on your screen right here is, without a doubt, one of the best Counter-Strike players in the world, and he's not getting enough credit for it.
Yeah, in terms of just rating alone, you would say that he's a top 5 rifler. I'd say from the eye test and basically what Mouz has been accomplishing this year, I put him in my top 10 riflers this year, easily top 10. And so for Frozen, for the firepower on Mouz, I actually think in this matchup, I would like to give the edge to Mouz because of those players, because of Frozen, because of Exertion. They are both so explosive. But I actually think there's a couple flaws still in the Mouz game. I just feel like the way that they peaked and the way that they've slowly been getting worse, it's like they need to reinvent themselves again. They need to find another gear because it feels like people have figured out what it is that they like to do now.
Let's compare Mouz to their opponents in terms of just their trajectory. Obviously, NIP going to be first up on the cards in this Challenger stage. And it's been an interesting journey for them because we do see kind of a slight rise coming into the tail end, or most recent times rather. But it's been a bit confusing because obviously adding Config to the mix, obviously Hedrick as well, who was a player that we were questioning. How well is he going to be faring in this squad? What is your current, test, I guess, of NIP?
I'm glad they've shown us a little bit of potential because it was getting real dark for NIP. I'm not gonna lie. 23 has been an absolute disaster for them. Starting off in the Blast group stages where they had to replace Hampus mid-tournament with Config. You thought to yourself when you were looking at that lineup, okay, there is a lot of potential. You have Config, you have Rest back on the rifle, no longer stuck to the AWP. You have Brolan, who's a very stable rifle player as well. You have the guys on screen right here. Alexi B, who should be motivated to show the world that he's a great in-game leader after his stint in G2, but for some reason they just couldn't figure it out. Yes, lately they've been trending upwards a little bit. It's getting slightly better, but I'm still worried for the future of NIP, because when I look at the players, I think they should be a top 10 team in the world, but they're far away from that.
Yeah, I would safely put them in top 15 at all times. Like, they never should have slipped out of top 20. They hit the lowest ranking that NIP as an org ever did in the history since HLTV rankings began. So that's a huge indictment on what the beginning looked like for this roster. But I think that DJL and Alexi B have come together at this point. I got to actually talk to DJL quite in depth about this team in terms of what they had to work on. And he said, him and Alexi B, at first it felt like they were a little bit distant in their approaches, and now they're meshing more so. And I think that's helping to elevate everybody on this team.
Where do you think that meshing has kind of begun? Because I know with DJL, you were a big fan of the T-sides that you brought when he was kind of brought onto this NIP roster. Where do you think the improvements have been?
So DJL told me just kind of the philosophy that him and Alexi B had and what was different about it. Alexi was a little bit more about microing, about making kind of big moves with the team together, almost like click and dragging, like you're playing an RTS game. But DJL is kind of more of the opinion that individuals should have a little bit more freedom here and there. They should get these pockets of aggression where, they can decide what it is that they want to do. And so I think Alexi B actually kind of took a step back and started trusting some of the players, and that's why we've seen these rises in form in Config, Brolan, and Rez.
You gotta trust the player material in front of you. You have Rez, you have Config, you have Brolan. 3 riflers who are supposed to make the difference. If you're Alexi B and you're trying to micromanage them too much, you're taking away their identity. Config, we know him to be a loose cannon. We know him to be slightly inconsistent in the way he's playing and approaching Counter-Strike, at least his thought process, etc., etc. Lately, he's been stepping upwards. I think it was you who showed me that the last 4 events, he's just been going up and up and up and up. So something suggesting to us right now that they have given a little bit more freedom to Config, maybe a little bit more freedom to Rez and Brolan as well, so the team can thrive. Because I think a team that is micromanaged by Alexi B is not going to be NIP. The player material is not there to work with.
We get Mirage in this best of 1. Surprised, happy, sad? What's your take?
Not surprised. I think this is a really good even matchup for both of these teams. I think that they have, really, I think the mid-control fights are going to be fireworks. Like, both of these teams are going to want to fight for that space. They're going to want that map control. You got players like Config fighting for that, Frozen, every heavy hitter we've already listed. They're going to be battling in a 6-man duel towards middle, and then those extremity players, they'll come in for the late round, and it'll come down to them to see who's more clutch.
It's gonna be very interesting. Let's be honest.
Yeah, how's Hedrick faring in this equation then? Because I feel like we had him, as a big conversation topic, particularly coming into the start of the year. We were looking at him at the last spring groups and saying, this is his time to be shining. How do you think he's been faring so far?
Mau, I think both you and I saw him in the We Play Academy League as well. And when people started to compare Hedrick to MongolZ, I was like, what on earth are you talking about?
No
it's
way.
2 different calibers of talent. Hedrick is a good player. He's a talent. He's one for the future. You can potentially mold him into something good. But for now, there's no comparison to be made between him and MongolZ. So that disgusted me a little bit in the beginning. He's done okay in NIP from an individual standpoint, but as a player, we still want to see more.
I would say, just in the context of this matchup, I look at him versus Torji, And I actually think I'm taking Head Trick, Pimp. I think I'm liking Head Trick more lately, just because I know he has more to give. I felt like Torji had a great coming out party with this Mouz lineup, like at some good early events here and there, but I think he got figured out pretty quickly, whereas Head Trick still has a lot of room to evolve. Like, he can get a lot better from here, and that's why I have higher hopes for him, even though I think Torji has the more complete career, I guess you would say, even though it's just a year of pro play so far. I think that Head Trick, 6 months from now, will be better than Torji.
So Jacob, how do you think the Ninjas are going to fare?
I think the Ninjas are going to go gorillas in this game.
I don't even know what that means.
Nobody knows what it means.
But it's provocative.
No, it's not. It's just gross. Harry and Hugo, get the people going.
Oh, we will, Freya, we will. We always do. We always try at least. And Mouz Nip, a game that we're getting ready for, Harry, a game that will get us going, because, man, this is split right now. You know, a few months ago, you wouldn't say it was split. You'd say Mouz, easy win, Nip, who are they? But form has looked worse for Mouz and better for Nip, and they level out, as Unicorns say, just about in Mouz's favor, and I think that's fair. But we saw Nip at the RMR, and they had, most importantly for me, good T-sides, and that's something that Alexi has lacked across a lot of squads, and especially in this one as well. Hopefully he can wake up now and get ready and show us more strong T-sides in a map like Mirage up against a very feisty Mouz team that we know are brothers in arms together.
Yeah, you know, something that's been interesting is that Mouz players have been saying a lot on social media how, like, off of the boot camps and the time spent together, they're feeling really good about their level coming into the majors. So that's, you know, a good sign, but I'll say Team Liquid had that same kind of bravado, and we all know how that went for them. NIP are in a bit of an upswing right now. For me, I think, you know, Config, Defo, someone to keep an eye on here. If he can hit some godlike form, you know, he can just take charge of games single-handedly. And in particular, I've liked his development with Head Trick, right? Back at the RMR, whenever I spoke to Config, he was kind of saying how, like, yeah, Head Trick is still new. If he's struggling, he has, like, that tendency to go a little bit quiet, get in his head a bit. But he was talking at great length about how he personally wants to try and help mold him into a more complete player, and you defo see that synergy between the two of them. So I think, you know, that could be a great experience for both players. But here we are into the pistol, and it looks like Mouz have got their eyes set on B.
Got a flash set up for Rez, but Alexi's not fighting. He's dropping his smoke and falling back as Mouz try and bludgeon their way into this site. That's a good tap for Config, but he's locked out right now. Rez swings and misses. Alexi hits 2 heads, and the bomb is loose, forcing Mouz into death. Alexi B with 4 kills on the aforementioned site, and NIP with a pistol round. That's exactly how they wanted to begin. Solid lockdown from the captain. What can you say about that?
Yeah, beautiful from Alexi. Really nice little sequence there. You know, had a lot of other guys around him. Had someone like Config over towards short who could have stolen all the glory, but it's Alexi who had to nail it, and he makes it look easy.
Big shots.
So very nice way to open. As Alexi finds his impact. Mouz taking a full eco here. They want to try and bring guns out straight away, so this is your chance to have a nice clean round.
Whoa.
Rez, nading himself.
A confident Nip is a scary Nip, though, right? Like, just with some of these players, Head Tricks look pretty, you know, stifled historically and pretty passive, pretty tame on, especially T-sides on Orbs. But we saw a lot more confidence out of him, a lot more plays being made, clutches being won at the RMR, and we know Config what he can do when he's believing. So I'm excited as to what Nip could bring through. You know, we've talked pick'ems in all these games. We'll talk them again. I actually have always been a Nip doubter. For the first time in a long time, I put them through all my challenges.
Yeah, me too. And I
liked
also,
what I saw.
I was a Nip doubter too, but I think you have to be convinced by this upswing in results and how gradually it feels like, you know, because the problem with Nip is that, like, they would look pretty good in like a first half if they started CT side, and you'd be going, yeah, all right. And then they would get to the T side, and it's like, oh, yeah, they've lost every round. They've walked into every stack. They've thrown every lead. They're struggling to get man advantages.
Yeah.
And things like that can still happen, but it doesn't happen at the same degree of consistency anymore for Nip.
I would say, you know, yeah, we'll talk more about it, because let's go into the gun round now. Mouz have brought AKs out. They've got very fast out middle. It's a bonus, but Nip still have nearly everything they need. Xerxon, the hero of the RMR, the man who killed FaZe and pushed him through that last chance qual. It's all the way up in ladder. JDC gets spammed out that smoke. Ooh, big gap, but they were ready for the re-swing. Mouz won't fall for anything here. Rez checking con, but that smoke is a problem. And Dexter is hiding on the other side. Oh, they might pass each other completely. Dexter! Oh, they're both 4x3. Easy kill for Rez. Maybe someone called it. Maybe Headtrick said something. Who knows? Config on the top of the boost goes flying back after killing the bomb in the middle. And that's an awkward fight for Frozen. Xertion's going to get overwhelmed. And Nip sweep the board clean. Knock every glass off the table. And go 3-0 up.
Yeah, it certainly bodes well as well. You know, Rez is looking clean to open this up, right? Because I think that's another, like, you know, problem that Nip have had is placing a consistent star. We've all, you know, we always say Config can dominate games, but he doesn't dominate every game, right? He sometimes has his quiet moments. Same can be said for someone like Brolin. When he's feeling it, the opening power that this NIP possesses is terrifying. But it feels like more often than not, he was not feeling it, you know? And then you look at Rez, someone who, for the longest time, has kind of been touted as like the big Swedish talent, the guy who has like the most star potential. And I think any Rez fan will tell you it's not always been plain sailing, right? He also is prone to going missing. So then you throw into that, you have Headtrick as like, you know, this Academy AWP as someone who, just by his relative lack of experience, is going to be more hit and miss. I think that was one of the big things that NIP always struggled with. But as time's gone on, we have, you know, more reoccurring star performances from the guys who are supposed to be the heavy hitters of this team.
You saw him there. Xertion knows Config is in ladder, so that's the goal right now, and he's going to get the fight he wants, but... Ooh, good shot! Eagle does do something, and he can try and go for the gun. Rez re-swinging, Xertion fighting with the Deagle, and Roland gets away with a kill. Meanwhile, they've lost B, and the bomb has been planted.
Yeah, JDC's taken a deep angle into the market. He's just going to swing this on a timing, right? He has a player spotting the window. Ooh. Frozen's going on a big wrap, but this just leaves two players in the site, and only one of them's armed for the job. Headtrick. Oh dear.
Oh no!
Oh, the whiff. It's a big one. Frozen had that on a silver platter. Now through the apartments, it's a Glock versus Brolin, and it scared him.
What?
I can't believe that. I thought we would have seen them look to go for it. Brolin has the kit, and that was a Glock tapping him there.
Yeah, I mean, he knows JDC's going to try and cover the plant, so I guess you get that kill. What are you doing? Tapping the bomb, sticking the bomb? Your options are pretty limited there. You're going to get re-swung, but damn, the fact that they give that up, even despite that whiff on the flank for Frozen. My oh my. Mouz are lucky to get out of that one alive, but they do. Off the back of the B kill for Xertion. Oh, I love this camera shot blast. I'm loving this, you know, seeing both sides of the fight. Like, how did he know? No time for Config to react, but Mouz must attack out middle. Nipper coming their way. AWP is holding. Torshi v Headtrick was the question the desk posed. And Torshi definitely has been under question in Mouz's recent matches. He will miss his shot here, only hitting the leg. It was a flick back to Rez, so I'll give him that. Wasn't aiming there anyway. But a big opening kill for Nip. One where Mouz lose mid-control.
See, for Mouz on this map, I always like keeping my eye on JDC. You know, he's kind of the guy who you'll see lurking over towards B. He's also the B anchor in their second half here when they move on to the CT side. And I would say he's kind of one of the more, you know, inconsistent players within Mouz, but when he is having a good game, you know, he can lock down that side of the map single-handedly. So I think he's a good player to kind of judge how tricky, you know, this second half especially will be for Nip. You want a good eye test from him out of the gate, because he's often given a pretty big degree of responsibility over towards B. Ooh, lovely angle for Brolin under Palace. Catches them trying to get up onto Tetris. Now Config locked in this awkward fight in the connector. They still got to clear out Brolin, and he's good for even more. Last man's been dispatched to try and find him. Frozen drops down, but Brolin will not let them in. That is a lovely bit of anchor work there from Brolin. 3 kills from the same spot under Palace every time. They thought he was going to reposition, but he sticks to his guns. And he wins every single fight he's given. Timeout called early for Mouz. I don't like how this one's opened up.
Shaping very good for Nip right now. And I can't imagine how threatening Nip could be if we have Rez and or Brolin show even 80% of their peak, maybe even lower, right? Like, these have been the players under question. Sure, Conflict's consistency and Hedrick's heights, but these are meant to be two of the best players. I mean, these are meant to be the best players in Sweden. And obviously Swedish CS definitely taken a downturn the last couple of years, but still, we remember what these guys can and have done on the biggest stages, but many years ago now. But could this be, you know, one final hurrah here in Paris for players like Rez and Brolin to show what they're truly made of? B-Rush, Alexi's here. We've seen what he can do on this site.
When they come, down they go. JDC dead with the bomb. And so any hope of getting the plant now is out the window for Mouz. They'll get churned up here in the B hold. A flawless round up against the Eco for NIP. And so money getting built up by this CT side gives Nip that much more staying power in this map. Gonna have Mouz coming back in with the buy, and this has got everything they need, including the AWP for Torshi. So a chance for that head trick head-to-head. Right now, Nip are in full control. Mouz, this kind of, you know, this would be the ideal time to break through. This is where, like, you can break through early enough in the game where you can still build, you can still win out the half. Yeah. You can really look to get ahead of it now. And this was, you know, what you imagine that last pause was really centered around, was how do they break back in when the rifles are out?
Slow default with pressure on ramp. Frozen's making a play with his lurk smoke. Oh, trying to nade head trick. That's a good molly. Oh, he didn't throw it. He didn't commit. There it is. Second time. Roland's in trouble. Got to swing that one. Oh, Frozen lets him escape. It's a bit awkward. Could have been an opening kill for Mouz. Instead, just a reposition, and Frozen awaits aggression on Palace. Mid getting taken together, top and bottom at the same time for Mouz as Torshi and Zershan move through. Over on Blast TV, you can vote for who the better AWPer is as well. We're questioning it. Maybe you can give us your answer. Right now, Hedrick is waiting back in spawn, and he will get his fight today. He will get his split on A, but Frozen up in Palace could be the problem piece.
Rez is deep in the connector. And Brolin waiting for the window lurk. Every little piece that Mouz tried to bring to the table here is cut down. Bomb's now loose in the connector. Torshi's got to grab that. And so they're really hoping that Frozen can offer them a way out, a way in to this site. Flash to tee him up on the peak. They still don't know about this jungle player ready to swing, ready to get activated. And so this is just a non-starter of a round. If Mouz got given fights there in the 2v4, maybe they attempt it, but with nothing getting given to them and the numbers so against them, they're forced into a save here. And so, you know, we were saying this would be like a great time for Mouz to kind of course correct and look to start streaking some rounds together. It ends up falling far short of that ideal. And it's Alexi right now, top in the charts, 10-1. He's having a phenomenal time right now.
Have all this star power on Nip, all these players that have done incredible things throughout their career, like individually, and you have the captain, Alexi, who is looking like the best rifler right now, and that's not even at the detriment of anyone else, right? There's no hole, there's no weak point right now for Nip, but Alexi has performed every time asked. Well, the answer still eludes us as both AWPers miss a shot in window. That's funny. And they just take the stalemate. I can't believe that. No one lands an AWP shot. Question will remain. Good dig for Frozen. We know this guy with pistols can be an absolute monster. Smoke will cut out Rez here. The AWP is repositioned back on CT. Palace swing right now would get the kill. Lots of info from Hedrick on that jump spot. He won't hit it though. AWP's having trouble right now. Nip down a man, and the pistols are getting closer.
Oh no, now they've lost config. This is so quickly getting out of hand. JDC with his Deagle. Frozen adds another to the tally, and it's all the Deegs in this round. Headtrick, now it's his turn, but JDC won't let him have any fun. A big hat-trick round from JDC with the Deagle. And Frozen as well, the man to kickstart it all with his Deeg out through ramp. NIP locked out of that round dominantly. You just needed that AWP. You needed Headtrick to hit any of the chances he was given. It wasn't until the round was already lost, it was already too late, that he was able to even find his impact from the spawn.
Burst out middle for Mouz. They're going to use that tempo and take space with pace. Alexi, just gets into ladder unseen. High value position in this round. They are going for an A split eventually. Alexi, it's a smoke out. Now they know his position. Torshi can't really do much about that though. There are mollies, but Mouz abandoned middle. They've got Xerxon where they want, and they'll leave him there for later. Can just get stuck in con, hide in a corner for now. Meanwhile, Mouz grew back for what should be some smoke, probably not full exec, but something lighter towards jungle. Rez trying to find this lurker that they expect, and he does deal with it. Now the A push is almost obvious. Good cover from Config. There's so many players here. How do Mouz break through?
Oh, Brolin's been smoked off. Config's the man they've got to worry about, but he wins another fight down under Palace. Time is starting to turn against Mouz here. Torshi, that could have been the way back in, but that shot sails on past the man at top ticket. And without that, you don't really have a ticket to ride in this round. Just going to get seen off by the conductor. NIP, this is a 7th locked, loaded, and ready to go as they very, very quickly make up for their shortcomings versus the Deagles in that last round.
It's been a couple of non-starters on this T side for Mouz. They've not really been able to get into A without severe resistance. And funnily enough, it's usually like, oh, the orbs in CT, it's just like raining down upon us. It's not even the case right now. The rifles are doing it all. Rez and Config with a lot of impact. And again, they send Mouz back to spawn.
You know, it's a little awkward because it felt like there were two very disjointed peaks as well for Mouz to open that, right? Like Xerxon maybe goes a second early in com, but you can make the argument that they wanted him to play first. You know, mid was knowing that it was lost to Nip, so they were going to have players looking at it. But, you know, he swings out, loses that fight to Rez. That doesn't feel like it's the end of the world yet. Like, you know, sometimes you lose that opening fight attempt. But then Frozen goes on like some mad tear out through Palace to try and get the trade. And I just think that's so optimistic to, you know, throw yourself in, especially when he had 3 teammates at ramp kind of ready to come in. They were just, I'm going to say like 3 more seconds away.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was always going to be a tricky trade to try and get back. Rez doesn't have to offer himself up to Palace. He knows his teammates don't have it. They're holding it passive from spawn. So, you know, I think that the reaction there from Mouz like hinged on NIP misstepping or you know, like not properly comming how that crossfire was.
Can be a mystery, like you don't know Config's under bow. Can you just think, oh, I have this jungle fight, I have this CT fight I can avoid, maybe I can catch them, but yeah, Nip have had an anchor in almost every one of these rounds.
I'm going to show you, he weren't missing the CT fight with how wide he swung Palace, man. Like, right, down lower. Nice opener here. Xerxon, the man to provide it. Back on the con lurk. Brolin playing around the smoke. They're already out through ramp. He's in a really rough position here, Brolin, and he won't survive it. Xerxon out through con.
It's like he didn't see him.
And so this is just a save for Nip. The round was lost on the back of these opening kills, going so decisively the other way.
And that's the player that you want performing right, Xerxon, the big ticket player. You know, the potential of being one of the best players in the world. If you can achieve you know, what we've seen in glimpses, what we saw at the RMR against FaZe, the game he had was unbelievable. Back at Rio as well last year at the major. Xerxon, he can do so much, and he's so young.
Yeah, he just has a great, you know, like brain for the game as well, right? From talking to him, we even had him on like a few casts. He is someone who thinks about the game in like a very heightened way. I think, you know, when you're or like what used to be the trend anyway, was like, you know, with a lot of the younger players, it took them time to kind of warm up to that side of the game. But he thinks very critically about it, about his moves and trying to read into, you know, the big picture of what's happening.
I think that's probably the most exciting part. We've talked a lot about Israeli Counter-Strike in the last couple of years, but like Zershan, 18, Flames, 19, Nerds, 23. Like these are such young players who are already performing the way they are. Spinks, 22, but they're performing as well as they are against some of the best teams in the world, on some of the best teams in the world. You know, it's just it's a bright future once CS2 rolls around. Not long now. This is a crucial round for Mouz, though. They've got to keep it going. Head trick, finds a pick. Zershan comes out from under with a trade. Double ramp push is good for Nip, and Mouz might just have to accept it. Frozen crouched the entire way and just dodges death and then catches Brolin. There's more where that came from. He knows it. Rez trying to close this gap, wins the trade. And now he has that A site still under control. These are such scary fights right now. All of them dry. Head trick attempts to help, but Zershan baited him in and put us in a 2-on-2 where Rez is nailing headshot after headshot. He's having a game that we need. Torshi in a clutch.
Oh, this is great util from Rez. Just gonna hide in his smoke. I love this. You know who you're up against. You know what gun he's wielding. And so he didn't want to fall down to a molly into the sandwich. That's what the smoke's for. It's giving him an angle, and he's ready for Torshi on the Palace swing. 4 in the round from Rez. Lights out display here. He sits top of the board, 13 kills, 7 deaths, and 3 assists. So he has 1-3-3-7. That's pretty sick.
Nice. Nice.
Love that for Rez. And you do love, you know, when he has games like this, when you see what he brings to the table, it's why you want him to look good.
Yeah, this is, it's been a while since we've seen this Rez. No better time like the present. Config attempting to just storm his way up middle, and he'll go back for it. That flash dodged. Config still ready for this kill. Dexter doesn't know it. He's dead. I take it all back. I'm sorry. Whiff for Config, same for Head Trick. No. They're coming closer. Alexi's fallen with nothing. Head Trick looking down, but they were already up above. And, well, somehow Mouz have picked up this round, or at least they should. 2-on-4. Rez coming back in on a quick flank, but they know. They just don't need to offer up this kill, and Broken's already saving.
That little voice in the back of his head that's like, oh, I'm having such a good game.
Yeah.
And he wants to go for it, but you can't justify it in the 2v4. And so Mouz, it's not even a contest in this round. A couple of unfortunate misses for NIP. Starts with Config over in top mid in that very awkward fight on a Dexter. It's one that's frustrating as well, because when you go back and look at it, you'll see like you could have swung at any other moment and the kill would have been maybe even more free. But flubs the execution of that, and then Hedrick and Alexi are core, not in like the most complimentary setup over towards B. Alexi kind of gets fed to Mouz. Hedrick is tunnel visioned, I would say, on the guy that dropped into the site and just completely, doesn't consider more players coming through the apartments. And so he is having a bit of a rough go at it now, his Head Trick.
Yeah, and you kind of prophesized this earlier, like we'd see these games from Nip where they do this and they look really solid on CT side, the anchors are popping off and Alexi's very mobile and, oh boom, 10-round CT side, nice, and then they'd lose. Obviously it's still half to be seen, but I don't have that fear as much, just from what we saw at the RMR.
No, yeah, I wanted to clarify there. I did say about old Nip, yeah.
That's what I'm agreeing. I don't really have that worry either right now. Sure, it was other maps I would say that like Nip was showing at the RMR, like Nuke. They had a lot of really cool XX on top site. But in general, this is a harder map to have more cooked up. Your individuals are going to be relied upon on T-Side Mirage, but right now they're performing. And so I'm very optimistic for this game for Nip right now, and I'm a bit sad about Mouz, hoping they can show us some more face towards the end of the half, level the playing field. He's got his open Palace. It's going to be an early pop set up by Frozen.
Ooh. Try to play in fast on the back of the flash, but there we go, head trick. Sometimes all it takes is one kill to bring you back in. You know, he's had a lot of opportunities, has head trick on this AWP, and finally they get realized in this round. Lovely little double to completely turn the tides of it. Now, the smoke walk from Dexter, he is not ready for that. And that will give away one of these kills for the A play.
Config's pushed in, though.
In on the backstab, sure, but he's still a way out from helping here. Dexter, if he keeps moving, it's slowing down that will get him killed. He tries to keep creeping up, and Rez finds him. There's Config with the close.
This is beautiful for Nip. I mean, every setup.
Yeah, they've not let Mouz chain rounds together either, right? Everything's just kind of been like a one-and-done round, and then they go straight back into the next. Feels like they're critical of the missteps, so they don't look to repeat them, and they're coming back with a vengeance here.
Solid.
The only team to have strung rounds together in this game so far is NIP.
Yeah, no surprises at this kind of scoreline. Solid round for head trick as well, right? He's definitely had a lot of whiffs in this game, but high impact alone on ramp close as well. Often see that in a double setup. Config wins his fight this time to Dexter out top mid, and Rez could have committed, but just choose to play this very aggressive short angle. And can, again, later in the round, flank. Doesn't need to hurry, but we'll see if the demons in his head win or his patience. Right now he's controlling it very well. Smoking window, that will get him ready for more. Config might need to move. Oh, he blocks it by accident. This is excellent for Config. Now he's got a gap through the smoke. Reds can fight. Can he get one? No, but Config's poised and ready for a multi-kill. They will get mauled in middle. 3 kills for Config, and he would get more if Brolin wasn't here to steal it away. Smoke will get them the bomb back, but Alexi up catches it, and it's suddenly all on Frozen. Mouz don't even get to play the round. They just get decimated at top mid. And if anything, almost an accident that puts them there. Config just coincidentally hits that window smoke, creating the best possible gap. Sometimes fate doesn't want you to win.
And so, you know, now Mouz are going to have one more opportunity to try and, you know, salvage a 5-round T-side. Frozen's AK is going to be the big ticket item. They won't have any other AKs in play in this next round. And so it's kind of all on Frozen here. The veteran player for Mouz.
Yeah.
The young veteran, as we were calling him.
Yep. Crazy that, right? The comparison we make is Magic's on Spirit. Obviously being, you know, similar age, I think 19, and being on Spirit for over 3 years. Frozen's 20. It's been on Mouz for 4 years. So it's kind of unbelievable when you think about it like that. Played alongside the Karrigan Rops. Classic Mouz lineup. Oh, I like the mid smoke. That's actually something Nip came up with quite a couple of years ago. It lets a rifle swing and fight window with a lot more room, but it's not going to get spotted. Rez has a little peek with a flash, but really it's this B hit we've got to worry about. And Alexi's been solid here.
Yeah, he started off strong, but, you know, the last time this B site fell, it was Alexi getting nothing done. This round is none of that. The bomb tumbles away from Mouz, and Alexi lights them up as they try to come through the apartments. Just Torshi left, and he's got to face the full might of NIP. They're all here. Even though he's dealt with the first 2, you're never ready for Config. And so NIP win out this first half, 11-4. They've got a dominant lead under their belts, and Mouz have got their work cut out for them. Well, NIP leave it all out on the field at 11-4. It's lights out from them. This was a commanding lead. They've never let Mouz string 2 rounds together. All of Mouz's rounds, all 4 of them, just little one and done, flash in the pan sort of rounds. Not the type where you really felt like you got to build in this game. Mouz now have the CT side ahead of them. NIP moving on to the T half.
And those are the big questions, right? For sure, the individuals are firing off to a huge degree for Nip, but I want to see what else Alexi can show us, right? He's performed stunningly on the CT half, but what has he prepared for this second half of Mirage? It's going to be an A split, it looks like. Very aggressive round for Mouz. They drop double under. The bomb's in middle. It lives and dies on these fights, and 2 of them go the way of Mouz, make it a third. Frozen ices Brolin, and this is screwed. This is dead in the water for Nip. They've just got to try and battle their way back. Alexi trying to chase down this back triple play. That's an insane kill with a Glock. How do you wallbang Dexter? But still a 2-on-4, and suddenly you see Mouz pull back, relax, and wait for Nip to come their way, giving time for Zershan on a flank. And even 1 kill here. Ooh, should be it. Torshi will take it. And I like that Mouz just come in with confidence in this pistol, some bravado, as they fight the bomb in middle. And really, there's no saving this one for Alexi.
All right, Alexi. Oh, really trying to milk this for all it's worth, all he can. But as he moves in, he's going into one hell of a crossfire here. And so there's the killing blow dealt to Alexi B on the other side. Mouz with a pistol round victory. And you could tell for Nip, the alarm bells went off as soon as they got to mid and they saw that double lower setup. That is probably the one sort of fight you were really hoping you weren't going to get if you're Nip, trying to go for the fast comp play like that. When you see them both down in lower, peeking you with USPs, a third man even rocks up to the party getting involved. It all becomes very awkward for Nip there. And so maybe a bit of a read from Mouz as they were teed up perfectly to deal with that mid take.
Little ramp pop. Nothing to lose, and they go ahead of the smoke, so Mouz are caught off guard. Some nades are out. Good trade for Rez, still in the advantage for Mouz as they try and cross in. A nade could be something, but not really. There's a gap towards triple, and some spam going on. If they can deny plant, that's big, but too little too late. Nip get what they wanted, at least. But winning this round for Headtrick, I don't know about it, buddy.
Hedrick Deagle boxed into a corner. First kill found. Now there's more coming around that corner. Hedrick will get whittled down and finished off.
Just on the argument of damage, that's a great round, right? 3 kills, a bomb plant. Maybe it tempts Nip to buy. I would like them to not and just come in with a rifle round after 1 more eco. You can play another Tech 9 armor B play. Just Eagles.
Yeah, it would be like a full Galil round. You could get 1 AK, but I don't think they...
Just, yeah. If you believe in your T side, you should eco this and have everything in the follow-up.
Yeah,
right
so
now,
they're going to like meet in the middle, right? Yeah. They're going to partial buy here. So they still have something to work with. They have Tech 9s and armor, good bit of util to go behind it. And so what you're kind of hoping for here is almost a repeat of the last round, right? You want to find damage, you want to find a bomb plant, do whatever you can to maximize your buy and minimize the opponents. So they're probably going to throw something in pretty quick, pretty up-tempo over towards B. And Alexi classic, because last round they went A.
Those are the options. Ooh, everyone's blind. This could be weird. This could get very strange. But a third player here gives some reassurances to Mouz. I said that he gets tapped out. M4s are dropped. Not reloaded, though. Nip do get that bomb plant. Zershan tries to rush him down, but he misses his chance. He had an opportunity. Dex has been hurt up catwalk as well. Alexi puts distance. This is a very hard round right now for Mouz. That nade might be enough if he throws another one. Alexi won't be ready for a second. He's dead. Blown to pieces. Smithereens in the sight as a 2-on-2 ensues. Hedrick is so low, but Rez has helped him out and left Zershan in a very difficult clutch. Not much damage needed. He doesn't know it. Just needs to find a couple of shots, but the time is eluding him, and Hedrick swings out for 1 more. That is a force by half by win for Nip. And they don't even need to wait for the rifle round. 3 on B for Mouz, and they can't even trade efficiently. Ouch.
Yeah, that one's really going to hurt, man. For Mouz, you know, that was meant to be their chance. Sure, maybe not to keep it clean, but that was meant to be like the last of the 3 rounds that you were owed on the back of winning the pistol. Instead, it goes the way of NIP, and on the back of the damage done in that second round of the half, it's forced Mouz down to this horrid little force buy. You know, if they lose this, gonna be 6-13 down, staring down the barrel of an eco. So that leaves you with, you know, a 1 rifle round grace period between, you know, having to come back and losing this game.
Oh, this is dangerous. Brolin's in the right position. Ooh, just about saves that spray. Kill is given to Nip. Mouz, where do you even go from here? Try and stack a bomb site, hope Nip come your way, even then.
Ooh. That's the low Brolin. He doesn't want to feed the 5-7.
He's got a nade, just got to time it.
They are going into the stack here by following through on the A play.
Oh, this is it.
But you can alleviate a lot of that pressure if you win one of these fights that are teetering on the edge of mid. Instead, it's so awkwardly timed. The connector fight's getting out of hand, but Alexi has more ammo. Still in with a chance of Mouz. The scouts lighting them up from spawn and trying to battle back in. It's Alexi and Rez 2v2 as they find that scout. Back in the spawn side, JDC walking this smoke over at jungle. Has Alexi with his back turned down in the connector, but he will turn on a dime, dealing with that peek and leaving it all on Torshi's scout. 1v2. Could try and spam out the planter. Alexi holding the cross and Torshi firing off. They know where he is now. They don't have to peek him. And so NIP, the stage is set for them to emerge from this weird skirmish with a 13th round. They're holding the murder hole. Torshi's a dead man here. Rez, 1 bullet's all that's needed, and there it is to close. NIP, they do very well to regain control over how odd and weird some of those fights were, just how awkward a lot of that round felt.
Yeah, a 2-on-3 as well. Just really awkward with that con deagle spam for Zersham. You know, he has 1 bullet left. He goes for the body shot because he kind of has to, and he feels like he's done enough damage, but just points of health remaining between him and that kill in the red.
Left side con.
That was crazy. Some sick shots, but it's not enough for Mouz, and really that's the story of this entire map. Not enough. Even in close rounds, cannot close them. No clutches have gone this team's way. Down in the opening fights overall. And significantly. 6-13 of Nip. And okay, sure, a B stack. These can definitely get out of control, but will Nip recognize that before the bomb's committed? Because it's so far away right now. Obviously, it's looking empty to Config. He sees nothing out of these 5 players, just 1 or 2 of them poking their head out. But every kill you uncover, you expect more. There's a 3rd, there must be 4. Oh, and let's check this boost box to be sure. Easy round for Nip, no mistakes. 14-6, and this is a statement win from the Alexi B-led squad, looking like a threat in the challenger stage right now.
Yeah, I mean, here's the 1 rifle round that Mouz have between them and this dominant L being dealt their way. And, you know, even this 1 rifle round has its fair share of limitations. They don't have the AWP for Torshi. They don't have a defuse kit either. And so that's going to matter if this ends up falling into the, you know, the hands of a retake here. That means Mouz, the best way for them to win it would just be to stop it before the round even begins, right? You don't really have it in you to long out a post plant or a retake. So these first few fights are weighted very heavily here. NIP are just contact walking out through ramp. They kind of cleared this a little earlier just to feel safe enough on this cross. There's the opener secured in favor of Mouz, and a quick reaction from Torshi as he throws himself into harm's way to save his teammate under Palace. Nice reaction there. Nip don't get that opener that they were looking for.
Mouz just lock the door on them with another smoke. Dexter's got to pick his spot carefully because so many of them will be primed by utility. So this is a little wider than the Palace molly that could land. Right now it's just contact again. They walk the smoke once more. As it fades, Config's out on Tetris. Dexter would love just one more kill here. There's no flash for him. Oh yeah, there is. Out it goes. And hey, they trade out, but it's to the favor of Nip. 2-on-3 now in what's a 2-on-4 attempt. 20 seconds. Zershon will let them cross. They don't need to fear CT. They will get that stick. Brolin and Config now trying to clutch up a match point round.
Yeah, you don't have util to displace them either. So chances at straight up gunfights. There's this big flank coming in for Frozen, and it's never even needed. Config goes swinging out, and Mouz are quick to deal with him. So NIP, their best chance to strike, to find 15 now and break the money of Mouz, sails right past them with 3 alive. Mouz don't really make or lose money at the end of that one. They're going to have enough to get the investment coming on through again. But they're a little ways away from having, you know, residual cash, and that's what you're really looking to build up here if you're Mouz. If you're believing in having a comeback, you need to be able to withstand the worst case scenario. They don't have that yet. They don't have the ability to withstand a round loss. So you're hoping that the clean rounds can come down the pipeline a little later on, but they've taken the first step here, putting a stop to NIP's 3-round streak, denying the match point. And now they even have that AWP in Torshi's hands, so a little better off here.
It's impressive that still, you know, Mouz, we know them not to be a tilt team. Like, the fact that they're still looking on the cam as optimistic as they are at this scoreline is impressive enough. And hey, when the results are like that, why not believe 2 immediate kills again on the A site? Nip pushed the Molotov. Alexi tries to hunt these kills, but he can't pick a side. Torshi and Dexter have ridded this round of Nip. And it's just head trick. 1v5, damage duty. But yeah, we know this team is a very, you know, very optimistic group of boys, you know, coming through this academy core.
Yeah, and they have some great coping mechanisms.
Yeah.
You know, like just things you kind of tell yourself that you know can get the team out of like a weird headspace. It's good to have, especially for a team that is so young.
Yeah, it doesn't, you know, we were actually having this discussion yesterday coming back from rehearsal about like, oh, you know, who is a rager or who is an emo player on, like, you know, previous teammates, some of the ex-pros in the talent team. And, you know, because everyone reacts differently when you're losing, right? Some people just go very quiet. You know, you've all got that teammate suddenly, you know, doesn't really care anymore, gives up. Or someone who will bring you down with him, or someone who will never give up. You know, all these different attitudes. It feels like Mouz don't have that emo player in the team that you can definitely see sometimes on cam. You know, we pull out our armchair psychology from time to time. But it's not here. It's not in this squad. A bunch of young, hungry players who, even at this point, at 14-8 now, are believing. Is it warranted? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you know, for Nip, I kind of want to see them move away from the contact A walks, right? That's how both these rounds have gone down so far. And you know, one of the things I said at the end of that last win for Mouz was it wasn't the clean round they needed. It wasn't like a 5 alive round. Well, that one was. So they get that coming down the pipeline now, and now they have that little bit of staying power on this streak that you're going to need. You need 8 to win the game, and if you can do it flawlessly from this point onwards, that's 10 total. If you can do it flawlessly from this point onwards, that's great. But you want to be prepared for the idea that Nip win a round at some point, someone makes some like huge individual play, and you still have that ability to keep yourselves in the game. And Mouz have got that thanks to that flawless round there. There's a chance to make even more money here as Nip, they're now the ones being hit with some money troubles on the T side. And, you know, the nature of a game can change very, very quickly, right? You've kind of had Mouz feeling a bit dejected, feeling like everything they're trying isn't working. But if they start to build into this, I don't think it takes much for Mouz to believe. And that was what you were kind of touching upon as we were in the dying lights of that last round.
Well, we've seen Nip run towards B with nothing more than a couple of pistols and win it, so what will this round look like for them? They've not gone for a quick play. It's just mid-smokes and Coming out through under, actually, with this AK, Rez is going to die for config. Ooh, that's a good jump. Zertian gets info. Big boom. Oh, double boom. Oh, still jumps in though, doesn't he? Not playing scared on Mouz.
Yeah, it's really wild when you haven't been looking mid to just cross like that, crouched in the open, right? Like they could have been anywhere in middle. But Zertian feels like he's got the read.
Yeah,
where they are.
You also know they're on pistols, and you've just seen that they have a hero AK, and they've put it down to the lowest player on the team, but still Config has armor, so he should play it. So yeah, Mouz have done the bare minimum at least, and they capitalize on it. They finish the nades onto Config. Gun's just going to get juggled round. A good tap for Brolin, but winning this one is surely out of the window, as is Alexi in the site. Not for long. It's a good shot, but traded, and Mouz find 9. Is this interesting, or is it just a delay of the inevitable? 3 rounds in a row. Nipspy decides it all here. We've already seen T-side woes on Mirage today, Harry. In fact, just moments ago. The Aussies pulling it back from 12-3 against Forze. Can Dexter, another Aussie, do the same? Meanwhile, ENCE, in our final matchup on the B stream of the first round, are locking out OG on Anubis.
Yeah, wow, that's not even close over there. And that's what we could have had here, but Mouz have shown up. Starting to recover. Torshi, he's on this line. This is a Torshi kill ready to come through if ever I've seen one.
Config's in no need to move yet, though.
Yeah, but Config always has that, that voice in the back of his head, you know, just telling him like, hey,
go on,
give it a jiggle, see what's up.
Torshi's got all day.
I could be the guy to open the round for my team. Why shouldn't I take it? And he will!
Sometimes listen to the voice.
That's beautiful. That killer instinct. That's what we're talking about. He nails him.
So huge. I mean, just frees up a B hit right now, and a 5-on-4. You feel so assured to go for this. And JDC making magic happen, making a move. Danger versus Desire, but he doesn't know about Rez, who is wider on the angle, and Nip take 2 kills as they hit this site.
Oh, Zertian's been mollied, having a swing out wide, leaves him in a very weird spot. Dead after 1, that's not enough from the site hold here. Mouz, they may as well try and play this 2-on-4. Now 1v4 out, they're buying next round anyway. They're up against 15. And so Dexter looks to give it a go, but he'll fall at the first hurdle. Head trick nails him with the AWP, and that's NIP on to 15. They get that elusive match point round. And so now they're just 5 kills away from winning this, winning their opening match over Mouz, and locking them out of a comeback that was picking up a bit of steam here.
That's so sad for Torshi, because he was just wide enough that he would have seen and probably killed Config, right? 1 bullet, but then he tightens his angle, and Config just peeks. And he's a little bit too tight to see him. That really hurts. Torshi won the patience game, but Config won the fight. I'm not sure what the moral of the story is, but not every story needs a moral. 15-9. And morale high for Nip as they look good to close what they began in that CT half, that 11-4 defensive showing with Alexi and Rez topping the charts, topping the server. And now in this T-side config coming alive as well. Mouz's mental tested today. And while I wouldn't call this, a bona fide upset, because this game was pretty tight anyway, given the fall off in form for Mouz and the rise in form for Nip, this would, if it ended now, still be pretty one-sided. It's never felt like Mouz are truly in this game.
Yeah, Nip have got their eyes set on middle again. They've had good success here. Ever since they moved away from like these contact A plays, they're going to come in with a bit of a pace-changing round now, right? Fast out into middle. playing ahead of some of this util, and Headtrick even opens up. That's Torshi picked at the apartments, nailed on short is JDC. The B split comes through. Mouz are not even in position yet to attempt a retake. They will cut down some of these players on the extremities as Rez is found down in connector, but they are so far removed from this retake. In the 2v3, a man down, and Nip have had so much time to get set up in the site. They could be in market right now. They could be deep. And so Mouz, even as they move into retake, have got to clear everything. That's not as much of a problem for Xerxen as it is for Frozen on his way in through the market. Over on short, this one should get offered up to the bench player. Ooh, Xerxen will control the AK and spam him out of the round. Headtrick's been mollied, has to extinguish that, but it's time that's the enemy of Mouz here. They've taken so long arriving that they can't win this. Frozen looking for the last man. It's clean, and he's grabbed the kit, but there's not time. It's gotten away from him. A damn good attempt. He fought to the very last breath, but it's not enough. NIP win their opening game.
Yeah, new face for Nip, a team that maybe we want to get behind right now with a solid T-side foundation, with rock-solid players performing as their names would suggest. And for Mouz, a bit of an underwhelming start. That's been this year through and through. They've got to pick it up moving forward. 0-1 now in the Challenger stage.
Hot out the gates with 11 rounds in that first half. It's the Ninjas to outlast Mouz in their opening series here at the Blast TV Paris Major. Some great individual form coming out from them as well. We see the likes of Rez really popping off, Alexi B having some great calls, Config even resurging in that second half as well.
Yeah, he went gorillas, he got the people going. Provocative half in that first one for NIP. This is what I wanted to see from NIP, a team that's trending upwards, that's showing that they have a lot of depth in terms of their calling. They are looking just stronger than what we saw at the beginning of this roster's inception. I was not a fan of how they looked before. They looked stagnant. They looked like they didn't know who was watching it. The communication was bad, but this is a different NIP. And if they're gonna play like this in this challenger stage, I think that they are looking like one of the better 8 teams. I think that they should be making it through if they can continue this pimp.
I think the very last round was a great example. We just discussed it. The fact that LXCB is now giving freedom to his star players. You see Config, you see Rez splitting up, going in for a 1-for-1 duel, allowing themselves to be in a position where their individual skill can carry the round and set up the rest of the team. They go 1-for-1 in the last round, the rest of the team walks out to a free bomb site, they win the round. It does feel like LXCB is allowing these individuals to have a little bit more freedom to do the job for him and make it slightly easier for him to make the calls. Whereas it used to be LXCB having to, from the start to the finish of the round, micromanage every single move, and that's not how you play with Rez, that's not how you play with Config, and I think they come to that realization and it's looking much, much better now.
Yeah, give me a little bit of insight as to what particularly Rez was doing well in this particular series. Where were you seeing him kind of popping off and being making this really tough for those opponents?
I'd say Rez was actually making some good decisions in the first half on the CT side, playing around, I'd say, the connector area. I mean, he was kind of helping out Brolin here and there. Every time that Brolin was getting hit towards that side of the map, I mean, it was Rez that was usually one of the first, if not Headtrick, to help him out. And I think that Rez just showed some really solid decision-making overall, just rotations, never really making just glaring errors. Whereas before, even actually with an NIP lineup that in some ways I liked more with Hampus, sometimes I would see Rez just kind of make a weird step, like make a play that almost creates a losing condition in the round. And on this map in particular, didn't really see Rez make any major errors. And that's really nice because if he's just going to hit headshots, if he's just going to be able to put himself into generally the right spot to take gun duels, he's winning a lot of those because we've been praising his mechanics for so long that all he needs to do is just set himself up for those fights.
Well, from one star on Mirage to another, we've got Config on the mic with Banks after that victory.
Now, Config, I want to say this was one hell of a start for you guys. Just even looking at that first half and the fact you stopped them from getting any chaining of rounds together, right? You just had them on complete lockdown. Did it feel like you were pressured at all during this game?
I mean, yeah, I think that when we lost to some pistols, I think that was on the CT side at least what we lost to. It was, of course, a herder, but luckily we won the weapon rounds and took their economy away, and it felt pretty good. It was a good game, first game here in the major.
And you guys were throwing a lot of aggression at them. Obviously, Mirage has been something you guys have been quite comfortable with anyway. But do you feel like Mouz themselves thought they could challenge you better on it? Because I think I was looking at this match as being like maybe one of the closest in the openers.
Yeah, I honestly think that they didn't get the start that they wanted, and they were trying to abuse B-Pops versus Alexi, and he was just shutting it down. So I think their game plan kind of went in the drain. Yeah, I was thinking it was would be a closer match as well. But we had the grasp around them.
And in terms of looking at NIP right now and where you guys are at as a team, you've had a good few months with this roster. You finally got some fundamentals down behind you. But how was the boot camp? How was stuff beforehand coming into this event? Because I know you guys have just been on the road. You've had events back to back. So were you able to refine some stuff, add some extra layers?
I think that we've worked pretty good. I think that we worked pretty good since we came home from Rio. We went to a boot camp. We also practiced from home. And I think that we just kind of know what kind of things we need to work on, and I think that it's really good by DJL and also Alexi showing us the way, and I'm also coming with some ideas and stuff, and I think it's a really really good work ethic in the team, and we understand each other. We're kind of on the same page. We're still working to get there, but we're managing.
Well, this is the first step for sure, which is a positive. You get this 1-0, but you also said something in another interview about you weren't even sure that you'd be at another major, but you are here doing it again. Where's your individual confidence and your mindset at right now?
Well, it's crazy, to be honest, because, as I said in the interview, that I wasn't expecting to be a part of the major since I got kicked from Astralis. I mean, I'm here. It feels good. I'm ready to play. So give me some more games and I'll be happy.
Well, I'll be happy to see it as well. Config, congratulations so far. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
We'll have to see how it goes for Nipple on the related games. We'll keep it moving, though. Freya, back to you.
Thank you very much, James. Yeah, a confident config is something that you got to be scared of if you're facing him on the other side of the server. I love how Banks posed that question, though. We were looking at this as being an incredibly 50-50 matchup, considering, the opening matchups that we have here at the Paris Major. We were saying it was going to be incredibly tough to call. Apparently, Mouz had other ideas. They literally didn't get any momentum going on that first side.
No, they have been struggling a little bit lately, right? We talked about their stagnation. We talked about the level not being there anymore, to be completely honest. Again, not to highlight individuals and saying it's per se their fault, but I think Torsi is up for question right now in terms of his development as an individual player. He came out flying, being promoted from the Mouz NXT into the main team. The first couple of tournaments, he was showing glimmers of the potential, but I feel he's only gotten worse and worse and worse. He's gotten figured out, so to speak, in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. So there's a certain individuals right now, and there's a certain aura around Mouz right now where I feel that they've stagnated and maybe even gone downwards a little bit too much for me to fully believe in them. As said, I think they are a top 16 team. I think they're going to make it to the next stage, but beating a well-playing NIP, apparently not today.
With Mouz and their style, what I used to kind of actually at the end of last year is that it felt like they just had outlined a very clear idea that they're always going to group around 40 seconds and they're always going to try to just make some hit into the bomb site together. Today, sometimes the hits came a little bit early, and we actually saw that the counter utility from NIP caught that, especially when they were trying to come out A. Brolin was so hard to kill. Like I was saying earlier, Rez was hard to kill, and it just seemed like Mouz sometimes couldn't even get out the starting block. I mean, they were trying to get out top mid at one point, and they couldn't even swing. They were barely getting any space across the map in this game, and they have to just do a lot better. They have to rethink their approach in a lot of different ways, because I just feel like they've been playing the same strats over and over again for the last 6 months, and in top-tier Counter-Strike, you can't do that. You need to be bringing new stuff to the table, and that's why I think Alexi B and DJL have done such a great job with NIP, because they look so different than when I watched them 2 months ago.
Yeah, give me a little bit of a kind of, I guess, temperature check rather, on where we see both of these teams now we've had this opening result. Sure, it's only one best of one, but where are you kind of placing them on a scale? Is it kind of red flags, warning signs for the side of Mouz? Are you hoping that they have to be bouncing back from this, or was it a case of the Ninjas coming out with maybe some unexpected new approaches?
I think it kind of follows what we talked about in the pregame, that NIP is trending upwards right now, and Mouz Sports is trending a bit downwards. I wouldn't necessarily call it a red flag for Mouz just yet.
Yeah.
They're playing against a well-performing NIP. You had Rest, you had Config, you had Brolin for that matter playing well. That's your win conditions when you look towards NIP. Even Alexi B, as Config said, completely shutting down that B bomb site in the beginning. So there was a lot of the stuff that had to go right for NIP that went right. So for Mouz, not necessarily too worried yet, but for NIP, it's starting to get more and more interesting, because as we spoke about, you look at the lineup, you look at the player material, they are supposed to be a top 10 team in the world, yet they haven't played like one before now, perhaps.
There's a couple of teams now in the 0-1 category that I think Mouz should do just fine against. So I'm not really going to actually count them out just yet. I think if they actually hit that 0-2 mark, you might start ringing the alarm bells there. But I actually think BO3 should help Mouz. They've been a lineup together for a while now. I actually think their map pool is pretty solid overall. And I think that actually BO1s in some ways kind of hurt Mouz. We saw that when their backs were against the wall at the RMR, they were winning BO3s versus Virtus Pro. They won a BO3 versus FaZe. The BO3s should help them, but you never really want to just rely on those. You want to give yourselves some kind of start here in this BO1 format, because you just need to give yourself a little bit of breathing room. Don't put all the pressure on yourself at one point.
I think even looking at the scoreboard, it tells quite the story for Mouz as well.
Yeah.
Exertion having a decent showing, having a couple of rounds where he found the impact, where he found the difference-making play that we used to see from him. Frozen, for that matter, as well. A bit more defensive. We saw it on the CT side. He was trying to shut down the B side. He was trying to shut down short. But you look at the scoreboard, you have those two performing, and then there's a long way now down to the next one. That's why I'm pointing out Forze, because when you are an AWP player in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, you are expected to make the difference, or at least you're expected to be on par with the second rifle on the team. And that's not the case right now for Forze. Hasn't been the case for quite some time. And I do think it simply comes down to the lack of firepower sometimes from Esports. They simply didn't have it today.
And literally none of the Mouz players coming out of that first half were hitting double digits. Like that's hard to be bouncing back from it if you're any team coming into a second half. I do want to recap just all the matches that we've had today, because obviously we will be having that second round of opening games coming your way very shortly. That is more best of one, so Mouz hoping to be bouncing back from that one. But let's kind of tackle this in a linear fashion, because we've obviously had the A stream and the B stream going down in tandem. We kicked off the day with FaZe taking on Monte on the A stream side of things. Jacob, that got closer than it probably should have, right?
That was a fun game to start the major with, I'm not gonna lie. FaZe Clan under a lot of pressure. For the vast majority of that game, Monte were the better team. Up 14-10, you think to yourself, uh-oh, FaZe, this is not gonna end well for you. And then we see that, you know, comeback gene, I guess, a comeback DNA that FaZe have. We saw them wake up. We saw the individuals start to shine. Twist woke up. Brokey woke up. All the players had a good showing for that matter. Rain had, in particular, a great game overall. So a very fun game to watch, and a game that, yeah, 16-14, it could have gone the other way for Monte.
Yeah, the very next one after that, we had Pain versus Fluxo. That was on the B stream, but the last time those two teams played against each other on Mirage, it was Pain that came out on top, 16-1. I'm gonna say that, yeah, Fluxo a little bit better this time, but honestly, that's a game that I thought was gonna be a little bit closer. Usually when you lose to a team, you play a little better against them, and I don't mean just like a little, like I don't mean one round better. I mean you give it yourself a chance to make that whole thing competitive, and I did not see that fight from Fluxo whatsoever, and the domestic matchup wins in the favor of Pain.
And my 0-3 pick'ems still live on. Sorry, Jacob.
It's all good. My 0-3 is
crying in Australian.
Yeah, that was tough. Oh,
let's talk about G2 versus MongolZ as well, because we saw that going down earlier on today too. I think it was kind of a story of two halves when we're looking at that. Nico had an incredibly quiet game throughout the duration, but coming out of that first half, the Mongols actually had the lead, right? But it was a question of why G2 kind of left Inferno in the pool, right?
Well, the veto itself was a little bit curious from G2, because I really believe that the only map Mongols can play at a tier 1 level is Inferno. So for G2 to let that through and still win, good for G2, but I wish they just did a little bit more prep, just flex the map pool a little bit more, move away from that. And also, if JKS didn't not even misbuy, he just didn't buy.
Yeah.
Just don't buy. Like, then I think they would have had a completely different half, because they were up 6-5. JKS didn't buy. They lost a big gun round because of that, and then they just lost the rest of the half. And I don't know if that's like a mental thing or what, but basically, just buy your gun. Just don't leave spawn with a gun, with no gun in your hand. I think that's the only thing I have to say to G2.
It's an easy game to play, because I also think G2 lost both pistol rounds. They had Nico playing one of the worst individual games he's played in quite some time, yet they were still super, super convincing on the T side. So 16-11, I think that's a fair scoreline, but it did feel like G2 were in control for the vast majority of the game. Of course, after the first half, we were a bit worried, but they took control in the second.
Yeah, Hunter looking great, MongolZ looking great as well. On the B stream going on in tandem there, it was GamerLegion versus Complexity. That started off incredibly favored for Cole. That came off of a 13-2 first half, but things did get a little bit dicey. GamerLegion tried to make that comeback work, didn't though. 16-11.
Right. Score. That got to 13-10 at one point. I know GamerLegion rattled off something like 8 rounds in a row once they switched to the CT side. It started to feel like that Complexity choke that I'm all too used to watching with this team.
Sage.
And thankfully, they righted their wrongs. They were able to get it over the line. Fang delivered a great performance. And I've had a lot of just criticism here and there for Fang. I think he's probably, over the last 6 or so months, been one of the weaker performers for Complexity. But this was a great coming out for him and Complexity to get this win over GamerLegion in what I would consider an upset victory. I thought GamerLegion were going to win that.
I think it was very important for both teams to win that game. Both teams are coming into the tournament trending downwards a little bit. We saw Complexity at Melbourne not doing too well. We've seen GamerLegion struggle massively online as well, haven't really qualified for anything else than the major itself. So it was very important for one of these teams to win, and unfortunately for GamerLegion, this major didn't start off too well.
Well, one team's got to win, one team's got to lose.
That's how it is.
Unfortunately for Forze, they lost versus Grayhound. And a result that we didn't see coming, because it was such a dominant first half from them, and then they always said, hell no, we're going to turn this world upside down, and they're used to, hanging upside down.
What about your pick'ems? What about your
What
pick'ems,
about your
Pim?
pick'ems today?
What about your
Jacob?
pick'ems today, Pim?
I like how I'm the only one in the entire goddamn world apparently who has Grayhound as an O3 team. I was pretty confident after that first half. I was thinking to myself, okay, these Australian noobs, they can't do anything against Forze, but I guess I was wrong on that one, right? The second half, you saw Alistair play well, you saw Vexity play well, you saw the entirety of Grayhound fight their way back into that game. Yes, we discussed Forze had a horrible T-side. Yes, we discussed that utility usage from Jerry and the guys made it very, very easy for Alistair and his AWP to dominate that game, but it takes quite the mentality, I would argue, to fight your way back from being down 12-3 against a well-playing Forze, come back in and then dominate the second half like they were. I was corrected. I think Grayhound were the better team in that game, and I think the second half performance was enough to convince me that they were the rightful winner.
Yeah, I mean, their defense was excellent. I'm still not convinced that Grayhound, from what I saw at Melbourne, from what I saw here, that they can play T-side on too many maps, because obviously this was a defensive comeback.
Yes.
They won so many rounds on their CT side, and so other than Inferno, I think if teams just kind of, I don't know, just play slightly better than Forze did on the offense, they should be fine, because I seriously still, like, I wouldn't have gone 0-3 like Jacob did it with Grayhound, but I wouldn't, if I basically said you are only playing T-sides, I would actually have a lot of questions for Grayhound.
Yeah, and I think it comes off the back of Forze like missing so much utility on that T side. It just looked really messy from them. Maui, I'm going to break your heart. I guess, I don't know, you got a Complexity win, but you also got a Liquid loss. So I guess Complexity are the better North American team. Discuss.
And, well, okay, Freya, that's a curveball. How am I going to break that one down? Yeah, 1-0 versus 0-1.
2001.
Just complete recency bias coming out from Freya Spears there. But no, I think that Liquid right there are probably missing and wondering where the hell was Naf. Naf just did not show up to that game. Pillar of consistency for the Liquid lineup, and for him to be going the first half without a single kill, I don't even know if the game plan was wrong for Liquid there.
Sure.
I think they probably just expected that their star player was supposed to find a couple more frags here and there, and then that would have been theirs. It was still a pretty close game in terms of scoreline.
Even when he woke up, though, Liquid didn't play well. That was my issue. We're watching the game a little bit on the B stream, and we're following it as close as we could. Even when Naf woke up in the second half, it wasn't like Liquid were playing well. It wasn't like Liquid came in with the confidence they were describing in the interview, saying they had a good boot camp leading up to it, fixed a lot of the issues, coming in, playing a new style, etc., etc. I didn't see it in that game. Now, it was just a best of one, and it was against a well-playing Apeks as well. We got to give them credit. The way they turned around the ship, the way they basically restructured the entire lineup, qualified for the major, have been playing well in some of the online qualifiers as well around the world, and now coming in, winning against Team Liquid. That's massive. That's props to Apeks. But if you're Liquid, I hold them up to the standard that they are probably a top 5 expensive team in the entire world. And right now, as of 2023, we just haven't seen that level whatsoever. So I am disappointed, and I seriously hope they're going to turn around this ship. Otherwise, Liquid may be done for this team.
One thing I want to also say about Apeks really quickly is that to me, this team reads as a really anti-strat heavy team. And so if they knew their matchup well in advance, I think that they're going to put in a lot of work to make their game plan all about trying to neutralize the main win conditions of their opponents. So I think this kind of 1-0 game is going to be really telling for Apeks, because they would have had to prep in advance expecting that they would have won the game versus Liquid. So if they're able to win that second game, I'm going to say, okay, Apeks, you maybe deserve it, but I think this is a game that in some ways they just focused on so much for, whereas Liquid probably came into it a little bit more lackadaisical.
Yeah, of course, we will be seeing those second round matchups very shortly indeed. But just to round out the action that we saw, obviously NIP taking down Mouz on the A stream side of things. But then the other game that was going down at the same time, ENCE versus OG. That was actually incredibly convincing for the side of ENCE. Diha looking like an absolute beast in that.
Yeah, someone should call an ambulance for OG in that one. That wasn't looking good at all. It was ENCE all over it on Anubis. Very impressive to see them play that well. We saw them struggle a lot in the qualifier. We saw them struggle a lot in the RMR. ENCE went 0-2, and you're thinking to yourself, they were playing so well at Pro League. Where's the ENCE guys now, right? But in this game, they gave me confidence that they are trending upwards still. It's a team that is still evolving. I think Nerds is one of the most interesting players right now to follow. He could be a new Sphinx in the making, sort of. I do feel ENCE is one of those teams that just produces a lot of talents where Snappy gets to mold them and make them playing well. So, yeah, I'm not that surprised they were winning, but the fashion they did it in, making OG looking like, a team that shouldn't be here is a little bit too much for my taste.
And I think that actually partially comes down to maybe it being on Anubis and the fact that ENCE got to start on that T side, which is just sometimes with that map, it is just such a slaughter for the defense. Like, it's hard to do anything productive. And for BO1s, I'm almost shocked that anybody would have wanted to play Anubis. Like, I seriously doubt that OG are going to move forward from that and say, maybe we shouldn't play Anubis if we have to start on CT side, because the momentum will just be taken completely out of your sails so quickly, and unless they drastically change their CT side, spoiler, they won't do that in a day or within the hours before their next match.
Yeah.
Just move away from Anubis, because this is OG is a team that I think should have a better chance of making it through, if not at the bare minimum, 2-3 through the stage.
Yeah, the next round of matchups obviously going to be coming your way very shortly indeed. Let's check in with the Swiss bracket though to just get an overview of this entire duration of the Challengers stage. Of course, we're starting off with those best of ones. Those will continue late into the night here in Paris. Then as we move on, obviously the premise of this is 3 wins, you're through. 3 losses, you're out. Obviously, it gets a little bit more complicated when we get to those best of 3 scenarios as well, right?
It's going to be tight tomorrow, right? The 0-1 games right now are very, very important for these teams. You do not want to go 0-2 from the get-go. You do not want to be put under the pressure that potentially you could exit the major already tomorrow. So I feel for the 1-0 teams, you're a little bit more comfortable. You're aware that you can allow yourself to lose a best of 1. Obviously, they don't want to do that, but I feel the pressure is at the bottom of the bracket. And some of these matchups we're seeing right now, very, very interesting as well. I'm looking towards the upper bracket as well. Apeks versus Grayhound. One of those teams is going to go 2-0. That in itself is a massive, massive surprise, right? That should have been Liquid and that should have been Forze, but guess not. They weren't good enough to win.
Yeah, we got FaZe versus Pain, Complexity versus G2, Apeks versus Grayhound, ENCE versus NIP, then Fluxo versus Monte, GamerLegion versus the MongolZ, Forze, Liquid, Mouz, OG. Which one is the tastiest morsel that we're going to be seeing tonight, Mouz?
I like ENCE and IP.
Yeah.
I like both of those teams right now. I think they're both trending upwards. ENCE has some more results to show lately with their run at the ESL Pro League, but NIP, I just don't think that anybody really knows how good this team is right now. And so for me, in some ways, the sky is the limit for NIP. I could see them absolutely winning that one.
I think FaZe should be very careful with how they play against Pain Gaming. I think Pain is also a team that is trending upwards. The way Big Osera has transitioned from being a rifler into an in-game leader, enabling Skulls, enabling some of those players around him. Pain right now is a team that I would fear, especially when you consider as the best of 1. So it's not too easy for FaZe either for this one.
Obviously, you were looking at Liquid, their potential opponent. That is going to be Forze. Do you think it's a chance to rebound for North America, or is Jerry going to be singing Jerry, Jerry, Jerry into the night?
I think those are 2 of the best 0-1 teams right now.
Yeah,
so for them to be facing off against each other is a bit of a shame that one of them will go down in the hole 0-2. I think that Liquid should definitely be the favorites in that one, especially with kind of just the way that Forze collapsed in that second half when they were on the offensive Mirage. If they're going to do anything like that against Liquid, they will be cleaned up even more so than what Grayhound did to them.
Well, before we do get into the rest of the action, we do need to head things to a short break. When we're back, it's going to be Tech Girl, Prof, and Maniac to guide you through all the action tonight. You don't want to miss it.
We are halfway through day number 1 of the Challenger stage here at the Blast TV Paris Major. And just in case you might have forgotten, it is the last CSGO Major. In fact, I thought because the afternoon was starting off, we're getting into the next round of games, maybe it's a good idea for us to play a little game. This is how it's going to work. Every time you hear someone on the broadcast say it's the last CSGO Major, you need to take a shot. Actually, don't do that because it's a Monday. You shouldn't start drinking. And if you did do that, there's a good chance you wouldn't see the rest of the games.
Maybe. Just drink a shot of water.
That's a really healthy way to do it. There we go. Maniac, looking after your health every single time. My name is Sam, also known as Tickle. I'm going to be keeping you company. And of course, I've got the big brain analyst Maniac here, as well as the king of Poloniex, Prof. Now, Prof, you've had a chance to get the inside track on some of the teams. What's the vibe been amongst the players moving into day 1 of the Paris Major?
I mean, I think everyone's very excited. I think that's the general vibe. Everyone wants to come get at least one win, 2 wins here on the first day and kind of set themselves up for a nice major.
Maniac, you were at the first major. You played in 2013. You were. I'm giving away your age here, but it must be pretty epic for you to walk in here, Challenger stage. You were there right in the beginning. You're here again for the last one. How have you been feeling about this occasion?
I mean, I think it's a nice reminder of the longevity that Counter-Strike has had. And that's not something that you think about every day, but just suddenly you end up in Paris for the last CSGO Major and you realize, hold on a second, that was 10 years ago that we had the first major. How long we've been doing this? So I'm enjoying it fully.
Shot of water, last CSGO Major, we heard it. You know what's quite interesting as well, like we've only just met each other, all of us together in the last few days, and yet we were perfectly color-coded coming into this, Prof.
I don't know how this happened, but I'm very happy about it.
No, it wasn't natural. We talked about it. Why do we lie to people? Why do we say like it? We talked about it.
You were the only one the day before that told us what you were wearing. You were like, this is what I'm wearing, guys. Make sure you don't clash.
We did not coordinate. I just put out my opinion. I'm doing this, and I did not ask for permission. So that was it. And she just agreed, essentially.
While we're on the topic, I think there's a very concerning issue we should address.
Big issue.
Immediately.
It is a big issue.
And it comes to the Blast TV. There's a poll out there, guys. We disagree on the color of my jacket.
How do you feel when you see it on the screen? I feel like
I do feel like my jacket is green, whereas Prof believed that my jacket is gray. Whereas if you have a pair of eyes, you'll realize our desk is gray, which is definitely a different color than my jacket. But go out there, please let me know, is that green or is that gray?
You know, there's different shades of gray. I think they even made a movie about
so many inappropriate thoughts when we go in that one. Just move this conversation.
What a great start. Look at us. We should actually talk about some Counter-Strike because that is why we are here. What did you think about those first round games?
I mean, extremely excited. There have been a few upsets here and there, but also some of the favorites have shown what they needed to. And that, for me, is important. Moving on into the round number 2, the fact that FaZe actually survived against Monte, the fact that G2 won against MongolZ, I do want that. I want the favorites to be able to shake the jitters of day 1. But some other people, like Liquid, for example, didn't go too well.
I don't think we saw any like big favorite lose. FaZe and G2 are the big ones. They got their wins. Then we have Liquid, definitely a shaky one. Mouz losing to NIP. That was a kind of a 50-50 game. I think most people have Mouz winning it, but still not a super big surprise. We didn't start with a huge MongolZ upset that maybe looked like one that could happen. Monte definitely had a chance to do it against FaZe, but yeah, we're kind of still smooth sailing, I feel like.
I mean, if anything, if we were talking about upset or surprises, Grayhound's comeback was something out of nowhere, truly. And not because I picked them as 0-3 and I was very, very wrong, catastrophically wrong, but because Forze were so in the lead in that game. 12-3 first half, everything is going great. Off the back of a momentous 23, and they just crumbled. They let it go.
But Prof, I mean, were you surprised by the Grayhound victory? Because I wasn't. I said to you, they've done this before. When the Aussies come in, this is what you can expect when it's a major.
I mean, I would say, especially in the way they came back. Coming back from 12-3, okay, if it's a close game, maybe they start well. That's kind of the recipe for an underdog success, not coming back from 12-3 on the CT side of Mirage. So I was shocked. I did expect them to win something. I don't think they're a 0-3. I think everyone that picked them for an 0-3 kind of weren't paying attention to them recently, especially in Melbourne.
I would like this to be a good desk. We have a good time.
I'm just saying, maybe people weren't paying attention. I think they definitely have the capability to beat 1 or 2 teams here. That's how I see them.
I'm kind of in agreement with Prof. I think that the boys from down under, they come here, they cause chaos. It's a typical Australian thing, but they never make it through to the Legend stage.
Look, there's a Shui on the line. Alistair said if they make it through, Challenger stage, just Challenger stage, not to the playoffs, not winning the whole thing. They need 2 more, and Shui is coming in.
That better happen on this desk. I'm going to demand that we get to see the Shui if they get through. But now we need to move on to round number 2. I didn't think that the two favorites, the two big teams, the ones we need to talk about, FaZe and G2, looked very convincing at the start of their games. Now moving into round 2, do you think that the warm-up has helped a little bit?
So it might sound a little bit paradoxical, but I do think for FaZe, this was the best way possible to kickstart their major campaign. And the reason I say that is when you have an easy first game, you might just get a little bit ahead of yourself, get complacent, you put them to bed and it's fine. That's not what happened to FaZe. They were facing a 14-10 scoreline and that they had to rely on their individuals to shine with backs against the wall. And now you've kind of shaken that off. You know that you're in the game, you're in the rhythm, your engine's been running high, and that's a bad news for Pain. I think FaZe are exactly where they need to be for that second game.
Exactly. I don't think we should underestimate Monte either, right? No. That was a pretty tricky first match for FaZe, and they got over it, right? Especially making the comeback and clutching some of those key rounds that they did. Twists in the end with a 2v1. There's a 2v2 as well that Monte kind of had in their favor that they couldn't convert. So I also feel you, like, I think Pain is a pretty good team, but they got a really rough matchup. Like, not a great reward. They got Fluxo in the first round, which is an easy one, so now they're going to get punished, kind of.
They've swung the pendulum from easy to extremely hard. But let's talk about G2 now. This is a team, I know I have them as, I think that they could win the major. I said it yesterday. We had a big dinner, if you like, with all the talents, and we put all our predictions down, and I think G2 is going to take it. But then seeing them start off looked a little bit shaky for them as well.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to take too much away from that game, because I know it's possible when you start on the CT side in the first match, and you take the example of Nico, who had an atrocious first half, you feel like you cannot reclaim control over the game, right? You're playing on the CT side, you're getting aggressed on, you're getting executed on, and then you're just not in the zone. But the fact that they were able to have this streak on the second half on the T side once they were in control, to me tells me that it's okay. The job has been done and not a whole lot of sweat. And if anything, it's a little kick in the butt as well of Nico, for example, who needs to shine. So I'm okay with G2.
It's also super unreasonable that Azteca was just owning Nico. Like, this is not supposed to happen. Like, he's probably the worst player on MongolZ, just coming in here and destroying probably the best player on the other team. Now, how you want to look at Nico versus Monte versus Hunter sometimes. But yeah, I think that was kind of a flash in the pan situation and a half that on Inferno you really can't get rolling on the T side. And they managed to smooth it out. They didn't break under that pressure, which is very important.
How does it go against Complexity now for them?
I think it's a very similar story to like the FaZe Pain that we have. I think Complexity getting the first win, super great for them, but against G2, I don't really think they have what it takes. They didn't really show us that they can beat a tier 1 top 5 team, I don't think, ever.
Yeah, it's been a bit complicated. I mean, for Complexity after the Katowice run, I truly thought that we were on tracks. We were on tracks to see Complexity like reach new heights, and it's gonna happen. And I witnessed these boys play in front of me, and I saw how they were behaving, and in the losses, in the wins, and I thought, okay, I see a formula here. I think it's happening. I think some of the players are growing, but then it just hasn't materialized to the point where I think the window is closing. And now what I thought was a possibility is actually a glass ceiling. And playing G2, the only thing they have going for them is that it's a best of 1. That is the only thing that could open the door of some kind of dream and illusion. Best of 3, we would not have any debate. I think the conversation would be closed.
It's really interesting because they were horrifically bad when they went to Melbourne recently. Like, it did not go well for them. They came back. Holzerg actually said, he did in an interview, he said, like, we needed that. It was the kick up the arse we needed. And
everyone's talking about kicks up asses for some reason, but I think it is
you should drink a shot for every time someone says that.
Does that annoy you? Does that annoy you? Is that a problem?
No, but it's just interesting that everyone's kind of pointing this out now. It's like as if people don't know by themselves that they need to put in an effort because they're going to a major. Like, I need to lose first to understand this.
Do you set an alarm to know when you need to wake up in the morning?
Sometimes, depending on what I have planned.
That's why you need to kick up the arse. It's the same thing. It's the alarm. That's what they needed. They needed that wake up. But he claims that's what they needed. Is there an opportunity for Complexity to go through? Can they make it to the next stage?
To the next stage? Yes, I think they can. I think they can squeeze in that sort of gray area of 2-2 matchup, and that's the conversation we were having in the green room, is that you can have a semi-favorable 2-2 matchup if you are Complexity, because you've shown a little bit of depth in the map pool, and you do have Halzer that can actually play to a great level. I personally think Grim is fantastic. I think this Grim and Complexity is fantastic. So I will say there is a chance. Favorable 2-2, we can have the conversation.
That duo is pretty scary. Like, when they pop off, we saw Halzerk at the beginning of the year being pretty insane, like taking off any team practically, and then Grim has been consistently great on this like 2023 Complexity lineup. Just 2 of them in a best of 1. magic can happen.
The problem is the floor. Like
Yeah.
the problem is the floor, like, in terms of skill now, because I agree, like Grim and Halsek, it's fine. I will trust them when it comes to Counter-Strike, but I was hoping to see way more from Floppy than what he's
Fang
been
as well.
delivering. Fang is, to me, Fang is a smokescreen in the sense that there's going to be a good game every now and then, and that good game is going to blindside you completely to what's happening consistently.
Yeah,
And
I
I
mean,
don't think he's up there.
Go back like to 2021, he was a very promising player. He even picked up an MVP and like the online phase.
I know,
of Counter-Strike.
I remember that.
You wanted to, yeah. So we were like, oh, this guy could be like, oh, the next Hunter or something like that. I think he even said that that's his idol. Let's say that's the player he shapes his game around, and he's going to play against him now, which is interesting. But he's not been anywhere near that like consistent output that Hunter has for G2. Let's say not even to the same levels, but even in that kind of a range, he's not been there. And Floppy as well.
I'm going to be really naughty now, and I'm going to focus us in on the game, because I was being naughty by talking about complexity, but it's the only team with South Africans in.
We didn't mention him at all.
I'm South African. You didn't mention them, but you mentioned the team. It sort of counts. But let's talk now about what is about to happen. FaZe going up against Pain in round 2. Such a strong Brazilian team. And the Brazilians have shown, when Brazilian teams come to the major, they have shown that they have the tendency to kind of up their game considerably. Is this the opportunity for Pain to really make a name for themselves on this big stage?
I believe that this Pain lineup, it's so crazy how they actually became a relevant team. Like, they have been pretty much irrelevant for the last 2 years almost. Living in NA, competing there, they were like, okay, we are better than most of the American opposition, but never able to do anything in Europe. And then at the beginning of the year, they played Katowice, I think, and then after that had the roster change with PKL going out for personal reasons. And then magically everything clicked. They brought back Nekes, they changed the IGL to Biguzera, and the team actually became dangerous. And from what I was talking to people from Brazil, it was a lot of like burnout and just having that, not being able to take the next step, that got everyone just losing confidence, losing motivation. And then finally, with Nekes coming back into the team, it kind of clicked.
It's so interesting. This Nekes storyline, his arc that he's going on his Brazilian scene, is that he says in an interview, there's a great interview on HLTV profile, I'll give you that one on that, where he talks about how much that experience taught him. Well, he said in Pain the first time around, it didn't work out. And these were the problems we were having. And then when I got back, I realized I changed. I realized there were some things I was doing better. I think the atmosphere in the team was getting better. So that's a great example to see a player in a constellation can not be working, which was the case for Nekes at a time in Pain. Then he comes back in a different lineup, different roles, different atmosphere. Then he's clicking. He's been doing way better now by the numbers and by the eye test than he was previously in Pain.
But also you have to give it to like Skulls and Zevi, because these are two signings that they made at the beginning of the year, late last year, that kind of reshaped the whole lineup.
You mentioned Skulls. Nekes says Skulls is the second best player in Brazil. I love that.
Damn.
Second best player in Brazil. And it turns out as well, when we're going to chat about Skulls, this performance, him coming to the major, is this his opportunity to maybe, I want to say not necessarily take Pain to the next level, but showcase himself to other teams if there is an opportunity to be able to step up?
I mean, that's a really strong claim. Like the second best Brazilian player out there. I mean,
wouldn't you?
If it wasn't for the sort of the downfall of Yuri, I'd say that conversation is idiotic. Like Yuri was supposed to be that man. Now he's calmed down a little bit. Quesarado is still living in his castle and his beautiful throne, but no one can touch Quesarado for sure. He's not touching him at all. But I agree with you. I think if you are Zevi, if you are Skulls, this is such a perfect theater to showcase that you can help Pain reach that next level when it matters the most here at the major, right? I don't want to be mean. When I look at some of the results that Pain have played, I don't know most of these teams. So their numbers are crazy. Like their stats are completely ridiculous, bonkers, 1.25 plus whatever. Like who the hell are these teams they're playing? I have no idea. These are moments where we grab meaningful data, meaningful information about the value of these players in hard pressure situations here in Paris.
We've spoken lots about Skulls, obviously, and I know how it goes when you're in the chat. Like these analysts, they know nothing. So what we're going to do is we're going to back up everything we said in the Mahone zone with a bunch of cool drawings and explanations as to why Skulls is as good as we say he is.
Yes, that's correct. So Skulls, as we know, kind of a newer player to Pain, but he's actually shown a lot of good stuff. And what I want to talk about today is actually his multi-killing potential and how he works with his teammates. So let's take a look at this round here. This was a couple days ago, or rather a couple weeks ago, against 00 Nation. And what we're going to see here initially is that Skulls, he's here towards this connector side. A connector smoke drops in front of him. And when he's holding this connector side, it's actually fairly common for T's to want to push past this. So it's not unreasonable for him to be spotting the smoke. But the key thing here is that he actually has a teammate over here towards A, and he's tasked with being able to hold both the ramp and the palace position. This actually creates a pretty difficult situation for Zevi and Skulls here because with only 2 people, they have to cover 3 different choke points. But look at what Skulls does to make this hold happen. So first thing you'll see here is that Zevi holding towards that A ramp side, Skulls anticipating this smoke walkout, he finds this first kill. At the same time, Zevi finds coldzera. Now this is the key point. Right here when Skulls, after he gets that kill onto the player coming in from connector, he has a decision to make. Does he continue to look at this smoke or does he turn back to try to help his teammate? This moment right here, he waits just a little bit to see if the trade's coming. As soon as he doesn't see that trade's coming, he's gonna help his teammate. He goes back up the steps here, knowing that with Zevi here, this player from Palace is gonna try to peek. So he's right there to cover that. He catches Dumao on the side, and that allows him space now to actually push up the steps because typically whenever you kill this Palace player, it's only 1 player. That means that he can actually focus on this ramp player because for the ramp player, he's also going to have his attention towards Zevi. Skulls is in a very powerful position by pushing up, and at the same time, he knows that this player is potentially going to push through the smoke, so he has a timing window to actually get this kill. That allows him to come up with that attention towards his teammate. He finds that 3rd kill. And then lastly, Lotto, he's slightly too late on the trade. He's coming through the smoke trying to trade. He's not able to find the timing. And if you look at this from Zevi's point of view, just look at how Skulls helps him up so much here. So initially, those 2 kills that we talked about initially, and then that kill right there onto Dumao, who's coming out from Palace, helps Zevi. And on top of that, this attention right here, you see NQZ directly on Zevi right here, and then that's what allows Skulls to come in from the side and catch him. So that's really the power of Skulls right here. It's his multi-killing ability and his ability to kind of work off his teammates. So we want to see if he can pull it off against FaZe as well today.
The weatherman, MongolZ. He looks like a weatherman the way he's talking on it. That's why I know a lot of you asked, but the truth is he's just a genius breaking down those plays, chatting a bit about pain gaming, but we have to talk about the big dogs in this arena right now. FaZe is here. This is obviously, for me, my first time I got to see them in real life, and I know any fan of Counter-Strike, after them winning the Grand Slam, the Carrigan story, you walk in here, you see them, you just get so excited. They have so much pressure on their shoulders, because I'm not the only person watching them going, you know what, you need to perform now.
I know, and I echo that sentiment. I was just thinking, FaZe is probably one of the most scrutinized lineup we have in the game, and we are being so unreasonable with what we want from FaZe continuously, and how we just absolutely not accept any dip in form, any kind of losses in any case. You better win 3 goddamn Grand Slam back-to-back, otherwise I will need you to do a roster change. What the hell are you talking about?
Because we are comparing them to the greatest of the greatest, right? They're not being compared to like, oh, who is now G2, FaZe, whatever, you know? It's about like how they compare to Astralis, how does
But the game is different, the field is different.
Play to Glaive, you know? This is why
it doesn't matter. They're bots. They must just perform for us while we watch and we clap. No, I'm kidding.
It's true. The field is different, right? The field is different. I don't think we can have the same expectations for FaZe as we had for another team 3 or 4 years ago. Counter-Strike's level is different as a whole. So I personally think that what
So you think this is super okay, no problem here at all?
Look, they've made it, they qualified, okay? It wasn't great at all. There were other good teams who haven't made it to the major in the past. Hey, you mentioned G2 in your name. How did that go in Rio? Did they have a good time at the major?
No.
No, exactly.
I don't think they were there.
Right? So you can have these moments as a very good team. The question is, did they beat Cloud9 when they had to play that best of 3 with all to lose? Yes, they did beat them, and now they're here.
This is how I feel about this the same, is that I don't think that it's fair to expect them to be phenomenal every single time. You cannot perform to that level. I think the one thing FaZe does very well is they're slow to start, but they get to where they need to go.
Peak at the right time.
And they peak at the right time. That's smart. That's why we love them. They're never going to be magical every single time. I just worry that sometimes it's not even about being magical. They're just not even on the server. That's where I get concerned, is because they have that major drop-off, Maniac.
Yeah, they do, in terms of pure Counter-Strike. If you are a pure fan of Counter-Strike from a strategic standpoint, I would agree with you that at times FaZe are a little shallow in how they play it. And that's fair. And the problem that it puts on them is that if individuals are having a hard time, like we could see at the beginning of that game against Monte, yes, you can be sitting in your sofa drinking whatever it is you're drinking and think, oh, look at these noobs, goddamn, this is not Counter-Strike. Right, you can get to that conclusion. But this is part of the DNA, it's part of the identity of FaZe, right? To have a little bit of leeway in how players are going about. But then the counterpoint, the counter argument to that is that they have so many players which at a given time can turn a situation completely, win a clutch situation, get you a multi-kill. The comeback on Ancient was just that. Couple of 2v2s, couple of 2v3s, Twist coming back to life, Brokey coming back to life for a bad first half, and suddenly you have it. So if you want to beat FaZe, if you got 14-10, you need to win 16-10. You're not winning 16-14.
Doesn't it worry you, though? Because I do think that sometimes they leave it a little bit too late. And it's one thing when you're against...
That's their style, right?
That's their style. But the issue here is it's one thing when you're against Monte, who are maybe a little bit inexperienced. But when you're playing a more experienced team, they're going to take advantage of the fact that you haven't woken up just yet and potentially knock you out of the major.
But yeah, but in those games, we get a different phase, I feel like. Because when they're playing Vitality, G2, Heroic in the playoffs, I don't think they really take their foot off the pedal that much. Like, you really have to take it away from them to beat them. Like when we look back to the losses they had to Cloud9 in Dallas or in Pro League, these are games when Exile pops off and just destroys you, right? And it's not like FaZe didn't play well. It's just that this guy was on another level in that game. The veto came through. We have Nuke, which hasn't been a great map for FaZe recently, but which map has been great for FaZe recently?
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are a little bit up and down, that's true. And if you make the mistake of comparing them straight to Pain, then it looks like there's no chance.
Yeah.
The win rate of Pain is absolutely redonkulous.
Is it fair to do that, though? Because I think the level of team that Pain is playing against is very different to the level of team that FaZe has been playing
You're
against.
right. It's unfair to do that. And just to do a quick touch on the Mahone zone, the beautiful moment we just had, to me, that is the theme of this game. When Pain's A plan is going accordingly, looks amazing, right? They have a whole lot of team play. They're kind of synchronized together, and they know how. The thing is, against a team like FaZe, it's not going to go according to plan. You're going to have moments where you have to have spontaneous contingency plans because your clutch just went, tits up because someone had a multi-kill that you didn't expect. It changes. FaZe forces you to sometimes embrace a chaos, and this is where a team like Pain can show limitation.
Yeah, but I'm pretty confident in Skulls as a player. Just watching him, he is a modern rifler, the Exile type of a rifler, electronic. He does know how to play solo on a bomb site and just isolate the duels, isolate the angles properly. So I have some confidence in them as a team. Their nuke has been pretty good, like playing against teams like Liquid, beating them. Liquid has been decent on nuke. There's something here to talk about.
Something to talk about, and we'll have lots to talk about when this game comes to an end. FaZe is facing off against Pain, and you know what? The desk here is done. Scrawny, Launders, they're ready for you. What's up, my dudes?
Oh, just chilling, Sam. Just chilling. Chilling and getting ready to jump into an Americas versus FaZe situation. I want everybody to remember that the reason FaZe are even here in Paris is because the Americas region lost one of its spots at the Major. Your last chance qualifier is brought to you by Americas. And now we have Pain versus FaZe to just kick this one off, right? It's a 1-0 game. The domestic matchup went swimmingly for the boys over on Pain Gaming. The unicorn odds favoring FaZe still, understandably. They dispatched of a European competitor in Monte. I think everything started well for both of these teams today.
Yeah. And
even with that one being tight, of course.
Agreed, 100%. I think if we want to just go over that one quickly, when it was FaZe versus Monte, 16-14, I think we saw FaZe actually look very strong, and I think that even though Monte lost that game, they narrowly lost because of the amount of work they put in, playing more maps than the top 5 teams combined. They have grinded through, showed very promising stuff at the RMR, gained a lot of well-earned confidence, and qualified to the Major faster than FaZe did. So, I think that scoreline shows that FaZe actually had to try very hard and looked pretty damn decent, even though it was that close. And as for Pain, a lot of people didn't see the NA RMR either because they're watching the EU RMR or less interest in some of the NA games. For us who are from North America, FaZe or Pain have been a team that we've been talking about a lot recently, and they've showed that they're off to a hot start. They get their best map in this matchup, and they are going to come in very underrated and very hard to prepare for FaZe.
And in an element, very confident because of the way that they just dismantled Fluxo to start the day. Zevi and Skulls are the real deal. Big Uzera's in-game leadership is solid, and his performances quite capable. Do not write off Pain in this best of one, because this is not the FaZe that lift all the trophies on the road to that Intel Grand Slam. Let's see what they can do. It's Nuke, it's a best of one. And of course, it begins with Pain on the CT side. So talk about advantages. Kerrigan chilling inside. or rather just out of the mini. Hut push comes through first. Dual Beretta's good for just the one. Biguzera tucks into the other side of mini, anticipating more players from outside, but he gets himself that double kill to pick up the slack that was left inside of the A site, and Twists is all that's remaining.
Yeah, Biguzera looking good, and Biguzera is a guy who, for a while, in my opinion, was the guy to talk about from Pain in general. I was actually wondering, you know, does he get the Furia call up at some point? When they eliminated Furia to qualify to the Blast Spring Finals in 22, that's where he showed he was the best in form. But, you know, in the NA RMR and things like recent stuff, it was a lot more about skulls. But Biguzera also IGLing, which is the other most impressive part about him.
Ooh, Twists clean. Quick as well. Oh, clean and quick.
This is interesting, though.
And one more. This is concise. 30 seconds. Bombs down.
Nekis is not in a fun spot if Twist clears him. But will he be cleared in this spot is the question. Now, the bomb's in a position where Twist might look for it, but feet are going to get spotted. Nekis finds the head. He has to take a step out fast, otherwise he gets his shoes shot off.
Yeah. Yeah, has to go for it. And your neck is, dude, talk about feeling like prey.
Yeah.
You know, you've seen two of your allies just get popped by headshots. You can't go for that swing because it is so awkward. He has to come to you. You have to wait X amount of time.
And with the amount of time left on the clock, there was a non-zero chance that Twist goes around to heaven to look at the bomb that way, and it gets scary. But it looks like it's fine. Twist will go down, and that's because, of course, a lot of most of the work was done there by Biguzera with his opening duels. That's a full-size towel, not just a hand towel.
You know, that way you don't have to carry around multiple.
That's true.
You're good all day. It's meant to be a long day. Lots of best of ones to kick off the Paris Major. But so far, so good.
So Pain will be quite happy to play on CT. Their overall win rate on this map is, of course, inflated with a lot of the NA games they played at the RMR. And in general, they've been doing what they need to do, though, to provide themselves enough confidence to come up into Europe and then play against some upper tier competition. But don't let those results be fooled, because none of the teams that they beat are anywhere as close to as good as FaZe are on Nuke.
And also a couple of, you know, events already to continue that confidence, right? This isn't as if Pain have been looking good in the last month and get a chance to transition that into Europe. We're talking about a team that played excellently at Pro League, surprised there, made a couple upsets within the playoffs run as well, went back home, smoked at the RMR, may I add. You know, the only loss, obviously, is to Furia, who grabbed the Legend spot. But we know what Furia have been up to. So very capable. However, Zevi will go down empty-handed here on the force buy from FaZe. They get that opening kill towards ramp nice and easy. Rotation's already downstairs, and Neck is. Kerrigan, well, he decides to float around.
Yeah, painful here as FaZe, you know, take this space, but don't make a decision right away. And they want to make Pain regret rotating downstairs too early. Now, no one's gotten comfortable backside or on clock. So it's actually a good site still to go to. So FaZe's press up, but wait is actually the right call. And Neka's not in a bad position. We'll see if he can open the door.
Swings it. Coverage on top of the bomb. And also on top with the rafters. So no contest here. Zevi dying inside of ramp. The pause and the push. And Brokey. Clean as can be with the AK-47. Hartzau swift to get up into decon. Could just call it quits. You do not see a way back into this retake. You've got 2 M4s and a FAMAS still to lose. So they're going to clean their hands. Kerrigan's been spotted. They're coming for Biguzera, I bet.
Yeah, this one is pretty ruthless.
So just the ramp hit, man. One death, and look what happens.
Very simple tactic. It's just, you know, they benefit so much from the instant entry. And there's just too much pressure on Pain. And, you know, I think there's certain teams have different tendencies on Nuke, whether it's over-rotating or under-rotating. And if you know about the other team and their IGL, you know if they oftentimes over-rotate. And then conversely, if you're on the attacking side, teams know about you, whether or not you like to go downstairs off of that first ramp kill, or if you like to press up and wait and go for heaven wraps and like to end upstairs a lot more often. One thing that we've definitely seen is that upper hits have fallen a little bit farther out of the meta when they were already used pretty sparsely. And teams like to end upper, but not in the beginning of the round as often. FaZe are not one of those rosters, however. They still got a pretty powerful upper exec.
Oh, through smoke. Okay, 5-7 gets 4, but CZ gets just the 1. Neck is... I like pressing up against it. FaZe, a little crazy. but a little crazy is not always a bad thing.
They should try to flex on him. I think for a game like this, after surviving Monte, you don't want to exactly enjoy the spoils of your victory quite yet, but scaring the teams ahead of you after Pain is also part of the mission.
Yeah, because you know Pain look at that match versus Monte and think, well, if Monte can get 14.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what phase is this? Ooh,
it's
good cover.
Nice cover here from Robs. But yes, it is Kerrigan's rhetoric to say that it's not just enough to win a game, but to win it severely, to make sure that anybody in the future doesn't think they could get away with something similar.
Nice play from Hardzao to come up behind his teammate who did get stuffed on vents. Swaps out the weapon, has some more util to work with, could definitely add a price tag. Could even add the clutch to the board. Could. He's got the kits, he's got the armor. Had he opted to go back around through lobby, maybe he could have flushed out both, but now he's still so concerned with the backside, finds out that this is indeed clear. Flash does not go far enough, but it's a long road back around towards Squeaky, and just that, because he's gonna bite down on the defuse, is enough to clear out the clutch. Rain is there for it. And he was there at the start of the day. Rain, multiple 3Ks in the first 4 rounds versus Monte.
Yeah.
You know, we get major Rain, and that is the Rain.
It is different, yes. And honestly, one of my biggest L's as a YouTuber was calling for Rain's head in the 2020, 2021, where a lot of kind of older players really dropped off when things went back online, and there was so many players who were grinding and coming up through tier 2. Rain was not having the best time on FaZe, but since Antwerp major MVP and then in a lot of their LAN performances, he's so integral and also delivering. If we talk about opening attempts on FaZe Clan right now, if it wasn't for Kerrigan and wasn't for Rain, basically nobody is really trying them. So if FaZe are going to win, a lot of it will have to do with their entries.
Round to go down smoothly, even with your Zeus towards ramp. Couple dinks versus Brokey, not a problem. Keeps the distraction of the CTs facing forward, which means this heaven wrap is going to work out wonderfully. Perfectly, you'd hope. For Kerrigan's sake. Mop up a few kills. Hardzao will drop one, but then everybody else is dead. They gotta go back for the bomb, of course, but what can Nekaz do in the meantime? Absolutely nothing. FaZe convert, and a nice 3-1 T-side start to dispatch of the hopes of Pain.
And Nekaz was so kind to compliment his teammate in Skulls, saying that he's the second best player in Brazil. Maybe he meant he was first, I don't know. Maybe he was talking about Quesarado, but you know, putting Skulls up that high is, it says a lot. But in the RMR, I think Nekaz was pretty okay, but he wasn't even, I think, a top 3 best player was Zevi, Skulls, and Big Zero, who I feel like were ahead of him. But we've seen Nekaz since then have a couple of really, really big gaps.
True, right? Yeah. The floor of Pain rising because of the because of the efforts of Nekaz. Definitely so. You know, there was this weird thing with the timing of a few events, both online and LAN, between the RMRs and the major, and you know that always it just spoils some people's opinions. You know, we had Brazy Party going on online. We had.
And it affects the
Rio
confidence
as well, right? Yeah,
Rio,
it affects the confidence. And then we had Melbourne, and it's like all these stories and expectations that you're trying to put together after everybody's RMR performance, and then there's just an asterisk. You know, Pain dropped out of that. Complexity looked poor in Melbourne. Well, Complexity looked excellent at the start of the day today. Pain did what they had to. And, you know, we're talking about Skulls, who was the highest rated player of all at the Americas RMR. The rifle work of Pain was world class.
They got some great stickers too.
But then online CS, you know, it took you back a bit. But
it does. It does.
You know, we'll see now, because again, I think expecting them to beat Fluxo, not a shocker. Guns up, and Zevi is going to show a little op presence here from Pain. That's the other thing. We can sit here all day and talk about Skulls and his rifle, but Zevi's AWP, talk about a story of growth. Part of the struggles of Pain once upon a time. Now, one of their selling points, and he kicks it off 5v4 in round 5.
One of the issues for Pain for me when we saw them play against Furia, here's another good find actually, on the Rops lobby lurk. It doesn't give up too many details about the setup, so it's nice for him to try that once in a while, but suddenly 5v3, much easier situation for Pain to feel comfortable about winning. We'll see, Boost is coming in. Brokey with the flash to assist, and he wins position, so Zevi will have to fall out of this.
Big Uzera finds his timing, as Rain's hands are busy, and his teammates too far behind. Love this. Biguzera getting that much closer, anticipating the remains of FaZe. If they get this kill, they could make a sprint towards that B site, but it's going to get locked down. Brokey's AWP off cycle. Little jiggle fight here. And a shot to the head doesn't help when you don't have a helmet. So Pain, good, solid first rifle round win. Close that gap quick, get this CT side going, and prove why people think this maybe should be closer than some would expect.
Yeah, sure. I think, I don't want to put a dampener on it right after they win a round, but when FaZe played at that final versus Fury for the Legend spot, I think we saw like a total collapse of Pain mentally, where it looked like they seized up, and suddenly, they're this very impassive team that when you look at them, you don't know what they're thinking, and they're usually kind of cold and calculated, which draws a stark contrast to a lot of the other Brazilian teams that we watch play. But when they played up against Furia, we saw that they were the same sort of really, unemotive, coming for it, ready to play with a lot of discipline type of roster. However, they also just fell apart and didn't take any space, no proactivity. They didn't use a lot of tactics, and then they got sort of just stomped out as if they didn't care about the match. And that was sort of weird to watch, because up until that point, I can't point to a Pain game where I feel like mentally they totally failed.
And recent, too.
And recent, right? Yeah.
On the run here. Well, we put the hopes of the Americas region on their shoulders. All these teams trying to get into Legends so that we can maybe get our actual 6th spot back. Rain bursts through Hut with the Tech 9. AK over Mini is going to draw a ton of attention, and then that Hut push could very well pay off. Perfect between Kerrigan and Rain.
Yeah.
Disrespectful split.
The two entry fraggers on FaZe here coalesce onto the site, and it's the sort of Canada call that's actually Kerrigan instead of Twist this time, running over the top of Mini to take over the upper side. So yeah, FaZe are going to end upper. They're going to do it fast sometimes. It's not always going to be a Hut squeaky split, though.
And you brought up the fact that this, upper hit has been falling out of the meta, but not specifically with this team.
Yes, and FaZe, I think, right now, if you want to characterize this team, it's going to be by their land calls and their understanding of when they can get away with doing something very quickly. There was, and I think a lot of teams are just not comfortable enough to try that. One thing to me that's hallmark to FaZe is that with the way Kerrigan has run this team, everybody individually has built up so much confidence that they can cancel execs if the time isn't right and fluidly transition into another site hit or a reimagined site hit faster than you would expect a team to be able to do. And I think that just goes to show exactly how thorough the team is, but also how adaptable they are on the fly. And I think when FaZe are at their worst, of course, it feels like they're lazy sometimes with the style of play that comes in. We see the ego peaks come out, and when teams shoot too hard, of course, they have trouble, a la BNE at the RMR or something like that. But when they're at their best, they're fluid, they're comfortable being aggressive, and they're very dynamic.
Like Twist said in an interview just before this goes live, when we are prepared, we are still always the favorites, right? And preparation before events, well, hard to come by. Nice to see they've got it. Nice to see that they, again, take that last chance and truly run with it. A round like that just exudes the confidence that FaZe are looking to flex over top of Pain, but there are still pieces here to hold. Oh, dude, just lost in a sea of utility, but Zevi's not actually dead. Finally falls to the hands of Robs. We've got both vents occupied, and Skulls gets pierced through smoke. Then the deep peek from Rain, well, that gets cleared up. Hardzao, despite his best efforts to put something up of an A defense, and it's just the numbers here for FaZe. So Biguzera with the long flank around from lobby, but unfortunately here for Pain, you're just not getting the numbers out of Zevi or Skulls. 1 kill and 2 kills to each of them. Biguzera's close enough to try and make it happen. Slides up into Kerrigan. Now you have to ask yourself, can you pull this off? 1 smoke into Kit, but no info and deep positions from FaZe. He's going to have to let this one slide as well. Yeah. 5 on this T side.
And we see it one more time, the upper hit, but this time it's at a later point in the round. It's not involving the outside split, and they really punish Pain for simply playing within their sights and not taking any information over at ramp. They had just enough space that they knew it was going to be a 5v2. 5v3 max on the upper site. And the flashes were so excellent. And I think that's the other detail about FaZe's exec. And we can see that Zevi actually tries to play anti while in a compromised spot in heaven for a long time to dodge the flashes. And there's still one that comes out so late that he can get killed. And because that flash pops behind the silo, it doesn't blind his FaZe's teammates running out of hut, which puts the maximum amount of pressure on him as the opper.
And the 2 players playing over towards vents, I mean, I feel like that's something to close out any type of mini split. But there is no mini split this time, right? Just as you're alluding to, it's like perfect counter calls, an adjustment out of pain, and FaZe get ahead of it before it's a problem.
If there's anything that the veteran teams can fall back on, it's the depth of the playbook. So, you know, as opposed to the amount of new things that they have. And I think that's where a lot of the tier 2 teams find an edge. But for FaZe Clan, it's about how many calls do we have that have worked versus the very best teams throughout the entire time we played together, right? What speaks to our experience? And that's the hardest thing to try to play against, even if you're prepared for a roster.
All things going excellently for FaZe so far. That one blip in round 5, full reset, and now Pain majority pistols. It would really speak volumes if all of a sudden letting Pain get onto Nuke, their best map, and it's a blowout. You know, we're on the brink of something like that, assuming FaZe can keep this T-side momentum, keep things fresh, keep things moving. Keep Pain at bay. Outer hit. 4 up. Rops lobby lurk. And whether it's just the result of having a single M4 and trying to keep it back, it's a lot of space offered over for free. Wall of smokes keeps them guessing. Big Uzera looks to make this play happen. If anybody's going to do it, it's Big Uzera.
We had one fast step taken, but that could mean anything, right? There could just be a 4-1 with a lurk to lower, so FaZe very careful about timing it, the cross with the smokes. Problem for Pain here, no pressure on the cross, and Big Uzera, while he heard one pair of footsteps, will only get active now. However, he stops Kerrigan at the final moment, but it's while his team is fanning lower.
Yeah, that swarm downstairs is going to be heard. CT start to activate. There's an AK to grab outdoors if you just want to cut your losses. Instead, they got up into lobby, hunting Rops instead. Ooh, clean. Rain, point blank. Icing this one out. Big Uzera and Nekis, in fact, still pressuring down towards the B site. Big Uzera is going to try to go clear that one. Hardzao still yet to come join him. Nice movement here from Rain to go over top of Dark instead.
Oh, sneaks back control. That's nice.
Nasty. Nasty stuff. And Rops is still yet to commit to any kind of a fight, just keeping Hardzao occupied this entire time. And Rain's reposition works out wonderfully. Thank goodness it does for the sake of FaZe, because Hardzao still coming in with a kill. Gets the better of Rops. This is a round that Pain can be happy with. They clear the board of FaZe players despite that easy B-site bomb plant.
That was such a cerebral move from Rain in that position. As the low HP player, of course, it was a gamble whether or not he was going to go clock side or go towards control, but to get into the window as well, and then to flank the control player, that's huge, especially on the low HP. That was an absolutely losable position. Brought to you by some good pistol plays alongside the rifle of Big Uzera, but it's not quite enough. I think the best part about it, of course, is the 4 kills. FaZe will take a timeout, but only to talk about how to make things worse for Pain. I think not so much to say, oh, well, what's going wrong, because they're doing great.
Ops really haven't been a talking point so far in this map.
Yeah,
neither Brokey nor Zevi kind of.
That's true, and for me, there's always more onus on the CT opper, especially on Nuke. There are going to be opportunities on T side for Brokey, but no, not quite as much as there will be for Zevi. And would be the wrong time to have a cold game. So we'll see if he can get into the mix of things. I think it always looks good to me when you see positions where like he was trying to take the risk on upper versus the exec of staying there instead of going back in heaven, letting his upper players try to hold it down. But at the same time, it's nice to put your best foot forward, but you've also got to get the kill.
He wanted that one badly.
And this is where we'll see, I think, the complexion of the half start to take place for FaZe, where they've earned the confidence to do what they want and now have to come through with the correct gambles and reads on what Pain's adjustments are going to be.
Well, wall of smokes, and Big Uzera decides to slide between them. Nekis could activate at a moment's notice, and Biguzera is hoping to see some feet, but also needs to... Oh, the timing. No, he's got it. Slides back behind Kerrigan, takes that kill. Oh, perfect for Biguzera. Beauty of a lineup there. The additional outer players fall victim as that secret push was a looming threat that they fixate on instead, and Rops has been left alone on lobby. So there we go, adaptation, more presence outside. Maybe a little luck with Biguzera finding the perfect lineup too.
It was nice though to play it from credit card. I think I thought a part of him knew that he was going to get wrapped on, but he had a teammate inside of Secret to confirm that for him, right? There was clearly presence outside. Rops will fill his spray hards outlives. This one's about Biguzera, star of the round. Really great play from credit card. Got to give it up. That'll, that's the kind of move that even if he got 2, it's probably over. So going above and beyond. And this is with the 4v5, actually. Although his neck is going down early.
But at least just getting that bit of information that keeps Biguzera on high alert.
Config behind me, I got killed from config.
They call credit card config because he's a big spender.
That was because he costs a lot.
Yeah, that too. Quick opening kill. Nekis looks to dodge, bail out of there. Frantic from Kerrigan as he just flies down. Nekis feasts. Tech9 taps back. Twist to the AK. But that's all right. Think back to the rounds already where we had that like incredibly fast upper A hit, and we don't see a Pain that can hang on. A round where they flood into ramp, 1 kill versus Skulls, and everybody floods to the B site. Obviously, Pain lose it from that. This time, things are hectic, but they hold on comfortably. Now it's just a matter of finding where Twists has gotten off to. Confirmed, down on B. He's got the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to raise hell here, and I think that it's, the fact that he's low on HP is nice for Pain. This will probably dissuade him from doing anything too crazy, but time on the clock, bomb on his back. He'll see if Pain will give him any more openers. Technically, at the moment, a Nico plant could come in.
It's looking good. He's figured it out so far.
You gamble towards control side, and here's the push coming in. Perfect timing once again from Biguzera. I am so interested in seeing what happens in this next round when it comes to outside. Paying attention to what Biguzera's movement, again with the IGL as well. I'm always paying attention to where IGLs are putting themselves in position, because even though they're sort of telling their soldiers where to play for to counter the opposite team, they themselves are also going to be in one of the most keen positions to stop anything early from happening. And I don't think the activity from FaZe is just going to stop outside because of that play.
And they're aware of that second set of eyes over because of the secret presence.
If I had to guess, though, I think that the next round ends upper for FaZe, because if you can't game plan against the flashes upstairs, sometimes there's not enough rounds in the half to figure it out live. And the FaZe have already shown 2 very, very strong rounds where Pain didn't have a chance to even retake in that spot.
No, that's fair. We had an op duel this round, but actually between a Deagle and in the hands of Brokey, that's a 5v4. Nekis has some responsibility on his shoulders with an entire pack of FaZe players coming at him. Gonna try to offset it. Good for the 2, 3, and the pistol's out. All is looking good. There's Biguzera to clean up. In every single round, he's getting something. Pain closed the gap. 5 rounds on the CT side, starting to take the wind out of FaZe's sails, but it all comes down to this gun round.
There's a lot of heat on players who get a lot of ego kills, of course, but when we talk about ramp, we saw what happened in this match, actually, if you lose your ramp player without a kill. So no small feat to get for. Definitely saves the round and also saves more teammates from dying, which is money in the bank here for Pain. So we'll see what the tactic is going to be like for FaZe. And I think for Pain, it's going to be quite clear as well that the majority of their problems have been on stopping upstairs.
Ooh, dangerous cross. Biguzera versus Kerrigan point blank. Oh, and on high alert, Biguzera knowing that he's there. It's Kerrigan to the instant headshot and the instant sprint down to that B site. Whoa. Kerrigan is trying to cause a ruckus.
This is going to be, I was going to say, this would be a very hard position to read, but it looks like they're just going to continue forward. Especially not seeing Zevi getting Biguzera as early as they did. That's going to make lower really appealing, so.
Dude, I mean, Zevi's, that was a death sentence to float there.
Yeah, they're actually, it looks like they want to just close their eyes and hope that it's not lower.
Yeah, but ignoring your problems doesn't mean they're not real.
You just don't want to look stupid by like rotating. If it's, you know, it ends up where you feel so stupid, but at least if it goes lower, you just save everybody. But we've seen that FaZe can convert off of a kill by itself. Zevi,
going back.
Eyes open.
Bomb planted Astralis, 2 towards Decon. Rain doubling back. You've been set up to just write this one off, Payne. Let it go. Let it slide. Very good round out of Kerrigan. A single kill close red. Dude, look how fast he ran downstairs. I mean, knife out. No caution. Sprints just to see how much is truly free. Worst case, you lose Kerrigan. You're still 4v4, and we saw them trying to set themselves up for what was looking like a mini play maybe.
You talked about Kerrigan's performance coming into the major. Hasn't had the best couple of months.
Very true. Yeah, he's had a tough time. I think you go back and watch them pick up the Intel Grand Slam at Pro League. You know, he's calling well. That was off of the back of Twist's next level performance that they truly did win it, the double Grand Slammer. But no, Kerrigan's individual level has been murky, to say it politely.
Yeah, and that can be the case for some of the veteran IGLs coming into this. With like Apeks, for example, doing well and then actually winning the last tournament. But Hooksy is kind of back to regular, you know, sort of like mid-winter Hooksy, where he's getting 8 kills in some matches, and that can be a problem for his squad. But I think, as was pointed out in one of the interviews today, you know, this is the major. If anybody, nobody's going to have any excuse for how good they tried to make themselves coming into this. And yeah, everyone's going to be watching. People aren't going to win games 4v5, not here at Paris.
No, sir. You know, when he was improving as well, right? Hooksy accrediting JKS for helping him with his warm-ups and with his mechanics. And there was a time where we could see a substantial improvement in Hooksy's individual level. He was trying, as FaZe are right now, to take an A site, and it looks like it's going to go smooth, dude. These flashes have been fantastic, but we've got a double setup still in the rafters. Nekaz tries his damnedest, and the push out from Mini is denied. Rops has got himself the double. Zevi needs the 1v2 with Kerrigan on the other side of smoke and the bomb in the open, but he's scoped, which means Rops can go for the peek or off of the flash. Sets up Kerrigan, who knows he's in this corner, but still decides to go and clear it. And with that, Zevi chomps up 2.
Oh, that's cold. Zevi, well done. Man, he could have very easily lost focus looking for the second player, but quick to scope up and wait.
They knew he was there. They decide to take the fight.
Yeah.
One at a time as well. He had that deep pocket to play off of.
You're right. They trusted the one flash, which never trust one flash. Sometimes an empty one can dislodge somebody from just being comfortable to re-peek, but to swing out with one player versus an op, of all things, well, yeah, maybe you made your own bet.
So solid stuff from Nekaz. I don't think, you know, obviously Zevi gets the highlight of the clutch to close, but as everybody else falls with nothing on that A site, Nekaz delivers from the rafters with a double. 13 and 9, trying to keep himself up there with Big Uzera. Presence shown outdoors will call Zevi upwards.
It's a very important confidence moment for Paint as a roster to stop the upper attack, and Zevi as an individual to get a clutch.
He decides to take the no man's land, crossing over towards red. Oh, he is behind them. Sees the second. Kerrigan reacting slowly to that one. Maybe he was worried about credit card making contact first, thinking the op would slide behind red. But he just didn't react fast enough to stop it. So Zevi, easy 2K, and a dangerous game to push up like that. You know, high risk, high reward. Leaves FaZe 3v5. Of course, still one smoke destined, not for Mini, but rather the open floor. A spray from Skulls could set up the upper hut play, and the fact he takes one is exceptional. Gonna deny it also, it seemed. Twists on the bounce back. 1v5, killed out by Big Uzera. We've got a tied game. It's still an excellent T-side from FaZe.
Yeah.
But a nice little rebound from Pain, like you're talking about, little confidence could go a long way when they have a T side still ahead of them.
In terms of macro statistics, this isn't on par with their normal ratio of CT rounds. Pain do much better normally on CT than they do on T, even though they're scoring positively on both. But since it's versus FaZe and this special day today, they can say, all right, this is pretty good. And then we can look to the fact that we know this map. We have a deep enough pool. We have a deep enough tactic book to get us through the T side. Well, now we have an opportunity to actually take this over the line. Will that be the case? We'll find out. Difference between 8 and 7, though, could be less than a minute here as FaZe are already on a mixed buy.
Kerrigan's AK locked in behind Mini. Tim versus Big Uzera as everybody else looks to cross. Soon to step into the scope of the op. Pistols inbound with Util, but a missed shot out of Zevi. Still flicks over fast enough to catch twists. Nekaz waiting for them to come in with the B commit. But that's another gun offered over. Now 3 weapons here in the hands of FaZe. And versus FaZe, you can't skip steps. Reminiscent of when they got that ramp kill and then paused outside of the B site. FaZe yet again just trying to play with the timing, and Nekaz with the reposition could open him up though to Decon, and Rops gets the better of the timing. Now the B site's clear.
Yeah, he actually made a mistake there, dropping off entirely onto the site, and there's no one coming through ramp. He could have played back on clock, and this puts his teammates in a tougher spot, 3v4 trying to come into the site.
Yeah, forcing the retake forward. Of course, Brokey is the only one with a helm. Oh, no, Rain as well. The little health that's left on him. Rops playing a headshot angle way back. And Hardzao bests him. Now here comes Brokey, looking for an off clip at the very end. And sure enough, 2 should be enough. That deep ramp control, not going to matter to stop the defuse, but Kerrigan's flank back around them will close it. And so with lesser weapons, it is FaZe to pick up that 8th. Capable T side and have the other 3 on Pain's side. Bought enough time for Zevi and Skulls to get online.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mystery CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldzera. No, it cannot be Coldzera because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldzera was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JTM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
An uncharacteristically unimpressive half out of Zevi and Skulls, the two stars of Pain, destined for greatness, and right now they're leaning on Biguzera, Nekez, and Hardzao, which could bode well, maybe, if, of course, this has bought enough time for them to get the ball going. But it's now T-side nuke.
It is T-side nuke. I heard Hunter actually just say in an interview earlier with Dinko that, or it might have been with, yeah, I think so, with talking about how if they go up against the team, they're actually way more comfortable in the games that are supposed to be upsets playing T-side. They said if the upset's going to happen, it's going to be versus their CT sides, where maybe they feel like they have less control over how they want the round to look like. We don't know if FaZe feel that way, but we do know that they are quite happy on either side. And hey, close games is something they're used to now, so we'll see if Pain have rocked their confidence.
Yeah, they get the reps in when it comes to nail biters. Very quick evacuation of the ramp, so we've got 2 down on B already. Control distraction to maybe set up Rops, who's gone unchecked. 2 taps to the back of the heads, then Brokey swings his door open. Rops is unkillable. 4 frags from Dark to give FaZe a great CT start.
Yeah, damn, man, barely used any ammo right there. Rops, and he popped off. We saw the emphatic Rops on the camera just now. Really soaked that up. These are so crispy.
I feel like the moment he sees that first player looking the other direction, he just knows he's got it.
Yeah.
He knows he's got it in the bag.
Just about 8 bullets. There he is. He knows the diamond formula.
Very swift is Rops on that. I also love the fact that FaZe were just so content to evacuate ramp. Fine, bail, go downstairs. Get into position to set up something like that. Force buy here for Pain. Tech-9s in abundance. Wall of smokes, but with the CT on the other side. The jig is up. Here comes the A hit and the A stuff. Thanks to Kerrigan. Twists in with 1. Everybody gonna get shut down with that one. Pain will not be able to do what FaZe had done to them. A site closed early.
And it just speaks to, you know, how competitive that first half was. We look at a round like this, and we never saw FaZe actually get completely shut down on an attack like Pain just did. And yet they still were able to get 7 rounds in the half, working very hard for them. But yeah, now switching over to CT, I think Kerrigan, they have a lot of protocols they can feel comfortable about, especially versus fast upstairs takes, which just feels like the most deflating way to lose rounds. If there's one way to look at it, because it's technically the fastest way you can lose a round on this map, versus downstairs, which usually takes a few more bells and whistles. So 3-round lead here for FaZe, and they know they get to have a snack right now. Pain are going to be on pistols, coming in, talking about the next round, and seeing if they can score a bomb plant here.
I think one of the elements that really took Pain down a notch when it came to those A-site CT holds was just the flashbangs out of FaZe. You know, you saw those Rafter players expecting a flash or 2, but always covered off by
that's something worth going into the demo and looking at, because they've just got so many layers and so many distances at which the flashes bounce, whether it's the hard flash out of HUD or the far flashes from outside. Oh, they got this Astrala stack here inside of the lobby, but the totem pole gets somewhat cut down. Hardzao, however, answers back right away.
Brokey will clip 1 from up above. What'd they get? Oh, 2 MP9s? So be it. Brokey's up next, and the FAMAS good for another couple kills. Rops with the Anubis M4A4. Thank you, Daddy Gaben.
What do we know about the Anubis M4A4?
That it's brand new. That they added that this will be the first major with souvenir Anubis skins. So that's pretty cool.
And last, CSGO.
Yeah, very true. Yeah. Because they're taking Anubis out.
Yeah, I guess things will still look the same, but better, actually. Yeah. Okay. Does this get hairier for Pain? They invest with Zevi into an AWP on this T-side round, which puts some strain on him. Oh, they'll fail the run boost. That could have helped them speed up a little bit.
Certainly so.
It's disappointing to lose a tactic like that, especially with something so aggressive out of spawn.
Brokey looking for impact early with his AWP. A shot can fall back comfortably as there is no over chase out of Pain. Even with the missed nade, things don't go punished. Rain from above the garage, though.
I know your face. Every single time somebody gets a kill from up there, you just get so...
Especially a double kill.
Right, a double kill.
You get traded
you're supposed
out.
to get one, but get traded,
You get a double kill. Then all of outdoors belongs to you.
Yeah. Yeah, the crazy part about that spot, of course, you're right. Like, you get one kill, you should get traded. If no one comes outside, though, you have full vision of everything.
Yeah.
Top silo, anybody deep on red. Even if they're lining up a big garage smoke, you see them. So,
and then Brokey goes from ramp into deep garage. So very fluid repositioning coming out of FaZe. And a superb first gun round to shut down Payne's hopes, as they don't even get a kill so far. They pressured Brokey away from that original ramp peak. The moment they showed any kind of presence outside, it all gets shut down. Look, 3 players stuffed on the base of silo. That is Rain yet again with impact here on day 1 of Paris.
If we scroll back a year's time, and we have the MVP performance from Rain, a lot of it had to do with Nuke, of course, and some of the top matchups that we see. Nuke as a decider. Rain in those positions playing outside was definitely the best outside player I think we saw at that major for sure in the world. And, that was kind of the last major he played. I mean, if you don't want to count that one map win at the Legend stage of Rio.
Yeah, I like to forget about that. For their sake. Deep nade. No need to give away the Deagle headshot, so Rain tucks back ever so slightly. Let's Big Uzera get one step closer at least. We've got 2 smokes, we've got 2 flashbangs. There's a few pieces here for Payne to try and make something happen. Twist's concerned about outdoors.
We saw from Rain that, on maps also like Ancient, where he's been just such an innovator on playing Cave. Just, the architect of that spot, of course.
One of the best.
And it feels like a lot of people learn spams and everything from him in that spot. But a lot of that stuff is like preparation, like how to spam and where to spam. But it feels like in this last match we saw, okay, well, Rops. Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking we were about to cast a Mo down. Instead, it's Zevi taking out Rops instantly. They don't know one sitting here on the ramp itself. Where do they think the adjustment's going to come in, though? 34 seconds, and unfortunately, they can't take advantage of the clock that much. They've got to make a move.
Whoa, Twist stuck. Stuck on the door frame. A little sketchy for a second. Comes back. Second servings are his. And then the Tech 9 at that distance will clear it up. We're even. And we've got an AWP here in Decon. Feels like a Brokey specialty. Door closed on his face. Nekiz decides to not shoot the guy crossing vent to deal with Brokey. No problem there. 7 on the clock. Bomb exposed to double doors. Now Hardzao needs to commit. We get the ramp play coming down. Rain is on the open floor. And despite how hectic this gets, FaZe still pull it off.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for Payne. It felt like they had the appropriate position at every point in that duel. They didn't have the guns maybe to do it. Missed a couple of bullets here and there. And FaZe, they did what they could. And that was enough. Wow, they just took advantage of every, small movement they could to try to approach. But every time they took a step out farther, there was a Payne guy fighting them. But Payne, none of those players could actually win their duel. So that's tough, especially in a position now where it's 13-7. Good play here from Nekiz. Getting an op and decon with the ability to plant for it. It felt like that was going to be it. That's all you needed. And as much as it is just pistols, it also, this game could be over in the next few minutes if Payne aren't careful. One more, full rifle with an op. And I say that because we don't know if they'll be able to afford an op again. The efficacy right now with Zevi is below par. I think that's, with the 9 kills that he's had, he's got the clutch in the first half, but it'll be paramount for him to do something big here.
Uzera looks to crank the dial. Flash finds its target, but Twists, almost given a chance to regain vision. Now that Heaven Peak comes out from Kerrigan, and the trade's good enough. Rops very hot on the heels of the hut play, and there's a gap in that, so Rops goes big, but Zevi holds the line. At least able to lock this in, evened out 2v2. Both have turned the wrong, there's a third. And Rain didn't catch that. Bit of mini presence taken over, so now Nekiz has no need to move a muscle.
Well, Nekiz could actually, potentially get a kill here. I mean, I don't think anybody's gone into mini. Nice one. On to Rain. Well, that's huge. That's the big play. That's the... It's sort of like a Furia attack variation where they throw the squeaky smoke out so it looks like they create a timing to drop vents. What Furia do is they'll have Art run through the smoke as players drop down the vent. So if you're trying to spam through the smoke for the guys crossing into vent, you get punished by Art with the trailing flash that comes through the smoke. But here they actually follow forward with the attack, and they get out across to opposite vent, which is very important. Because if you get to opposite vent, then the Heaven guys can't swing out a lot. And they start to get nervous. So Twist going down, I think, is the beginning and ending of the round. And a very aggressive tactic and confident call here with the conversion for Pain.
Leaving the door ajar to make the T-side comeback happen. They're going to go again. Oh, but Brokey shuts down Biguzero, which means Twist is alive and well. Skulls, though, welcome to the impact. The pistol's not going to be enough. Brokey ambitious to finish off the little that was left. And now it's going to be Robs on the AWP. Back-to-back rounds where everything happens in seconds. But with that bomb down, Robs just smashes Zevi's head and comes through 1v2 to give FaZe 14.
Ooh, well done from Robs, man. That was a bomb planted backside while they were playing opposite event. Really worried about Mini, and Robs gets into the fray, of course, as the ramp player. It could have been an expected rotation. They just weren't ready for 3 to come up to Heaven. It was too much pressure on Skulls. I mean, he did so much, right? Squeezing water from Stone with those first 3 frags. A 4th with such low HP. Well, that would have been miraculous. And Skulls, of course, has been talked up, but that's just a bridge too far.
And Rob's disrespecting the last 2-3 seconds of that Molotov. Perfect.
And you see that Skulls actually tries to shoot at him, you know, because there is like a slight angle, but not quite enough.
This one right here.
Yeah, and Robs also zoned him, which was great. He threw the nade towards Squeaky, so if Skulls had crossed, he's dead. But it also dissuades him from going for the fast cross as the nade is coming out, which is just one timing to get out of that really precarious position.
Clean little clutch for Robin Cool.
And again, because, you know, FaZe have just gone to Death's End and back, they're excited about every single round win.
They're going for 3 then. Consecutive smashes inside of the A site. Twist's reposition, not enough. Skulls again finding his impact on this A site, but again, that Molly's gonna get pushed. And Brokey escapes with 9 points of health. However, Robs will be canceled out as he tries to come quickly out through Squeaky. Smoke denies Rain his angle. You better keep your eyes on that Molotov. Not that there's actually anybody there. Double up from FaZe Clan outside of main. The fact that Pain, for the 3rd time, run back that A smash. And again, we get impact from Skulls.
It's honestly a ludicrous call to try to make it. And you could see that FaZe actually adjusted instantly once it worked to deal with it. And they actually got away with, you know, winning the round, even though it was close. But Pain, for some reason, they still see an opportunity there. And, well, who are we to talk? They've got another round on the board with that same play. My question is, whenever I see a team put on blinders like this, I wonder where you go next, you know, and what FaZe are going to think about it. Because I think if you're FaZe, you just constantly bet on black right here. If Pain really wants to try to go for the upstairs attack over and over again, it'd be kind of crazy for them to do, and full credit if they go for it. But if I'm FaZe, I'm not really thinking that's coming out 3-4 times in a row. And I think that's the sort of importance of variety.
But now surely they're ready for the next one.
Yeah, that's, well, I think ironically, I don't think you overstack or anything like that towards upstairs because, again, you know, who would bet on black or who would bet on red in Pain's case 4 times in a row? But we'll see. Yeah, they've got some outside presence here. And they find a very clean vent dive.
Yeah, solid stuff from Nekis.
All right, and this is why, okay, well, obviously, they've also chewed through all the money here from FaZe.
And the AWP doesn't get contact outdoors, so as they jump downwards to try and get ahead of a potential cross, they realize, uh-oh, things have already gone south. Rop slides in to a pocket. Pistol in play, point blank. Skulls will get the headshot back. Brokey has fired off, but Biguzero's not reacting.
Oh my God.
He shot a bullet, right?
I don't...
Now,
I don't know.
Definitely has, and Skulls is planting inside of the smoke.
Oh my God.
Brokey in the thick of it with a no-scope onto Nekis. A soul-crushing clutch halfway through, But swapping out to the AK gives Zevi his chance to shine. 3 kills for him on this one. Pain to double digits.
Yeah, and because they chewed through that little bit of bank account, it was a Force, of course, with just not any rifles besides that op involved. Do they have one?
I definitely heard an op shot. Maybe it came out of Pain's side instead. Maybe I don't want to fault Biguzera there, but
yeah, I think so too. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure. So, well, FaZe make it scary, but I mean, Pain aren't worried about that right now. They've got another round to get their economy back up. FaZe will just be on the classic USPs. Rops with a small upgrade. 4-round match. We've seen some comebacks. Well, we've seen it from FaZe versus Monte on Ancient earlier today.
No comeback greater, though, than Grayhound versus Forze.
Right. Yeah, that was... I clicked off to watch the Liquid match because I thought that, well, Grayhound were going to lose, but no. They said call an ambulance, but not for me.
No, sir. Ooh, yeah, get out of there before the nade comes, but pick your poison. Skulls has an open line of sight. This is a funny stack, though. FaZe with 3 players in A, scrambled out by the Molotov. Rops is getting dangerously close on the flank as well. You know, anything you can walk away with, go ahead.
They're not watching the flank inside a lobby, are they?
Just getting big.
Oh, yeah, Biguzera said wait for me. So Skull's watching his back inside of Squeaky as the main one.
Yeah, Hardzao keeps looking over towards ramp every once in a while, but now that he's inside of Hut, it's not going to happen.
Biguzera will activate.
Comes out from heaven. They do get 2 kills back, but Rain's got his hands on that AK. They catch the flank, thank goodness.
That was nice.
Nice try from Rain.
It's a little scary. It's not sketchy because Biguzera is correct. You know, they should make sure they have someone in heaven to refrag if they need to. He wishes he could teleport, of course, but everybody does in that position to get where they need to be. But it's the safe entrance, and we see this is where, you know, the maximum amount of things basically go wrong, and they still are in a good position because of Biguzera's heaven flank. So not rushing it. We're not rushing things. 3rd timeout called here from FaZe. Using them very liberally throughout this game. I think spaced out quite well. It's not going to be too much to talk about. It's in terms of, you know, how to approach the setup. I think in terms of what setup to go for is a big one. I think we should pay special attention probably to Twist on this round, especially to start things off, because Pain have gotten away with their 3 upper rushes in a row into a slow-paced, different style of round. They're 2 anti-ecos, but actually now they've created enough space between the last time they went for a full upper exec that, hey, maybe they do want to complete this game, you know, being one-dimensional. And I think that's a scary thought and prospect for FaZe, who are now in a buy-save situation.
Monte becoming a burden.
But I like how they used the squeaky timing in that previous round to make it look like an upstairs exec, but just sneak one lower. And so we see a Twist immediately again going for opposite vent. Best way to dodge a flash, safety on angles if you do get blind. And perfect protection of Squeaky itself.
Deep wall smokes.
And here's where I really like that Pain are actually trying to switch it up, but I still fear for them.
They get the first shot in on Rain, though. Those smokes soon to fade. They will not get 2 across unspotted, but that top mini play from Biguzera. You know, Rain thinking he wasn't really taking a risk. Meanwhile, Pain, talk about leaving it down to the last second, trying to cross like that as things fade. Skulls has slid out from Hut. He's going to see that this A site is looking clear for the taking, and Biguzera's presence down beneath works out wonderfully.
Wow.
Skulls wants Bomb to come back to him, and it will. Hardzao a little concerned about the potential flank towards lobby, but that is not a problem. You've got the base of hell, heaven, backside, all wrapped up. Pain with layers in round 26, and Robs gets denied of any kill inside of ramp. Pain do something different, and it's still a round win.
The complexion of the round looks fantastic. They take advantage of a new part of the map where they haven't been able to have much success. They get someone top mini, and while they're crossing outside, they cover it perfectly. Taking out Rain as the cross is that deep throws all of the rotations into disarray, and FaZe try to scramble for all these new spots. And while they do that, Pain keep a multifaceted attack going, right? They get into Hell while they get Skulls out into Upper through Hut, which would be a natural, attempt for the CTs to try to take that over. And they pull this round out looking like, they're the better team, of course, which they definitely proved it there for a second. Oh, that one. It's the round ending that saves, I don't even know, actually. Maybe Twist, maybe not. This one, for me, is definitely about both Biguzera and Skulls, who got onto the upper side and Hell, respectively. I think they made that as hard as possible for FaZe to try to predict.
Talk about an individual comeback as well, right? We were saying how Zevi and Skulls were burdening Pain in the first half. Well, now they are amidst the pack. And Skulls' impact from Hut into A, whether off of the rush with a multi-kill, or in this case, that lurk out with the perfect timing. They are here and delivering what they can. Same as FaZe, looking to deliver the little that Pistols could rob away. Ooh, little contact outside of Hut. Gotta be cautious that it doesn't draw Zevi too far deep. To give away a second rifle would make things interesting and not in a good way for Pain.
For Karrigan a round like this to say, hey, don't worry, boys. We know we can win a round with even just these guns. They made a lot of these anti-ecos quite close, even though Pain have been pretty solid overall. So Pain, going to give them respect naturally, take their time, work things out, dissuade any pushes, go for an attack. I would assume that FaZe don't know enough about these kinds of adjustments to know exactly where they're going to try to end up here. So we're not seeing any overt risks.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a clean one. Ooh, that's a 5v4, man. I don't really care, honestly, that there are better guns on the other side. This gets scary at 35 seconds for Pain.
And you saw at least 2 other players. So I feel like this B rotation should be confident that the attack is coming.
Yep.
Evacuation plan is what? Panic up through vent? I mean, you've just got to press this forward. So Robs is playing the back sight. A second 1D coming out of FaZe. Now they're playing around the smokes. They've lost track of Robs. And Rain comes in with another. Desert Eagles finding their impact. And with 7 seconds, they get swarmed.
Wow.
A T-side comeback that could all mean nothing as Deagles hit the mark.
Yeah, monster shots there, especially from Rain to kick things off on the cross. And the only issue there for Pain was the fact that they went to try to go lower. They rotated back out of Mini after a standard anti-eco inside. Then at 35 seconds, if they're not getting every kill, they cannot even trick FaZe into thinking they're going to change the strat. So not doing something early here comes back to bite Pain. And of course, you can't really fault them for dying to Deagles. That's going to happen sometimes. But Pain just do not have the rounds to play with. It's match point here for FaZe. An admirable match so far from Pain, but now 3 rounds just to get to overtime. And FaZe have only kind of begun sweating, so buy-up will come in, and I think this is where it could be, very interesting. What do Pain call? They have already, even though they lose the anti-eco, they showed a great round outside. They've shown multiple great rounds inside. We've seen very low presence towards the ramp, so I think the playbook's actually quite open for them.
All right, this is what got it all started. Another A hit. They're going to find Karrigan flustered, but Twist isn't dead in the first 3 seconds, which is seemingly such a problem. They do fast rotate down through vents. This is a plant at the very least.
This is huge. Yeah, I mean, look at the rotations here. The CT side are all above in the upper side and outside. I don't even know if FaZe feel like they can go for this considering how far away they are. They might test it out. There's a low HP player on Hard Zhao.
Yes.
But time is ticking, and Skulls, man, he's outside.
And doesn't pick up Twist. Now all of a sudden, Hard Zhao on the headshot. Things getting tricky. FaZe are taking a chance. Biguzera's looking for his impact. Hard Zhao's position revealed. Brokey with the headshot, and it all falls on Zevi. Bomb is planted back sight. His position known. He sees one cross. Coverage from Robs, and a victory for FaZe. 16-12. Looked easy in the first 15. They set themselves up so wonderfully with their own T-side. Nice to see that Pain could come in quick with some aggressive A-hits on their very own offensive half. Nice to see a little bit of life out of Skulls and Zevi, but you can't help but wonder what could have been if they only had more of a defense.
You know what? It looked like an easy FaZe victory at the start of that game. Very strong T side from them, and then it ends now on 16-12. And to be honest, Prof, that's actually way closer than I was expecting for this game.
Yeah, going into it, we obviously spoke about FaZe being the big favorites, and they were proving it early on. But I feel like a part of the problem why it looked so easy was Skullz not really showing up. This is his first major, but the CT half, he definitely needed to do better to give him a better shot. And now that we saw the T side play off, like there was definitely a chance for Pain to pull off an upset if they started just better.
Yeah, if they started better. Yeah. I think that's the story, right? That's the narrative. You look at both halves, and FaZe have a 6-2 in the first half and 5-1 in the second half lead early on.
Yeah.
And for that reason, this was much more competitive than I thought it would be. Watching the screen 6-2 line, you see Kerrigan calling fast plays, that's working. I'm almost already closing my notebook, thinking, oh, that's it. Like, there's no way you come back against that FaZe. And Pain actually made a run for the money.
But for me, it was very interesting. They FaZe won the Force by 3-1 lead, lose one round, instantly call a timeout, and then win 3 more. And at that point, it's 6-2, and then it's very confident. But if they don't take that timeout, maybe they don't win the next round and Pain starts coming back, could be a completely different story. Like FaZe is a team that we kind of criticized for the coaching, maybe the timeouts aren't really used properly, and here they showed how to do it.
I want to circle back to the Skullz conversation, though, because this is something about the best of one format that can be a bit difficult, right? You play a team where you trump them in the beginning, you get all the way through, and now your next game is up against FaZe, these incredible titans of Counter-Strike. Skullz, first major ever, now you have to play against them, and you haven't had the same warm-up that FaZe has had because you had a really easy match to begin with. Do you think that also plays a part in him not necessarily showing up, the nerves finally getting to him?
I mean, you can definitely address like the roller coaster of emotion, the difference between game 1, everything is going great, we're having a good laugh, and then suddenly game 2, we're down 6-2. I think also the problem is that you're facing FaZe. And once you put them in that position where they have the lead, they're extremely complicated to play against. So true, Skullz took a while to warm up. To his defense, he did at the end had a relatively neutral scoreline, which it looked like was going to be. He sort of made up for it, but you cannot give yourself that kind of, or you cannot give FaZe the leeway, right? When we're watching the screen, when it's 14-12 scoreline, and we see the 5v4 happening with Reigns, Deagle shot, we look at each other and we're like, that's it.
Yeah.
This is the round FaZe is about to win, and that's why once you've allowed them to have these good starts, you know they will piece a way. They'll piece them together. They have that 14, 15, 16 round. And that's how they did. They broke them with the Deagles.
Yeah, they don't lose big comebacks unless it's Vitality on Anubis, I guess.
We're going to talk a little bit more about the FaZe Pain game, but before we do that, I know that Banks is with the new dad right now. Reigns, you must be happy with that victory.
Oh, I'm sure he is happy with that victory. And the one thing I want to touch on is something that Desk was just talking about as well. Obviously, it was a bit competitive in the beginning. In the first half we saw from him, there was an early timeout called from you guys. Was this just to make sure you were doing what you're supposed to be doing to reset things coming into it?
I don't know. I think people had a bit too many coffees today. It was a lot of chaotic comms and a lot of things we had to clean up and a lot of things we have to work on for the next game for sure.
And in terms of that, we did actually see you guys play a lot faster on your T side as well. It was very explosive. Was this something more to just hit that Pain, or is this just how you want to be playing Nuke at the moment?
I think how we play is depending on Kerrigan's mood of the day. Sometimes he's very aggressive, very let's do this, you know. Yeah. So it's up to him most of the time. I think we're all feeling the fast pace as well. I think it fits very well with the playstyle at the moment. So.
And in terms of having now this 2-0, it's exactly what you would want, right? The great start. But how does it feel? Do you feel like you're in this position where you go, okay, we're at the old phase, the phase we want to be at? Or do you still feel like where you said some of these comms and stuff are missing, that there's still some extra work to be done?
Yeah, I think for sure, if we have this communication right today, let's say versus G2 or any of the good teams, they're going to make us run around our ball. Like, it's going to be full crazy. So we need to clean up some stuff, and then we'll be good to go. But from here on out, right, it's much easier, 1 game a day. So you happy with that? Yeah, for sure. 1 game a day. It's a best of 3, though. Best of 1s are a little bit funky, but yeah, I'm happy we're 2-0.
Well done so far, Rain. Thank you very much. I'll see you soon. Back to you, Sam.
Thanks so much, Banks. Obviously, Rain there. This is good for FaZe. They're 1 game away from guaranteeing themselves a spot in the Legend stage. Maniac?
It's a great position to be in. I just wanted to quickly touch on the intensity that Rain was talking about and how it got a little chaotic in the comms. And I think this is the conundrum that every single elite team has to deal with, which is you want to have a high intensity, you want to be giving you 200%, but you have to be able to maintain some sort of order. And I think good for FaZe that at the very beginning of the game, they code the train. They were like, hold on a second, guys. Like, I know we all want to win. I know we all want to give everything, but this is crazy. This is not going to work. And this, to me, is a team that is very self-aware, very much focused, very much online. If this is the kind of discipline they show day one of the major, that's a FaZe that's going far.
This is a team that has to win the major, though. For a lot of FaZe fans, at least, they wanted the Fab. I'm calling them the Fab Five.
Has to win.
I got 5 teams that have to win the major. I'll go through them. I call them the Fab Five, and I know that if there's a fan of one of the Fab Five, they have to win for them, and FaZe is one of them. I mean, this is a team after the Grand Slam, the iconic moments. It's the last CSGO major,
Yeah,
so FaZe is one of those
but I also feel like Kerrigan kind of positioned the team right in a way that they don't have that much pressure, because they did win the Grand Slam, they did win the major, they kind of did what they had to do, and now everything's kind of bonus.
Second major title would be a bonus, but we don't know if that's going to happen. That's later on in the competition. We're going to take a quick reset, go fill your glasses, get your snacks, because when we return, we're moving to game number 2. Welcome back. We are about to see the second 1-0 match here on the Challenger stage for the Blast TV Paris Major, and it is Apeks up against Grayhound. Grayhound, not a team that we thought we were going to see in this specific matchup. I think a lot of us didn't have them down as a 1-0 winner, but they are now going to face off against Apeks, a team which I did think was potentially going to have the opportunity to come here and is now on the brink of getting a 2-0.
But did you think that a team out of Apeks or Grayhound would possibly be 2-0 after day one?
I mean, this was the conversation we had because I was like, neither of these teams are making it through to the Legend stage. And now there is a very good opportunity after this game. One of them was one game away from doing just that.
Yeah, exactly. And then depending on the bracket and who they get in the 3-0 game and the best of threes, like there could be a pretty favorable matchup in the end for Apeks or Grayhound.
What do you mean as a potential 2-2, you mean? Or
yeah, but like
2-0?
Someone's going to go 2-0 from these two teams.
That is
and after
actually
that,
true.
who knows who you get. Like there might be some like very favorable matchup in the end. We know how the book hole system can be kind of weird sometimes.
It's a mystery. We pretend like we know, but we don't.
Yeah, we can talk about Fnatic some other time.
They have this coach who has this experience, 9 majors with Virtus Pro. He must be such a good source to lean on right now because there is an opportunity that with his guidance, they will be able to actually make it through to the next stage.
You're right, and I think experience is kind of a filigree. It's a theme that's behind Apeks. We refer to them as kind of a newcomer of a team here at the major level. It's true, they're not exactly routinized to have these moments, but hey, you have Kuben, you talked about. You have Sticko, you have Jakem. These are people, they've been around for a long, long time. It's almost a story of redemption in a way for these players to fight for the right to actually stay irrelevant at the very top, and this is a window right now.
Yeah, especially last year, they missed out on both majors. They took some time off to like make this big overhaul. They even had Shocks on the team for a short period.
They didn't have Shocks for a while.
They did have Shocks, and Sticko was like, oh, I'm going to try IGLing. That failed miserably. They had Bentet trialing. They played with Mihu. They played with so many different teams, and Kixan, the North Macedonian player, is the solution. So it's kind of crazy, but it's working.
We do have an interview with Jakem right now. Banks was able to catch up with him and find out what he's thinking heading into this Grayhound clash.
So Jakem, first of all, good to see you. It's been a while, mate. And I want to touch on one thing. If we think back to your last major, it was Berlin 2019, top 4 finish there. How does it feel coming back to the last ever CSGO major with Apeks and a very different style?
I mean, I'm very happy to be back, honestly. It's like a blessing almost. Like 2019 was Berlin major year. Like it was a super good run. We should have been in Rio, but COVID like kind of screwed us. So, and then making it back with a Norwegian, organization and with this team is, yeah, it's low-key unreal, honestly.
And in terms of your win over Liquid, right, what a fantastic way to start off the run here. But for you, how does it feel, and for the team as well, especially some of these younger players that you have on the roster?
I mean, I have seen how good we can be in practice and how, like, even online, we have been doing pretty well. Like, it's always playoffs, some grand finals in some lower tier tournaments, of course, but like, I see that we can fight. And a lot of them are like not 100% proven yet. First major, they're so hungry, so I feel like we can beat anyone if the hunger is there.
Do you find yourself getting some extra motivation yourself, being the more experienced player and being around these younger guys?
I don't think I've ever been this motivated, honestly.
Oh, wow.
Like I know, like everyone says it's a little bit of a cliche, but when I think back, like always traveling to every tournament, major was just like another tournament, just a little bit bigger. Now it's like way different, honestly.
And in terms of this next matchup you've got, it's the Grayhound guys. Do you view this as like a potentially easier matchup? This is a harder matchup to prepare for because maybe you weren't expecting them? And how much preparation have you been able to do because it's such a short turnaround?
We knew which map it would, like, low, not 100%, but very sure, like, which two it could be, I would say. So there's some preparation, not much, of course, way less than Liquid. But yeah, here, like, we came into Liquid versus underdogs. Here we're maybe, not underdogs anymore. No. But I don't know, we just have to play like anyone else. Like, it doesn't matter who we're meeting.
And what do you need to be cautious of in particular when it comes to playing against Grayhound? What do you need to be aware of to make sure something doesn't get turned around and you don't lose this game?
First of all, we need to, come out like swinging. We don't need to play scared. I know it's major. We're up 1-0, high chance of going 2-0. The pressure can definitely come, but if you stay cool, maybe even do like a tactical if the pressure is too high. I think we will take it, to be honest.
I love how happy and positive he is in that interview. There's like a really good vibe to him. And it's the same with Australian players, I find. Australians are always happy. And I'm expecting the same from Grayhound. They're always chipper, jumping around. It's very annoying in the morning, as we've all experienced with Sponge with an early call time.
I was going to say, when was the last time you saw Chad being happy?
He's happy all the time.
Is that happening, Prof? Any comment on that?
I will not comment on that.
I think it's a little bit awkward. He's happy around me all the time. And maybe he just doesn't like the two of you.
That's possible. Maybe I should get my ego in check and be a nicer friend.
Talent drama starting.
Talent drama live on air. Look, we can keep the thread on the Aussie here. We have Grayhound. And there is a thing that's interesting mentioning Jakem as well, is the pressure on both these teams happening here. Because they both come from a first match where not a whole lot of people were giving them the time of day. We all thought, it's going to be fine. Liquid should win that. But actually now, now they are both in a very kind of tricky situation. You have to take this match super seriously. You can put yourself into 2-0, and the question is, how do you deal with that thought? How do you deal with the idea that this is the game putting you to 2-0? This is the game that's put you one series away.
Huge opportunity for both of them to just get a win here, go to the 2-0. Grayhound in 2-0. That would be insane.
And it's possible.
And they already kind of did their job. They already effed our pick'ems. They should kind of chill now, right?
Are you surprised by this, though? I mean, I said this to you yesterday, Maniac, during rehearsals. I said, when it's Grayhound, Australian team, they come in here, they cause the chaos. I think that they could potentially do this.
I saw them too many times not do anything at all.
Why does everybody feel the need to remind me that I made the wrong call?
It's just fun.
We know. We know. I know I messed up. And everyone's like, hey, man, I did tell you. Like, they could win a game. I know.
We're going to Mirage. How do you feel about Mirage? Aside of it being the best map in the pool.
It's funny. I was actually going to say that this is the one map I would be very happy to see flying out of Counter-Strike. Get the hell out of my game. Like, I've had enough. I think this is the one
you're already wrong about Grayhound. You don't have to be wrong about another thing today.
Maybe it's just my thing. I like to be wrong, you know?
Behave. I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna make sure that they're friendly a little bit later and that they found a way to agree on something. But what we can all agree on is it's time to get into game. This is at Apeks facing off against Grayhound. Scorny, Launders, tell me, how do I control these two before they bite each other's heads off?
You just let them go, Sam. Let the dogs out, you know? Unleash them. Apeks versus Grayhound, and the unicorn odds go the way of Apeks. This is a team, Maui Snake was telling me he'd been talking to a few players from a bunch of different teams throughout Pro League that said, listen, Apeks in terms of practice, they punch upwards, right? This is, I think, a team that maybe some of the viewers and some of the pundits, we've kind of sat back and written them off and don't think they can compete, but there is something here, right? And I believe that after an opening best of one, upset versus Liquid, that is more impressive than what Grayhound were able to do versus Forze, in my opinion, just because it wasn't as much of a one-sided affair, right? Forze's T side got stuffed.
Okay.
That was the red flag for me right off the gate.
Sure. I mean, I guess I understand the point. I would only say that the feeling of pulling off that comeback versus Forze was probably
a hell of a drug.
Probably felt like a birthday to be able to do that. So, you know, both these teams really did a great job of getting to this point. And just as was pointed out by Jacob in that interview, they feel like now that they're actually likely to be able to go 2-0. I mean, they'll be happy to pick Grayhound. You know, that could only add pressure, so we'll see if his team's feeling that. But as Tech Girl pointed out, lovely vibes from Jacob for sure in terms of, you know, how he characterized this. He's never been more motivated to play with this team. I think a part of his heart hurts, though, to be able to potentially take away a 2-0 from Australians.
Right.
As Jacob, at one point in time, he was the best Australian, honestly.
He was one of them.
Even on Renegades, he was really up there in the stats and under talked about. So let's see what Jacob 2023 here at Paris can do.
Shall we? And Grayhound, of course, probably just taking a double look, is suddenly there in a game that isn't for 0-2, but rather 2-0. So hold on tight, Aussies. They're trying to do something special. JL's looking to take it away. Triple kill from the USP up into the apartments. Stiko's got 2 pistols, but he's only got 1 kill so far. Oh. He bites. No, he doesn't. Doubles back just in case there was indeed that fake, which for a second looked like Ely with Alistair's pause. But now he's decided to run it all the way deep.
Is he planning open to Connor on the inside of triple? We'll see. No, it's not spotted on the cross to the left. And Stiko trying to hold on to some information here.
Oh, and Alistair just hides behind Firebox.
Firebox.
Stiko has to make a lot of noise, but he's going to hone in on it, and the Berettas get the better of him. Ooh, a couple extra shots there. Insult to injury. Stiko shooting corpses to pick up pistol for Apeks.
Yeah, that's one where, I mean, he was in the air, so of course, if the aim was there, Alistair had an advantage in the first, but once he hit the ground with dualies in his hand, yeah, I think Stiko is feeling pretty good about that. So great clutch from Stiko. Plays it calm. Nice shots here from JL, absolutely. And if there's one player I think a lot of people have been talking about a little bit more after Melbourne is, Vexite. Vexite for sure, and I can't remember what the event was that we casted him at that I think he definitely showed some really good individual stuff, but it's great to see that continuing on as an up-and-comer out of Australia. And there's a lot of journeymen on Apeks too. Lots of good stories here in this matchup. But, whoa, the P90.
Yeah, you have a relationship with Stiko. I think you respect his opinions and think he's a pretty bright man.
One of my favorite YouTubers.
Why do you buy a P90?
The YouTubers are so dumb, man.
How else do you get highlights?
Yeah, anything for content right here. Stico, really, you know, people might be wondering if they just started watching CS. Well, what's wrong with the P90? You see this gun all the time. Well, it's too expensive compared to some of the other better, you know, SMGs, and you have half the kill bonus because that was a way they wanted to nerf it because it was being overused. That part's a little weird because I think the round win is more important than the kill bonus every day of the week.
Yeah.
But there's still, you know, arguments for like an MP7 and MP9, and you save a lot of money. So we'll see what Stico can do with this gun.
He's got one player up in apartments to deal with. The rest of the pack coming out of ramp. Knock no longer with the scope up. Means Stico, let's see what it's got. One, at least. But it's really Jacob to take this away. 2 kills. No. Sicko spams him. Sicko spams him back.
Ooh, I got one for Twitch chat. If he whiffs, you can call him Stinko.
Ooh, that is a good one. Yeah, good on
Since I'm his friend, we go on a first name basis. I'm willing to throw it out there.
What is his first name?
I forgot. Yeah, I was really not ready for that. I knew that was coming. God damn it. I should know.
Yeah. Yeah, friends. Interesting.
Maybe it's tractor emoji.
2-0 Apeks. You know, I didn't expect Jacob to bounce back on a European team after all this time. I'm not going to lie.
That, but a Norwegian org.
Right.
You know, which is why he feels, I think, you know, so much pride, I think, at this point to be able to play with these guys. And credit to him, you know, culturally, it's not like, you know, I wouldn't expect a Norwegian and Australian to get along, but he was the one guy that wasn't from Australia playing on Renegades. And that was really cool to watch.
I think there's an amazing ability for Norwegians to just, you know,
it's Martin.
Fit in.
Martin,
yeah. Of course. Look at Halzerk. He's an American.
Yes, he's an American playing on an American.
They've just
on a South African team.
They've got
with some Americans.
And I don't know a lot of Norwegians, if I'm being entirely honest.
It's true. These guys are malleable.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, like Finns, they stick out.
Yeah.
Finns couldn't buy a disguise. Nock's going to take a dink, but he's got JL nearby to help him, so all is smooth for Apeks at the start of this one. Meant to be 3-0, and it will be in the end. You know, when they go back to Australia, Liaz really is kind of a dominator of the region.
Yeah.
And that's somebody who I feel like I was worried would kind of fall off, but I am fond of the Liaz clips.
There was a weird, when he came onto Renegades, it was... there was a bit of role problems where I think he felt like there was some, I don't know who felt like what, but he maybe should have been in more star player positions, but because of the roles as they existed at the time, there wasn't room for him to do that. So it felt like, oh, he's not getting the shine that he wants or should have. So it might have helped for him to play on Grayhound as well. But of course, such limited success for Grayhound internationally that it's hard to talk about, you know, these kinds of things. We're looking for big results, especially here at Majors.
Jacob stuck in and doesn't seem to be a problem. Dealing with that second kill, the insta headshot on ENCE. All of a sudden, there's an element of desperation here for Alistair to get out from A ramp. And all the while, Jacob's going to go deep top middle. He could very well find that bomb. Oh, Alistair didn't shoot, tries to dive back, won't escape, despite Sicko's clean headshot. Well, he takes the damage that will end this, and Jacob hears the ruckus around the corner. Liaz recovering from the fall, and now with Bomb, sprinting towards that B site. He knows, worst case, this is a 1 versus 1 on B.
He heard you.
But he's got time to play it however he chooses.
Yeah, I mean, this is just instantly into optimal positions to hold both. You know, A and B at the same time, leaving middle open. Not being worried about connector or cat from their jump spot position in B, and here on the ramp, and then Liaz will get shot down on the cross back. So that's round over. Apeks versus Liquid earlier today on Ancient. It was Nafly going 0 and 13, I believe.
Man, I felt a little bit of your soul just
Team kill into getting 1 kill, into having 0 kills, into not getting a kill into the second half. Into OC with 30 frags losing in this matchup, like 16-11, I think it was. And then a Liege and OC top fragging, but Yakinder going like 5 and 13 at one point. Like, the two best performers, you know, that you'd expect to be consistent at this point. Yakinder having hot starts recently, and Nafly's overall consistency. A Liege uptick in form. Yes, we have to recognize that. But then only 1 of 3 of them playing well. Like, what the hell?
You know, Yakinder did go on record in that interview as saying that they were coming in with a new style.
Yeah.
There's the new style for you.
He didn't say it was good.
Yeah, it's just new. And sure enough, that one catching me off guard.
I also didn't really see it on Ancient if they had changed anything in regards to T-side roles. Go back and watch, and you know that could be map specific as well. And also, it is Yakinder. He likes to stir the pot.
Someone's got to keep it moving.
That's true.
Util comes over. Nice flick out of Knock. Just a sigh of relief as the split comes up the catwalk. JL turning all directions, and Knock is still alive and fighting. So Liaz's Tech9 doubled down. 5 in a row for Apeks. Full house between Knock and JL. And that means Jacob's hitting shots, JL's getting multi-kills, Knock's op presence already in. I mean, JL is 11 and 2, 5 rounds into this game.
I'm very happy for Knock, actually. I think that when he had his chance to play on NiP, he actually got replaced by a device who left, right? And at that point, it was obviously a weird time in the world, and there was a lot going wrong, and I don't think Knock was, you know, too happy about his position, but I really saw the potential. And some of the games that he popped off in when he was playing on NiP, I was thinking this is the guy that you want on the best Swedish roster at the time. I think he does complete a core, and they should have maybe tried to give him more of a chance. But either way, to have success here, to play on Apeks, to make it to the challenger stage, to get a last word hidden here at Paris, I think that's very fantastic for him as somebody who, you know, in Sweden, there aren't a lot of offers coming up. There's not a lot of players in general. It's been far cry since we've really had that in the scene. And so whether he's represented on a Swedish team or not doesn't matter, as long as he's being represented.
What an excellent first day in Paris as well, to take that opportunity and to try and run with it to the 2-0 pool. But right now, ENCE in JL's way. 5 versus 4. We've got, of course, Stigo down beneath. Kixan tries to get something going, but Grayhound doing a very good job of just avoiding all the other engagements here. Gonna rotate closer towards the B site, which is evacuated. Sure, Jacob floating around up in the ladder room, but you think that ENCE with his mid presence is keeping him preoccupied, so Knock may have to do this on his own. May have to, as we do get Jacob starting to pull back, but Knock delivers the first kill and the second kill. So doing it on his own. A missed third, but it does get picked up from the cat play. Knock right back at it. Triple kill on his own, essentially stuffs Grayhound on the approach to that B bomb site. The ops got it on lock. Done.
Damn, that got so simplistic. It felt like they didn't have much to work with on this attack, by the way. They just started to group up towards B. Not even leaving one inside of middle to try to catch rotations. There could have been a connector lurk involved in that round to give them outs at least. And then Knock, I mean, he didn't get flashed into simply sequencing to 3 frags. It's beautifully done from him from a positional perspective, but also at the same time, you know, it's just eyes wide open, not a lot of pressure as he's coming out. Just not great flashes on this hit. And yeah, between him and JL on B, not liking the odds of trying to win around on that side of the map. Apeks looking solid, 6 in a row.
And Knock right back at it. They think, well, maybe A site's easier. And they're met by the ops resistance straight out of the gate. Now, there's nobody in the bomb site. Jacob, at the very least, has a gap around the smoke. Pistol's getting closer. Rifle's boosted over on stairs. There's something off of Liaz. And now ENCE point blank. Yeah, they figured him out. And he's just stuck between 3 sets of eyes. So Apeks 7-0 start.
Yeah, looking for the 2-0 quick here, Apeks.
I mean, I tried to flag the struggles of Grayhound's T side. Feels like they're meeting that again right now.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much of it is on them and how much of it is just off the back of Knock's shutdown, JL's multi-kills.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you shouldn't. Yeah. I mean, you got to see him blind. That's pretty much all you have to know. And that's not quite happening. Now, that one, of course, utility-wise, it's minimal. It's a much better round here for Grayhound from the perspective of money. Fly out into middle. Stico eyes down the ramp. Sicko ready for the push, but can't handle the spray. It's 5v4 here for Apeks. Oh, and they phase the window smoke with no one watching it.
No one's covering.
That's a fatal error.
Chair players watching Cat.
That was way too easy. They didn't have to put any connector presence down. That was just free. Should have been a punishment for Grayhound, unfortunately.
It's enough to get... Oh, you can't catch him either. I was going to say easy damage on JL, but still he jumps back. Vexite, dangerous game here, phasing smoke. Knock.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
While blinded, pulls the trigger, catches Vexite. Jacob thinking about the window peek will be a casualty that Apeks will have to deal with, but Stico's still comfortable from within that A-bomb site, catches Lia's head as the smoke pops, and this is Grayhound who get out into middle, but every step of the way they're just losing pieces, and with too many pieces pulled off, it is an Apeks 8-0 CT side start.
Yeah, full credit to Apeks. You know, it's one thing to allow an opportunity, it's another to also punish, and Apeks on every single edge, right? Every small timing, every small poke, every gap in some kind of flash, they are there ready to hit that instant shot. So that's why this is an 8-0 game. And now in this veto, when it comes to these two teams, Mirage is actually a weak map for both of them. So they, in a lot of games we've seen in the best of one so far, teams are getting their best maps. Whether they're also giving the underdog their best map, they're also playing a very small map, good map for them, like G2 taking MongolZ to Inferno. And but in this matchup, I think neither team feels that comfortable, even though one looks more comfortable.
Scoreline's definitely comfortable. But Jacob met by nades. We've seen him keep it mobile between middle, catwalk, a little bit of ramp peeking going on in the last one as well, so I'm liking the way Apeks weaponize him. He drops his utility towards Ticket so Stico can flex his util. Deep line of sight for Knock could very well afford Apeks an additional A player on a lean.
Lee has Soul Flash for this pop as they'll try to waterfall out of Palace.
Feels like Jacob, even though he's low, could still end up picking up one. Will die to Vexite. There's Kicksan though, the helping set of hands. Preoccupied with Palace, and as JL finishes off ENCE inside connector, that's Kicksan's cue to just go over top, to commit to that A hit, and to give Apeks 9 rounds CT side straight.
And because Grayhound, of course, have earned themselves a reputation of being able to come back from any kind of scoreline, we had to hold out.
Yeah, that's true.
We had to hold out for a second. We'll see what happens, in half two. But in terms of half one, quotas have been met. Apeks going to be feeling extremely good about this. And to be honest, seeing a kind of a strong collection of weak defaults and weaker site hits here from Grayhound in terms of the attacks. I don't think there's any luck involved in why Apeks are winning this game.
Grayhound have had one bomb plant in these 9 rounds, and that came in the pistol. When Stico won that 1v1 with a ton of confidence.
Yeah, meanwhile,
went straight to the hard clear.
JL, Knock, Jacob playing some great Counter-Strike right now. Stico also almost have 4 people almost on 100 ADR.
Counter-Strike's easier when they don't shoot back.
Mm-hmm. And in this game specifically, I think it's going to come down to flashes, I think that's the big thing.
Not going deep. Oh, yeah, right. I mean, confident. That's undeniable. But as he takes damage, he decides to eject. Grayhound gonna have to fight for every inch of this map so far. They've been already turned back from apartments. They haven't even gotten out top mid.
They're posturing, just get ready for B. I don't know if they're gonna, or I don't know if they're actually working. Oh, they're working on an A split with a Palace player coming in slowly. They got knocked back off without him getting a frag, so that's nice, even though they got some damage and didn't kill him. They look like Knock wanted to hang around.
take a peek before the smoke popped.
I think they know, actually.
Yeah, they made some steps. JL's good, locking it in, but oh, he still reacts. Looking like ENCE had that every day of the week. Jacob, Stico trying to set up this three-pronged hold inside of the A site. You can try it, Grayhound, but you'd think with jungle and stairs and triple all held, it's easy. Stico gets the double kill, and Jacob's able to slide out to completely shut down the bomb. And co. 10-0. Apeks. Look at that guy.
Yeah.
Dominating inside the A site.
Yeah, dominant. I mean, that was a point where Stico's like, okay, listen, man, we know you're coming up connector at this point. It's just, it's the worst word I can say is obvious, and he just starts shooting. This kill, of course, ENCE is sort of smoke blind as well, though, coming out on that side of it. So I'm not sure if he could have had a, you know, a more favorable spot, but still felt like he was going to win the round for sure. The Stico major confidence. Mouz Stico, if you remember.
Once upon a time.
Yeah.
Jacob opens up 5v4 again. Pistol's getting pushed back. Man, what a journey this would be for Apeks. You know, 2-0, giving yourself 3 chances in best of 3s when you are playing better Counter-Strike than ever before with players who have been in positions like this previously. You know, this is a mixture of new blood and experience, but not experienced players we maybe expect to bring back this team. You know, our desk brought it back. Shocks played for Apeks alongside Stico, right? It kind of felt like just a team that was treading water and still sinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the emergent storylines to come into this major alongside teams like ITB. A lot of sort of like stories happening at once, just in time for their sort of last chance to prove themselves in CSGO. And listen, any other matchup 11-0, this dominant, I would say 16-0. But we saw the massive comeback from Grayhound. Can't forget about that one, etched into my brain. And I think for a Grayhound, they got to tell themselves there's still hope.
If they don't make this one come back, though, then can we forget about the Forze
Then
one?
we can forget about it, yeah.
They cancel each other out. Aussies with fingers crossed. But again, not blind,
yeah,
right?
No reason to move back.
Yeah, ever since you've said that, I've kind of just kept an eye on it.
And then also the disconnect when the attack, the flash is good and they don't actually exit.
Stico regains vision, still gets a chance at an additional kill, and JL slides forward into the bomb site. Alistair may get one, but Stico will stop that, and the Palace player's dead. Looking like a 15-0 at this rate.
Yeah.
Apeks, keep it going.
Yeah. I think, you know, because it's a major, they're not going to feel like they won until they won, but, you know, even if they're not allowed to say it, I'm sure some of them are thinking it right now. Just too easy. You know, favorable spot, up on an angle. You sort of have to get, you know, you have to get your rook onto the file. And to get the rook, the other rook off the file, and Counter-Strike, you get a flashbang, or you get a player to jump across or something, but until you do that, you don't really have the right to peek. And at the moment, Grayhound are still peeking.
Dude, and Nox got this little sliver gap around the window smoke, so ENCE can't capitalize. Murder after murder. Disjointed now at this point. You know, it's just starting to reek of desperation with the flood out from Palace. They want something, just anything on this T side to give yourself some kind of a chance, because yes, that comeback did happen, but at least there you had 3 rounds. And right now it's best case scenario 2.
Yeah.
And again, not even a bomb plant since that first one.
Not even a bomb plant. Yeah, that's rough. That is rough. Maximum potential of 2 rounds. That's not what you want to tell yourself. Chat in the other room.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
At least he doesn't know yet.
Yeah. Don't tweet him.
Just, yeah. Sam said before this started, Australians are always happy.
This would be a real test.
I can read the room, and I feel like I can sense some sad ones. Although they are still probably glowing from the Melbourne event. That just went down, and they've got a 5 versus 4 here in round 14. So maybe they just want to make an even more impressive comeback.
True. 5v4 is a better start than they've also had in a while. Op from Knock.
Extra hard mode versus Apeks.
The 3 inside of middle here is real interesting. As you can see, they kind of pulled the goalie on the A site. Normally have 1 spotting back from CT, but this answers perfectly to Grayhound. Now, in this specific setup, they're not playing inside of Palace. I don't think this goes underpass, but they are going to try to collapse on mid, it looks like, or just... Yeah, I think that's coming, but this flash timing actually might be good.
Except blinds both. Kixan, therefore, empty-handed on the top mid hold. Stiko with one of 2 ops in play here. They're not going B. Nice readjustment, as it looked like he almost flicked away. Will get baited out on that shot, but still these Ts are feeding themselves into the double op setup. A quick redirection that just doesn't work out.
The second op, and they, maybe they thought they could get away with not smoking jungle off. Maybe they didn't have the utility to try it, but
skipping steps,
just running into it. Lots of op kills here for Apeks as they decimate Grayhound on another one. This one 5v4, and we've got one more chance for any semblance of dignity, and that's not getting egged in this match. They're looking for 1 round here in the first half. That's the kind of game you get 3 ops, you just win even faster, it feels like. So Galil's for everybody on Grayhound as we come into round 15. Grayhound looking to make history in the wrong way.
Yeah, you
Didn't
don't
get any worse.
You don't love these ones, but you keep on fighting.
Oh.
Just one could still be had. Knock kills ENCE after a very clean double kill. His teammates need to deliver on this B site. We've got Kixan pinned in behind Van. Liaz tagged by the op, but still on 70 health. You take those. And Vexite's going to hear this rotation out of Stiko. They could still double it back, and sure enough, they will. The bomb is coming underpass. Liaz preoccupying the 2 CTs inside of this B site. Burn as much time as you possibly can. And with that bomb going down on the A site, Apeks realize what they've got in store. But because it's round 15, you're going to shoot for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2v2 now.
Alistair's going to get cheeky. Plays in front of the connector smoke, hoping that they won't even bother clearing it. Let's see it. Knock jumps up into the window, dies. That god-awful feeling of a 16-0 feels as if it's gone.
He's on the other side of the smoke now, though.
Does get weird, but the bomb is planted for him. Stiko versus Alistair. Again, this is exactly how the first half started. A 1v1 between these two. Stiko picked it up the first time. Alistair looking for revenge, but no!
Oh, no, with the flash. Oh my god.
No.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against Nav?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
No, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done. Nav.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to what could be a very quick close. 15-0 Apeks over Grayhound. The Aussies not making the kind of history you want to at a major.
No, making history in the wrong way. Listen, some say there are 50 shades of gray, and this dog has gotten about every single one. One last chance here on the pistol round. 1-30 odds on Unicorn that Grayhound make this comeback. Okay, even though they've already made a miraculous one versus Forze earlier today.
This would be more impressive.
It would be more impressive. We can give it that.
They've at least given themselves that chance. Go above and beyond. Silence the haters twice. Or they'll have more fuel for their fire. One pistol in between. Stiko starts this one off. JL's right here with him, which means A-site plant. If this kill was clean, maybe he can double back and catch something else, but look at Stiko.
Oh, no, great broken, and then, oh, Stiko walking up on this.
He who 1v1'd in the first pistol goes big with a multi-kill already. Deep control from jungle. You hate to see it. Oh, you hate to see it. Liaz, Vaxite, all that's left. They're going to get pinched from 3 separate directions. Tickets under control, and Apeks have found themselves 2-0. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Ow, ow, ow. Not the way that Grayhound had hoped to make that run at a 2-0 pool. Not the feeling anybody coming into Paris wanted to experience on day one. But at the very least, the silver lining that is still existing in this situation, Grayhound are not 0-2 at the end of the first day. They're 1-1, and that's progress.
In 19 majors, there's only ever been 2 16-0s. Both of them were Astralis, and now Apeks gets to add their name to the list, 16-0. That's like nice, because they'll always be in the record books, right? Not nice for Grayhound, though.
That is a way to join the record books, and not really a team we'd expect to join the legendary Astralis that 16-0'd MIBR in 2018 in London and Cloud9 in 2019. So kind of silly, kind of crazy game.
I'm just really happy that my pick'ems had to die for this. It's great. It's great.
I wrote that
was a good game of Counter-Strike.
No, it was terrible. Grayhound, Australian's going to upset everything. This is why never take notes from Sponge. He's wrong every time.
Look, I think we should not let ourselves suck into the Grayhound pit of despair in here and just maybe focus on Apeks and how for them, this was probably the most comfortable, hype, pleasurable game of Counter-Strike.
They were just laughing. They were just laughing half the time. And like, we were also laughing.
Of course we were.
Kind of crying inside as well for Grayhound, but more laughing because that smoke defuse in the 15th round from Stiko to like keep the 16-0 dream alive, that was really rough to watch.
Yeah, and the problem is that last bit here in itself should be like a unique occurrence in a game, but it was not unique.
No.
Like every single one of the players from Apeks, maybe aside from Kickster arguably, had moments where just like, what the hell have I just witnessed?
Yeah.
How did they get away with that?
Yeah, he can't get away with that. And then
surely
he gets
he's gonna
away.
get traded.
Yes.
And he doesn't get traded.
It was really a lack of some protocols and just trading, being aware, being careful in mid, not dying from like a guy fading a smoke, being there to trade that kill if he dies, using utility properly. Just everything was missing there.
Let's just wrap up how fantastic this is for Apeks moving into the next day. This is the first day of their major, right? This is the first day of the Challenger Series. You knock out, well, you beat the American favorites, Liquid. You beat them. You come into the next game 16-0. You are now 2-0 up. Tomorrow, one game, and you have the potential to go through to the Legend stage. Their confidence is going to be through the roof. And we know that it doesn't matter how good you are on the server. Sometimes it does come down to the mental game. And Apeks, I think, is probably going to be able to walk away from today with the best leverage for tomorrow.
I mean, listen, this is the perfect start for them. There's no way around it. Now, I will be a bit of a Debbie Downer for a moment. It's just the next opponent is going to be much harder. It's going to be best of 3, and it's going to be much harder. And as much as we like to hype it, in every single major or every single challenger stage, we've had teams surprising us into a 2-0 position, not being able to convert. Because every single game that passes, if you lose that series, things get more dire and more scary and more obscure. Forze was in that situation. I think it was Antwerp 2-0 at the very beginning, then ended up being 3-2. So for Apeks, yes, this is awesome. This is great. You played Mirage twice. You had a 16-0. Where are you part of history? tomorrow is when the real.
I mean, it's G2, FaZe, Apeks.
No, stop it. I think that Apeks is going to celebrate. We're going to stop this. I know what you're doing.
No
but
celebrations here. No happiness.
No happiness on my desk.
Not
No,
allowed.
I refuse. We're going to go to them celebrating right now, and then you can burst all their dreams when we get back.
I've got Nork with me here as Apeks did the dirty onto Grayhound. They're 16-0, mate. That was more than impressive. You blink and you missed it. How did that feel?
It feels amazing, actually. It went by really fast. I don't know what to say. It was a good game. We were pretty confident when we saw we were going to face Grayhound. And we just played off our own game, and it worked out.
And talk to me about this Apeks team, though, because like we've seen the online games you guys have had, we've seen how you even qualified for here, but we're seeing improvements, we're seeing development from you guys, and it seems right now that you guys are coming in super confident. So what did your event look like before you got to the major? What did it look like in terms of the preparation you delivered?
Before the RMR, we did a huge overhaul of our playbook, and we just started to grind and practice the things we did over there. And now until the major, we're just starting to perfect our things that we learned before, and it's working out so far, so it's good.
And in terms of that playbook, right, being reinvented, obviously it's always hard to go through those things, which maybe we see these up and down results of it. Do you feel like coming into this part of the stage of the major, you guys are kind of refined things to where you wanted it to be?
I mean, yes, both yes and no. We still have a long way to go, for sure. But these two games, it showed we played good. And we just have to keep on going on the same path, and hopefully we qualify to Legends.
And how much does it help having someone like Cuban, right, with all his experience around you? Look at Jacob as well, Sticker there. They've had this higher level of experience based with some of you youngsters coming in, and you obviously finding your way back to this level as well. Does this feel like a perfect balance?
It definitely does. Like I love my team. It's great being in Apeks. It's been a long ride. We've been underperforming for a long time in Apeks, but finally it starts to show, and it feels good.
I like the honesty, Nork. Thank you very much, man. Good luck going forward. Let's see how they do. Sam, back to you.
Thanks so much, Banks. Obviously, we know that the competition tomorrow is going to get really tough, but we're going to let Apeks celebrate for a while. And I think that we do need to turn to Grayhound. Let's not talk about what just happened, but rather focus on the fact that they've still won one.
That's kind of your job. Remember when they gave you the contract, you talked about money?
I don't think there's a specific segment about you have to talk about Grayhound after they get 16-0 by Apeks.
But they are still in a better position than some other teams are going to be, because it is 1-1 for them. So there is a way to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and potentially make a plan to fix this tomorrow. Or not so much, Maniac.
No, I think it's extremely dire, first of all, because we all tend to forget that it was an incredible comeback against Forze, right? It was, again, a 12-3 start. This was a 15-0 start. That was dramatically complicated of a start of a game on the T side as well. So how are we supposed to believe that suddenly it's going to be magically fixed tomorrow? I think it's a very complicated situation that Grayhound found themselves in now.
Sorry, Australian fans. I was really trying to make it better for you, but unfortunately it's not looking very good. We are going to take a quick break, and when we return, Fluxo faces off against Monte.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Ish.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah, let's go. Consider we got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Lost it.
Fluxo and Monte are now about to face off, and Fluxo, not a good start for them to their major campaign, Maniac.
When was the last time Fluxo had a really good start? That's what I'm actually struggling to find out, right? I feel like when this project came together, there was a burst of hype at the very beginning. James Banks trying to sell me on the idea that it's an incredible team. And we had a couple of players exciting us. Lukowski, the fact that VSM gets free and he can play the major. We're starting to imagine maybe an art piece where this is, but no. Just no. They're not winning in their region.
Yeah.
You look at the teams they've beaten to be here, and there are none of the actual great ogres of the scenes. Like, they've had a relatively easy way to the RMR. And the first game, in a regional matchup, they win 2 rounds, which, hey, let's be positive, that's 100% more than last time they played Pain, which they won 1 round. So how am I supposed to sell that to you? How are you going to buy this pen?
I saw Nikiz in the elevator this morning. I was getting out, and he was already returning, chilling. I'm like, oh, quick game today. And he's like, yeah, they did get 1 more round, but he was pretty chill, and I feel like it just goes from bad to worse because they play Pain and they get wrecked by Pain. And Pain is a decent team, but Monte, I feel like they're gonna eat them alive. If it's possible to be worse, I feel like it's gonna be worse.
So positive and happy here.
That's our desk right here.
Wow, this desk is just full of joy. Banks is chatting to Woody. I just need a smile from anyone, someone, please.
So far, Woody, we saw not just at the RMR, but now here today against Pain, you guys couldn't really fight back when it came to Mirage especially. Why do you think that is? Why do you get shut down by them?
Eu acredito que a gente jogou um jogo muito ruim contra eles no RMR, a gente tentou abordar o jogo de outra forma, a gente tentou um ritmo de jogo diferente e mais uma vez não encaixou e a gente não soube se adaptar durante o jogo conforme as coisas foram acontecendo errado.
We tried to play them in the RMR in one way, didn't work out. Then for this one, we tried a completely other way, didn't work out. I think the issue is just that we aren't adapting to the situation and our pacing was a little off.
Okay, so that's one thing that you need to fix for sure with it. But I would say also when we saw Fluxo first come around, you guys were beating everyone in South America, right? You guys were looking great. For now, things have slowed down a little bit. Is this adjustment period since like history's come in?
Eu acredito que a gente precisa recuperar a confiança, isso é uma coisa natural, que a gente precisa vencer para recuperar ela, como a gente está vendo de jogos ruins, então a gente precisa dar esse primeiro step de vencer uma partida e voltar a jogar bem.
He thinks it's a little bit of confidence actually, that we're coming off of rough matches and it's only natural that you need to win some matches to get more confidence, so that's kind of in the rhythm of things that we are going.
Now, one thing that should be something that you can build confidence off is you have a lot of good individuals for sure if we can get it working together. But you're going up against Monte now, who also have a lot of strong individuals. How's your game plan feeling against these guys? Because they pushed FaZe to their limits. Is this kind of scary team to go up against?
Eu acredito que não, porque do mesmo jeito que eles têm poder de fogo, a gente também tem poder de fogo. Eu acho que é um método bom de combater eles. Eles têm o Boros, que troca muito tiro, a gente vai ter o Lucão para parar ele, então... 1 contra 1 vai ser um jogo favorável para as duas partes, então não tenho medo de jogar contra eles. Acho que vai ser um jogo bom para os dois times.
I think it's actually kind of in the right way to face people. They have Boros, who is an amazing firepower. We have Lucan on the other hand trying to fight him off. So in Woody's view, it's a great way to fight fire with fire in this case. So it's going to be a cool match.
You can always count on Banks to bring some positivity to the table. Thank goodness for him. On the other side, Monte. And this is fascinating to me. They decided to shake things up as, well, what was it that they called it? I think it was on HLTV, an experiment before the major.
That's a very interesting thing to do. Usually you don't really experiment with majors. That's where you just do what you prepared, what you practiced, and go forward with it. I think if you're changing an IGL before the major, that means you're not confident.
This is making me so incredibly mad. I'm so incredibly angry to read that. To even have the idea that once you've gotten there at the major, you're like, guys, I just had this dream, I had this idea. How about we change the IGL? Like, how about you be the IGL? Or maybe you can be the IGL.
Everyone's an IGL.
Why is this DY gonna take the fall again? Like, he wasn't Navi, there was a rough time. He goes into Monte, he's got great numbers. He's turning into a carry, has Boris by his side, who's also putting great numbers. And then he's like, how can I mess this up? What if I was the IGL?
To be honest, there is an extra factor here that LMBT, their coach, couldn't make it because of the war. So he is... Maybe that lacking him as the supportive element, the caller, the guy to bring a tactic in the timeout, made them change from War to SDY.
No coach, changing your IGL beforehand. it's the major. This is not the place for this. And it's something that concerns me slightly about some of the lesser known teams is coming and going, we're just so happy to be here, so we'll try a bunch of different things. But there is a gravitas that comes with this event, and it concerns me.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I will try to find a positive, which we've been trying to find out for about 10 minutes, is in spite of all of these elements, I thought the games against FaZe was very high level. It was very competitive. Yeah. And they did not look lost. They did not look like they had no idea what they were doing. I think they have a couple of very interesting takes on situations in the game. The way they handle, we're not going to have the same maps now. We're going to Overpass. It's not going to be Ancient. But still, in that game versus FaZe, you could see a few interesting twists and ideas on how to negotiate retakes. And this, coupled with the fact that you have individuals training real hard, like Boros might be writing the first step of a very long book in Counter-Strike, Boros having a good moment, SDY as well. This is why people are getting excited about Monte, and they were able to bring that in spite of all of the elements we've mentioned.
My only question is, how many rounds do Fluxo take here? It's between like 1 and 5.
You're saying 1 and 5?
Yeah. No, I'm not going for a 0. That's kind of crazy. 2 16-0s in a row.
Back to back.
No, I don't think we can have that. But I'm going for maybe 4. I think that's where we were going for.
The last CSGO major, imagine we had 2 16-0s back to back. That would be something to talk about. We are getting ready to go into game. It is Boris's, like we said, it's his audition today to showcase that he is one of the best in the world. Fluxo, this is their opportunity to try pull it back and get a win on the board. Who knows what's going to happen? We don't know, but what we do know is that Launders and Scrawny are going to keep you company in game. Hey, guys.
You can call it pessimistic or maybe realistic. I mean, the fact is that, like, we think about these teams stylistically, Monte beat Fluxo out in firepower and as a team. So watching Monte demos, honestly, there's some matches where I'm like, they don't necessarily need a coach, especially in these lopsided matchups, because their individual plays are what carry them in some of their situations. On Mirage, they are, they're 5 fingers on one hand, but they are also sort of 5 autonomous players making their own plays all the time. When Boros is running out mid, they're good at supporting each other while things are being fluid. That's exactly what Fluxo are missing. My favorite part about Fluxo, unfortunately, is Zeus, but when we talk about Zeus as the coach, he talked about this team, when they get to a good position, they don't know when to stop. And, he can't be in there while the game is live to tell them, like, listen, this is the point where you've done a lot of good Fury aggression here, but it's time to chill because we actually have a strong position, and we don't want to let that go. And when you've got Lucauzi on the team, I feel like they let the leash off. He's running through, and sometimes, even if he gets 2 kills, they can actually lose because, again, they don't know when they've got a good spot.
And I think the thing with Lucauzi is if you don't watch Fluxo enough, if you don't have an opinion on Lucauzi yet, then I think that opinion can be very easily warped by an off game of Fluxo with a blowout score like that. But on an individual level, right, when Woody said in this interview that, well, it's cool because we can fight fire with fire. And you can try to fight fire with fire. But I think Boros has Lucauzi covered, personally, in that department. But give yourself a second here to maybe appreciate what could end up being a Lucauzi T-side pop-off, because he is somebody who specifically on T-sides is a specialist. He is somebody who can single-handedly break down bomb sites within the region of the Americas, and it's something that I think it's their only win condition.
Yeah.
Regardless of how many rounds we're talking here, Prof, if it's a round or if it's a map or maybe a match here, of course, in Paris, it's going to be coming off of Lucauzi if it happens.
And you know what? Pessimism and realism can be 2 sides of the same coin. But one thing I think we all know is that this match is going to be fun. It's going to be absolutely insane. And I actually can't think of 2 teams that are going to be more explosive versus each other than this matchup specifically. So it's going to be a very fun game. I think that coaches in this matchup are going to be quite disappointed, even if they've tried to leave their stamp in a play like in a match like this. I don't think this is a game that you watch the demo of to learn a single thing. I think you just let it all hang out and really have fun.
Sure. Yeah. You don't learn anything from this game unless you're as good as these people individually. And spoiler, odds are you're not.
Yeah.
Even if you're sat at home typing things about Fluxo, good luck.
The real sad part about Fluxo, I think on paper, Woody had to drop the op because he wasn't good enough to op. And as the IGL is not a good enough IGL either. I think that clearly the style from Fluxo needs so much work to be able to say that he is. But then the other 4 players in the team all have like cool stories coming out of Brazil we expect a lot from. And over on the B stream right now, we've got ENCE versus Ninjas with ENCE in the lead, about to take match point potentially.
Yeah, come on, play-by-play, Mo. No?
Oh, sorry, that didn't register. My name is Launders.
Yeah, see, we've removed the play-by-play part from your brain. It's a protective mechanism. Yeah, no, down it goes. 15.
15, yeah.
Well, that's cool because obviously with Apeks winning in this matchup that you guys may or may have just not watched, a little 16-0 over top of Grayhound, they were watching ENCE versus Ninjas. If Ninjas win that, then all of a sudden we don't get G2 versus FaZe. If ENCE close that, it is G2 versus FaZe 3-0 for the 3-0. And of course, Apeks get a chance to take down ENCE. What a run that could be. But enough of all that. Let's fixate in on this one, folks. Fluxo, Monte, fireworks guaranteed. And the first firecracker comes from Waro. A one-tap into Phelps.
Yeah. And also, in terms of the Waro switching over to SDY for the calling, I actually like that. I think it's kind of weird that it's before the major, but I feel like I could have expected that before they, you know, if they had said that was already the case, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. As, you know, SDY coming from Na'Vi, of course, with so much good information. Oh, my goodness.
Hello.
Boros. Did he just have his, like, softest slippers on? VSM did not hear him running down those steps.
It's just, he drags his feet. Silently gets behind them. But with the kill inside a connector, they can just sprint it, eh? Go ahead, dodge that couple of flanks that are both still inside connector coming at him. Krasnal inside sights. Hopping players hoping still to get in. And Boros and Sumdai Young connect the headshots. It is Monte's CT side to pick up pistol.
Even though the last game was 16-0, this game could literally just be just as fast, even if it's like 16-9 or something like that. With the fast rounds that are going to come out from Fluxo's T side, they've got one gear. That's pretty much it.
Go.
And there's Boros to show exactly what that looks like. At that point of the round, already flanking B.
You know, that's the kind of pace that Monte are going to bring to you. You've got Boros in your spawn. You've got Waro prying down connector. This will be defined as fire and fire. But a quick save out of Fluxo. You know, Monte are looking to basically do the exact same thing that Apeks are, looking to be a team that comes, because if we look at, you know, if we look at the journey of, like, say, GamerLegion, Apeks, and of course Monte coming in from the European RMR, using an RMR that maybe had lesser competition in order to get more of these types of teams in attendance in Paris, especially not having to use one of those last chance qualifier slots. But Monte just had the disservice of starting versus FaZe. Damn close game as well. These ones getting mopped up. There's a couple of kills uncomfortably for Monte coming out of Fluxo, but all is looking good. Again, flanks, constant, the aggression from Boros. You have to stop him more than once in order before he'll ever let off that pedal.
I will say I don't know if there's, usually we talk about crossfires on CT side as just the fundamental best way to play most positions. I'd say what defines Monte is like sort of cone fires, which I would say the main difference is that they are taking, it's two players, both with deeper angles, you know, forming sort of a triangle formation as opposed to, you know, holding a wall and letting you cross into the site. Like instead of playing truck and long and waiting for them to cross into the site, they're playing the double bathroom setup right there with the riflers, and they do that in a lot of spots. So sometimes teams do the CT re-aggression with two players to try to walk up into spots. I think Monte like to get like semi-aggressive and then chill with two riflers in a position where you normally see one who has a good angle. It looks like we were going to get a round reset before anything gets underway here.
We lost a Monte player. Sumdai Young is back. So it'll be a quick fix. He's already back in the server. Don't sweat it.
But yeah, that's sort of what I noticed the most about them. I didn't get to watch a lot of their games live at the RMR because we were over in Mexico casting the NA games, but watching into the demos definitely saw what helped them stand out on top of just demon aimers. Like, these guys are so good. I mean, I didn't even really rate Krasnal until we watched like that FaZe game just earlier today, and I was like, man, even he is making some players he peaks look like chumps who are, you know, in terms of stature, way above.
So here we go with weapons in hands. See what Fluxo can offer up. It's going to be Phelps at the helm, quickly up connector, opening kill, a chance at a second, but Woro, oh, poor Woody. Gets popped in the background. Lukowski comes back to recover. Sumdai Young stuck on an aisle. But Lukowski does double back towards B. VSM versus DemQQ. Flash off the mark. So an easy hold outside of Monster. And now Lukowski, unfortunately, has a tall order with 3 players left alive and only half of his health.
Yeah, Flash not designed for that close Monster play, of course.
The Woro 2K.
2K.
Yeah, I was like, wait. Huh?
Finally got someone to carry the mantle for Stewie whenever somebody gets a 2K.
That's true. Can't forget about Stu.
But if Bart 4K is Bartak, then Woro can be Warak. Wartak. Wardick.
Cook on. You know, cook it up. Cook it up.
On.
Cook on, brother.
Keep calm.
Like Lukowski is right now. Look to spice up the last 30 seconds of round 3. They've already heard him. Boros. Yeah, that'll if he thinks he has any element of surprise. You got 2 crosshairs trained on you. Fire with fire, said Woody. But he's met Boros point blank, up close and personal. Monte 3-0. Again, what could have been with that opening kill coming out of Phelps in connector. Woro, look at that.
That's beautiful.
That's like 5 bullets, 4 of them headshots.
Yeah, and 2 players on headshot angles with you out in the open, full body showing. Not a scared bone in his body. So, well, you know, what happens now on Overpass? When we talk about Fluxo's games, we're talking about 100% of their Overpass games played versus specifically against South American competition, not even the NA players, NA teams at the RMR, so very limited in terms of practice. Lost to Picada, actually, in their most recent map. And they lost to Imperial, even though the game was somewhat close, a team that is actually quite good, even internationally on Overpass.
Yeah.
A la, you know, Cloud9 at Antwerp. Everyone remembers that. But still a loss.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that, you know, coming from Monterey, having been there, having watched the teams that arguably could have taken Fluxo's place, it all boils down to that last day of competition where we had Nouns have to play Liquid. You know, Nouns took a map off Liquid, something that I don't think Fluxo could have ever done. You know, we also lost MIBR. There's a couple teams that could have been here in Fluxo's place. That's not the way the tournament ended up. You know, it's not their fault. You can play whoever's in front of you, and they beat that last team in order to qualify, so they're here.
We were high on Fluxo after the showdown last year. I mean,
yes,
they qualified to the fall final. They got stomped there, of course, but, I mean, even History, who's like the newest addition to this team, looked very good. I actually don't have a problem with any of these players individually besides Woody. I think just as a team, they're just not playing CS. That activates the players that they have in any way that's relevant to modern CS. And that's the problem. But I think that's a good prospect. I would rather kind of change my style than have to pick up new players, because I don't think they have to do that. VSM, Lukowski, Phelps, this is a super strong core in my opinion.
Sumdai Young sliding out of bathrooms. It's a one and done, traded back by Woody. This time he will get the trade. Unlike that moment in connector. DemQQ with the headshot to Lukowski. Not going to get out of connector or deep con. And this is going to leave Woro 2K comfortably in short. He could have sat around, but with his teammate leaving, he's a little cautious about another connector player. They're rotating up to A preemptively when Fluxo are making the right call. Stack outside of Monster to try and get there first.
Yeah, he's not in a bad spot though, and sometimes I worry about Fluxo because they'll just, you know, negate an angle or forget about it. Here's some damage coming in. They're going to activate, looks like, with this little bit of information. They'll molly off short as well, which is huge.
Heaven player.
Up top.
Fires through the smoke. AWP from Fluxo's in the background. Boros, Boro, he falls off. So the timing is changed here on the boost. They will still erect it. DemQQ stops bomb plant. And while that boost gets absolutely nothing done, DemQQ is just finding frags up from heaven. So now History, who is hoping to have to be left in a clutch with the op, instead has a 1v3 that feels impossible. And so even with that boost on short side failing more than once, it all gets stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, they had the molly off on short. They used the smoke on sight because they had to block off the heaven angle. But of course, they could have planted default with the molly, but weren't fast enough to do that. And when they planted in the smoke, that was easy for DemQQ. And someone needed to punish the heaven peak from the opposite side of pillar if he tried to spam like that, right? As you can see from DemQQ's angle, there's no way for him to cover both options. But no one was ready to punish. Punish even denied the kill. So that one's tough.
I want to take a second to appreciate the new Blast soundtrack.
I feel
Feels
like
very
I'm
spiritual.
playing, Subnautica.
Oh, I can't play that game.
Yeah, me too. I get scared.
I've tried it, man. I can't.
I can only play it on stream because I feel like I have people with me.
Ugh. That's why I play horror games in airplanes.
Yes.
I was playing Alien Isolation when I was traveling to the RMR, and I could see out of the corner of my eye that while I'm playing on my laptop, the guy sitting next to me kept, he couldn't help himself but watch, right? You don't see people playing video games on laptops and airplanes very often.
Oh, I've watched entire movies on other people's screens.
Yeah, right? So this guy's watching, and I felt bad because I was like, dude, buddy doesn't know what this is.
Yeah.
And the first time there's like an epic jump scare, I can see his legs just like tense up with me. And I looked over and we both kind of laughed. And I just thought, thank God he's here. I'm not the only one.
Save me. Yeah.
Poor guy couldn't look away. Not enough space to.
Yeah, we've got some new custom soundtracks for this major.
Yeah.
Which is really fun. So we've casted a lot of Blast events in history, and well, I hear the theme song in my sleep more than a few days a week.
But I feel like this one actually makes a great dreamscape.
Yes, for sure. I feel like I could do homework to this music. Yeah, this is hard. Man, I wonder, so when a player gets cut from a tier 1 team, I always think about this. Where in the market do they see their value, Because even though you got the chance to play from a tier 1 team, you got cut.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes players just vanish because naturally, well, you had your chance to play in tier 1. So then is another team going to pick you up for that chance? Feels like most of the time the case is no. That you had your chance, and if you're not good right away, if you're not Bid, if you're not Monte, if you're not Exertion,
get out.
You're gone. But SDY, well, he went to a team with players that we've heard of, that we know are good, but are all tier 2 and all trying to come up at the same time. And not only has he kind of slotted himself into this roster and been part of a team who have just put up map streaks, have owned in tier 2, have just grinded the hell out of the game. They've got everyone scared. And they also have played such an unreal amount of maps that sort of mirrors what, early Cloud9 Gambit did on their way from tier 2 to tier 1. And he did that with almost no break after Na'Vi,
Right
into a new project, proved that he could do it again, raise his stock right through the ceiling. And that's an awesome story because it's definitely true. And I'm sure a lot of people know that they would have thought, oh, if SDY couldn't do it on Na'Vi, well, maybe we don't see him again.
Did you ever feel like SDY was the problem with that Na'Vi roster?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think that. I think just like NPL, I don't think he's better than NPL. I don't think NPL is better than him, I should say. I think they both have problems. But no, I mean, I think he was a smart player. He was getting good. I think I personally would have taken Hetrick over NPL personally with the Na'Vi roster as it stands. NPL had a great RMR, so that's nice.
Yes, it is.
But, coming into the final major, it's sort of like, you want the player who's already good, who's not going to be, but it's hard to find another bit. It just doesn't happen that often. So I understand why. It's easier said than done. But no, I don't think he was the problem. I think his intelligence showed.
Always a very intelligent player.
Yeah.
Right? I think he also has the makings of a career player for organizations. People have to remember how long Sumdai Young played for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
He was their long-term investment.
And even on Spirit, I thought he was going to get a chance to play on Na'Vi one day. I thought it took longer than it should have, actually. But he didn't want to join. I think the first time he denied it.
Yep.
He got offered before.
Yep. Competed all throughout his university education.
But it just goes to show, sometimes we really hammer home some narratives about players, and it's all true about the player that was that player on that day. But it doesn't create capacity for who that player could become, you know? Because everyone can get better. But we always, oftentimes anyways, get locked up in the idea that, oh, if you're, you know, these last 3 months, that's who you are for the rest of your career.
Right.
But, you know, it takes stories like SDYs to prove that that's not going to be the case. And we're just glad to see them happen and take place.
Back in action. And looking to keep this one as clean as possible. Nice 5-0 start for Monte's CT side. There have been moments for Fluxo, but more hot individuals on the defense thus far. No bomb plants and no full buy here, number 6. Boros goes to try and support DemQQ inside of short side, but they both fall back into the bomb site as the monster smokes come up. This would be a very easy transition for Fluxo if they just want to try and hit monster, and we've got players here inside of water playing with grenades. Boros fully flashed. He's got a MAC-10 gunning him down, and DemQQ with the double kill falls back, draws them outwards, forces Lukowzy to chase him deep, and that Tech-9 can't get more, but Lukowzy also had the bomb. Phelps tries the same thing, gets hyper-aggressive, takes the fight to them. It's an excellent pounce out of Fluxo to punish what were 2 players caught off guard. But those 2 players that are still up in Waro and Krasnal are better equipped, and now that pop, that energy, it's evaporated.
I think Waro's playing it pretty well from this specific angle because he knows the bomb has to come back up. Krasnal making sure they can't push. Monte will resign here to CT and waits for the bomb to get planted. No further tactics taking place besides patience here from Fluxo. Bomb will now cross up onto the plant. No nades to assist him off of this position. Pressure on Krasnal to get a kill as the rifler in the situation.
Just gets away. Before that peek comes through, Waro with the double. Listen, the fact they grabbed the AK, pulled bomb back into the bomb site, gave themselves a post plant, had the makings of an upset here for this one. Fluxo pouncing on Boros behind Toxic as well. Didn't even stand a chance in the face of that MAC-10.
Yeah.
And it looked like there was this weird timing with the grenades being thrown back and forth. DemQQ, he gets that nade out, hands are busy. Still at least picks up 2.
They were about to try to clamp down on Monster because they already cleared out short, but almost took too long to organize that. And the one flash that came out, very nice timing from Fluxo, but I think they just wish they had better guns to really capitalize on that opportunity.
Feels like as well, if DemQQ doesn't get both, then that means 1 extra life, and only just even 1 extra player in that situation means that the bomb and the AK aren't in the same hands. Bomb can double back faster, AK can stay in a forward position, cause a problem for the guy up in heaven, but none of that unfolds the way it could have for Fluxo. 6-0 Monte, guns back in for the tease though, and that's at least a little bit of confidence. You were able to make something happen with little, so now that your plates are full, let's see it.
Well, we saw the third 16-0 in major history take place, and genuinely, I think Desk did entertain the idea that this is actually another matchup that could potentially be in the realm, of that score line, whether or not it's actually 16-0 or not, and that is definitely true. We're already, of course, breaching territory where it's going to be hard to climb back into, but
if Grayhound can do it versus Forze,
then certainly. Monte could do it versus Fluxo. 2 rounds versus Pain. Lots of games where they just fall so hard. Some games where they take over, but I think we're already past the point where they're simply going to take over.
Missed chance with the AWP.
Just stays,
Doesn't move, man. Waro 2K. Freed from the shackles of in-game leadership. Happy to just hold the line. Will force the remnants of Fluxo to take long instead. Krasnal with an off angle. It's going to catch Woody off guard, and it's a clean shot, but history will have him pinned in the corner. Can't move. Molly on top of him. This could be a recovery kill, and sure enough, it is. But 35 seconds, we've got still Waro 2K up inside of Connector, not looking to flank or join his teammates on the bomb site yet.
Yeah, and he's just patrolling. He's like, I've got the 7-second rotation downstairs, if anything, and it's already past the point that they can do anything with it. And that's their opportunity.
All
he
he
took
needed.
one peek because there's no time to even go B now. And like, they know the two players are now at A, almost certainly.
And they're going to make a rush for it. They're going to try this 2v2 inside of the A site. I mean, Demq's low health at least, but Sumdai Young.
Oh my God.
Instant headshot. Looks real good, but no coverage on the bomb plant, and it gets stopped. Time decides here. Lukowski not even given an opportunity in the 1v2. Will finish off Woro 2K. A costly round, no doubt. But it is Monte 7 straight.
Yeah, big one from Woro to just stay where he kind of knew he had a good spot, which again draws a contrast to Fluxo sometimes, where it's like, yeah, you know, you can do more moves in one round, but ultimately Woro was at his final destination there. He had 20 seconds, like, con control, and last information was they were trying to approach the A site. No reason to get out of there. 7 straight.
Props to history for a couple clean AWP kills, but
yeah, individually, man, he looks good too. Yeah,
trying to piece it all together. Phelps hyper aggressive inside of the B site, will catch Krasnov off guard. Now they've got double up on Monster, and they turn their attention back. Oh my God, Boros behind them, behind him, and Lukowski up in con. No scope by Woro 2K, who's piecing together a 1v3. Can't follow through just yet. Has to put out the Molotov. Can throw a frag for the bomb planter. And now he's got both these players at half health or less. 12 and 4 on the half already. I mean, if anybody's gonna do it, it's Woro 2K, and the instant headshot.
Oh, he thinks it's a monster play.
It's just gotta be Woody.
Time's gonna burn at this point, so Woro doesn't see anything on this gamble.
There's M4s and AKs to pick up.
He clears out the important position, so I don't know, you know, Woody, he's just standing out in the open. Oh
what? Okay, 1v3 for Woro 2K.
Well, okay.
Unpack that one.
I mean, you know, Woro wouldn't have done that to get Woody killed in that position. He was doing that because he thought maybe Woody was playing around Monster. So Woody has the massive edge of being able to play back pit and be hard to find, but, you know, if life went how you wanted, it wouldn't be that interesting, right?
Fair, yeah. Curveballs. Woro 2K straight as an arrow on that op kill. Yeah, Lukowski. Ooh.
It's like I would have moved. I mean, yeah, sometimes you watch someone, you're like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Nice try, bro.
Yeah.
That's all you can say. Nice try. Not a spot Woody wanted to be left in.
Yeah, there's that too. There's that too. He was set up to be in the 1v1 when necessarily without the chance for him to peek at the same time as history or whoever it was there on the back of the site that you wouldn't want your teammate to make that choice, but they are fiery bunch.
You know what they say, man. C'est la vie.
Yeah.
NT go next. Round 9 could be the first. The first of what could be 7 for this T side. Woro 2K looking like a monster, though. And I don't think the, you know, the more I think about it, the more I side with you. I'm like, I don't think the in-game leadership thing is really that big of a deal. I know it sounds weird that you're doing
is
it.
actually kind of
right.
normal, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, you know, there was a while back on like the Mad Lions Woro 2K.
And SDY is the one used to getting hit by the Blade textbooks, right?
Yeah.
So I like it.
SDY has trained under the support of the Grand Wizard of the CIS region. Woro's hopping around. Gun back up. It's an entire pack of Fluxo players looking to pummel this B site. They're getting close. But Boros shaves Lukowski off the back end of the hit. Phelps is still stuck inside of short water. It's him versus Sumdai Young soon enough. DemQQ waiting for the attack to come through, and no cover on the bomb plant, but VSM still capitalizes with a double kill, which means it's still a man advantage. Phelps turns his back. And this is a near mirrored image to Woro 2K's 1v3. This time Fluxo grab that bomb and run. Sprinting for that A site, leaving VSM back behind them as Sumdai Young is heard.
I think
bomb could double back. It
they
won't.
Could run it back, but yeah, VSM will just join up. I mean, they have CT control, so very hard round for SDI to win. They're not playing towards long in this position. But he still actually made quite good time, and they've actually just both played in the site, so there was a chance.
History is holding this. VSM would have to trade. Ooh, instant headshot out of History, and Fluxo, they've shrugged off the demons, okay? The first one's on the scoreboard. There's still 6 more to play. A little sketchy when that bomb planter doesn't have any type of cover, just hoping that like that half smoke was going to stop DemQQ.
Yes, yeah. So, like, you know, I think the bomb planter is looking at VSM, and the call is probably, I'm coming through the smoke. It's actually a great play to make, to actually try to breach that smoke to wrap in a pit. It's very normal, but that's why it was being watched. But he hasn't really completed it yet. And I think the important thing, though, was VSM got a 2K, whether or not it was the player who covered the bomb plant, and that won the round.
And look at the position that it's put Monte in. We've got a noob tube on Sumdai Young. We've got pistols on Krasnal and Boros. 1 round after 8 losses straight. They've got a real chance at a follow-up. Missed shot from the AWP, 2 missed shots. Still sticks around, can't escape. Lukowski chases him down, and see, those are the kinds of moments where you don't think Lukowski will do what he does.
Yeah.
But he's not afraid of a little fire. Pops back up through the doorway, dies out to DemQQ, Behold again.
It's Boros on a deagle.
Doesn't that scare you in all the right ways?
Okay.
But misses his chance to best Woody. So the bomb plant happens at A site, and Fluxo will take this chance versus lesser weapons to add a second to the scoreboard.
Yeah, and it looks like they did at least get enough players dead in these last few rounds to make this as tough as possible for Monte to score another buy. So Op gets carried forward, DemQQ on a rifle. Fluxo with 2. Not out of the woods just yet, but it's great to get the pair of rounds in a row to start a comeback. Zeus literally had a heart attack like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
The best part is he makes the funniest jokes about it too.
Yes, he does.
He said, I think he said like during the RMR, I was like, man, that game almost gave me a, wait a second. With Fluxo playing, I mean. But as you can see, he's taken extremely good care of his health, looking fantastic right now. And one of the best speakers, I would say, in the whole scene.
Yeah.
And I'm not even just speaking, he's not even in Portuguese, because I wouldn't understand him. In English, in his second language, puts together some of the most detailed, honest, and enthralling interviews that really just give you so many that gives you so much insight into, you know, his teams and his rosters, and almost always with a smile on his face. I really love his energy, honestly.
Yep. Humble all the while. Good representative for Brazilian CS. Little pressure comes in from Connector. DemQQ gets worse for wear by spamming in the con wall. Boros attempts a cross. I don't know if he didn't expect History to be ready. Flashbang blinds everybody, though.
These are good flashes.
And Woody's going to try to follow around the corner. Will catch 2 headshots. Woody looking for sweet revenge. Will find what he wants. Gets a 3rd kill as well versus Sumdai Young. And Monte have lost their B bomb site.
I lost it, and they've lost 3 rounds in a row. Those flashbangs on the attack look great from Fluxo. And yeah, even though Boros tries to jump across shore without a molly down, it's still a hard shot for History to hit, and he nails it. So you do love to see that. Fluxo top of the board for what it's worth, even though we've only got 3 here for Fluxo.
But, you know, 3 on the most CT-sided map in the map pool. We do have to remember that Fluxo's T-side are where Lukowski is the specialist.
Yeah, so the crazy stat was that one showdown last year was Lukowski was the only player to play at his level, and comparatively to higher players, that during a CT meta at the time had better T-side stats macro than he did CT, you know, across all of his statistics on every map. Very, very sort of, what an aberration. Like you almost never see that. Actually, there was no other player at his comparative level that had something like that going. Invaluable for T-side. That's why we saw this massive price tag for him, even when he was a very unknown quantity. Rounds like that are why.
People have to remember how much money it took to put together this Fluxo roster.
Yeah,
this is not, you know, I feel like Mouz cost less, much less. It's how OG, much less.
Yep. Yeah, two great examples, yeah, for sure.
This round, they're going to get aggressive. Boros, sick of sitting inside bomb site. Why do I have to hide behind Toxic when I can go to them? He extends out through Monster. Will get caught on the fallback by Woody, but we do still have another CT out on a peninsula. It's DemQQ. And obviously, Woody's never going to see that one coming. He thought he caught the guy on the retreat. They didn't see the second as well when Boros picked up his kill. So
yeah, that was good order of operations to get him out of there. 2v3, however.
Timings on timings as Phelps manages to split through into the A site.
Yeah, he also smells that there is a second player on A they haven't found yet.
But the bomb is actually going back from T-spawn over towards Monsters.
Oh, man.
It's so weird.
Here, look at this. I mean, we're watching our flank and bathroom, so Phelps, he's going to have not have the edge. Waro, just really smart positioning right there. And even though history is unknown, it's 1v3. We'll see if he can put together the clutch.
Seen some nice op shots, and the bomb will go down. He's going to have utility. Quick pressure on the back, though. Short player taking up the attention. Beautiful bait from DemQQ.
Yeah. Running around in circles.
Yeah, the dance of death. Couple audibles. AWP turns entirely. Can't stop that one. So Monte, that's 9 on a CT side. That was a very weird round in terms of the layers that end up unfolding, flanks on flanks.
Nero had a great article, as all his articles are actually really great, on HLTV, I think, about each team visualized in the major. And there was sort of a pie graph for each team in, divided up into thirds, their different elements of their gameplay. Monte scored really low on utility, but excellently in aim and teamwork. Which I haven't finished reading the whole article. I just immediately went to the pictures, of course, because I'm a Neanderthal, but
yeah.
We'll definitely get back to that. But it was interesting to see some of the different teams and what you might think that they are actually good in and what they actually are good at. But I think Monte are a good example of just, again, when it comes to the teamwork, you can see it. And then the aim as well. And I think if you have 2/3 of the pie, you can see why you get successful. And no team was good in basically everything except for Heroic at the moment. But like in terms of Monte, the only reason we don't say they're just like the best aimers in the world is because they haven't won the tournaments, they haven't whatever. But in terms of recent form, like if you want to ask other teams how they rate Monte, they're going to say something along those lines. These guys shoot hard.
DemQQ wall bangs Lukowski. We do get slightly awkward timing there as Boros gets up into playground. Sumdai Young kept honest by Woody down beneath him, so man advantage has been given away.
That's pretty good. Do they know about Boros? He wrapped around from long, so
they don't.
I guess not. This is such a key spot to be in this position because of the 2 players dead on A. He re-clears everything towards the A site, locks off the connector rotation back up, and gives his teammates the word that they need to get ready for a monster hit. So they're going to start to walk over, and this was actually a problem for them, not getting into good spots to stop the monster crawl out. Now they'll double up at barrels.
But it is still a 4 versus 2, and Krasnal doesn't even have his gun out. Knife in hand, swaps back, past the jump over. Now they've unraveled it. Boros has been killed on the flank. DemQQ still fighting.
They don't know about Krasnal.
No, because that could have been DemQQ's smoke, so now he's going to catch them both.
Amazing.
Head tucked. Patience pays off.
Yeah, it's crazy just to have the multi-layered aggressive defense on the CT side, on A site, and then for Boros, with the information there, sadly for Fluxo, it's hard to figure that out. There could be a third guy in that spot, but since he got there so early, it set up this play. They don't double up barrels without that information, and that information is king. They win the round because of it.
This is such an honest nice, like a play like that.
Like really nice.
Yeah, like, oh God, have I left a guy hiding in a smoke in a 1v2? But no, hook, line, and sinker.
Well, it's actually important that you swing, right? Because if you don't, then you might get both hard cleared at the same time.
I thought maybe when he climbed over Toxic because the fire was on him, that could have unraveled it too.
Oh, wait,
but
what's happening here?
We've got Waro standing point blank versus a Tech 9. So shot to the side.
3 spotted here from the CT side, but can't really punish.
No. Not in a position to capitalize. As of course, this is still a round where they've got something to work with. Woody comes through with the AWP. Flashback. Most other players on the team save some money for that 15th round. Woody catches Boros,
but God.
Jumping all over the place. Lukowski's kind of lucky to be alive. There's been a few of those awkward moments just like that.
Yeah, well, that's a play that wouldn't make your professor happy, but at the same time, it's a passing grade. They lock it down, they get top bathrooms control, they've got a 3v2 position, and they didn't have much to work with on this round, so that free upgrade's nice. But we've seen actually great mid-rounds from Monte in spots like this, so I don't think Fluxo feel like they're through it just yet. Woody on his old op, sometimes referred to as Zywood.
Oh, Lord. Spotted, but yet still.
And clear it.
And now he knows history's right here as well. So DemQQ kills him easily, 20-4 at the moment. You know, we could talk about Boros, and I think Boros couldn't do it alone. That's the reality of this situation. And Waro2K, I think, is somebody who was expected to deliver alongside him. DemQQ, I think, is a bit of a sleeper pick for this stage of the major, right? This is somebody who, statistically on a rating basis in the last 6 months, is meant to be the lowest performer for Monte, but is in reality putting up these consistent numbers in this most recent bout of success from them, right? His RMR was excellent. The only games at the RMR that he went negative in with a red rating was the best of 3 versus Vitality, when essentially the whole team did. Other than that,
that's a really good shout.
Put up serious impact, and I think was slept on by a lot of people coming into this stage of the major. You know, the same way you would sleep on Monte.
Right. This setup has been sort of missing here from Monte's game plan, where a lot of rounds have ended towards Monster. This is sort of the best counter that you could ask for, and a good way to end the rounds. We don't know where Fluxo are going to go, of course. Oh, and it looks like they're just not comfortable with that. Just fall back out of that spot. SDY getting close to the flank. They want to figure out if it's going to be Monster. I think around the 40-second mark, SDY can start to turn the corner. 1 kill here down at B. Let's see if SDY speeds up, actually. Yes, he will. And this is the play of the hour.
Yeah, Krasnol's ready as well. This would just be such a drop kick into the back of Fluxo to send them into that second half with only 3 rounds to their name.
Bomb scored. Bomb decides the round. Looking back towards the A site as SDY gets closer. Oh, done. Ooh, cut off at the neck.
Nothing you can do now. Poor Woody stuck between so many CTs, and the clock also not on their side. So an easy 12th round added up to the tally for Monte. The most CT-sided map at a 12-3 CT half. Fluxo with a lot of work ahead of them in the second.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Welcome back, folks. It's not as bad as the first half of Apeks versus Grayhound, but it's still a very difficult spot for the Brazilians to be in. 21-4, 141 ADR coming out of DemQQ. And for that reason, Monte are above and beyond after that first 15.
Showing that this team is, you know, more than just two people. We've got layers and depth, and Connor just hit his knee on the corner of a table. You guys know how that feels? That's what it feels like to be Fluxo right now. Connor, I want you to have some sympathy now for Fluxo instead of thinking about yourself and how you split your knee open on the corner of a table. And also, I'm sorry, I would never want to be you in this kind of situation.
Ever. Here we go. Come on, Fluxo. I believe Prof said between 0 and 5. Right now with 3, par for the course. Pistol would help. It'd be such a sigh of relief. DemQQ awaits them. Oh, wow. Dude, bends a bullet around into the forehead of VSM.
Kidding.
Knocks his teeth out. And he's fired up, man. He's ready for the next one. He's got the bomb back behind him. There's the kit as well. Nicely highlighted. CTs will need to go grab it, but off of the flash.
Beautiful.
He can't get all 3.
Oh, but they have A now, because they have the third player spotted here. Now, they know it's 1-1 to sites or 2 in B. So obviously, odds say hit the A site and just hope. Woody, with the Soul USP in this position, could change the tide of things if he hits a shot or 2. We'll see if he can do it. No, it'll be Boros. Teammate behind him, Lukowski.
Bomb's going B.
He's a force, but he's alone.
Done.
Bomb was avoiding him.
You got Waro and Boros side by side on the front side of that site. You're rotating up in a 1v4. Tough place to be. Fluxo, they're going to take a timeout to try and solve the problem here. It's force to the end of time.
You know, odd. I mean, today, a lot of the teams that you would expect to win pulled it off. We had the one upset with Grayhound. Forze, that was surprising. And then you brought it up. We were talking about it during the break. You know, Liquid, Apeks, except for the fact that Liquid have consistently this year started the first day of big events on a loss, no matter who they're playing against. And oftentimes it's an upset. It's not even a team that they're, you know, should be better than, or a team that they should be worse than, I should say. And so it's quite surprising for a first day of a challenger stage in general. Kind of welcome, to be honest.
Very welcome.
To have something, you know, some more normalcy for once.
Very welcomed indeed.
Surprising, but welcome.
Oh, there is something regular going down. Doesn't have to be weird out of the gate. You know, we can still follow the Cinderella stories that could occur in the 2-2 games, but day 1, just give us 1 day of realized expectations. Monte sussing out this B site pretty quickly. Boros at the front of it. VSM doubles back, gets a chance with the Desert Eagle. Now they're looking to pounce on him, and they will. A couple players towards Con could try and throw a wrench in the works, but it's a bomb plant. Nothing stopping him now. Monte 14th, queued up already. And this, I think, bodes really well for the Monte story, right? Because we're talking about a team, and this goes back to like, well, with LMBT not being able to attend the event, which is a very unfortunate story, we thought maybe Monte can't do it. But to me, LMBT and the tactics of Monte were never the win conditions. You know, I got some messages, people asking, like, do you still have faith or not?
Because he's not here doesn't mean that he can't help, right? In terms of the preparation, he can still do. I would say,
good point.
You know, 80% of his job, right?
Yes.
As since you can't talk during rounds, since you can't whatever, that definitely he still can have a huge impact. I'm sure he would love to be here, and it's really sad that he isn't. But sorry.
But great point. You know, the win conditions are Boros and the team play, right? And their seeding. Coming into this stage of the major as the #1 seed. That is why they're playing Fluxo in a 0-1 game. That is why they should have the easiest road in the best of ones. And I think that they're capitalizing on that with this level of a blowout, right? Looking to take a victory over Cloud9 at the RMRs. Get through challengers unscathed. You had to open versus FaZe, and not just a FaZe directly after the RMRs where they would have been weakened, but a FaZe who went to Rio and showed marked improvements, who have been touting their preparation coming into this stage and still 16-14. Monte have given themselves an excellent first day if they can close this one convincingly. And everything is leading us to believe exactly that will happen here. It's a scout and a FAMIST and 3 pistols. You know, Monte aren't even going to have to show much of a playbook on this T side.
Yeah, they could save that for another day on Overpass, it feels like, as the 5v4 comes in looking for 15. No splash here on Monster. Would you lead all of that, but not hear anything else? But I don't think Monte need to be shy.
Moody hoping to float away from that. Boros not going to half-ass it. Gets a double headshot into the B site. Scout and the FAMIST, the 2 pieces that were meant to do something, still haven't even had a chance to shoot. Lukazi scouring with the Scout. While Young starts the flank behind them, Scout will find its mark. Bomb is a bit slow on the approach. Phelps,
wait a second, SDY didn't hear that?
I guess not.
He was running up really close, but it doesn't matter at this point. Unfortunately for Phelps, with 25 seconds, he's saving in like the most annoying position ever. It's like, oh, if I had more time on the clock, I could really eat my heart out. But what the hell
and
is
he
this?
gets
SDY,
away.
After not seeing anything, go back.
No
look
way.
on A.
And you feel like Phelps, like there's that half second in your brain where you've got to pull the e-brake, like, oh, that's not a teammate. You know, oh, I'm not rotating down with a teammate. That is indeed the back of Young's head. And still, SDY will have no idea how hunted he was in that moment.
Seriously.
As far as he's concerned, it's nothing but a technicality here around 16.
Yeah. Well, when it rains, it pours. Potentially one more rifle round here for Fluxo as they fan out across both sites. 3 on the A setup. No telling what Monte want to try to do. And a well-placed grenade here to kick things off, but an even better kill for Phelps. We're just sad in it.
There we go. Says, I'll take your 50 damage and raise you 100. A fast flank from Woody could end up unraveling what's looking like a pretty quick B rotate from Monte.
Wait, he wasn't spotted and 2 players are flanking B. This position is about to distill into something absolutely ridiculous. And Boros gets spotted, but it's
nobody's turning.
A weird dink, you know, he's still at 73 health. He's happy to fight, and Phelps, he's going to be like, what the hell? I was supposed to get that kill. He's gone. And the T's can actually walk back upstairs, but the flank from Woody, surely this is a Fluxo round, right?
100%. No solution. Young knows that the flank is right here, or still gets caught, doesn't maybe think that they'd push that deep. Now the bomb's fallen in front of him. Woody gonna clean up DemQQ as well. So sure enough, with guns in hand, a CT side can start. It will start like a sprout, but it'll blossom into nothing more.
Well, actually,
what if?
I mean,
what if Boros closes with a 1v3? What if there are 2 1v3s in this 16-3? What if, I say? Because not this time. Fluxo with a 4th at the very, very least.
This is going to be, you know, this is going to be a free solo climb, okay? And it's going to be a mixed, like it's going to be mixed climbing. It's going to be, they need an ice pick. There's going to be parts of this mountain that fall apart. They melt as they climb up. They get 1 chance.
Yeah.
They're going to have the multiple pairs of shoes in their backpack.
No. It's an ice pick, 1 shoe, and half a container of liquid chalk.
And Zeus watching from the bottom, telling you what to do next, and you just having to interpret everything perfectly on this attempt. That's what we're about to witness here if Fluxo make this comeback. 11 rounds to go to do it.
And for the record, folks, in a free solo climb, you fall, you die. Fluxo looking not to slip up. 11 rounds demanded of them from here on out. 4v4 immediately with the long contact. Boros just looking to keep this one smoothly moving forward. Holding down that W key, but walking all the while. Now we start to see more Fluxo members starting to come up, trying to save Woody from what would seem to be certain death. The rest of them making a ruckus on the approach. Waro 2K now ready for that dumpster peek, but in fact, VSM goes bank. That could bode well. Boros didn't see it, just looked away.
Nasty.
Right? Dirty little peek through a crack on Optimus Prime. Now Waro 2K also peels away from this. That A site suddenly seems a little sketchy.
I think they're still gonna. They just don't have time to change it up. At least Monte don't, or sorry, Fluxo don't know about the too long at the moment.
Flashes in the middle of it all.
Great kill.
VSM holds the line. Woody's going to let him get close, though. And Woody puts up another with just these weird little positionings. Oro2 with another chance, but no sir. 3 alive. Majority standing for Fluxo as they hit that coveted 5th.
Yeah. Awesome round from Woody to play off the truck. Just got so much value out of that.
You know, he's now top fragging.
And unfortunately, not a good sign, right, for Fluxo, and I don't think he wants to be the top fragger on a lineup like this. But whatever, today he'll take it.
Do what you got to do.
Sometimes it's about buying your teammates time to get into the rhythm.
Lesser weapons here for Monte, but that can be horrifying sometimes because that means an unleashed Boros, Waro, DemQQ. Phelps' position on party, though. Ooh, not able to get more than just the first. Luckily, History's here to pick up pieces. Shut him down with the USP. Fast push into the water as well. That's 6. 9 to go.
We have a term called fake comebacks that we use for some matches and when we're casting in CSGO. And I think teams are just as aware of their ability to fake comeback as casters and fans at home. This is one of those games that has a marking of it. And it's sort of characterized by how well the first half went. Sometimes you have a 13-2 half, not nearly as dominant as it looks by the scoreline. Within those rounds, there was lots of chances, lots of clutches that went one way, money went wrong in all the certain rounds, and then you think, okay, there's a chance they can actually pull this back. We don't have those markings in this matchup, of course. So, yes, this game has the makings of a fake comeback. It's starting to look good on CT side. One slip up will cost you everything, and there's no reason to doubt Monte. So, listen, nobody has to believe in you for you to make things happen, and in fact, people start believing if you do. So, Fluxo, nothing else to do today. Why not give it everything you got, even if it's going to be hard.
History barely standing after that engagement with Boros. But any engagement with Boros that you can get away alive, you take those. We're going to get the CTs getting active outside Monster. Lukowski punishes DemQQ, who's just operating on his own, shooting through smokes, trying to puff his chest a bit, but it just welcomes the attack instead. They get ahead of it. Call his bluff. Meanwhile, Bathrooms walk up. Waro2K is going to have to clear close left. Looks like he's aware, but yeah, Shadow gives it away, and Phelps able to push this into a 5 versus 3. Monte, your job is not done yet. As they rotate down to the B site, they'll be met by the very last smoke grenade that Fluxo have to offer. Comes down at a critical timing in the round, though.
Yeah, it's solid. While they're making noise in this spot, they have to save at this point. So
give it up.
Well done here from Fluxo. Nice move there from Phelps on the opposite side of the divider. Of course, he's instantly going to get hard cleared with his opponent purveying the A site for as long as he does. So it's important for him to take a proactive step out, not just hold that flat angle after seeing the shadow. Makes it look good, too. And Fluxo will be quite proud of themselves, I think, to win around this dominantly and at least elicit a save out of Monte, even though they have to go up against the 3 guns next round. 1 foot in front of the other as the match point music rings off each time in their ears. Fluxo, the #1 picked 03 team.
Oh, yeah, statistically?
Yeah, statistically. So, sort of stealing the crown from Grayhound in that regard. Grayhound, obviously.
I feel like we fed that narrative, you and I, because we were in Monterey, you know? So
yeah.
I feel like we kind of raised the alarm bells on Fluxo and the pain head-to-head.
Yeah.
Talked to a few people who thought like, oh, domestic matchup, maybe they could, but we saw how it went down in Monterey. 8 rounds in a best-of-3 versus Pain is what they put up. 8 rounds versus Monte is what they're on the brink of. But Boros, as Phelps is waiting for that playground fight, he gets a face full of Boros. And now Woody kind of floating around in bathroom. Give it a chance. You know, Boros takes an attempt through the smoke, but
they're just creeping now.
Gets punished. Woody decides not to just fully retreat as well. He's got the support from a connector play. 2 players up in con with nothing behind them. So these T's, unprepared for it, backs turned here from Krasnal. DemQQ wins the trade frag. Will he expect a second? Absolutely not. Lukowski strikes him down. And now it falls into the long play from Monte. Waro 2K and Sumdai Young crossing over, clearing bathrooms, and now just dealing with the rotate up from history. Because Lukowski is still so far removed. And that smoke will nullify history temporarily. Waro trying to carve a path deep into the corner here, but also doesn't want to expose himself to what could be the Lukowski wraparound. Now they know there will be nothing up from connector because Lukowski's doubled all the way back. Sumdai Young to clutch, denied by history, and Fluxo keep this game going.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's wavering discipline in this round, right, with Boros, and this is not the first time actually, but such a clean first kill into that second walkthrough in the bathrooms. Trying to prioritize an opportunity to trade from then on, obviously, would be sage advice. But I don't think at this point they feel like they can lose. So, yeah, they're starting to loosen up a little bit. And Fluxo are catching these. So, at least that's great for them. It's still, of course, going to continuously be scary. And there will be another buy here for Monte. But after you get an opening duel like that, you know, they could do a bit better to not throw their position away.
Poor Phelps, though, man. I felt that headshot.
Yeah.
Boros point blank, swides through. Step by step, though, Fluxo. One foot in front of the other, getting closer to tying this up. Forcing Monte to change up the speed, the tempo, and the direction. Setting themselves up outside of B. Still, connector, I feel like, has been pretty dominated to the favor of Fluxo in the last few rounds. Krasnal and Phelps here as well. There's a very important 1v1.
Yeah.
Phelps loses it, but at least the boost just draws it right back. At least. There's a fallback plan there from Fluxo.
Wow, they say let's just do it fast. Double push coming in from the short side. MQQ watching. Oh,
taking down. But the trade comes back and forth. Woody comes out on top of it. Sumdai Young can't quite capitalize on the headshot, but Waro 2K sure can. Evened out, 2v2. Bomb picked up and he doubles back. VSM, oh no! Can't finish off Sumdai Young, even though he had the better angle, even though he had the jump on him, and now history is forced to clutch. Sumdai Young with the coverage of the smoke as it fades, he falls behind pillar. And history hoping somebody peeks him individually. Separated 1v1s is what he needs. Throws the Molotov deep towards short. A frag grenade could kill Sumdai Young, but instead he strikes back, cuts them off, and will in fact end this 16-8. Monte, after 14 rounds versus FaZe, dispatch of Fluxo with ease.
Right, there we go. That was exactly what we expected to happen.
Almost.
A little bit of a shake-up in the middle where we thought, oh, maybe not, but then it turned out exactly the way we thought. Monte takes the win. What did you think about that, Prof?
I guess they overperformed our expectations, Fluxo did, with the 8 rounds. I honestly think the CT side wasn't that bad. Like, I felt like there was something to it. They were pretty proactive, so that was nice. But the T side didn't really give themselves a chance in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Look, we're going to have time to praise Monte for what they did right. But I just wanted to take a minute to explain to the people watching. The first half of Fluxo is how a team looks like when they're out of confidence, when they have zero confidence and they overthink their situations and they lose track of the simplest solutions on how to close rounds. And this is what happens when you have so many of these losses. You build up this inability to see the easiest path to victory. We've seen Fluxo in this very first half have 3v2s being thrown away, 4v3s being thrown away because people are blocking each other. Weird redirections are being called with 30 seconds because you get trapped in this false idea that you have to come up with the best way.
Perfect situation.
You have to come up with the perfect idea to win a round, which is wrong. You just have to do what's right, and you have to play simple Counter-Strike. And they lost themselves in many of these shenanigans, and Monte punished them.
Yeah, I mean, lost clutches, 2v1s, 3v2s, like the round that Waro won on the B side. You just don't see any I don't know, cohesion between them. Let's do this. Whatever it is, let's just do it. You know, let's push here. Let's hide. Let's flank. Let's do something together. And instead, you just see them kind of freeze in some of these situations and wait to die, essentially.
Do you think we're going to see more of this as the Challenger stage continues? Teams exactly.
I mean, not much more Fluxo. We won't see
not
much more of them.
Fluxo,
So in the end. I mean, listen, it is bound to happen. I just think this is the major, and I don't believe there are many teams who are fragile enough to get into that mode. I think it's a marginal amount of teams who will lose track of what the hell they're supposed to do. So yeah, Fluxo is in a very complicated position now. We haven't really seen any great signs. Going up in the 0-2 matches, I don't really know if I would give them really winner against anybody. That's going to be real complicated.
I mean, let's just drop some Soldier. You can't see it, but Zeus is getting very angry with his team right now. He was just behind us.
Justifiably so.
They just didn't perform. And I mean, you can see he's even frustrated because it is the major. And this is the thing. This is not the time to make, for once of a better term, the silly mistakes.
Yeah, no excuses, really. This is the tournament everyone's preparing for. Everyone's coming in 100%, giving their all. So it is quite frustrating. We see, that doesn't seem like a great vibe in the team right now. I have to give it to Woody as well. Like, he's not usually a big fragger for the team. He put in a decent performance as the IGL used to be the upper, so he gave away that role to get in history, who was kind of a touted player from Brazil. Hasn't been really performing in this team either, right? So it's just not looking good.
We're going to go from beating on Fluxo a little bit to celebrating with the winners. Banks has someone from Monte. Who are you chatting to, Banks?
I've got SDY with me here, as they did a very good job, mate, to start off here against Fluxo. There was no real issues, I think. Towards the end, it was just about closing it out. How did that game feel for you?
Yeah, the game feels smooth. We have great game plan. Thankful to our coach, our analyst guy, and like everything went great until one point. And yeah, guys took a bit too much responsibility and picks, pushing in the smokes. But it happens, young team, and we finished it, the most important thing.
So when you say that they're pushing a little bit too much, a young team, do you need to put the leash on them and say, guys, come back, don't go too far?
Yeah, of course. If you don't do it, it's insane. They're like, woo, everywhere, like running everywhere.
Do you feel like you were trying to match Fluxo at their own game? Because at least in the first half, Fluxo were just fighting you so much and kind of just giving you the rounds.
Yeah, they tried to do it, but overall it's their game style. Because as I told you before the game, VSM and Phelps, they like to do solo picks, short A and things like that. So we was ready for it.
You were ready for it, you knew what was going on. And I just want to ask, we spoke before, right, about you now taking over the IGL side of things. How much has changed, though, in the strategy and identity with you taking over the IGL? Is there much difference, or is it pretty much the same? You already said to me you do the mid-round side anyway, but I wanted to see if anything else has specifically changed to make you guys perform better, or if it was too risky changing it when you come to an important event like the Major.
To be honest, nothing much changed. Only thing that I can say it's changed. It's before on the Remar we didn't do game plan for the game. We just focus on our game, and right now we doing anti-strat for the opponents. So that's the only thing that changed. But overall, it's the same.
Now looking at your results, it's a 1-1 situation, but a great game against FaZe. Now you just beat Fluxo. Do you guys still feel super confident you'll make it to Legend stage here?
Yeah, of course. You need to feel confidence, otherwise it's impossible to do. So we just playing game by game, round by round, and doing our best.
Well, I'm sure you'll continue to do your best. STY, thank you very much, man. Good luck going forward. Sam, back to you.
Thanks so much, Banks. I like that they spoke about the help that the coach has given them. They got a good game plan, which means we focused a lot on the coach not being here. Apparently, it doesn't matter. They didn't need him here.
I mean, listen, it is a hindrance, of course, not to have him right with us, but the work they've done prior to the event, that work has been achieved, and they can still communicate, so it's far from ideal. I do like the fact that even with SDI at the helm now, they've not lost track of the identity of that team, which so far is super proactivity, super assertiveness, in your face, pushing the envelope. They were so aggressive on their CT side, where you would feel sometimes like Fluxo must be suffocating, like they have no idea what the hell is going on. And a man like Boris, for example, I think he flourishes in a philosophy like that. You know, go ahead, take risks, take space. We can trade you, it's fine, push it. And he's done them really dirty in that game.
Boris is the superstar in this team, and he had a superstar moment as well. The Mahone zone is about to break it down. Danny, tell us about that clutch.
Yes, that's right. So the World 1v3, I want to break it down here and kind of go through his thought process and as well just highlight his utility usage as well as a couple key reads. So let's take a look at this clutch. So first thing we want to see here is I want to set some context first. So take a look at the radar right here. World is right here towards this connector side. A B hit is happening at the same time. He needs to rotate over to be able to defend the site essentially. Now on his way there, first he's with SDY here. He gets the trade onto Lucalzi, quick no scope. But the real key here is really when he comes in towards the site. So at the same time, his teammates are fighting this B hit, as I mentioned before, but they get really key pieces of information. So the first one is that Boros, he actually gets information on all three of these players here. He kills that player there, there's a player at site, and there's a player coming out towards that monster area. But as well, DemQQ, who's playing at Wood just prior to this, he actually takes Woody down to low HP, and this is going to come into play a little bit later. So as World comes in towards the site, he has these key pieces of information. This Molotov is going to come through as he tries to fight the site. He's going to smoke the Molotov, and the reason why he does that is he wants to pressure the plant. And not only is he pressuring the plant here, what he also wants to do is to create space for him to potentially punish this low HP player. World has a nade here, so he's going to try to toss this nade. He's going to toss this nade and hope he gets lucky. Unfortunately, the nade doesn't hit the low HP player that his teammate called out. So now he has to find another way to win this round. Now the tough issue for him here is that as he comes up towards short, it's the fact that he has to deal with these two sides. He knows where this bomb planter is, but he doesn't quite know where Woody is. He could be on the left side or the right side, but still he has nades. He has a flash and a Molotov. What are we going to see him do with it? He's going to throw a Molotov on the right side. He's going to throw a flash on the right as well. And what this does is it pushes away or prevents anyone who's peeking on that right side from being able to attack him in this moment, where now he can actually focus on clearing this left side. This allows him to catch history, while at the same time, that player on the right side, he can't peek him because of that utility. After he gets that kill, he's in this 1v1. But a very key detail here, he doesn't see the assist. He doesn't see the assist, so he knows that this last player is low HP. What does that mean? He pulls out his USP. And instead of going towards short, where there could be a 50-50 fight, he decides to go all the way around towards Monster, knowing now that if he comes through Monster, he only needs to look at one particular direction up there. And as he makes his way towards the site, Woody still thinks that he's coming from short, so this Monster play catches him by surprise. That is what allows World to win this 1v3 clutch. It's a combination of good utility usage as well as some key reads from his teammates. So beautiful job here by World.
Thank you so much, Danny. I know we had a poll about whether Maniac's jacket was gray or green. We should have a poll about whether I said Boros or Warus.
I think you said Woro. I think it's your accent, right?
It's definitely my accent. I definitely said the right thing. There we go. We're all
I've
good.
been there. No. I can always use it as a car.
Always the accent. Just blame it. We are almost at the end of the first day of the Blast TV Paris Major, but we do have one more game for you here on the A stream. Forze is taking on Liquid right after this.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldzera. No, it cannot be Coldzera because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldzera was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JTM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Welcome back to the Challenger stage here at the Blast TV Paris Major. We're moving into the final game of the day on the A stream, and it is Liquid versus Forze. Liquid had all the hopes and dreams of North American fans resting on their shoulders, and then they stomped them into the ground by losing to Apeks, very surprisingly, in game number 1.
Surprisingly, no, I think by now it has become the Liquid special to have an incredibly slow start to tournaments. In fact, by the numbers, it's a much better start than they've had before. In Rio, massive 16-5 loss against Mouz. That's how they kickstarted their campaign. So once again, slow start from Liquid. But the thing is, and how this format is built, is that extremely obscure consequences are down the road if you are to lose this best of 1. You're Liquid, you are facing a very decent Forze, and you could be 0-2 after day 1.
It's pretty tricky that both of them lost, right? It was an upset.
That's
by
how it works,
Grayhound.
Prof. Yes, it's a 0-1 game, so both teams lost.
Wait.
That was horrible.
Wait, really?
That is the Swiss system.
This is what you're doing to me. No,
Well,
but like Grayhound being upsetting Forze and Apeks upsetting Liquid we got like 2 very decent teams. One of them gonna be 0-2 on edge of elimination on at the first day, so that's tricky. OC, he did the best to just avoid this. Elige was stepping up as well, but Naf started like 0-9, 7 kills for the whole game. Like he was the pillar of consistency for this team, despite all of their like wobbly giblies, jobblies, whatever.
I like that. Did you go Jobly, Joblinowski,
whatever is
where you're going with that
Liquid,
There's some professional Counter-Strike terms coming
all
out.
of this, we boot camped, we changed our style, and then they go and pick Ancient against Apeks, literally one of Liquid's worst maps. And even Sticko said it. It was a gift.
I had a very serious way of introducing this interview, but after Maniac's little comment there, I just can't stop laughing. So you know what? Banks chatted to Elige. Here we go. This is what they had to say.
So Yukinda was talking to us, Elige, about this playstyle change. So I want to ask in a little bit more detail about, obviously, playstyle changes are quite dramatic to make. You obviously come off a good boot camp, but things didn't go so well in the opening game. So where does that put you guys now? Do you worry about it, or do you just stick to what you've just been working on?
Well, it's not really about us changing playstyles or anything. I think that we mainly lost because of a lot of individual mistakes that we were making. I think that was mainly it. I think that we had a lot of good plans in the macro game. So I think that it was just like some speed bumps in there, but that was really it. And having some speed bumps, it just slows you down. You're still on the path. That's it.
So you're still on the path, the slow down doesn't really matter, it's just a slow start. Now you've got to bounce back. But you are going up against Forze, who can be quite a deadly team. What have you done in this downtime? What have you done to make sure you're as fully ready as you can be for this game?
We went over the mistakes on Ancient. We knew that we probably aren't going to be playing Ancient against them, but I think it's important to make sure that you're in line with not making the individual mistakes and making sure that we're having a good mental for that type of stuff. We did the prep for Forze, and just everyone just reset however they could, get more coffee if we wanted it, and make sure we ate, that type of stuff, and we're ready now.
Now, we did notice as well from Forze's playstyle on the T side especially, they play really slow, they kind of wait things out here. Have you got a plan to kind of try challenge that with some aggression, or do switch things up to really take it to them a little bit so you don't get caught by them?
I mean, I think that we're playing our clutch situations good. Like up until the boot camp that we had, I think we were playing clutches really good. On Nuke, I don't really think that they can do too much. As you can play on Mirage, I think that there's a lot of different things that you can do in clutches in Mirage compared to Nuke. So I don't think that we're really going to be in a realm where something feels really different or anything like that. I think that we're going to be in our comfort zone. I feel good. The team feels good. We just think that we made mistakes that we really shouldn't have been making in the last game. And I think that Forze isn't feeling too good either because they just lost a really big comeback against Grayhound. So I think that we're both in a very similar boat, and we just got to be the stronger team.
And you feel like you're stronger mentally right now?
I feel really good. I think the team feels really good too, and we want to prove that's not us in that last game. So that's what we're trying to show.
Confident conversation from Elige there. Obviously, we've also seen the map, Vito. How does this play out for Forze?
Yeah, I mean, good vibes. Sharing our vibes here, Elige as well. That could really help. For Forze, I don't know. They are a team of hopeful CIS underdogs. They have the propensity to kind of overperform. But can they overcome Liquid here? I'm not really sure.
No, it's how they kind of dropped the ball in their first game. Remember, 12-3 CT half to start with, and then only 2 rounds on their T side. That kind of that was a cold shower for me because I was very much on the Forze hype train. I am personally an extreme fan of Zorte. I think it's really nice players to watch play. Now, the veto, I feel like, plays into maybe, just maybe, Jerry overthinking a little bit. Like, Nuke can be a complicated map.
Yeah.
I trust Liquid to be able to turn this into a grimy, a whole lot of clutches happening here and there. So Forze, they have to stay lucid, and they didn't do it in the first game.
One of the ways I described Forze when I was doing my notes for this was that they're hot and cold. I feel like the same can be said for Liquid, but right now one of these teams is going to have to turn the temperature up and lock it in scalding hot if they want to make it through. We're going to jump straight into the game. I forgot my train of thought again. Wow, I'm doing well. You know what, just Scorny, take this away from me.
You're welcome.
I'm just as flustered about this match, to be honest. Like, it's Nuke. Like, why would you pick Nuke? You don't even have a T-side Liquid on this map. Now, the one thing is that after trying to bring this back in, it was a map that used to be very good on.
Okay.
It was very good on it in 2019. It was a map they never played. When they tried to bring it back in, it just fell out for a while. But the problem is, since they played it recently, they are not top tier. They are not top tier. They haven't had top tier victories. They've had wins where I think they actually overrated themselves a little bit on it. But they are also working most heavily on this map of any other map in the pool. So every time they bring it in, we're expecting a lot of changes.
That we are.
Also, for Fluxo, it's not one of their best maps.
Forze.
Sorry, for Forze. For both, honestly. But so there is that as well. But, you know, Liquid, going 0-1, no, Naf is their ramp player on this map. T-side is the side they need the most work on. We'll see what happens today, but I think we're going to learn a lot.
Yeah,
Liquid and Nuke.
Naf's got to have a better performance than he did in their opening matchup. OC, just do more of what you did. But Krad's going to fall back off of the ramp. Pop open the window. Get towards double doors. Ramp will belong to Liquid here. You know, honestly, Liquid give me trust issues, and it's not even because of their performances. It's just because of what they say. When they tell me that, you know, working on Nuke was just a meme, guys. We're not doing 7 maps. No, we took it out. Oh, no, it's back. Now we're playing Ancient. What are we up to?
At least they're outplaying someone.
What are we up to? Jerry gonna drop the ball inside of lobby. Could have had a freebie on the first one. Instead, it's a chance back for Liquid momentarily. Nitro and OC tasked to the 2v4. Tough job for OC to get that bomb up. But he's just gonna climb, and in doing so, he'll go unchecked. Timing actually to a T here for Zorte. Walks in, catches the back of the head, and I like that Maniac is also on the Zorte hype train. You know, I think he is undeniably a top 5 opper in this part of the Challenger stage. I would even say top 3. He is the most consistent piece of this Forze success story. Even with its ups and downs, Zorte has not moved on those rankings. 1.2 rating in the last month. Try to, you know, keep them as consistent as they want to be. Give more and more opportunities for the likes of Krad and Jerry to have their good games, because I like Forze because the skill floor in Krad and Jerry on a good day is very high.
So you rate them higher than MongolZ is what you're trying to say?
Nope. It's a top 3.
So
MongolZ number 1.
Brokey
number 2.
MongolZ.
Zorte.
Higher than MongolZ. Or sorry, higher than OC.
Yes. I think Zorte is better than OC. Yep.
But not better than MongolZ or Brokey.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
But better than Sun Pius.
Ooh. Trump card.
Better than Waro.
Yes.
Better than Acor?
Yes, Launders. Result's gonna run
better
inward.
Than Dexter?
Okay. I said top 5. I'll backpedal, as Shalfie should have, away from the techs. He gets cut down by those upgraded pistols. Zorte's got 2 kills on the M4A1S. And 2 survive here for Liquid. Guess what? It's a force by victory. Team Liquid break through.
With a T side, no problem. CT side, Liquid already showed that like they are very comfortable. One thing also is that Yakinder didn't play any Nuke at all. So even though the core of Liquid were playing this 2019, I think OC was playing it on his NA team in the online period of his life. But Yakinder under Jame never learned anything about this map. They'd actually never played it. So that's something where it was like, oh, well, how well is Yakinder going to fit in? And we still have yet to see him get super comfortable. But when you think about Yakinder, I could see a Nuke player in there. That's for sure.
Damn, not letting off the pace with this one. Liquid, real quick in, around through garage, shell feet, pressing out. He's got a gap to work. Oh, no, he thought he did. But Elige, quick body check. Of course, this is an assortment of guns that you probably don't want to look at. CZ's over 5.7s, a Nova, and an UMP. Jerry has a weird affinity for the XM1014. If he's ever playing CT side on Anubis, he plays inside of Dark, and he'll just buy that shotgun and try to... I've seen I've seen Jerry peek down Canal with an auto shotgun to kill a guy bottom stairs Anubis. I'm not on that wavelength, but Jerry sure is. Team Liquid have taken their time to posture outside of the A site. Heaven going to be under their control. What's Grad primed? A smoke. Ooh, perfect timing. The UMP looks away. Elige and Ykinder just kind of have to hold off. Wow, and that boils this down to that.
Instant smoke bloom, and the Heaven smoke is beautiful.
Awkward crunch time.
Also just 3 players here. But they crush one. Naf readjusts for the second. Resalt all alone now. Just the UMP and he'll die.
Yeah.
And that's Zorte down below with the Nova. No chance for him to come back up.
Empty-handed on all fronts.
This is huge. So in trying to have, to create a proper complexion for how their CT side or C side should look on their attacks, I think the main issue is getting the map control they want in time and then being able to be flexible enough to adjust if things go wrong, which is just like getting better in general. But you can really see the ring rust when it comes to Liquid trying to reintegrate the map. But it is a cool project to see a team just, for some reason, drop a map out of the pool and then also bring it back in almost arbitrarily, considering Nuke was never removed from the game in the, in terms of the new version. So there's reason to believe that tournament to tournament, you could see a ton of progress. It's actually very fun to watch that as well. And I think if Liquid having the aim to have a 7-map pool, it's admirable, but it also is kind of sensible in this certain instance. We've seen in terms of Liquid era in 2019, one of their biggest issues when never having a good enough map pool to not give Astralis a free map in every single veto. So if that's a problem that they can solve, then maybe they can take themselves one step forward than even their best version of themselves.
Now, here's this quick rampage through the lobby. Gonna dispatch of it all nice and easily. I really hope for Naf's sake, and I think this is why I believe in Naf, to be able to turn around from that first map performance versus Apeks. It is uncharacteristic for Naf to have bad events.
Yeah, I mean, he's the second most consistent player on Liquid for the past 2 years. It's... Wow.
When you give up hope and just spin. All right.
Had a tough day. Nice aim. Elige, great recent performances into great last map, even though they lost. Into us wondering, coming into the Challenger stage, how good is Elige going to be? That's the question we're all asking.
Owned.
And it certainly feels like the answer is good. And then also OC, 30 frags in that last game.
Correct.
It's not often that he's getting 30 kills in a game. Unfortunately, it's a Pyrrhic victory as they lose the map, but it's one that inspires confidence in a player that we're trying to see top of the board more regularly. The Opera of Team Liquid, of course.
It feels like when he does get 30 kills, it's always like a playoff game. There's a common trend of OC stepping up for playoffs beforehand. Uncharacteristic, but welcomed, of course, for Liquid. 3-1.
And also, if there's something about that Ykinder quote about them changing things, I hope it's that they're using OC better. So, if anything, that could be a testament to, what's happened in a good way. And then, unfortunately, Nafli didn't play well. Ykinder didn't play well that last map, but that might just be that one map. So we'll see. Again, slow starts for Liquid in recent tournament starts. Exec up onto the A site. Og up top goes down quick.
Sir Elige looking good yet again. And Nitro comes through with a frag, but Jerry's on cleanup duty. His double kill smooth. However, trade frag back from Naf. Negligible nade Then the mini player all of a sudden reveals himself. Crad decides to get aggressive. Shalfie and Crad on both sides of the site. Liquid had a man advantage in that moment, but Forze just didn't let off the pedal.
Yeah, I think they probably should have been scaling to the back of the site with Hut so they can have 2 eyes on Heaven while allowing for a potential plant to go down. But they took the fight into Mini while someone's in Heaven who can't help versus Mini because of Hut, and then split up and lost both their duels. So best chance for Forze to get back into the rounds. Not surprised they can put something like that together.
Of course, Team Liquid coming into this major off of a boot camp, one of the first boot camps that they've had in an incredibly long time. Ooh.
Oh,
so it would be a real shame to see them come off of that preparation, all that time invested, and then drop down into the 0-2 pool. As a team that I'm sure you could argue should be in playoffs, but at least OC comes out swinging at the start of this 6th round. Crad dead quick. I like to think that Crad has a good ability in terms of survivability when it comes to being a ramp player. In this case, he does get picked off early. Curious to see if he runs any more risks. And in this case, curious to see if Shalfie can actually draw it all back. A quick secret peek for the 4v4.
This one's so rigid, you know? Like, look at what happened to the map. Nothing for the CT side. And this is just free kills. I've got a little bit of a critique here, but we'll see how the rest of the round plays out. 4 up now for Forze, and they can start to actually recede from outside, honestly. We're getting into the later stage of the round, crossing the 45-second mark. Liquid got to pick a site, and that 5v4 almost meaningless at this point.
Naf hoping somebody gives him something.
The bomb is too far away to, you know, join up with an attack if it doesn't happen soon. Could try to do a mini sneak if they can get him closer.
That's going to rely on Naf then. But, I mean, Hut's already occupied. Wait, Zorte just standing in the no man's land. Now that all of a sudden the pressure is very real. Nitro gets cut down. Jerry's still inside a Hut. Doesn't kill Naf point blank. Gets chased and draws him in. But OC with the wall bang. Imagine that was a 1v1.
All right.
Alas, it's not. So this one time expires. Forze tie at 3.
All right. So to not speak in vague terms about what I was talking about with their Liquid T side, it's getting the map control fast enough and then being flexible to change if things go wrong. Here's a chance where OC gets the opening kill at a minute 45, right? But they have no plans to put extra pressure on ramp, to use ramp at all. And in this case, Forze don't even move a muscle. They pretend like ramp doesn't exist. They forego it. They don't rotate downstairs. And Liquid don't attack ramp. So it's as if that kill literally did not matter. Later on, 30, 40 seconds left, OC starts to walk out into that position, but they end up running into upstairs where Forze were equally fortified. They had no problem with that. They really should have used that opportunity to either draw a rotation or actually take over ramp.
Ooh, nope. Kinder almost getting the cross to secret. Liquid's early momentum evaporating. In recent times, Shalfie has been challenged as the #1 rifler on this Forze team by Resalt. And Resalt's addition to the, top fragging trio that is Zorte, Shalfie, and Resalt was exactly what they needed in order to do the Pro League, pull off the Pro League run they made. Feels like Resalt's struggles are Forze's struggles. And when he's not up there, the results don't come. I think that was very apparent in their first matchup today. Trying to avoid the AWP here of OC. Jerry with the smoke fading should have a back turn to him. Nice and easy is Nitro. To keep 5 up would be fantastic here for Forze, but they do have Jerry pinned into the corner. Naf up above him is going to swoop down and doesn't get the pickup. OC trades at the very least, but now it becomes a game of just trying to save the op as the rest of Forze could definitely go for the hunt, especially with Resalt still on SMG. There it is.
So he knows that he's in jeopardy right now, even though the CTs haven't made plans to get him, but Zorte will find him in the end. And unfortunately for Zorte, though, he won't find the op. So that is important that was discarded of. Now, there's a basic game that gets played outside with the cross, and that's the CTs smoking so that they can get the secret to lurk into big garage, whatever the case may be. And the CT side, that's a T side smoking, and the CT side trying to delay that at all. Get some damage in, throw some HEs, make sure that something's mistimed. So a smoke comes up and then there's a gap and then there's a timing to either look for a kill or take over the map control. And that's also something that they've got to be comfortable and used to playing against. So we saw Nitro walk by Mini and get killed as the smoke came up. There's going to be a lot of those gaps in a game like this on Nuke. So Jerry, oh, great flash, catches him off, timing to drop lower.
Get down.
And the CTs, they're going to get nervous about this crowd. Got a good angle. They don't smoke the cross.
Taps away, gets himself a double. And then Zorte's here to help as well. So a bomb plant is the silver lining here for Liquid in round 8. Zorte very quick to just jump down on it. And Yakinder is saving a Glock.
And in this situation, I think if they have rifles, they're like, well, we'll smoke, they'll connect the decon to the bomb site and go for the plant and then go slower. But in this spot, they're just quite happy to get that bomb down and create that good timing downstairs. So I think in Liquid's eyes, this is sort of a win. But it is now 5v3 here for Forze. And I don't know if I'm the only person, but I think they're going to be under scrutiny for ending up on Nuke if they end up losing, and I think a lot of these games.
And I think the same reason they should be scrutinized for letting their opening game versus Apeks go to Ancient, right?
Yeah.
We saw Nouns in the Americas RMR beat them on Ancient. You know.
Yeah, it's a tough oscillation between playing your own game, believing in your own map pool, while also trying to punish or find holes in your opponents. And we have seen today a lot of teams are like picking into their other team's strengths. MongolZ played 2 Inferno games today. Did they just
Yes, they did.
win?
1 versus G2, and they did win their most recent one.
They just won, yeah. So, I mean, you know, you can play MongolZ on Inferno, but, like, that's their best self. So, hey, some people like a challenge. That's why they call it the challenger stage, I suppose.
The challenge stage. Guns are back up for Liquid. Getting themselves ready for the A hit pretty quick. Oh, Zorte just goes deep. Naf dead and dropping the bomb. Nitro burnt out, forced forward, sectioned off from his piece of support, and Jerry cleans it up easily. So another 5 versus 3 out of Forze. Just when Liquid are looking for the hit, Naf gets clipped back lobby.
Now, the one thing is something we haven't seen from Forze in the past few months that we've seen today was a mental thing. You know, we haven't really talked about Forze from a mental perspective because they've always been the underdogs. But now they got the tension. They got people talking about, no one was saying Zorte 4 months ago, right? Now everyone's saying Zorte. Everyone and their mom was talking about Zorte. Everyone thought it was Zort before, you know? And so now that they have attention, well, now there's actually like a way that they can choke. You know, before everything was just like, well, we lose. No one really cared. They didn't really know about us. But now they've made a name for themselves. And we saw them blow a lead versus Grayhound. Well, that's on their minds. And it's fresh on their minds. And again, when we get over to CT side, maybe they're struggling here on T side at Liquid. But on CT side, they definitely look a lot better. So I don't think Forze can ease up anytime soon.
Liege empty-handed as he dies out. Yakinder in with some impact here and good cover. This is a sweet recovery, or so it was. It started to get going, but they didn't know about Jerry back sight, and the Heaven support comes through impactfully yet again. Forze's CT side now doubling the count of Liquid. At least that one had a couple kills for Yakinder. That was the opening kill of the round. This was the second. So, I mean, at least the 3v5 turns into a 2 versus 2. That's something for Liquid. But Forze instantly shut down what remained.
Now that is a classy hand towel. Oh, yeah.
Result doing it right. Guns back yet again for Liquid.
It is interesting to put a mind like Yakinder at work on a T-side in general, though, because since he's joined the team across the map pool, I'd say that, you know, he's definitely responsible for the reason that they've kind of stayed within top 5 or had that, like, aura about them where if they played a really good team, there was still a chance they could win. Even though lately, I think the confidence for Liquid is not exactly there. But for him to have, you know, be too tabula rasa on a map that he hasn't had experience on, but then still have fundamental understanding of the game, that and different culture of approaching Counter-Strike and philosophy. I would like to be there, fly on the wall, and in some of their scrim sessions talking about, you know, Nuke and how it looks.
Ooh, wow. Good spam from Shalfie. Or Kinder, not going to be finding any impact here in number 10. But of course, all this cross, silent in nature. Ooh. The reality of smoke spams. You do get 1 kill, and everything else is a miss, but at least it's a 5v4 made possible from it. Now, B setup, of course, is Krad above the bomb site. Closest rotate would be Zorte on the AWP, now looking to come join him towards the ramp doors. Smoke on double doors at 20 seconds, but the kill opens up enough space for them to press out. Zorte drops the bomb, the nade doesn't find Elige. Nitro kills Jerry at the very least. There is still time for this bomb plant. Elige, hands busy. Last man cleared. 3 up from Forze, just getting the bomb plant. That's not enough, Team Liquid. Forze right there to stop them. That smoke on the double doors, 20 seconds on the clock. There was enough util to go around within Forze's camp that even when things get a little hectic, it's still like Forze had it the whole entire way.
Yeah, they had a lot of opportunities with players close by to come to the call of duty. So beautifully done here from Forze overall, despite this, you know, what should be jackknife frag from Elige, especially towards clock, the hardest spot to rotate into, and it usually benefits this AT to be there the most versus single door versus control room versus control window. It has a fight versus all of those, and in fact ramp. So you think, let's jump on that. That makes sense. But you see, even with that kill, it goes wrong as far as rotations have been pretty sound.
Again, they're going to try this play. This is the same setup where we saw Naf get picked deep from Squeaky. Not going to happen this time. Jerry looking into the wall. There are players down beneath him, flooding outwards. Elige takes damage, and Jerry's going to die with nothing. A press through Squeaky, back around on Hut, but OC's got that one covered. Liquid with the emphasis out Hut have found a solution to their woes on A.
That was nice, and they don't lose a player. Those flashes were excellent, too. I mean, we saw Jerry, it didn't matter if he had eyes in that spot. Blind for almost all of 10 seconds. And Liquid find one clean. Ooh, and also further kills. Majority deaths here for Forze.
Nice,
to the detriment of their economy. Yeah, nice clean round.
Looking much easier when Zorte doesn't peel one off inside of lobby.
That is a huge part of this, isn't it?
Yes.
The fact that they're just able to find a sliver gap and opening duel really fast. Whether it was him cracking ramp or...
Also, big difference. Last time Jerry puts a Molotov down on Hut door, forces Nitro out and his teammate back. This time, Jerry just face into the wall, allows 2, 3 players all to come outwards because he's so blind, didn't answer with any utility of his own. And we see that all that free space just leads itself to a Liquid round win.
So much more impressive go a bit. Despite Forze being able to buy now, Liquid still very much have a chance in this half. No op will be in play for them here on T side. And we are setting up some more flashes as everyone just pours into lobby quickly. This time, however, the answer for Forze is on the extremity. Nitro quickly with a pick off Jerry. His eyes open. He understands the duel that could be coming his way. Oh, but he is just so blind once again.
Yeah, util makes his job so hard. Krad will find impact on the flank, but Naf is over towards Squeaky. We've already got everybody else from Liquid deep inside of this A site, and Liquid looking to successfully take this A play yet again. Big moment for Nitro with those 2 frags.
Oh, they smoked themselves back.
Jerry gets nothing in back-to-back rounds trying to contribute to the A hold. Resalt dies with nothing in back-to-back rounds trying to stave them off on the A hit.
This is the pain approach.
Yeah.
Found something that worked despite everything else going a little bit hairy, and then, well, they try it again. So, and that's nice because, I mean, they had 5 alive on the last round, 4 up on this one. They'll get a two extra kills here versus 4, so there's still a position here for Forze to continue to buy towards the end of the half. but for Liquid numerically, they're just starting to become relevant now.
Don't change a thing.
And again, CT side to look forward to. Want to hammer that home. Liquid know it. We have seen that before. I think when they, with rose-tinted glasses, talk about a nuke win, it's almost always because of the CT side. They've come back, survived this T side, come back on CT side. Not even famously for teams that were at their best when it was, you know, Navi in 2021. They were averaging between 6, 7 T side rounds and then scoring, you know, sometimes 13 T rounds and then scoring sometimes 13 CT rounds if that's where they started or if that's where they had to come back from after a bad start and show just thorough domination.
That was just back when Simple was untouchable on the CT side of Nuke as well, right?
He was the best player. I mean, a Simple, prime Simple at that moment, that stat did take a lot of attention, but actually the fact was there was only one map that he wasn't the #1 player in the world in, which was Vertigo, the map they didn't play.
Every other map.
Every other map.
Wow. Oof. Nade's not going to help. Clean first one from Krad. Shelfie has to turn back in expectation of a pack of Liquid players, and sure enough, here they come. One to the left, two to the right. Fourth back and holding off on Hell. Shelfie tries to duck down beneath them, but Nitro's got himself another entry. OC shooting through the smoke, joining everybody else on the approach. And Team Liquid will take this B bomb site and force Forze away from it. You know, back-to-back rounds on A site where Jerry's got problems. And this time, doesn't even get a chance at the retake, so he has just been completely countered out of these last three. Liquid closing that gap yet again, and a T side to tie soon enough.
That was huge. And there was a risk there to, we've seen more than one person play on that side of the box. And, you know, the fact that you have to jump over the railing to get lower after you take a duel is the most difficult part. So with a full forced attack on the ramp like we just saw Liquid pull off, there's not much counterplay there besides getting 2 kills or getting 3 kills by yourself. Liquid take full advantage. And I love that they, sometimes you see teams on their attacks. Ooh, does he grab that one? No, he doesn't. Sometimes you see teams on their attacks into lower. They come out both sides of the ramp staggered. But Liquid actually did it both sides of the ramp at the exact same time. And, you know, made Shelfie's eyes go crossed, right? That was too hard for him to figure out, even though for a moment there, Shelfie was probably in a hard spot to read.
Right.
If you're rotating in late, you're not going to go up onto that ramp. And if you were there right away, that'd be even less likely with your teammate just there at the top of ramp dying in an unexpected way.
Sorte. Whoa.
Oh, that's...
Could have been Nitro dead. Could have been Naf killed again. Instead, we get Liquid posturing to the A play. Let's see it again. Third time's the charm for Forze to hold this off. At least Jerry got one, and the MP9 from Resalt kills another. Nitro just jumping with the bomb in his hands and no teammates behind him makes that look a bit foolish. Oh no, he didn't even have the bomb. I don't know what Nitro was up to. Either way, it didn't work. Not on the entry. A little bit of recovery here from Yakinder. Zorte. Oof. He's got the inclination, but not quite the timing. So Yakinder looking to crack the whip, the entry towards the ramp. And Krad just gives him a chance, man. This is a 2 versus 4 that they can definitely pull off.
Absolutely. Now,
how do you get down to B?
They have the vent rotation. Zorte's down here. Good spot for him. Oh my God. Another one goes by the arm. Last one by the backpack. Zorte grabs another. It's a wall bang. Second kill. Beautiful round, Zorte.
Sitting back behind the column. Left, right, center, holds it off, 15 and 5. Thank goodness for him that they were able to save that AWP in the last round. Yakinder to a millisecond away from fragging him back spawn. That would have put the economy in question. But of course, it all starts with a hold inside the A site. No longer was the entire CT setup flashed for 5 seconds. And so no longer are Liquid flawless on those A hits. It's a little life left from Forze on this CT side. It's a tight game. And it's Liquid with a bye once more. Shelfie getting aggressive up close versus Yakinder. Didn't see him and falls back, but Yakinder heard all of this. So now he's hunting on high alert. And if you wrap Shelfie right now, he's got him dead to rights. Shalfie letting off. You know, he wanted the aggressive fight, didn't see it, but had he just gone a couple paces further, had he just stuck around, it would have come his way. 5v4 here for Liquid to try and close this with 7 rounds on the T side.
The idea here, this is the more sort of Nico Rain approach of trying to prevail outside with one person, see what kind of value you can get. You know, Electronic getting the secret all alone, that sort of thing. That's the kind of play you want Yikinder trying to commit to. And they've been doing things almost exclusively as a team up until this point, which sounds good on paper, but can sometimes make you sort of obvious. So cracking the smoke, Zorte is not going to take advantage, even though that would have been a free kill right here.
Nobody watching this.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they're thinking that it's, well, I'm not sure, maybe a Greek gift, but now he'll get punished.
Down to 19 health, makes his job way more difficult.
Any opportunities
Still
for this guy.
takes OC out, and now he's going to get pounced on up close. Krad comes over. Not ready for the Yikinder peek, so sure enough, they still unravel it. Felt like they had him pinned against the wall, but that bomb is also pinned to the floor. Naf's going to have to trade back and doesn't. And Result is finally getting his name into the kill feed. All of that forward presence made possible from Yikinder and Elige is taken away because they need the bomb. A smoke to block off Jerry, but they have defense on the other side. Result looking to go above and beyond. It has to be him, and it isn't. Little bits of health left for Liquid. A little bit of a lead left for Forze. But a CT side for the North Americans lies in wait. Eight-7 half for Forze after the CT side. Not what they would have hoped to bounce back with after the loss to Grayhound. And of course, being victims of the comeback from the Aussies is a sting. This is a 0-1 matchup, which means one of these two teams will be 0-2, needing 3 best-of-3 wins if they want to get any further than the Challenger stage. Forze and Team Liquid. Not teams I think you would expect to be down there, but alas, here we are at the hands of Grayhound and Apeks. This head-to-head made possible. A CT side for Liquid should bode well, but emphasis on the should.
Yeah, I personally have a lot of faith on their CT side. My criticism's almost exclusively on the T sides personally, and Forze don't shoot that hot on T side in most of their games, and they haven't played that good of teams. So we'll see. They'll have to do a little bit better than they have done in the past. See if they found Nuke to be an unexpected place to end. Maybe it does actually shine a light on the power of Liquid's new map pool. If they can pick up a win like this would be one of their better ones for sure.
Well, Crad kicks it off very well. The fact that he still has hell control. Oh, wow. And Shalfie with that second headshot. About a boom. Maps USP not going to find anybody. It is Forze to at least pick up the second pistol, but they cannot lose the force buy as they did in the first half. They've picked up both pistols in a best of one. If that is converted to a 6-0 half, you know, then we're talking, but they already lost that first chance. Let that happen twice. You shall be scolded.
So we'll see. I think this will be the best test for Liquid. I'm not really think a pistol is probably is actually necessary for Forze, but not mandatory for Liquid. So yeah, the road actually gets a little harder here, but they should still feel confidence within themselves. Now for Forze, a team I know a little bit less when it comes to their nuke and how much they prepared it, so they'll have to tell that story for themselves.
Lots of sound on the cross, though. Expect a pretty quick rotate here from Liquid. We've got two pieces already down on B. Both of them just looking to hold on to a corner, wrap through control windows, and you should be able to unravel it. Nitro's coming to join them as well. Point blank. Oh, OC connects with the Desert Eagle. 5-7 back up. OC still fighting, and that crossfire set. Bomb drop. A bit of a recovery. Yakinder's kill gets his hands to the AK. Zorte needs the bomb, and he doesn't get it right away, so he sticks around expecting the peak. Zorte to give them the lifeline they needed.
Oh, the mind read. Oof. That's, how can you read his position right there? Dropping down, Elige might have heard something, but that's too hard to figure out. Beautiful play from him in that 1v2, man. That was a chance for Liquid. That would have really taken the edge off. And instead, Zorte, the guy that we spent a lot of time talking about in the first half, delivering a clutch here without an op. That just looks so smooth.
Man, Zorte looks like he's in just murderer mode. Understandably, with this carry, he's trying to throw forward 19 and 6 at the moment. Nice couple of Desert Eagle kills in that last one from OC. Crad gonna get cheeky. Poor Nitro. Poor Nitro. I'm holding my breath for Result here on Nuke because it was a pain point in their opening matchup that he had an off map, and now it's starting to fall into the territory of back-to-back poor performances in the best of ones.
Yeah.
When he was really trying to break through the rest of the Forze players and make a name for himself, be a win condition. They wait long enough. Catch a pack of players outside. Galil picked up. Crad, though, taking space inside of the A site with a double smoke on Mini. All is good. Bomb is planted. Forze looking for an easy 11th.
Yeah, luckily they were ready to mobilize to take position in the A site. 11th round for Forze, and you know, yeah, I mean, looking at the score line does look pretty damn good for Forze for sure, but gonna wait patiently here for this next rifle to see if Liquid can get a word in. There's going to be some pressure felt. You know, I think there are a lot of teams that could potentially disappoint at this major in this challenger stage, and Liquid were always one of them, you know, with the slow starts and everything like that, and just like no confidence right now that they can kind of win a tournament based on how they've done so far, with Pro League in October, I think it was, being their sort of best chance. And with the other teams having fine starts with G2 and FaZe and you know, everybody else kind of moving along at the right pace. There's more eyes on Liquid now. And even if it does seem like they'd have a slow start, I think most people would believe they would still be able to get through eventually. Might be kind of a grind. I think most people saw it being a 3-2, honestly, for Liquid to get through.
Okay.
And it probably wasn't going to be clean. But the reality is, most of the time, if you go 0-2, you're not making it through. It's miraculous when you do, but you got to get lucky with who you go up against. If another good team slips up a little bit, you mess up.
That's kind of the Mouz story in terms of the RMRs, right? Best of 3 win over Virtus Pro and a best of 3 win over FaZe in order to qualify for Paris without going down to the LCQ.
Right. It's an amazing story because it was so hard, so unreal.
Yeah. Oh, nade is immense. And then Elige finishes off Jerry, thanks to Yakinder's frag grenade. So an excellent start to an outer play here for Liquid. Guns do indeed make a difference. Immediate